Chapter 1. Crimson. Pain? Oh, the agony. My head aches terribly. In a disarray of bizarre dreams filled with whispers, Zhou Mingrue, lost in slumber, felt an excruciating throb in his head, akin to being struck violently with a blunt object. No, it felt more like a sharp implement had pierced his temple, twisting and tormenting him. As he lay in a foggy haze, Zhou Mingrue attempted to turn, to shield his head, to rise, yet his limbs remained unresponsive, as if his body had been rendered inert. It appears I have yet to awaken. I am still ensnared in a dream. Perhaps I might even find myself in that perplexing state of believing I have awakened while still in slumber. Familiar with such experiences, Zhou Mingrue endeavored to concentrate his will, striving to liberate himself from the shackles of darkness and disorientation. However, in that liminal state between sleep and wakefulness, the will often flits like smoke, elusive and uncontrollable. No matter how hard he tried, his thoughts continued to scatter, unwelcome distractions intruding. What could possibly cause such a sudden headache in the dead of night? And why is it so excruciating? Could it be a cerebral hemorrhage or something of the sort? Goodness, am I destined to meet my untimely demise like this? Awaken. Awaken swiftly. It seems the pain has lessened somewhat, yet within my mind, it feels as though a dull blade is slicing away slowly. It appears that sleep is no longer an option. How shall I manage work tomorrow? Work? With such a genuine headache, of course, I must take a leave. No need to fear the manager's incessant prattle. Upon this reflection, it does not seem so dreadful after all, to steal a moment's respite from the burdens of life. With each wave of pain, Zhou Mingrue gradually amassed a phantom strength, and finally, summoning all his resolve, he straightened his back and opened his eyes, fully extricating himself from the haze of slumber. First, his vision was blurred, then veiled in a soft crimson hue. As his gaze settled, he beheld a wooden desk, its natural hue glowing softly, at the center of which lay an open notebook, its pages coarse and yellowed, inscribed with peculiar letters that formed a striking statement in deep, dark ink. The left of the notebook, neatly stacked against the edge of the table, was a collection of volumes, approximately 7 or 8 in number. Adjacent to them, the wall bore gray-white pipes and wall sconces connected to the piping. The sconces, embodying a classical Western aesthetic, were about the size of an adult's head, their inner layer crafted from transparent glass, encased in a lattice of black metal. Beneath the extinguished sconce, a black inkwell was shrouded in a faint rosy glow, its surface embossed with a blurred angelic motif. Before the inkwell, to the right of the notebook, lay a dark-hued fountain pen, its rounded belly resting quietly, the nib glimmering with a soft light, with the cap placed beside. A brass-domed revolver, the revolver? Zhou Mingrue was utterly taken aback. The scene before him was so foreign, devoid of any resemblance to his own room. Amidst his astonishment and confusion, he noticed that the desk, the notebook, the inkwell, and the revolver were all enveloped in a layer of crimson veil, illuminated by the light streaming in from outside. Instinctively, he lifted his head, his gaze gradually ascending. In the midst of the air, a black velvet curtain looms, behind which hangs a blood-red full moon, casting a tranquil glow. Zhou Mingrue, engulfed in an inexplicable sense of dread, abruptly rose to his feet. However, before his legs could fully straighten, a sudden pang of pain struck his head, causing him to momentarily lose his strength. His center of gravity faltered, and he fell heavily onto the hard wooden chair. With a resounding thud, the pain did not deter him pressing his hands against the table. Zhou Mingrue stood once more, anxiously turning his body to survey his surroundings. The room was modest in size, with a brown door on each side and a wooden lofted bed positioned against the wall opposite him. Next to the left door stood a cupboard, featuring double doors above and 5 drawers below. At a height matching a person's stature, the edge of the cupboard bore grayish-white pipes embedded in the wall, connecting to a peculiar mechanical apparatus with gears and bearings partially exposed. In the corner near the desk, a coal stove-like object lay piled alongside kitchen utensils, such as a soup pot and an iron skillet. Crossing over to the right door, he encountered a dressing mirror marred by 2 cracks, its wooden base adorned with simple and unpretentious patterns. A glance into the mirror revealed a hazy reflection of himself, Black hair, brown eyes, a linen shirt, a slender frame, ordinary features, and a pronounced jawline. This realization caused Zhou Mingrui to draw in a sharp breath, a surge of helpless and chaotic speculation flooding his mind. The revolver, the classic European and American decor, and the distinctively crimson munal pointed to a singular event. Could it be that I have traversed into another realm? Zhou Mingrui's mouth slowly fell agape. Having grown up reading web literature, he often fantasized about such occurrences, yet when faced with the reality, he found it difficult to accept. Is this what they call a dragon-loving Yigong? After a few seconds, Zhou Mingrui wryly mocked himself. Were it not for the persistent pain in his head, which sharpened his thoughts, he would surely doubt the veracity of this dream. Calm. After taking several deep breaths, Zhou Mingrui endeavored to quell his rising panic. Klein Moretti, a resident of Tianjin City in the Ahawa County of the Kingdom of Rune on the northern continent, had just graduated from the history department of Hoi University. His father was a sergeant in the Royal Army who perished during the colonial conflicts on the southern continent. The compensation he received afforded Klein the opportunity to attend a private grammar school, laying the foundation for his university education. His mother, a devotee of the goddess of night, passed away the same year Klein passed the entrance examination for Hoi University. He had an elder brother and a younger sister, all residing together in a modest two-bedroom apartment. Their family was not affluent, to say the least. Currently, they relied on the meager earnings of his brother, who worked as a clerk at an import-export company. As a history graduate, Klein had mastered the ancient Fuzak language, considered the root of the written words across the northern continent, as well as the Hermetic script, frequently found in ancient tombs, associated with rituals and prayers. Hermetic script? A sudden jolt coursed through Zhou Mingrui's mind as he pressed his hand against the throbbing temple, directing his gaze towards the open notebook sprawled across the desk. He felt the yellowed pages transform from peculiar to foreign, from foreign to familiar, and from familiar to decipherable. These words were inscribed in Hermetic script. The ink, dark as obsidian, proclaimed, "All shall perish, including myself." The gasp escaped Zhou Mingrui. An inexplicable terror overwhelming him, his body instinctively recoiled, seeking to distance itself from the notebook and that haunting phrase. Shaking his head, he dismissed the notion as mere illusion. Steadying himself, he diverted his gaze from the notebook, breathing heavily like a tea that moment. His eyes were drawn to the glinting brass revolver resting nearby, and an unsettling question emerged in his mind. Given Klein's circumstances, how could he afford a gun? Zhou Mingrui furrowed his brow in contemplation. Lost in thought, he suddenly noticed a half-formed red handprint on the edge of the desk, its hue deeper than moonlight and thicker than gossamer. It was a bloody handprint. Bloody handprint. Zhou Mingrui instinctively opened his right hand, which had just been pressed against the desk's edge, and glanced down to find his palm and fingers smeared with blood. Simultaneously, the throbbing pain in his head persisted, slightly diminishing but unrelenting. Could I have struck my head? Zhou Mingrui mused as he turned his body towards the cracked dressing mirror. After a few strides, a medium build, with dark hair and brown eyes, and an unmistakable air of scholarly demeanor came into focus. This me now, Klein Moretti? Zhou Mingrui paused, momentarily disoriented by the dim light of the night, which hindered his clarity of vision. He pressed forward until he was mere inches from colliding with the mirror. Bathed in the soft crimson glow of the moonlight, he tilted his head to examine the condition of his temple. The mirror reflected a gruesome wound occupying the area of his temple, its edges scorched, surrounded by a pool of blood, while within, grayish-white brain matter writhed slowly. Chapter 2. The situation with a sudden jolt. Zhou Mingrui staggered back several steps, utterly horrified by the sight before him. It appeared that the reflection in the dressing mirror was not his own, but rather that of a lifeless corpse. How could someone with such grievous wounds possibly still be alive? He could scarcely believe it as he turned his head to inspect the other side. Even though the distance was elongated and the light was dimmed, he could still discern the presence of the penetrating wound and the deep crimson stains of blood. Zhou Mingrui inhaled deeply, striving to compose himself. He reached out to press against his left chest, feeling the vigorous and rapid thumping of his heart. His fingers brushed against the exposed skin, where a slight chill concealed the warmth flowing beneath. Crouching down to verify the flexibility of his knees, Zhou Mingrui straightened up once more, his earlier panic subsiding. After taking a couple of steps forward, he suddenly halted, for the dim glow of the blood moon outside proved insufficient for a thorough examination of the matter at hand. A fragment of memory surged forth, prompting Zhou Mingrui to glance at the wall adjacent to his desk, where a wall lamp encased in gray-white pipes and a metal grill resided. This was the contemporary gas lamp, its flame steady and illuminating excellently. Given Klein Moretti's family circumstances, one would not expect anything beyond a gas lamp. Even an oil lamp would be deemed extravagant, with candles being the appropriate reflection of one's status. Yet 4 years prior, during his late-night study sessions for the Hoi University entrance examination, his brother Benson deemed this endeavor crucial to their family's future, going so far as to incur debts to provide him with favorable conditions. The sound of striking a match echoed. Yet the light did not appear as Zhou Mingrui had anticipated. He twisted the knob a few more times, but the gas lamp remained dim. After a few moments, he turned and approached the mechanical device similarly embedded in the wall beside the door, also connected by gray-white pipes. This was the gas meter. Glancing at the exposed gears and bearings, Zhou Mingrui retrieved a coin from his pocket. It was a dull yellow, glinting with a copper sheen, bearing the image of a crowned man on one side and a cluster of wheat surrounding the numeral 1 on the. Zhou Mingrui recognized this as the most basic currency of the Kingdom of Rune, known as a copper penny, with a purchasing power equivalent to about 3 to 4 of his previous life as currency. This coin had denominations of 5 pennies, half a penny, and a quarter penny. Yet they remained coarse, necessitating occasional rounding up to procure goods. After flipping the coin issued during the reign of King George III a few times between his fingers, Zhou Mingrui deftly inserted it into the slender opening of the gas meter. With a clink, as the penny cascaded into the depths of the meter, the sound of gears whirring to life resonated, producing a brief yet delightful mechanical melody. A flicker of flame ignited, rapidly expanding, with bright light first filling the interior of the wall lamp, then spilling through the transparent glass, enveloping the room in a warm hue. The darkness receded abruptly, the crimson glow retreating from the window, and Zhou Mingrui felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance as he hastened to the dressing mirror. Upon closer inspection, he noted that aside from the initial bloodstains, the gaping wound had ceased to ooze, as if it had received the best care and bandaging. The sluggishly writhing gray-white tissue and the visibly regenerating flesh hinted at impending healing, perhaps in 30 to 40 minutes, or maybe 2 to 3 hours. Only faint traces would remain. The healing effects brought forth by his transmigration? Zhou Mingrui slightly curled the corner of his right mouth, whispering silently to himself. He then exhaled deeply. Regardless of the circumstances, at least he was still alive. Steadying his mind, he pulled open the drawer, retrieved a small bar of soap, and took a tattered towel hanging beside the cupboard. He then opened the door and made his way to the shared washroom on the second floor. Indeed, the blood on his head needed tending to. He could bear appearing like a crime scene himself, but if his sister Melissa, who had to rise early the next day, was frightened, it would not bode well. The corridor outside was shrouded in darkness, with only the crimson moonlight streaming through the window at the end, barely outlining the protruding shapes, making them appear as if they were pairs of monstrous eyes silently observing the living in the depths of night. Zhou Mingrui tiptoed cautiously towards the washroom, a sense of trepidation enveloping him. Once inside, the moonlight grew more intense, illuminating everything clearly. He stood before the sink and turned on the faucet. The rush of water filled his ears, and he suddenly thought of Mr. Frankie, the landlord. Since the water bill was included in the rent, this diminutive and slender gentleman, donning a top hat, a waistcoat, and a black suit, was always eager to inspect the washrooms, eavesdropping on the sound of running water. If the noise became too loud, Mr. Frankie would abandon all semblance of gentlemanly decorum, furiously brandishing his cane to strike the washroom door, bellowing, "Damn thieves. Waste is a disgrace. I'll remember you. If I catch you again, you'll be out with your filthy belongings. Believe me, this is the most affordable apartment in Tingjin City. You want to find a more generous landlord than me." After glancing into the washroom's shabby mirror and confirming the presence of only a gory wound and a pale face, Zhou Mingrui felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then removed his linen shirt and began to scrub the bloodstains with soap. At that moment, a frown creased his brow as he recalled the possibility of further trouble, the exaggerated wound and the abundant blood, aside from his own body. There must be traces left in the room. Upon searching, he quickly discovered numerous splatters of blood on the floor and beneath the desk, and by the left wall lay a glistening yellow bullet. Had he fired a round from a revolver pressed against his temple? The clues suddenly connected, and Zhou Mingrui began to grasp the cause of Klein's demise. There were 5 bullets in total, along with a single shell, all gleaming with a brass. He shifted his gaze to the open notebook, where the phrase "everyone will die, including me" was inscribed, and a swell of confusion followed in his mind. Where did the gun come from? Was it suicide, or a fade of suicide? What troubles could a history graduate from a humble background possibly have? How could such a method of suicide leave only this little bloodstain? Was it because I arrived in time, blessed with healing advantages? After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Mingrui changed into another linen shirt, seated himself in a chair, and began to ponder more significant matters. How unfortunate. Oh, I performed a fortune-turning ritual before dinner tonight. A flash of insight illuminated Zhou Mingrui's mind, dispelling the fog that shrouded his memories. As a self-proclaimed keyboard politician, historian, economist, biologist, and folklorist, he often claimed to possess a smattering of knowledge across various disciplines, much to the amusement of his close friends, who teased him for knowing just a little about everything. The art of fortune-telling was among those subjects. It was only after a month of consecutive misfortunes, losing his phone, clients fleeing, and work blunders, that he recalled the beginning of the fortune-telling manual, which outlined a simple ritual requiring no prior knowledge. One merely needed to prepare 4 portions of the local staple food and place them in the 4 corners of the room, on the cabinet, etc. Then, standing in the center of the room, one would walk counterclockwise in a square, taking 4 steps. The first step involved sincerely reciting "Blessed be the profound yellow immortal." The second, "Blessed be the profound yellow celestial lord." The third, "Blessed be the profound yellow God." And the fourth, "Blessed be the profound yellow heavenly sovereign." After completing the steps, one was to close their eyes and wait in silence for 5 minutes. The ritual would then be deemed successful. With a mindset that had nothing to lose, he retrieved that book and performed the ritual before dinner. However, at that moment, nothing occurred. Little did he know, by midnight, he had traversed into another realm. He had crossed over. Regardless of the circumstances, he had to give it a try. A dead horse must be treated as a live one. Chapter 3. Melissa. With a plan firmly established, Zhou Mingrui felt a renewed sense of resolve. His anxiety, hesitation, and insecurity curled into a corner. Only then did he have the mental space to examine the fragments of Klein's lingering memories, perhaps influenced by the bullet's passage. Klein's recollections shattered like broken glass, lacking coherence and exhibiting noticeable gaps. Questions such as the origin of the exquisitely crafted revolver, whether it was a case of suicide and the true meaning behind the phrase "everyone will die, including me," and whether he had been involved in any peculiar events 2 days prior. In 2 days, he was to attend an interview at the history department of Tübingen University. The tradition in the Kingdom of Rune was that graduates did not remain at their alma mater. His mentor had provided one letter of recommendation for Tübingen University and another for Bakeland University. As Zhou Mingrui silently observed, the red moon sank in the western sky, gradually descending until a faint light emerged in the east, painting the horizon with golden hues. At that moment, sounds emanated from the inner chamber, and soon footsteps approached the isolation door. Melissa awoke. She was indeed as punctual as ever. Zhou Mingrui smiled faintly. Influenced by Klein's memories, feeling a sense of kinship towards Melissa akin to that of an elder brother. However, I do not possess a biological sister. He couldn't help but make a quip. Unlike Klein, both Melissa and Benson had not received their early education at the Sunday school of the Church of the Night Goddess. By the time she reached school age, the Kingdom of Ruin had enacted the elementary education law, establishing a committee for primary and secondary education, specifically allocating funds to enhance investment. In just 3 years, numerous public primary schools were established, having incorporated many church schools, while strictly adhering to the principle of religious neutrality, avoiding entanglement in the disputes between the Lord of Storms, the Night Goddess, and the God of Steam and Machinery. Compared to the Sunday schools that charged a mere copper penny per week, the public primary schools, with a weekly tuition of 3 pennies, seemed rather expensive. Yet, while the former offered lessons only on Sundays, the latter provided 6 days of instruction each week, making it a bargain that was close to free. Melissa, unlike most girls, had an early fascination with gears, springs, and bearings, aspiring to become a steam mechanic. Having experienced the drawbacks of inadequate education, her elder brother Benson wholeheartedly supported her dream, just as he had encouraged Klein to pursue a university education. After all, the Tübingen Technical School could only be considered a secondary education, rendering further study at a grammar school or public school unnecessary. Last July, at the age of 15, Melissa successfully passed the entrance exam and became a member of the Steam and Machinery department at Tübingen Technical School, with her weekly tuition now raised to 9 pennies. Meanwhile, The import-export company where Benson worked was significantly impacted by the situation in the southern continent, causing both profits and business volume to diminish drastically, leading to the dismissal of over a third of the staff. To retain his job and sustain their livelihood, Benson had to accept increasingly burdensome tasks, often working overtime or traveling to inhospitable locations for business, just as he had been doing these past few days. Klein had considered alleviating his brother's burdens. But as a commoner who had entered a grammar school, he felt acutely aware of his own inadequacies upon entering university. For instance, the ancient Guffasac language, the source language for all nations on the northern continent, was something that noble offspring and wealthy children learned from an early age. While he only encountered it for the first time in university, there were countless other similar instances. Klein exerted himself to the utmost, often burning the midnight oil and rising early, barely managing to keep pace with his peers and graduating with average grades. Memories of the elder brother and younger sister flitted through Zhou Mingrui's mind until he turned the handle, and the door to the inner room creaked open, jolting him awake as he realized he was holding a revolver in his hand. This was a semi-regulated item. It could frighten a child, and my head injury. As he saw Melissa about to emerge, Zhou Mingrui pressed his temple and hurriedly yanked open the desk drawer, tossing the revolver inside, which landed with a resounding thud. What transpired? Melissa heard a noise and looked over with curiosity. Upon seeing her sister's brown eyes gazing inquisitively, Zhou Mingrui feigned composure, picking up an object nearby before calmly closing the drawer to conceal the presence of the revolver. The sensation at his temple confirmed to him that the wound had already healed. He retrieved from the drawer a silver pocket watch adorned with intricate vine and floral patterns. With a gentle press at the top, the lid sprang open. This watch was the most treasured possession left behind by their father, a sergeant in the Royal Army. Yet being a second-hand item, it had its share of issues over the years. Despite having sought the expertise of a watchmaker, it continued to malfunction, leading Benson, who relished flaunting it to elevate his status, to abandon it at home. It must be said that Melissa might possess some innate mechanical talent after acquiring theoretical knowledge. She began tinkering with the watch using tools from her technical school, recently proclaiming that she had managed to repair it. As Zhou Mingrui observed the lid pop open, he noticed the second hand frozen in place. Instinctively, he twisted the top, intending to wind the watch. However, after several turns, the familiar sound of a tightened spring did not resonate, and the second hand remained motionless. It appeared to be broken once again. Searching for conversation, he glanced at his sister. Melissa shot him a blank look and swiftly approached, snatching the watch from his hands. Standing still, she pulled up the button at the top of the watch, and, after merely a few rotations, the rhythmic sound of the second hand resumed. Typically, pulling it up should adjust the time, Zhou Mingrui thought, his expression momentarily blank. At that instant, the distant chimes of the cathedral rang out, resonating 6 times, ethereal and haunting. After listening intently, Melissa elevated the button once more and twisted it repeatedly to set the time correctly. She shot her brother a meaningful glance before turning away to retrieve her toothbrush and towel from the cabinet, then exited towards the communal washroom. Her earlier expression seemed to carry a hint of disdain and exasperation, perhaps akin to the gaze of one caring for a less fortunate. Zhou Mingrui shook his head with a chuckle, snapping the watch lid shut with a click, only to open it again with a pop. Engaging in this repetitive action, his mind wandered to a pressing question. Without a silencer, Klein's suicide, well, let us temporarily classify it as such, would have made quite the commotion, yet Melissa, just a wall away, seemed completely oblivious. Was she simply in a deep slumber, or was there something inherently peculiar about Klein's demise? With a snap, he opened it. And with a click, he closed it again. Upon Melissa's return from her wash, she found her brother engaged in this unconscious ritual of opening and closing the watch lid. Her gaze once again reflected a mix of resignation as she sweetly remarked, "Klein, be sure to take out the remaining bread. Remember to buy more today, along with some meat and peas. You have your interview soon, and I'll prepare lamb stew with peas for you." As she spoke, she maneuvered the stove from the corner, igniting a fire with the remaining embers to boil a kettle of water. Just before it reached a boil, she opened the bottom drawer of the cabinet, carefully retrieving a tin of inferior tea leaves and sprinkling a handful into the pot, pretending it was genuine tea, pouring 2 generous cups. Melissa and Zhou Mingrui shared the rye bread accompanied by the warm tea, devoid of wood shavings and excessive gluten, yet still unpalatable. Zhou Mingrui, feeling weak and famished, relied on tea as he begrudgingly forced down the bread. A few moments later, Melissa finished her meal, gathered her cascading black hair at her back, and turned to Zhou Mingrui, saying, "Remember to buy fresh bread. It costs only £8. The weather is warm, and it spoils easily. Also, don't forget the lamb and peas. Indeed, she was a caring sister, reiterating her point. Zhou Mingrui smiled and nodded. All right. Regarding the pound of meat from the Kingdom of Ruin, Zhou Mingrui, based on Klein's memory of the meat measurement and his own comparison, believed it to be approximately what he was accustomed to as a gene, or 0.5 kilograms. Melissa said no more, stood up to tidy up, packed the last loaf of bread for lunch, donned her mother's tattered lace hat, and picked up her hand-sewn bag for carrying books and stationery, preparing to leave. Today was not Sunday. She had a full day of classes ahead. The walk from this apartment to the Tianjin Technical School took about 50 minutes. There were public carriages available, charging 1 penny per kilometer, with a maximum fare of 4 pennies within the city and 6 pennies in the suburbs. To save money, Melissa always left early to walk there herself. As she opened the door, she paused, half-turning, and said, "Meanwhile," he silently repeated the word Sunday in his mind. In the northern continent, the year is similarly divided into 12 months, ranging from 365 to 366 days annually, with a week consisting of 7. The former was a product of astronomical achievements, leading Zhou Mingrui to suspect that this was a parallel world, while the latter stemmed from religion. As the northern continent's orthodox deities number 7, the eternal sun, the lord of storms, the god of knowledge and wisdom, the goddess of night, the earth mother, the god of war, and the god of steam and machinery. Watching his sister close the door and leave, Zhou Mingrui suddenly sighed, swiftly redirecting his thoughts to the upcoming transmutation ceremony. Chapter 4. Divination dressed in a black waistcoat and matching formal attire. With trousers slightly tied around the ankles and a half-high top hat, Zhou Mingrui gazed at his reflection, feeling as though he were a character in a Victorian drama. "I am not going for an interview. I am merely buying groceries to prepare for the materials of the transmutation ceremony," he murmured softly, shaking his head in amusement. Klein was so preoccupied with the impending interview that it had become instinctual for him. Whenever he lost focus, he habitually donned the sole decent outfit. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Mingrui shed the formal attire and waistcoat, replacing them with a worn brownish-yellow coat, and switched to a matching round-brimmed felt hat. Having readied himself, he strolled over to the bunk bed, lifted the upper mattress, and reached through an inconspicuous hole at the bottom, feeling around until he found the concealed compartment. This contained all of Benson's current savings, including the funds for the next 3 days, which amounted to merely 2 5-solar notes, with the remainder being 1-solar bills. In the monetary system of the kingdom, the sol occupies the second tier, originating from ancient silver coins, with 1 sol equating to 12 copper pennies, available in denominations of 1 and 4. At the pinnacle of the currency hierarchy stands the gold pound, also a paper note, but backed by gold, directly pegged to it, with 1 gold pound equal to 20 sol, available in denominations of 1, 5, and 10. Zhou Mingrui unfurled the banknotes, inhaling a faint, distinct aroma of special ink. This was the scent of money. Perhaps it stemmed from the fragmented memories of Klein, or perhaps it was his unaltered yearning for wealth that evoked this moment. He felt an unexpected affection for these little entities. Behold, their designs were so exquisite that even the stern and austere visage of King George III appeared charming. Look, the watermark, illuminated by sunlight, was irresistibly alluring, and the meticulously crafted anti-counterfeiting label distinguished it sharply from the gaudy fakes. Gently smoothing the fabric near the tear, Zhou Mingrui neatly folded the 2 banknotes and placed them in the left pocket of his brownish coat, separate from the few pennies in his trousers. Having completed these tasks, he tucked his keys into the right pocket, grasped the deep brown paper bag, and strode briskly towards the door. The sound of his footsteps transitioned from hurried to slow, ultimately coming to a halt. Standing by the door, Zhou Mingrui furrowed his brow, uncertain of when it had happened. The circumstances surrounding Klein's suicide were shrouded in mystery. Would venturing outside expose him to unforeseen dangers? This was the only self-defense weapon he could conceive, and it was sufficiently formidable. Although he had never practiced shooting, merely brandishing the handgun would surely intimidate anyone. Running his fingers over the cold metallic cylinder, Zhou Mingrui tucked the handgun into the same pocket as the banknotes, gripping the currency tightly while his fingers pressed firmly against the grip, concealing it perfectly. A sense of security enveloped him, yet a sudden worry arose. Could it accidentally discharge? Thoughts flooded in, and Zhou Mingrui quickly formulated a plan. He drew the handgun, swung the cylinder to the left, aligning the empty chamber left by the suicide into a position ready to fire, then snapped it closed. This way, even if it were to misfire, it would only be an empty shot. Having secured the handgun once more, Zhou Mingrui left his left hand nestled in the pocket. refraining from withdrawing it again. He adjusted his cap with his right hand, pushed open the heavy door, and stepped outside with a clang. The corridor was still dimly lit in the daylight, with only a scant amount of sunlight filtering through the window at the end. Zhou Mingrui hurried down the stairs, leaving the apartment, and finally felt the brilliance and warmth of the sun. Although it was nearing July, the height of summer, Tianjin, situated in the northern part of the Kingdom of Ruin, possessed unique climatic characteristics, with the highest temperature barely reaching 30 degrees Celsius. The early morning air was particularly refreshing. Yet in some areas of the street, dirty water flowed freely and litter was carelessly strewn about. In Klein's memories, such scenes were common in neighborhoods inhabited by the lower income class, even where sewers existed, owing to the high population and the struggles of daily life. Come. Delicious pan-fried fish. Hot and fresh oyster soup. Just one bowl in the morning will invigorate you for the entire day. Fresh fish delivered from the port, only 5 pence each. Little cakes, eel soup with ginger beer. Conk. Freshly harvested vegetables from the outskirts, cheap and fresh. The street vendors shouted loudly, beckoning to the hurried passers-by. Some would stop to carefully compare and purchase, while others waved impatiently, as their day's work was still pending. Zhou Mingrui inhaled the mingling scents of foulness and fragrance, gripping the handle of his gun tightly in his left hand while clutching paper currency in his right. He pressed his round-topped felt hat down slightly, bending forward to navigate through the bustling street. Where there are crowds, thieves abound, particularly in this neighborhood teeming with semi-unemployed individuals and starving children driven to desperation. As he continued forward, once the density of the crowd returned to a more manageable level, Zhou Mingrui straightened his back and lifted his head, gazing down the street. There, a wandering accordionist was playing, the melody alternating between soaring and fervent. Surrounding him were many ragged children, their faces pale from malnutrition. A woman with a vacant expression passed by, her skirt soiled, her skin dull. Her gaze was lifeless and dazed. But a flicker of light passed through her eyes when she glanced at the group of children, as if she had caught a glimpse of her 30 years younger self. Zhou Mingrui moved past her and turned onto another street, stopping in front of the Slin Bakery. The owner, an elderly lady in her 70s named Wendy Slin, had hair completely turned to gray and always wore a gentle smile. Since Zhou Mingrui could remember, she had been selling bread and pastries here. Her homemade Tianjin cakes and lemon cakes are simply delightful, he thought, swallowing hard as he smiled and said, "Mrs. Slin, I'd like 8 pounds of rye bread." As Wendy gathered the rye bread, she remarked, "What a diligent young man you are. You will surely make a good husband." With a playful smile, she added, "Now that you've graduated, our esteemed history graduate from Hoi University, you'll soon earn a living. You shouldn't be living in such an apartment. You deserve a place with your own washroom at the very least." If Klein successfully passes the interview and becomes a lecturer at the University of Tianjin, the entire family will undoubtedly stride toward a modest prosperity. In the fragments of his memories, he even envisioned renting a detached house on the outskirts, featuring 5 or 6 rooms upstairs, 2 bathrooms, a spacious balcony, 2 rooms downstairs, a dining room, a living room, a kitchen, another bathroom, and an underground storage room. This is not merely a fanciful dream. Even a lecturer in the internship period at the University of Tianjin earns a weekly wage of 2 golden pounds, which increases to 3 golden pounds and 10 shillings upon formal employment. It is noteworthy that Klein's brother, Benson, after years of toil, earns only 1 pound and 10 shillings weekly, while ordinary factory workers earn less than 1 pound or just a fraction more. The rent for such a detached house ranges from 19 shillings to 1 pound and 18 shillings. This illustrates the stark contrast between a monthly income of 3 to 4,000 and one of 14 to 15,000. Zhou Mingrui muttered to himself. However, all of this hinges on the ability to pass the interviews at the University of Tianjin or the University of Beekland. As for alternative pathways, those without connections cannot obtain recommendations or secure public positions, and the employment opportunities for history graduates are exceedingly narrow. The demand for private advisors from nobility, bankers, or industrial magnates is quite limited. Considering the fragmented knowledge Klein possesses, Zhou Mingrui felt a surge of awkwardness and guilt regarding Mrs. Slin's expectations. In the midst of their conversation, she packed the weighed 16 loaves of rye bread into Zhou Mingrui's deep brown paper bag and extended her right hand, stating 9 pence. Each loaf of rye bread weighs approximately 0.5 pounds with inevitable variations. Wasn't it 11 pence a couple of days ago? Zhou Mingrui instinctively inquired. Last month. It was even 15 pence. You should thank the repeal of the corn laws. Thank those who protested, Wendy replied, her hands spread wide with a smile. Zhou Mingrui nodded. Somewhat understanding, yet still puzzled, Klein's recollection of this matter was fragmented. He only remembered that the core of the corn laws was to protect domestic agricultural prices, prohibiting imports of grains from the southern regions such as Finnebot, Massey, and Luenbois until prices reached a certain level. Why would anyone protest against it? Without elaborating further, Zhou Mingrue, wary of revealing his revolver, cautiously retrieved a banknote and handed one to Mrs. Sillin at the intersection of Iron Cross Street and Daffodil Street. A municipal square was bustling with numerous tents, where oddly dressed clowns were distributing flyers. A circus performance tomorrow night? Zhou Mingrue glanced at the flyers in others' hands and quietly read aloud the gist of the information. Melissa would surely love it. I wonder how much the tickets cost? An idea sparked, and Zhou Mingrue edged closer. He was about to inquire of one of the red and yellow-clad clowns when a raspy female voice suddenly interrupted him. Would you like a divination? Instinctively turning his Zhou Mingrue beheld a woman standing before a low tent, adorned with a pointed hat and dressed in a flowing black gown. Her face was painted in hues of red and yellow, and her gray-blue eyes were profound and captivating. The woman smiled and said, "My tarot readings are remarkably accurate." Tarot. Zhou Mingrue was momentarily taken aback. The pronunciation bore a striking resemblance to the tarot cards of Earth. On Earth, tarot cards were a form of divination, distinguished by their unique symbolic imagery. Wait a moment. He suddenly recalled the origins of tarot divination in this world. It did not stem from the 7 Orthodox deities, nor was it an ancient relic, but rather, it was invented over 170 years ago by Rossel Gustave, the then governor of the Republic of Indus. This Mr. Rossel was a pioneer of the steam engine, improved sailing vessels, overthrew the rule of the Indus kingdom, and was acknowledged by the Church of the God of Craftsmen, becoming the first governor of the new republic. Subsequently, he waged campaigns across the lands, bringing nations such as Lundberg under his aegis, compelling the great northern powers like the Kingdom of Rune, Finneport, and the Empire of Fisak to bow before him. He then transformed the republic back into an empire, declaring himself Caesar. It was during Rossel's reign that the Church of the God of Craftsmen received the first public oracle since the Fifth Era, renaming the deity to the god of steam and machinery. Rossel also invented tarot divination, establishing the current composition and rules of the cards, which included several familiar types to Zhou Mingrue, such as Upgrade, Landlord, Texas Hold'em, and Gwent. Moreover, he dispatched fleets through storms and tumultuous seas to discover the route to the southern continent, heralding the age of colonization. Regrettably, in his later years, he faced treachery and was assassinated by the Eternal Sun Church in 1198 of the Fifth Era. Due to a conspiracy involving the Solon family of the Intis royal lineage and other nobles, meeting his demise in the White Maple Palace. Recalling these facts, Zhou Mingrue felt a sudden pang of discomfort. Could this woman be a predecessor of time travelers? With this thought, he felt compelled to see what the tarot cards here looked like, and thus nodded at the woman adorned in red and yellow paint, saying, "If the price is reasonable, I shall give it a try." The woman immediately responded with a smile, "Sir, you are the first person to seek a divination today. It is complimentary." Free? The most expensive things are often those that are free. Zhou Mingrue silently mused, planning to resolutely refuse any additional services. If you have the ability, divine my status as a time traveler? With this in mind, Zhou Mingrue followed the woman, bending low to enter the dimly lit tent. Inside, it was shrouded in darkness, with only a faint light filtering through, revealing a table cluttered with cards. The woman adorned with a pointed hat remained utterly unaffected, her flowing black gown gliding like a specter over the water as she gracefully circled the table and took her seat across from him, igniting a candle. The flickering, dim light cast an interplay of shadows within the tent, instantly imbuing the atmosphere with an air of enigma. Could Comrade Roselle truly be considered a senior? I wonder if she hails from the same gluttonous empire as I do. Zhou Mingrue's lips twitched slightly, lost in a moment of reverie. He had not yet finished examining the open tarot cards on the table when the woman, renowned for her divination skills, gathered all the cards together, stacking them into a neat pile and pushing them towards him. "You shall shuffle and cut the cards," spoke the circus fortune teller in a husky voice. "Me? Shuffle?" Zhou Mingrue instinctively questioned. The fortune teller, her face adorned with a blend of red and yellow paint, revealed a faint smile as she replied, "Of course. Only you can divine your own fate. I am merely an interpreter." Zhou Mingrue, now more vigilant, retorted, "There are no additional fees for interpretation, I hope? As a keyboard folklorist, I have encountered such tricks many times." The fortune teller appeared momentarily taken aback, eventually murmuring, "It's free," with a sigh of relief. Zhou Mingrui tucked his revolver further into his pocket and calmly extended his hands, skillfully shuffling and cutting the cards. Done. He placed the shuffled tarot cards at the center of the table. The fortune teller clasped her hands, scrutinizing the cards for a moment before suddenly asking, "Forgive me. But what do you wish to inquire about?" Having studied tarot cards during his unfulfilled first love years ago, Zhou Mingrui answered, without hesitation, the past, present, and future. This referred to a specific tarot spread where 3 cards are laid out to represent these time frames. The fortune teller nodded before her lips curled into a smile, stating, "Then please shuffle once more. Clarity in your inquiry will yield cards with true symbolic significance. Is this satisfactory now?" he asked, placing the cut cards on the table. "Not yet," she replied, extending her finger to draw the top card, placing it on Zhou Mingrui's left. This symbolizes the past. She then placed the second card directly in front of him, saying, "This represents the present." Finally, she took the third card and set it to his right, declaring, "This signifies the future. Which card would you like to examine first?" After completing this ritual, the fortune teller lifted her head, her gray-blue eyes gazing deeply into Zhou Mingrui's. "I'll look at the present first," Zhou Mingrui pondered briefly. The fortune teller slowly nodded and turned over the card positioned before him. It depicted a young man adorned in lavish attire, wearing an extravagant headdress, shouldering a staff with luggage dangling from its tip, while a small dog tugged at him from behind. The card was numbered 0, the Fool. The fortune teller softly pronounced, her gray-blue eyes fixed intently on Zhou Mingrui. The Fool? The 0 card of tarot? A beginning? Encompassing all potential beginnings? Zhou Mingrui, not even a novice in tarot, could only attempt a rudimentary interpretation based on his impressions. Just as the fortune teller was about to speak, the fabric door of the tent was suddenly flung open, allowing a blinding beam of sunlight to pierce through, causing Zhou Mingrui, who had his back turned, to instinctively squint. The animal tamer? Zhou Mingrui adjusted to the light and discerned at the doorway a woman adorned with a pointed hat, clad in a black dress, and embellished with vibrant red and yellow makeup. She was merely taller and more slender in stature. The woman seated before him promptly rose to her feet, her demeanor somewhat disconcerted. "Please do not mind me. I simply have an affinity for this. I must admit, at times, my divinations and interpretations are quite accurate, truly." As she spoke, she lifted her skirt, circumvented the table, and hastily exited the tent. "Sir, would you like my assistance in interpretation?" The genuine diviner turned to Zhou Mingrui with a smile. Zhou Mingrui, twitching the corners of his mouth, earnestly inquired, "Is it free of charge?" How absurd it was to have a beast tamer performing tarot readings. Wasn't a beast tamer who did not aspire to be a diviner merely a jester? Zhou Mingrui swiftly dismissed the thought from his mind. He spent 7 pence at the market for a pound of rather inferior lamb, along with tender peas, cabbage, onions, and potatoes. Coupled with the bread he had previously acquired, he expended a total of 25 copper pence, which amounted to 2 shillings and 1 penny. Money certainly did not last long, per Benson. Zhou Mingrui not only lost the 2 banknotes he had taken with him, but also a penny that had been nestled in his trouser pocket. With staple food secured, he could proceed with the auspicious ritual. Once the tenants on the second floor had departed, Zhou Mingrui did not hasten to perform the ceremony. Instead, he took the time to translate the phrases Fuxing Xianyuan Immortal and others into ancient Fursak and rune languages, planning that if the original incantation proved ineffective, he would attempt it in the local tongue the following day. After all, one must consider the differences between realms and the customs of the locality. As for translating into the ancient language of Hermes, reserved for prayers and sacrifices, Zhou Mingrui found himself at a loss due to his limited vocabulary. Having completed these preparations, he then extracted 4 rye loaves from his paper bag. He placed one in the corner where the coal stove had once stood, another at the base of the dressing mirror, one atop the cupboard where the walls converged, and the last beside his desk, amidst a pile of odds and ends. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Mingrui positioned himself in the center of the room, calming himself for a few moments before stepping forward with gravity, moving counterclockwise in a square. With the first step, he softly intoned, Fuxing Xianyuan Immortal. With the second, he earnestly murmured, Fuxing Xianyuan Celestial Sovereign. For the third, he held his breath and whispered, Fuxing Xianyuan God. With the fourth, he exhaled deeply, fervently reciting, Fuxing Xianyuan Heavenly Lord. Upon returning to his starting position, Zhou Mingrui closed his eyes, waiting for the outcome. His heart a tumult of anticipation, anxiety, hope, and trepidation. Would it bear fruit? Would unexpected occurrences arise? Before him, the darkness was tinged with the deep crimson of light, and thoughts surged tumultuously in his mind, refusing to settle. At that moment, He abruptly sensed the air around him had seemingly ceased to flow, becoming Following this, whispers began to resonate in his ears, sometimes delicate, sometimes sharp, at times illusory, at others enticing, frenzied, and even maddening. Though he could not comprehend the murmurs, Zhou Mingrui found himself irresistibly drawn to listen and discern their meaning. His head throbbed once more, painfully as if pierced by a steel drill. Zhou Mingrui felt as though his skull might shatter, his thoughts tinged with a hallucinatory hue. He was aware that something was amiss and struggled to open his eye. Yet he found himself unable to accomplish this seemingly simple action. His entire being grew increasingly tense, as if on the verge of snapping at any moment. Zhou Mingrui was inexplicably struck by a self-deprecating thought. If one does not court danger, one shall not meet with calamity. He could no longer bear it. As the tension in his mind threatened to snap, the cacophony of overlapping whispers faded away, leaving the surroundings enveloped in profound silence, creating an ethereal atmosphere. Not only the ambience, but Zhou Mingrui also felt as if his own body had become insubstantial. He attempted to open his eyes once more, and this time it was effortless. A pervasive gray mist enveloped his gaze, hazy, indistinct, and boundless. What was happening? Zhou Mingrui looked around in astonishment, then lowered his head, discovering himself adrift at the edge of an infinite gray fog. The mist flowed like water, adorned with deep crimson stars. Some were substantial, others minuscule. Some hidden in the depths and others floating on the surface. Gazing at this holographic scene, Zhou Mingrui, half bewildered and half inquisitive, extended his right hand, attempting to touch one of the deep red stars hovering nearby, in search of a means to escape. As his fingers brushed the surface, ripples suddenly surged from his being, igniting the crimson in an explosion akin to a fantastical firework. Consequently, the star radiated brilliantly. Zhou Mingrui felt his mind emptying, his spirit dissipating. In the capital of the Luan Kingdom, Beckland, within a luxurious villa in the Queen's district, Audrey Hall sat before her vanity, caressing the surface of an ancient, cracked copper mirror. Mirror, mirror, awaken swiftly. In the name of the Hall family, I command you to awaken. She tried various phrases, yet the mirror remained unresponsive. After several minutes, she finally chose to surrender, pouting in frustration, murmuring softly, "Father has indeed deceived me. He always tells me this mirror is a treasure from the ancient Solomon Empire, an extraordinary artifact." Before her words could fully escape her lips, the copper mirror on the table suddenly burst forth with a deep crimson glow, enveloping her entirely. On the Sunia Sea, a clearly outdated three-masted sailing ship navigated through the tempest. Alger Wilson stood on the deck, his body rising and falling with the tumult, effortlessly maintaining his balance. Clad in a robe embroidered with lightning patterns, he cradled an oddly shaped glass vial in his hand, within which bubbles occasionally churned, frost sometimes coalesced into snow, and traces of wind were intermittently etched. "I just need the blood of a ghost shark," Alge whispered. At that moment, a deep crimson erupted between the vial and his palm, engulfing the surroundings in an instant. Amidst a haze of grayish-white mist, Audrey Hall regained her sight, her eyes darting in terror and confusion, only to see a man across from her whose head was blurred and whose figure was shrouded in obscurity, mirroring her own actions. Almost simultaneously, they discovered a mysterious figure standing not far away, enveloped in the same grayish mist. This enigmatic person, Zhou Mingrui, was equally bewildered. "Your Excellency, where is this? What do you intend to do?" Audrey and Alge were momentarily taken aback, falling into silence, before they spoke in unison. Chapter 6, The Extraordinary. The same rune language. The same weighty and taut sensation. "Where is this? What do I wish to do? I too wish to know." Zhou Mingrui composed himself, silently echoing their query. What struck him most profoundly was not the sentences formed by their words, nor the meanings they conveyed, but rather the chaos, vigilance, and reverence reflected in the expressions of the man and woman. Having inexplicably drawn the two into this misladen world, even as the instigator, he was utterly astonished and shocked, let alone the passive individuals before him. To them, such occurrences and experiences likely transcended all imagination. In that fleeting moment, Zhou Mingrui contemplated two choices. The first, to feign being a victim, concealing his true identity to gain a degree of trust, observing the unfolding events while navigating the murky waters. The second, to maintain an enigmatic persona in their eyes, proactively guiding the course of events to extract valuable information. With little time for further contemplation, Zhou Mingrui seized upon a fleeting thought, swiftly resolving to pursue the latter approach. He would leverage their current psychological state to assert his greatest advantage. An attempt. An endeavor. A trial? Audrey Hall gazed at the mysterious man cloaked in grayish mist, finding the situation absurd, amusing, terrifying, and bizarre. Just moments ago, she had been in her bedroom before the vanity, and now she found herself in this fog-laden realm. How utterly unfathomable. Alge Wilson, wishing to conduct a similar probe, restrained his impulse with his wealth of experience, choosing instead to observe in silence. Zhou Mingrui turned his gaze towards the questioner. Vaguely able to discern her silhouette through the haze, a girl of tall stature with flowing golden hair, though her features remained elusive. At that moment, an epiphany struck Zhou Mingrui. When he became more powerful, or when he gained a deeper understanding of this misty world, perhaps he would truly pierce through the obscurity and behold the appearances of the girl and the man. In this incident, they were the visitors, while he was the master. The melodious voice of the young girl and the composed demeanor of the man appeared quite ethereal, tinged with a hint of crimson, reminiscent of two deep red stars casting their reflections upon the gray mist. This reflection was rooted in the connection between oneself and the deep red, an intangible bond that could nonetheless be keenly perceived. Audrey, unable to detect any malice, breathed a sigh of relief, convinced that a gentleman capable of such wondrous feats would undoubtedly honor his promise. As her spirit settled, she hesitated to propose her departure, her azure eyes glancing around, shimmering with an unusual brilliance. She felt a mixture of anxiety and anticipation, exclaiming, "This is truly a marvelous experience. I have long yearned for something akin to this. To clarify, I am fascinated by the mysterious, enchanted by miracles that transcend nature. No, my point is, sir, what must I do to become extraordinary?" Her words flowed with increasing excitement, even to the point of becoming somewhat incoherent, as the dream sparked in her childhood by tales recounted by elders seemed to finally be on the verge of realization. In just a few exchanges, she had cast aside her previous fears and anxieties. What a splendid question. I, too, am eager to know the answer. Zhou Mingrui mused to himself. Meanwhile, he felt that conversing while standing appeared rather mundane. Such a scene ought to be set within a grand temple, at a long table, surrounded by numerous chairs adorned with ancient carvings, exuding an air of mystery, where he would sit at the head, silently observing his guests. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the gray mist suddenly churned, startling Audrey and Alge. In an instant, they beheld towering stone columns emerging around them, all beneath an expansive dome. The entire structure was magnificent, imposing, and majestic, resembling the palace of giants from legends. Beneath the dome, amidst the swirling mist, a bronze long table appeared, flanked by 10 high-backed chairs on either side, with a similar arrangement at both ends, their backs sparkling brilliantly, shaded in deep crimson, outlining bizarre constellations that did not correspond with reality. Audrey and Alge found themselves seated directly across from one another, positioned closest to the head of the table. The girl glanced left, then right, unable to restrain a soft murmur. How wondrous. Indeed, it is marvelous. Zhou Mingrui extended his right, gently caressing the edge of the bronze table, maintaining a facade of composure. You are a Runnian, are you not? To become extraordinary, you must join the Church of the Night Goddess, the Church of the Storm Lord, or the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. Although the vast majority of people live their lives without ever encountering the extraordinary, leading them to doubt the existence of the churches, even within these major institutions, many clergy share similar sentiments. Yet, I can assure you, in the court of arbitration, in the tribunal, and in the execution agency, the extraordinary still exist, continuing to combat the dangers that thrive in darkness, albeit in far fewer numbers than in the early days of the Iron Age or before. Zhou Mingrui listened intently, striving to maintain a demeanor of indifference, as if he were merely hearing a child recount a story, relying on Klein's residual historical knowledge. He was well aware that the Iron Age refers to the current era, the fifth epoch, which began 1,349 years ago. Audrey listened intently, then sighed softly, saying, "Sir, I am already aware of what you speak, perhaps even more, such as the Night Watchers, the Punishers, and the Mechanical Heart. However, I do not wish to sacrifice my freedom." Alger chuckled softly, ambiguously replying, "Who wishes to become extraordinary without paying the price? If you do not consider joining the church and undergoing its trials, your only recourse is to seek out the royal family or those nobles whose family history span over a millennium, or perhaps, by chance, locate those elusive evil organizations." Audrey instinctively puffed her cheeks, glancing around in a flurry, and once assured that the enigmatic gentleman and the individual opposite her were oblivious to her small gesture, she pressed on, "Is there no other way?" Alger fell into silence. After a dozen breaths, he turned to the quiet observer, the mysterious Mr. Zhou Mingrui. "I actually possess 2 formulas for the Sequence 9 potions." "Sequence 9? Zhou Mingrui mused to himself. "Really? What are the two? Audrey was clearly aware of what the Sequence 9 potion formulas represented. You see, for humanity to truly become extraordinary, one must rely on potions. And the names of these potions derive from the profane tablets, through translations in the languages of giants, elves, ancient Hermetic, and modern Hermetic. Their names have undergone changes reflecting the characteristics of the times. The name is not the crux. What matters is whether it can embody the core symbolism of the potion. The Sequence 9 formula in my possession is called Mariner. It grants you exceptional balance, allowing you to traverse even a storm-tossed ship with the ease of walking on solid ground. You will also gain remarkable strength and elusive scales hidden beneath your skin, making you as difficult to capture as a fish. Agile in the water as if you belong to the sea folk, enabling you to dive effortlessly for at least 10 minutes without any equipment. That sounds marvelous. The Seas Chosen of the Storm Lord? Audrey asked, half in anticipation, half in verification. In ancient times, it was indeed known as Seas Chosen. Alger continued without pause. The second Sequence 9 formula is called Spectator. As for its ancient name, I am unaware. This potion bestows you with extraordinary mental acuity and keen observational skills. I trust you have seen operas and dramas, thus you can grasp what spectator signifies. Like an onlooker, you will scrutinize the actors within mundane society, gleaning their true thoughts from their expressions, gestures, idiosyncrasies, and hidden actions. At this point, Alger emphasized, you must remember, whether at a lavish banquet or a bustling street, spectators are forever merely spectators. Audrey's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and after a moment, she asked, why? Well, this is a subsequent inquiry. I believe I have developed an affinity for this sensation of being an audience. How might I acquire the formula for the audience? What would you accept in exchange? Blood of a ghost shark, at least 100 milliliters. Audrey initially nodded with excitement, then her expression shifted to one of concern as she inquired. If I managed to procure it, say if, I wonder how I would deliver it to you? Furthermore, how can I ensure that once you receive the ghost shark's blood, you will provide me with the potion's formula, and that this formula is indeed authentic? Alger replied in a matter-of-fact tone as for assurance. I believe that with the witness of this mysterious gentleman, both you and I would feel sufficiently at ease. As he spoke, he shifted his gaze towards the dignified Zhou Mingrue seated at the head of the table. Sir, your ability to bring us here embodies unimaginable power. Your testimony would be something neither she nor I would dare to contravene. Indeed, Audrey's eyes brightened with excitement as she fervently agreed. How could she or the man opposite her possibly dare to deceive him? Audrey half-turned her body, sincerely addressing Zhou Mingrue, Sir, we kindly request you to be the witness to our transaction. It was at this moment that she realized she had completely overlooked a rather impolite question, and hastily added, Sir, how should we address you? Alger nodded slightly, then gravely inquired, Sir, how shall we refer to you? Zhou Mingrue paused momentarily, his fingers gently tapping on the bronze table, as the content of his prior divination flickered in his mind. You may refer to me as. He paused, then spoke in a soft and even tone, the Fool. Chapter 7. Codename You May Call Me, the Fool. The unexpected title resonated perfectly, embodying the essence of mystery, power, and enigma. After a few seconds of silence, Audrey rose, elegantly lifting her skirts and curtsied to Zhou Mingrue, esteemed. May I be so bold as to request your presence as a witness to our transaction? It would be our honor, Mr. Fool. Alger also stood, placing his right hand over his heart and bowing respectfully. Zhou Mingrue gestured for them to continue with a smile. Please proceed. Alger nodded and resumed his seat. Turning to Audrey, if you are able to acquire the ghost shark's blood, send it to the warriors in the sea bar on Pelican Street in the White Rose district of Priais Harbor. Inform the owner, Williams, that this is a request from the captain. Once I confirm receipt, will you send me the address to forward the potion's formula? Or would you prefer I relay it to you directly here? Audrey pondered for a moment, then smiled. I choose the more confidential method, right here, though it will certainly test my memory. Since Mr. Fool has agreed to witness the transaction, it indicates that there will be future gatherings of a similar nature. Contemplating this, she suddenly turned her head, her gaze sparkling as she looked at Zhou Mingrue, and with keen interest proposed, Mr. Fool, would you mind indulging in more of these experiments? Alch, steady and composed, felt a surge of excitement as he listened, eagerly adding, Mr. Fool, do you not find this gathering rather intriguing? Although your power surpasses our imagination, there exist realms in this world that you may not fully comprehend or excel in. That young lady across from us, clearly of noble birth, possesses her own unique experiences, insights, channels, and resources. Perhaps she and I could assist you in accomplishing those trivial matters that you may find inconvenient to handle yourself in the future. In his view, Since he had been unwittingly drawn into this situation without resistance, it indicated that the initiative lay in the hands of the enigmatic Mr. Fool. It would not be easy to refuse participation in the gathering, so it seemed more prudent to delve deeper into the benefits of this encounter, compensating for the passivity and disadvantages with fruitful gains. The trio at the long table came from diverse backgrounds, possessed different resources, channels of information, and understanding of various mysterious fields. If they could engage in mutual communication and limited collaboration, the resultant effects would be immeasurable and extraordinary. For instance, the resource exchange just established, or if he wished to eliminate someone, he could easily enlist the assistance of a gathering member who appeared to have no connection to him, thereby perfectly misdirecting the situation elsewhere. Mr. Fool, I believe this is an excellent proposal. If the gathering were to become regular, there are certain matters that, should you find it inconvenient to address, could certainly be entrusted to us, of course, within our capacity. However, the more frequent the gatherings, the greater the risk of exposing one's own vulnerabilities. Indeed, in any world, nothing exists solely for one's benefit. Zhou Mingrui once again extended his right hand, tapping his fingers lightly against the edge of the long table. Considering that the summoning and dissolution of the gathering were within his control, any issues that might arise would remain manageable, and the benefits were evidently greater than the drawbacks. Zhou Mingrui swiftly reached a decision. His gentle tapping ceased as he smiled in response to 4 pairs of expectant yet anxious eyes. I am one who values equitable exchange, he declared. I will not ask for your unconditional assistance. Every Monday at 3 in the afternoon, I shall endeavor to be alone. After several attempts to unravel certain matters, perhaps you will be able to take leave early, eliminating your concerns of finding yourselves in unsuitable situations. Thus, he tacitly agreed to the propositions of Algie and Audrey. Shall we bestow upon ourselves a title? After all, we cannot communicate using our true names. Without waiting for Algie to respond, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, she continued. Although my true circumstances may not escape the notice of Mr. Fool, that individual opposite poses a certain danger. I must not allow him to discover my true identity. Audrey promptly set her mind to work, pondering aloud. You are Mr. Fool, hailing from the tarot. As this is a regular, long-term, and clandestine gathering, our titles must be as consistent as possible. I shall also select from the tarot. Her tone grew increasingly cheerful. I've decided, my title shall be Justice. This is one of the 22 major arcana cards. And what about you, sir? Audrey inquired, her gaze bright and inviting. Algie furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing. The Hangman, he replied, referring to another major arcana card. Very well. Then we shall consider ourselves the founding members of the Tarot Society. Audrey exclaimed, her excitement palpable. However, she cast a timid glance toward the misty figure of Zhou Mingrui. That is acceptable, isn't it, Mr. Fool? Zhou Mingrui shook his head with amusement. Such trivial matters are for you to decide. Thank you, Audrey exclaimed, evidently thrilled. She then turned to Algie. Mr. Hangman, could you please repeat the address? I fear my memory may not suffice. Certainly, Algie responded, pleased with Audrey's earnestness, and he reiterated the address. After mentally repeating it thrice, Audrey, brimming with enthusiasm, remarked, I heard that tarot was merely a game invented by Emperor Roselle and does not possess divinatory properties? No, often divination arises from within oneself. Each individual possesses spirituality and can resonate with the spirit realm, sensing information about themselves on a higher plane. It's just that ordinary people often remain unaware, let alone interpret the hints they receive. When they utilize divination tools, such information manifests through these instruments. A simple example would be dreams and their interpretations. Algie glanced at Zhou Mingrui, who remained silent, and thus refuted Audrey's assertion. Tarot indeed belongs to this category of tools. It employs more symbols and rational elements to assist us in interpreting hints with greater ease and accuracy. Zhou Mingrui appeared indifferent, but in truth, he listened intently. Though the phenomenon of his mental detachment was becoming increasingly severe, with sharp pain striking his head. Understood, he finally stated. Audrey nodded in acknowledgement, then emphasized. That is not my point. I do not question the tarot cards, rather. I have heard that the great Roselle actually created another deck, one that is concealed and symbolizes certain unknown forces, comprising a total of 22 cards. It was only after completing this that he devised the 22 major tarot cards as a tool for divination. Is this assertion accurate? She gazed at Zhou Mingrui, seemingly seeking an answer from the enigmatic Mr. Fool. Zhou Mingrui merely smiled and remained silent, turning his attention towards the hangman, as if to test her. Alger instinctively straightened his back and replied solemnly, Indeed, it is said that the great Roselle beheld the blasphemy tablet. And that deck harbors the secrets of the 22 paths of the divine. The 22 paths of the divine. Audrey echoed with a tone. At that moment, Zhou Mingrui felt an intensifying headache, perceiving that his intangible connection with the crimson stars and the gray mist was beginning to waver. Well, let us conclude today's gathering, he decisively stated, his voice deep. Your will be done. Alger bowed in acquiescence. Your will be done. Audrey mimicked the hanged man. She had so many questions and thoughts, utterly reluctant to bring the conversation to an end. As Zhou Mingrui severed the connection, he smiled and said, Let us look forward to the next gathering. In less than a second, the projection shattered, and silence returned above the gray mist. Zhou Mingrui felt an overwhelming weight descend upon him. As the surroundings faded away, darkness enveloped him momentarily, followed by a burst of brilliant sunlight. He remained within the confines of his apartment, standing resolutely in the center. It felt like a dream. What on earth was this realm of gray mist? And who or what force had conjured the recent transformation? Zhou Mingrui murmured softly, enveloped in confusion, his legs feeling as if they were laden with lead as he made his way to the writing desk. He picked up the pocket watch that he had previously left outside, gauging how much time had elapsed. The flow of time was 1-to-1, he surmised. Setting down the watch, the throbbing pain in his head became unbearable, compelling him to sink into a chair. Bowing his head, he began to massage his temples with the thumb and middle finger of his left hand. After a considerable time, he let out a sudden sigh and spoke in Mandarin. Only the ignorant can be fearless. Having witnessed such extraordinary phenomena and come to understand realms beyond the ordinary in the mysteries of the world, Zhou Mingrui dared not recklessly attempt the transfer rituals of ancient Farsak and Rune. Who knows what other bizarre or horrifying circumstances might arise, perhaps rendering existence itself unbearable. It is imperative to possess a profound mastery of the occult before venturing into such practices, Zhou Mingrui thought with resignation. Fortunately, the so-called gathering could provide him with assistance. In a moment of silence, he murmured to himself, laden with emotions of frustration, loss, pain, and melancholy. From this moment forth, I shall be perhaps next week, I might glean insights into the potion's formula. That gathering was indeed wondrous. Individuals from disparate corners of the world converged, transforming distances into mere inches, engaging in face-to-face discourse and exchanging knowledge. This notion seems oddly familiar. Klein paused for a few seconds, then suddenly burst into laughter, pressing his fingers against his temples while self-deprecatingly muttering, Shall we explore online social platforms? Chapter 8. A new era. The wind howled fiercely, and torrential rain poured down as the three-masted sailing ship rose and fell amidst towering waves, akin to a child's toy tossed and caught by a giant. The deep crimson in Algie Wilson's eyes faded as he realized he still stood upon the deck, unchanged from before. Almost immediately, he witnessed a strangely shaped glass vial in his hand shatter with a crack, its frost transforming into water, merging with the raindrops. In a mere 2 to 3 seconds, this ancient artifact vanished without a trace. A hexagonal, crystalline snowflake materialized in Algie's palm, quickly fading until it was no longer visible, seemingly retracting, and Algie nodded imperceptibly, as if deep in contemplation, remaining still for a full 5 minutes. He turned his body and approached the entrance of the cabin. Just as he was about to step inside, he encountered a man adorned in a long robe embroidered with lightning patterns, emerging from within. The man, with soft yellow, halted his stride, gazing at Alge, and extended his right hand, clenching his fist against his chest, uttering, "The storm is with you. The storm is with you." Alge's rugged and profound visage revealed no excess emotion, as he similarly struck his left chest with his right fist. After exchanging their salutations, Alge entered the cabin, traversing the corridor towards the distant captain's quarters. Along the way, he encountered not a single sailor or crew member. The atmosphere was eerily tranquil, akin to the interior of a tomb. As the door to the captain's quarters swung open, a plush, deep brown carpet unfurled before his eyes, flanked by bookshelves and a wine cabinet. The yellowed spines of books and dark red bottles of wine shimmered under the flickering glow of candlelight. Upon the desk adorned with candles lay an ink bottle, a quill, a black metal telescope, and a brass sextant. Behind the desk, a middle-aged man donned in a skull captain's hat, his pallid complexion contrasting with the dim surroundings, observed Alge's approach with a scowl, gritting his teeth in anger, exclaiming, "I shall not yield. I believe you can do it." Alge remained as composed as if remarking on the day's inclement weather. At that moment, he slightly bent forward and surged ahead, instantly bridging the gap between them to the space of merely the desk. Bang! He tensed his shoulders, and with a swift, his right hand shot out, seizing the middle-aged man's throat. Without affording the other party a moment to react, the back of his hand revealed shimmering, ethereal scales, and his fingers gripped with relentless force. Crack! Amidst the sharp, resounding noise, the middle-aged man's eyes widened in astonishment as his entire body was lifted off the ground. He thrashed violently with his feet, yet soon regained a semblance of calm. His gaze was vacant, pupils dilating as the area around his trousers grew increasingly, releasing a foul odor. Alge raised the middle-aged man, bending at the waist, his feet pounding forward as he approached the adjacent wall. With a resounding crash, he used the middle-aged man as a shield, forcefully propelling him forward, his arms as robust as those of a beast. The wooden wall splintered upon impact, and a tempestuous wind, carrying the briny scent of the sea, surged in. Alge twisted his waist and flung the middle-aged man out of the cabin, casting him into the towering waves that resembled mountains. The sky darkened, the wind howled, and the might of nature buried all beneath its fury. Alge retrieved meticulously wiping his right palm before discarding it into the ocean. Taking a few steps back, he patiently awaited the return of his companion. What happened? Within mere seconds, the man with soft, golden hair rushed in. Damn it! The golden-haired man muttered a curse under his breath. He arrived at the breach, gazing intently into the distance. Yet all that met his eyes were the relentless wind, rain, and crashing waves. It seemed he was merely an accessory to the unfolding events. The golden-haired man waved his arm dismissively. Should we succeed in locating this ghostly vessel from the Tudor era, the accolades would undoubtedly be ours. Even for one favored by the sea, the treacherous weather deterred him from plunging recklessly into the waters. Moreover, if the tempest continued unabated, the captain would not endure for much longer. Alge nodded, noticing the breach in the wooden wall beginning to visibly writhe and mend itself before his eyes. He cast a deep glance, instinctively turning his head towards the helm and the position of the sails. Even through the layers of wooden planks, he could distinctly perceive the situation. There was no chief mate, no second mate, no crew, no sailors, and not a single living soul. The place was utterly vacant, with the helm and sails bizarrely adjusting themselves. The image of the fool, shrouded in a mist of gray and white, resurfaced in his mind, prompting Alge to let out a sudden sigh. He turned his gaze towards the raging winds and tumultuous waves outside, speaking in a tone that blended anticipation with trepidation. A new era has begun. In the capital of the Kingdom of Rune, Beckland, in the Queen's dish, Audrey Hall pinched her cheeks in disbelief at the recent encounter. Before her, the ancient copper mirror lay shattered into fragments. As her gaze descended, Audrey noticed deep crimson flowing across the back of her hand, reminiscent of celestial constellations etched upon her skin. The vibrant red gradually faded, ultimately vanishing into her flesh. It was only at this moment that Audrey realized she was not lost in a dream. Her eyes shimmered with emotion, a smile slowly curving at the corners of her mouth, compelling her to rise, bending to lift her skirt. She performed a graceful curtsy to the air, her steps light as she twirled and began to dance the most fashionable elven dance of the court. Her figure moved elegantly, her face aglow with radiant joy. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed on the bedroom door. Who is it? Audrey halted abruptly, striking a poised stance. Miss, may I come in? It is time for you to prepare, inquired her maid, and from outside. Audrey glanced at her reflection in the mirror, quickly suppressing her smile to a mere hint. After ensuring her appearance was impeccable, she gently replied, Come in. With a twist of her wrist, her maid and pushed the door open. Oh, it's shattered, and immediately spotted the fate of the ancient copper mirror. Audrey blinked slowly and spoke with measured words. Yes, well, Susie came in earlier. You know how she loves to cause mischief. Susie was a golden retriever of dubious pedigree, a gift accompanying her father, Count Hall, when he purchased a hunting dog. Yet she was dearly cherished by Audrey. You must teach her a proper lesson, and expertly began to gather the shards of the mirror, cautious not to harm her mistress. Once the task was complete, she turned to Audrey, smiling as she asked, Which dress would you like to wear? After a moment of thought, Audrey replied, I adore the one Mrs. Ginnia designed for my 17th birthday. I truly love it, she emphasized softly. You can wear it at home or for less formal occasions, and asserted this matter was non-negotiable. Then, the one Mr. Sadas sent over the day before yesterday. The one with ruffled cuffs. Audrey inhaled discreetly, maintaining her elegant and sweet smile. Your taste is always impeccable. And chuckled, stepping back as she called out, The sixth wardrobe. Never mind, I'll fetch it myself. The maid sprang into action, one attending to the long dress, another to the jewelry, one for the shoes, one for the veil, while another prepared Audrey's makeup, and yet another pondered her hairstyle. As the preparations neared completion, the figure of Count Hall, donned in a deep brown vest, appeared at the door. He donned a hat that matched the color of his attire, adorned with two charming little mustaches, his azure eyes sparkling with mirth. Yet, the relaxation of his muscles, the protruding abdomen, and the unmistakable nasolabial folds cruelly marred the youthful handsomeness he once possessed. The most dazzling gem of Beckland. "We must make our departure," declared Count Hall, standing at the threshold, lightly rapping twice on the ajar door. "Father, please refrain from addressing me in such a manner," Audrey replied, rising with the assistance of a maid, deliberately feigning a hint of distress. "Then, my beautiful little princess, we must take our leave." The Count gestured with his left arm, inviting Audrey to link hers with his. Audrey smiled gently and shook her head. "That position belongs to Lady Hall, my beloved mother." Then this side, Count Hall smiled, extending his right arm, "is the pride of a father." At Pritz Harbor, Oak Island, the Royal Naval Base. As Audrey linked arms with her father and descended from the carriage, she was suddenly awestruck by the colossal sight before her. Not far away, within the naval dock, loomed a magnificent warship, its entire body gleaming with a metallic sheen. Gone were the sails, only the lookout tower remained, accompanied by two towering smokestacks and two open-air turrets positioned fore and aft. It was so grand, so immense, that the nearby sailing battleships appeared as mere newborn dwarfs gathered around a giant. Storm above. "Oh, my lord! An ironclad!" The exclamations of amazement intermingled, and Audrey felt a similar sense of wonder. A marvel wrought by human hands, an unprecedented oceanic wonder. Time slipped away, and only after what felt like an eternity did the nobles, ministers, and members of the House of Commons regain their composure. At that moment, a dark speck in the sky grew larger, gradually occupying a third of the heavens, capturing everyone's gaze and rendering the atmosphere solemn. The airship carrying the royal family had arrived, exuding an air of authority that loomed over all. Audrey, yet to turn 18 and not having participated in the debutante presentation led by the Queen to formally enter Beckland's social sphere, could only stand quietly by, observing from a distance, forbidden to approach. However, she did not mind too much. In fact, she felt a sense of relief in avoiding the princes. The marvel of humanity's conquest of the skies touched down steadily. The first to descend from the gangway were the gallant young guards, clad in red military uniforms and white trousers, adorned with medals, holding rifles, and standing in two lines, awaiting the arrival of King George III, the Queen, and the princes and princesses. Audrey had seen dignitaries before and was not particularly interested. Her gaze drifted instead to the two black-armored knights standing like statues beside the king. In this age of steel, steam, and gunpowder, there were still those who persisted in donning full armor. The cold metallic sheen and the somber black helmets conveyed an aura of weight, authority, and an unyielding demand for obedience. Could it be a higher echelon of judgment knights? A flicker of fragmented conversations from her elders danced in Audrey's mind, a yearning for knowledge tempered by trepidation, as the royal family graced the occasion with their presence. The ceremony commenced at last, with the current Prime Minister, Lord August Negan, stepping forth before the assembly. He is a member of the Conservative Party, one of the only two prominent figures who have ascended to the role of Prime Minister without noble lineage, and has been bestowed the title of Lord for his remarkable contributions. Of course, Audrey knows more. Agwood's brother, a principal supporter of the Conservative Party, is named Palace Negan, the Duke of Negan of this generation. Agwood, in his 50s, is tall and slender, with thinning hair and a piercing gaze. After surveying the crowd, he proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you have already observed that this is an ironclad ship, a vessel formidable enough to redefine an era. It measures 101 meters in length, 21 meters in width, and features a raised deck design. Its main armor belt is 457 millimeters thick, with a displacement of 10,060 tons. It is equipped with four 305mm main guns and a further 6 rapid-fire guns, 12 6-pounder cannons, 18 6-barreled machine guns, and 4 torpedo launchers, achieving a speed of 16 knots. It shall be a true sovereign of the seas, destined to conquer the oceans." The nobles, ministers, and members of Parliament were stirred. The mere description from the Prime Minister was sufficient to conjure images of the ship's terror, let alone its physical presence before them. Agwood revealed a slight smile and continued his speech, then bowed to King George III, saying, "Your Majesty, may I request that you bestow upon her a name? Starting from Port Prize, let her be known as the Prize." King George III appeared quite pleased. Prize. Prize. The name spread sequentially from the Minister of the Navy to the Commander-in-Chief of the Royal Navy, ultimately reaching the ironclad, where officers and sailors united in a resounding cheer. Pre-ice. Amidst the celebratory atmosphere, cannon fire erupted, and King George III issued the command for the inaugural test launch. Toot. The whistle sounded as plumes of thick smoke belched from the chimneys, and the mechanical hum was faintly audible. The colossal vessel set sail, and as it exited the harbor, its two main guns thundered against the distant uninhabited island, leaving all present in astonishment. Boom, boom, boom. The earth seemed to tremble, dust rising dramatically into the air as a tempest swept outward, stirring the waves. Prime Minister Agwood, satisfied, turned to the nobles, ministers, and members of parliament, declaring, "From this moment forth, those 7 self-proclaimed pirate generals and the 4 usurping kings shall tremble in fear, awaiting their doom. Their era is at an end. Regardless of their extraordinary capabilities, be it ghostly or cursed ships, only the ironclad shall reign over the seas." At that moment, Agwood's chief secretary deliberately inquired, "Then, cannot they construct their own ironclads?" Some nobles and members of parliament nodded discreetly, considering this possibility. Agwood immediately displayed a smile, slowly shaking his head. "Impossible. It shall forever remain impossible. Constructing such an ironclad warship necessitates the collaboration of 3 vast coal and steel conglomerates, the operation of over 20 large-scale steel mills, the involvement of 60 scientists from the Beckland Artillery Research Institute and the Pritz Shipbuilding Research Institute, alongside a multitude of senior engineers. It requires 2 royal shipyards and nearly 100 affiliated component factories, as well as a naval department, a shipbuilding committee, a cabinet, a visionary and resolute king, and a great nation capable of producing 12 million tons of steel annually. Such feats are beyond the reach of mere pirates." At this juncture, he paused, then raised his arms and proclaimed passionately, "Ladies and gentlemen, the era of colossal ships and great cannons has dawned." Chapter 9. Notes after a half-hour respite, Klein, having regained his composure, noticed 4 black dots had appeared on the back of his right hand, forming a small square. These dots, transitioning from deep to faint, soon vanished. Yet Klein was acutely aware that they remained hidden within him, awaiting reawakening. 4 dots, a square. Could they correspond to the 4 corners of staple food? Henceforth, would I need no longer to prepare sustenance and could instead directly invoke spells and incantations? A vague conjecture began to take shape in Klein's mind. While this notion seemed promising, the unusual origin of these marks filled him with trepidation, for the unknown always incites fear. The thought that inexplicable geomancy from Earth could manifest effects here, coupled with his strange translocation during slumber, the enigmatic, phantasmagoric, and ambiguous gray mist world, and the whispers that swirled around him during rituals, these considerations sent a shiver down Klein's spine, causing him to tremble despite the sweltering heat of late June. He had once heard a saying, "The oldest and most profound of human emotions is fear, and the most ancient and intense fear is the fear of the unknown." Now, he was acutely experiencing the terror that arises from the unknown. Unprecedented and uncontrollable, he felt an overwhelming urge to delve into the mysterious realm, to seek understanding and dispel the unknown, while simultaneously grappling with the desire to bury his head and pretend that nothing had transpired. The sunlight outside was radiant, casting a layer of golden dust upon his desk. Klein gazed out, as if he could touch a whisper of warmth and hope. He relaxed slightly, only to be immediately engulfed by a tide of overwhelming fatigue. The sleepless night before and the exertion he had just experienced rendered his eyelids heavy as lead, inexorably drooping. Shaking his head, Klein propped himself against the edge of the table, disregarding the scattered rye bread in the corners, and stumbled towards the bunk bed. The moment he lay down and touched the pillow, he succumbed to a deep slumber. Gurgle, gurgle. Hunger roused Klein from his sleep, and he opened his eyes, feeling refreshed, save for a lingering headache. Rubbing his temples, he sat up, convinced he could devour an entire cow at that moment. With a snap, the lid sprang open, and the second hand ticked away steadily. It was 12:30. He had slept for over 3 hours. Klein swallowed hard and placed his pocket watch into the linen shirt pocket. In the northern continent, a day is divided into 24 hours, each hour into 60 minutes, and each minute into 60 seconds. As for whether the length of each second corresponds to that on Earth, Klein could not ascertain. At this moment, words like mysticism, rituals, and the gray mist world failed to penetrate his mind. The most pressing concern was food. Only by satiating his hunger could he devise a plan and take action. Of course, this was also subtly influenced by fragments of the original owner's memories and living habits. That rye bread could choke one if eaten dry. The thought of that pound of lamb made his eyes glimmer with a hint of greed as he gazed at the cupboard. No. He must wait for Melissa to share the meal. Klein abruptly shook his head, dismissing the notion of cutting half for himself now. As a solitary wanderer in the bustling city, he primarily relied on takeout. Yet he had honed basic culinary skills, nothing gourmet, but sufficient for his needs. Turning his body, Klein decided to avoid the sight of the food, when suddenly it struck him that, besides purchasing meat in the morning, he had also bought tender peas and potatoes. He first proceeded to the communal washroom, meticulously cleansing the skins of the potatoes until they gleamed. Subsequently, he placed them directly into the pot and submerged them in water to boil. After a considerable duration, he retrieved the spice box from the cupboard, lifted the lid, and sprinkled a pinch of coarse, yellowed salt into the bubbling water. After patiently waiting a few more minutes, Klein lifted the kettle and poured what could scarcely be called broth into several cups and a large bowl, finally extracting the 2 potatoes and placing them upon the table. He peeled a bit of skin and blew on it, the enticing aroma of boiled potatoes gradually wafting through the air, tantalizing his appetite. Saliva flowed uncontrollably, disregarding the fact that he had only peeled half and that the potato was still somewhat hot, seized it, and took a hearty bite. Only at this moment did he pick up a large bowl and savor a sip of soup, the subtle saltiness washing away the dryness in his mouth. This was his favorite way to eat since childhood. After satisfying his hunger, Klein silently reflected as he broke apart some rye bread, soaking it in the soup before consuming it. Perhaps the earlier ritual had drained him considerably. He devoured 2 pieces, a full pound. Drinking soup and tidying up, Klein felt as though he had truly come back to life, relishing the joy of existence and basking in the brilliance of the sun. He must find a way to delve into the mysterious realm and become the extraordinary figure spoken of by Justice and the Hanged Man. He needed to conquer the fear instigated by the unknown. The sole current path was to await the next gathering, hoping to overhear the potion formulas of the audience or other arcane knowledge. With 4 days remaining until he needed to confront the original owner's issues. Why did he commit suicide, and what had transpired in his life? It was evident that the original owner had a habit of note-taking and a penchant for treating notes as a diary. Klein was acutely aware that the cabinet, serving as the right leg of his desk, was filled with completed notebooks. This particular one began on May 10th, predominantly containing entries related to school, mentors, and knowledge. On May 12th, Mr. Ask mentioned that the lingua franca of the southern continent, the Birang Empire, also derived from the ancient Vuzac language, a branch of the giant tongue. Why was this the case? Could it be that all sentient beings once spoke the same language? No, that must be erroneous. Even in the records of the Revelation of the Night and the Book of Storms, during epochs older than the ancient, giants were not the sole rulers of the continent. There were elves, other races, and dragons. Well, these were merely legends, mere myths. On May 16th, Senior Associate Professor Cohen debated the inevitability of the Steam Age with Mr. Ask. Mr. Ask believed it to be a matter of chance. Had it not been for the sudden emergence of Emperor Roselle, perhaps the northern continent would still be ensconced in the cold weapon era, akin to the southern continent. The mentor deemed him overly focused on individual influence, asserting that as time progressed, even without Emperor Roselle, there would still be Emperor Robert. Ultimately, the Steam Age might arrive late but would undoubtedly come. Regarding their dispute, I felt it was rather meaningless. I preferred to discover new things, to unravel the history shrouded in mist. Perhaps I should not have studied history, but rather archaeology. On May 29th, Welch approached me, stating that he had acquired a notebook from the Fourth Era. My goddess, a notebook from the Fourth Era. He was reluctant to consult his peers in the archaeology department and sought my assistance, along with Naya, in deciphering its contents. How could I possibly refuse such a request? Certainly, it must be arranged after the graduation defense. At this moment, I cannot afford to be distracted. Upon reading this, Klein felt a surge of spirit. Compared to the previous historical notes and ideological debates, the newly emerged quaternary notes were far more likely to lead to the original owner's suicide. The quaternary refers to the era preceding the current Iron Age, shrouded in mystery, with numerous gaps in its history. Even the excavated tombs, ancient cities, and documents are scarce, leaving historians and archaeologists to piece together a semblance of the past through the vague theological texts predominantly focused on faith education from the 7 great churches, which merely hint at the existence of the Solomon Empire, the Tudor dynasty, and the Trencaster Empire. Klein, determined to pierce through the fog and restore history, found little interest in the mythological tales of the earlier 3 eras. His sole concern lay with the quaternary, also known as the Age of Gods, which excited him immensely. It seems the original owner placed great importance on the interview, worried about future employment. Such concerns appear unwarranted, Klein couldn't help but exclaim. At present, universities are quite rare, with the vast majority of students being offspring of nobles and affluent families. Even if commoners manage to enroll, they often face discrimination due to their status, excluded from the social circles of others. However, as long as they do not exhibit extreme behavior, they can still forge valuable connections through group discussions and collective activities, which are indeed precious resources. For instance, Welch Magwin is the son of a banker from Constan in the Kingdom of Ruin, known for his generosity and lavishness. Due to their long-standing collaboration on assignments and presentations with Klein and Naya, he has developed a habit of seeking their assistance. Without further digression, Klein continued to read the notes. June 18th, graduation day. Farewell, my whole university. June 19th, I discovered that notebook through structural and root comparisons. I found it to be a variant of old Fusac, which, more precisely, has been subtly evolving over the course of a millennium. June 20th, we deciphered the content of the first page, revealing the author to be a member of a family named Antigonus. June 21st, he mentioned the Black Emperor, which contradicts the era deduced from earlier content. Could it be that the tutor's perspective is flawed? Is Black Emperor actually a collective title for every emperor of the Solomon Empire? June 22nd, it appears that the family named Antigonus held a prominent position in the Solomon Empire. The notebook's owner referenced a secret transaction with someone named Tudor. Tudor? The Tudor dynasty? June 23rd, I must control my thoughts about that notebook and refrain from visiting Welch. I need to prepare for the interview. This is of utmost importance. June 24th, Naya informed me that they had made new discoveries, and I believe I should go take a look. On June 25th, based on the newly interpreted content, the owner of the notes accepted a task to ascend the peak of the Honakis mountain range, to visit the land of night situated at its summit. My goddess. The peak of the Honakis mountain range exceeds 6,000 meters. How could a nation possibly exist there? What do they rely on for survival? On June 26th, I pondered, are these strange phenomena truly real? Here, the notes conclude, and Zhou Mingrui traversed through on the early morning of June 28th. This implies that the notes from June 27th indeed exist, encapsulated in the haunting phrase, everyone will perish, including myself. Klein turned to the page he had first encountered, a shiver of dread coursing through him as he rendered his judgment. He believed that in order to unravel the mystery of the original owner's suicide, a visit to Welch was imperative, alongside a thorough examination of the ancient notes. However, with his extensive experience in novels, films, and television, he felt that if he ventured forth and the events were indeed connected, he would likely encounter unforeseen dangers. Those who knowingly approach a haunted castle, fully aware of the perils, serve as harbingers of doom. Yet, avoidance was not an option. Evasion never resolves issues, but rather exacerbates them, leading to an inevitable overflow that could engulf him entirely. Reported? Surely, he could not declare that he had committed suicide. Suddenly, a series of urgent and forceful knocks echoed from the door. Klein jolted upright, listening intently. Knock. Knock. Chapter 10, The Norm. Who is it? As Klein pondered the enigmatic suicide of the original owner and the potential dangers that might await him, the unexpected knocking prompted him to instinctively pull open a drawer. Retrieving a revolver and asking cautiously, "Who is it?" The outside fell silent for a brief moment. Then a somewhat high-pitched voice, tinged with an Ahawa accent, announced, "I, Mountbatten. Beach. Mountbatten." After a brief pause, the voice added, "Police. Beach. Mountbatten." Upon hearing this name, Klein immediately recognized its owner. He was one of the officers responsible for the street where the apartment was located, a coarse, brutish man who relished physical confrontations. However, it was perhaps such individuals who could effectively intimidate the drunks, thieves, part-time criminals, and scoundrels. The distinctive voice was one of his trademarks. Without delay, Klein picked up a small coal basket, shook a few pieces into the stove, covering the gun, and finally placed a kettle atop it all to conceal everything. Having completed this, he adjusted his attire and swiftly approached the door, murmuring as he opened it, "Apologies, I was just napping. There are 3 officers here to inquire with you." Thus, those 3 must be of inspector rank? Influenced by the discussions of his elder brother Benson and Welch, Klein possessed a modicum of knowledge. He stepped aside, gesturing toward the interior, "Please, come in. What is the matter?" The leader among the 3 officers was a middle-aged man whose piercing gaze seemed capable of penetrating the soul, instilling an involuntary fear. His eyes bore deep-set, and the edges of his hat revealed strands of light brown hair as he scrutinized the room, then solemnly inquired, "Do you know Welch McGowan? What has happened to him?" Klein's heart trembled, his reflexive response escaping his lips. "I am the one asking you." The authoritative officer's gaze was chilling. "Do not be anxious. We are merely conducting routine inquiries." The officer, around 30, with a prominent nose and gray eyes, exuded an indescribable depth, reminiscent of a secluded lake in an ancient forest. Klein took a silent breath, organizing his thoughts before speaking. "If you are referring to Welch McGavin, a graduate of Hoy University from Constant, I can assure you that I know him well. We were classmates under the tutelage of Senior Associate Professor Quentin Cohen. In the Kingdom of Ruin, a professor is not merely a title, but a position, much like the fusion of professor and department head on Earth. This means that a single university can have only one professor per department. An associate professor can only ascend to full professor status upon the retirement of their superior or by surpassing them through merit. In light of the need to retain talent, the Kingdom's Higher Education Committee has, after years of exploration, incorporated the role of senior associate professor into the three-tier system of lecturer, associate professor, and professor, thereby acknowledging individuals of considerable academic stature or ample experience who are unable to attain professorship. At this juncture, Klein glanced into the eyes of the middle-aged officer, contemplating for a moment before stating, "I regret to inform you that Mr. Welch has passed away." "How could this be?" Klein exclaimed, unable to suppress his shock despite a lingering premonition. Had Welch perished like his original body? This was indeed unsettling. "And what of Ms. Naya?" Klein hurriedly inquired. "Miss Naya has also died," the gray-eyed officer replied with a remarkable calmness. "Both met their end within Mr. Welch's residence." "Was it a murder?" Klein felt a vague suspicion forming. "Perhaps it was suicide." The gray-eyed officer shook his head. "No, evidence from the scene suggests otherwise." Mr. Welch repeatedly struck his head against the wall, leaving behind a gruesome display of blood, while Ms. Naya drowned herself in a basin of water, one of those used for washing faces. This cannot be. A chill ran down Klein's spine as he envisioned the eerie scene. The girl kneeling on a chair, her face submerged in the water-filled basin, her chestnut hair cascading down and swaying with the breeze, her body utterly still. Welch sprawled on the floor, his eyes fixed on the ceiling, his forehead utterly shattered and smeared with blood, and the walls marked with the imprints of his desperate strikes, bloodied, and the gray-eyed officer's lips twitched slightly as he continued. "We share the same belief. Yet the autopsy results in the circumstances at the scene have ruled out drugs and external forces. They meaning Mr. Welch and Ms. Naya showed no signs of struggle." Before Klein could respond, the officer stepped into the room, feigning casualness as he inquired, "When was the last time you saw Mr. Welch or Ms. Naya?" He spoke while subtly gesturing with his eyes towards a companion adorned with 2 silver stars. This was a young officer, seemingly of a similar stature to Klein, with dark hair and green eyes, possessing an appealing countenance and an air of poetic romanticism. Tianjin City, renowned as a city of universities, boasts Tianjin and Hoy universities, as well as a technical school, a law school, and a business school, second only to the capital, Beckland. As he finished speaking, the corner of his eye caught sight of the young officer approaching the desk to pick up the notebook that resembled more of a diary. How unfortunate. He had completely forgotten to hide it. Klein exclaimed abruptly, "This is a necessary procedure." At that moment, Beach Mountbatten and the imposing middle-aged officer merely observed, offering neither comment nor assistance in the search. "Where is your search warrant?" Klein intended to question, but upon reflection, it seemed the judicial system of the ruined kingdom had yet to evolve to the point of issuing such warrants. At least, he was unaware of any existing ones, considering the police force had only been established for about 15 or 16 years. In the original owner and amp, Oppos, S-Youth, they were still referred to as constables. Klein was powerless to intervene, watching helplessly as the young officer swiftly leafed through his notes, while the gray-eyed officer refrained from further inquiries. "What a peculiar statement," the young officer remarked upon reaching the final page, suddenly inquiring, "And what does this phrase mean? Everyone will die, including me. Isn't it common knowledge that, except deities, eventually meets their demise?" Klein had prepared to argue, but then realized he had initially intended to connect with the police, anticipating potential dangers. Yet he lacked a valid reason or excuse. "I don't know. I truly don't know. Since I awoke this morning, I have felt rather off. As though I had forgotten something, particularly events from the past few days, to the extent that I cannot even comprehend why I wrote such a line. At times, honesty proves to be the most effective resolution to a problem, of course. It requires a degree of finesse, Understanding what can be shared and what must remain unspoken is one aspect, while determining the order and manner of delivery is another. As a keyboard expert, Klein had dabbled in the art of conversation. Preposterous. Do you take us for fools? Beach Mountbatten interjected angrily, unable to contain himself any longer. This lie is so poorly constructed that it is an affront to our intelligence. It would be more convincing to feign madness than to pretend amnesia. Perhaps it is indeed plausible, the gray-eyed officer remarked slowly. What? You actually believe this? Klein was astonished by his own incredulity. The gray-eyed officer smiled at him, saying, What if this unearths memories from my own Earth? Suddenly, he felt a twinge of toothache. The young officer set the notebook down and conducted a search of the desk and room. Fortunately, he focused primarily on the books and did not inspect the kettle. All right. Mr. Klein, thank you for your cooperation. It would be best if you do not leave Tingen in the coming days. If you must, please inform Officer Mountbatten, or you will be deemed a fugitive, the gray-eyed officer cautioned at last. However, he also wished to resolve the peculiar incident brought by Welch, so he nodded, no problem. The officers departed the room in succession, and the young man at the rear suddenly patted Klein on the shoulder. Very good, quite fortunate. What? Klein responded, utterly bewildered. The green-eyed officer, possessing a poet and Apo's temperament, smiled gently and remarked, Generally speaking, it is customary for all involved in such incidents to perish. We are both pleased and fortunate to witness that you are still alive. With that, he gracefully exited the room, closing the door behind him with an air of civility. Is it customary for all to perish? Am I truly fortunate to be alive? On this June afternoon, a shiver coursed through Klein and Apo's body. Chapter 11, The True Art of Culinary Mastery. Is it customary for all to perish? Am I truly fortunate to be alive? Klein shuddered violently and hurriedly took a few steps towards the door, attempting to pursue the officers in search of protection. However, just as his hand grazed the doorknob, he hesitated. If the officer had articulated such a terrifying scenario, why then would they not safeguard me, this crucial witness or pivotal lead? Such negligence is utterly inconceivable. Is this a test, or merely bait? Various thoughts clashed in Klein and Apo's mind, instilling doubt as to whether the police were covertly monitoring him, observing his reactions. With this contemplation, he found some solace, his panic subsiding. He leisurely opened the door and, feigning tremor in his voice, called towards the staircase, You will protect me, won't you? I know you will. Klein reiterated with a tone of feigned conviction, striving to present himself as a typical individual ensnared in peril. The footsteps gradually faded, disappearing into the depths of the apartment. Klein let out a low chuckle, internally mocking, This reaction is far too contrived. The performance is subpar. For the ensuing hours, Klein vividly displayed his inner turmoil, restless, agitated, and unable to comprehend the written word. Yet, he did not relax his standards simply because he was alone. This, he mused, is the essence of an actor's self-discipline. Melissa would soon be finishing school. He turned his gaze towards the stove, lifting the kettle in one breath, stoking the coals, and retrieving his revolver. Without hesitation, he reached beneath the lower bunk, where a series of wooden slats crisscrossed for support. After wedging the revolver between a slat and the board, Klein straightened, anxiously awaiting the possible intrusion of the police, guns drawn, bursting into the room. In a normal steam-powered world, he would have been assured that his actions would go unseen. However, this realm possessed extraordinary forces he had verified himself. Minutes elapsed in silence at the door, save for the distant murmur of two tenants discussing their plans to visit the Wild Heart Tavern on Iron Cross Street, their voices weaving in and out of proximity. The mere thought conjured images of succulent meat juices in Klein and Apo's mouth and reminded him of how Melissa prepared tender peas with lamb. She would first boil the meat chunks, then add onions, salt, a pinch of pepper, and water, letting it stew before incorporating peas and potatoes, allowing it to simmer for 40 to 50 minutes. Indeed, such a simplistic and rudimentary approach, solely reliant on the inherent deliciousness of the meat. Klein couldn't and Apo's help but shake his head. While he did not consider himself a culinary virtuoso, his routine of dining out was supplemented by cooking 3 to 4 times a week, which over time had granted him a respectable level of skill. He felt it was imperative not to waste that pound of lamb. As for how to explain his sudden culinary prowess, he resolved to attribute it to the deceased Welch McGowan. This classmate not only employed a chef skilled in coastal cuisine, but also often experimented with gourmet dishes, inviting others to taste his creations. Well, the dead cannot refute my claims. However, in this world of the extraordinary, the deceased might not be entirely silent. Contemplating this, Klein felt an inexplicable twinge of guilt. He cast aside his chaotic thoughts and placed the chunks of meat into the soup bowl. Subsequently, he retrieved the spice box, shaking in a spoon and a half of yellowed coarse salt. Additionally, he carefully extracted a few black peppercorns from a special small bottle, mixing them with the lamb and salt for a brief marination. As he set the stew pot upon the stove, waiting for it to heat, Klein rummaged through yesterday and Appos' leftover carrots and today and Appos' freshly purchased onions, chopping them into numerous pieces. Having completed his preparations, he took out a small jar from the cupboard. Upon opening it, he discovered a dwindling amount of lard. Klein scooped out a spoonful, placing it into the pot to melt and sizzle, before adding the carrot and onion chunks, stirring them for a while. The aroma began to waft through the air as he poured in the lamb, carefully searing it for a few moments. Ideally, he would have added some cooking wine. At the very least, he could have substituted it with a splash of red wine. However, the Moretti household lacked such luxuries, and Benson could only afford a single beer each week. Thus, Klein resorted to the simplest solution, adding some boiling water and mixing it haphazardly. After approximately 20 minutes of simmering, he lifted the lid, introducing tender peas and diced potatoes into the pot, along with a cup of hot water and 2 spoonfuls of salt. As time ticked away, the fragrance intensified within the room, a tantalizing blend of meat, the richness of potatoes, and the freshness of onions. The flavors began to intermingle, and Klein occasionally swallowed in anticipation, glancing at the minute hand of the clock. How delightful! Melissa had yet to enter, but murmured with curiosity. Holding her hand back, she stepped inside, her gaze sweeping over the stove. "Did you make this?" she asked, pausing mid-motion as she removed her scarf, her eyes filled with astonishment. She inhaled deeply, drawing in more of the enticing aroma, and her expression softened, as if regaining some confidence. "Did you really make this?" she queried again, her brow slightly furrowed, though the fragrance seemed to smooth her worries. "It appears I possess quite the talent," Klein chuckled lightly. "It's nearly ready. Why don't you set your books aside, wash your hands in the restroom, and then wait to taste it?" "I am quite confident." Listening to her brother's calm and organized instructions, observing his gentle and serene smile, Melissa lingered at the doorway, momentarily taken aback. "Do you prefer it more tender?" Klein encouraged with a smile. As he lifted the lid of the stew pot, a cloud of steam billowed forth, revealing 2 slices of rye bread placed beside the lamb and tender peas, allowing them to absorb the flavors and warmth to become soft. By the time Melissa had tidied her belongings and returned from washing her hands and face, a plate adorned with potatoes, carrots, and onions nestled among the tender peas and lamb was set upon the desk, complemented by 2 slices of dark bread stained with a hint of meat juice in their respective dishes. "Come, taste it." Klein gestured towards the wooden fork and spoon resting beside the plate. Melissa, still a bit dazed, did not refuse. She picked up the fork, spearing a piece of potato and bringing it to her lips, taking a delicate bite. The powdery tenderness of the potato, combined with the rich aroma of the meat juices, enveloped her senses, causing her mouth to water uncontrollably. In just a few swift bites, she devoured the piece of potato. "Do try the meat," Klein remarked, gesturing towards the plate with his chin. He had just sampled the dish and found it only to be of passable quality. However, for a young girl who rarely encountered meat, it was more than sufficient. A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Melissa and Appos' eyes as she delicately speared a piece of lamb. It had been stewed to perfection, and the moment it touched her palate, it felt as though it were melting away. The true essence of the meat burst forth, and its exquisite juices flooded her mouth, creating an unparalleled sensation that left Melissa utterly captivated. Klein, this is for you." Melissa and Appos' cheeks flushed crimson as she stumbled over her words. "I had a taste earlier. It is the privilege of a chef." Klein smiled reassuringly at his sister while simultaneously wielding his fork and spoon, alternating between bites of meat, mouthfuls of peas, and tearing off a piece of dark bread to soak up the delectable juices. Melissa gradually relaxed, influenced by Klein's unperturbed demeanor, and became fully immersed in the delightful flavors. "It's so delicious. One would never guess it." And Appos, as her first attempt, she remarked, glancing at the empty plate that bore no remnants of sauce, genuinely impressed. "Compared to the chefs at Welch and Appos', it still has a long way to go. Once I have some money, I'll take you and Benson to a fine restaurant for an even better meal." Klein spoke with a hint of aspiration. "Your interview will." Melissa and Appos' sentence was abruptly interrupted by an uncontrollable sound of satisfaction. She hastily covered her mouth, her face a picture of embarrassment. It's all the fault of that tender lamb stew with peas. Klein chuckled softly, deciding to spare his sister from ridicule. He pointed to the plate. That is your task. All right. Melissa eagerly stood up, grabbed a basin, and dashed towards the door. Upon her return from washing up, she instinctively checked the spice jars and other items in the cupboard. Did you use this? Melissa exclaimed in surprise, turning to Klein, holding a jar of black pepper and a can of lard. Klein shrugged with a smile. Just a pinch. It's the price of deliciousness. Melissa's eyes flickered as her expression shifted several times before she finally pursed her lips and said, From now on, I will handle the cooking. You need to focus on preparing for your interview and consider your future job prospects. Chapter 12. A return visit, sis. Can we refrain from bringing up sensitive topics? Klein thought to himself, feeling a familiar throbbing pain in his head. The knowledge left behind by the original owner was neither scant nor abundant, and with the interview looming just 2 days away, there was little time to catch up. Moreover, he had become embroiled in eerie and terrifying events, making it nearly impossible to concentrate on studying. After offering a few perfunctory words to his sister, Klein began to feign reading, while Melissa pulled up a chair to sit beside him, diligently working on her homework by the light of the gas lamp. The atmosphere was serene and comfortable, and as 11:00 and amp, Oppo's clock approached, the siblings exchanged goodnights and retired to their respective beds. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden rapping at the door jolted Klein from his slumber. He glanced at the morning light streaming through the window, his mind slightly hazy as he turned to sit up. Who is it? What time is it? Why hasn't Melissa woken me? Dunsmith? Not familiar. Klein shook his head, rose from the bed, and made his way to the door. He opened the door to find the officer with gray eyes from yesterday. Is something amiss? Klein inquired warily. We have located a coachman who confirmed that you visited Mr. Welch's residence on the 27th, the very day Mr. Welch and Miss Nia met their untimely demise, and that Mr. Welch covered your fare. Klein paused, displaying no trace of the terror or guilt that typically accompanies the exposure of a lie. For he was not fabricating any story. Rather, he found the evidence provided by Officer Dunsmith to be entirely predictable. On June 27th, the original owner indeed had visited Mr. Welch and Oppo's abode, and on the very night of his return, he had taken his own life. Mirroring the fates of both Welch and Nia, Klein parted his lips, a wry smile creeping across his face. This is not sufficiently compelling evidence to directly link me with the deaths of Welch and Nia. Frankly, I am equally eager to unravel the circumstances surrounding my two unfortunate friends and Oppo's fates. However, I truly cannot recall. I have nearly completely forgotten the events of the 27th. You may find it hard to believe, but I have only managed to surmise my presence at Mr. Welch and Oppo's residence through my own notes. Officer Dunsmith, with his gray eyes, showed neither anger nor amusement, merely nodding in acknowledgement of Klein and Oppo's composure. You should be able to discern my sincerity, Klein asserted, locking eyes with the officer. What I say is the truth, albeit only a fragment of it. Mr. Welch has lost a revolver, and I believe I ought to find it here. Am I correct, Mr. Klein? Indeed. Klein finally grasped the origin of the revolver, his thoughts racing like lightning, and he made a swift decision. He half raised his hands, retreating step by step to clear the path, then gestured with his chin towards the bunk bed, indicating behind the bedboard. He did not specify which of the lower boards he referred to, for a rational person would never conceal something behind the upper bedboard, as it would be immediately apparent to any visitor. Officer Dunn, with his gray eyes, did not lean forward, but merely quirked his lips and inquired, Is there anything you wish to add? Indeed. The night prior, I awoke to find myself sprawled across my desk, a revolver at my side, and bullets scattered at the base of the wall. It appeared as though I had undergone a suicide attempt. Perhaps it was due to inexperience with firearms or a sudden surge of fear at the last moment. In any case, the bullets did not achieve their intended outcome, for my head remains intact, and I am here now. Since then, I have lost fragments of my memory, including what transpired on the 27th at Mr. Welch and Oppo's residence and what I witnessed. I am not fabricating. I genuinely do not recall. To absolve myself of suspicion and to unravel the strange occurrences that have entangled me, Klein recounted nearly everything, save for the travels and the gathering. Moreover, he carefully phrased his account to withstand scrutiny, refraining from stating that the bullet did not strike his head, but rather that it failed to achieve the desired effect, leaving his head still intact. To the ears of others, these two statements might convey nearly the same meaning, yet they are fundamentally distinct. Officer Dunn listened quietly, then spoke slowly. This aligns well with my conjectured developments and adheres to the underlying logic of previous similar incidents. However, I cannot ascertain how you survived. Believe it or not, I too am perplexed as to my survival, Klein responded, feeling a slight sense of relief. However, Dunn interjected, introducing a note of caution. Your current situation casts a significant shadow of suspicion upon you. You must undergo verification by an AMP, Oppos, expert and AMP, Oppos, to confirm whether you genuinely have forgotten the events or if you were not directly responsible for the deaths of Mr. Welch and Ms. Naya. He coughed softly, his expression turning grave. Has the expert arrived? Klein asked, bewildered. Wasn't he? It said they would come in a couple of days? She has arrived sooner than we anticipated. Dunn turned his body slightly, signaling Klein to step outside. I'll leave a note, Klein requested. With Benson still on a business trip and Melissa at school, he could only leave a message regarding his involvement with Welch, assuring them not to worry. Dunn nodded indifferently. That's fine. To be honest, he was quite reluctant to meet the expert, as he harbored an even greater secret. In a place governed by the 7 great churches, with the assassination of the presumed predecessor, Emperor Roselle, looming over them, such matters would likely lead to the courts and arbitration tribunals. However, without weapons, combat skills, or extraordinary powers, he was no match for a professional officer, especially with several of Dunn's subordinates lurking in the dimness outside. They discharged their firearms in unison, resigning themselves to their fate. Taking a deep breath, Klein decided to proceed with caution. He left a note, grabbed the key, and followed Dunn out of the room. The dimly lit corridor was flanked by 4 police officers clad in black and white, standing in vigilant readiness. The rhythmic sound of Klein and Oppos' footsteps echoed on the wooden staircase as he descended slowly, each step accompanied by creaks and groans. Outside the apartment, a 4-wheeled carriage stood waiting, its side adorned with the emblem of the police system, a pair of crossed swords crowned, amidst the usual morning bustle, lively and chaotic as ever. After you. Dunn gestured for Klein to lead the way. Just as Klein was about to step forward, a clamorous oyster vendor accused a customer of theft, igniting a scuffle that startled the horses and sent the crowd into disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Klein acted instinctively, bending low and darting into the throng. Amidst shoving and dodging, he fled frantically toward the other end of the street. Given the circumstances, avoiding detection by the authorities necessitated a journey to the docks outside the city, where he could board a vessel sailing down the Taysok River to the capital, Beckland, a place teeming with people and suitable for concealment. Alternatively, he could hijack a steam train heading east to the nearest port of Enmat, then travel by sea to Price, before finally making his way to Beckland. Before long, Klein arrived at the street corner and turned onto Iron Cross Street, where several hireable carriages awaited. To the docks outside the city, he instructed, vaulting onto one of the vehicles. Very well, the driver replied, pulling on the reins. With a rhythmic clatter, the carriage departed from Iron Cross Street. Just as Klein contemplated jumping off, he suddenly realized the carriage had veered onto a different path, one that did not lead outside the city. Where are you taking me? Klein blurted out in confusion. What? The driver turned to reveal deep, cold gray eyes that unmistakably belonged to Dunn. Officer Smith. Klein was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of dread, and the world around him began to spin, causing him to jolt upright. Klein looked around in bewilderment, noticing the crimson moon shining brightly outside, while the room was draped in sheer fabric. He reached out to touch his forehead, which was damp and icy. Drenched in cold sweat, the same sensation enveloped his back. He had experienced a nightmare. Klein slowly exhaled, relieved, grateful that it was over. He found it rather peculiar that he felt quite lucid in his dream, able to think calmly. After a brief moment of respite, Klein glanced at his pocket watch and discovered it was only a little past 2 in the morning. He quietly rose from his bed, intending to wash his face in the communal restroom and alleviate the discomfort in his abdomen. As he turned the doorknob and stepped into the dimly lit corridor, he moved stealthily towards the restroom, guided by the faint, indistinct moonlight. Suddenly, he noticed a figure standing by the window at the end of the hallway. The figure was clad in a black garment that was shorter than a robe yet longer than formal attire, partially enveloped in darkness, bathed in the cold crimson glow of the moonlight. The figure slowly turned, revealing deep, gray, and indifferent eyes. It was Dunn Smith. Chapter 13. The night watchman. Klein instinctively took a step back, momentarily uncertain whether he was awake or still dreaming. The figure removed his black top hat and gave a slight bow, offering a low, enigmatic smile. Let me reintroduce myself. The Night Watchman, Dunn Smith. The Night Watchman? Wasn't he that the code name for the extraordinary individuals of the Night Goddess Church mentioned by Justice and the Hanged Man? Klein felt a moment of clarity and, recalling earlier events, blurted out, "You manipulate dreams? You made me have that dream just now?" Dunn Smith replaced his black hat, concealing his slightly receding hairline, his gray eyes twinkling with amusement as he replied, "No, I merely entered your dream to provide necessary guidance." In dreams, the suppressed emotions and various darker aspects of the psyche are amplified, rendering everything chaotic, absurd, and mad. Yet, reality still exists, hidden within. For someone experienced like me, everything is evident and easily discernible. I trust the you in the dream more than the waking you. What normal person can control their dreams? If I were to dream of something from Earth, wouldn't he that exposed me to Dunn Smith? Klein felt a chill run down his spine, filled with trepidation about his dream encounter. However, he soon discerned an oddity, for he remembered feeling quite lucid and rational in the dream, aware of what to say and what not to. In simple terms, it felt nothing like dreaming at all. So, Dunn Smith only saw what I wanted him to see? Klein's thoughts raced, and a glimmer of understanding began to dawn upon him. Was this a benefit of his transcendence? Perhaps a result of the special nature of his spirit or an influence from the fortuitous ritual? "Mr. Smith, are you truly convinced that I have lost my memory?" Klein inquired, carefully organizing his words in a retort. "You are not the least bit surprised by such matters? The individuals I encountered previously, even right after dreaming, refused to believe in extraordinary powers, preferring to think they had not truly awakened." Klein replied thoughtfully, "Perhaps it is because I have been yearning for and anticipating such power to aid me. An intriguing line of reasoning. Perhaps your survival is not solely attributed to luck." Dunn nodded without a hint of a smile, confirming my suspicion that you have indeed lost fragments of your memory due to this incident, particularly concerning the events themselves. With one hand in his pocket, Dunn approached slowly, the surrounding night becoming tranquil and gentle. "No, you must accompany me to meet the expert." A polite smile played at the corners of his mouth. "Why?" Klein blurted out, quickly adding, "Do you not trust your own guidance over dreams?" What a jest. If that expert possesses skills in hypnosis or mind reading, my greatest secret would be laid bare. The consequences are unfathomable. Before Klein could utter another word, Dunn's voice turned grave. "After all, you are linked to the whereabouts of the Antigonus family manuscript." "What?" Klein paused in astonishment. Dunn halted before him, his gray eyes fixed intently upon Klein's own. "The fourth epic manuscript is absent from the scene. It is nowhere within the entire house. Welch is dead, Naya is dead, and you are the sole lead." "Very well." Klein remained silent for a moment, exhaling slowly. "The manuscript is missing. How truly bizarre. I had not even considered the fate of that fourth epic manuscript until now." Dunn gave a barely perceptible nod, moving past Klein as he spoke. "Lock the door, and come with me to Welch's residence. The expert awaits us there." Silent anxiety coursed through Klein as he took a deep breath, his heart racing with trepidation. He harbored a desire to refuse, even contemplating escape, however, believing that the lessons from dreamlike experiences would have heightened Dunn Smith's vigilance. He recognized that the disparity in strength between an ordinary individual and an extraordinary one rendered any attempt to act forcibly unlikely to yield success. He undoubtedly still possesses a handgun, and must have practiced shooting countless times. A myriad of thoughts clashed violently in his mind. Yet Klein ultimately chose to confront reality. "Very well. Alas, I can only take one step at a time. Perhaps the peculiarities from my dreams will manifest once more." "Then let us proceed." Dunn's tone was devoid of any fluctuation. Klein turned and took a couple of steps, then abruptly halted and said, "Mr. Smith, I would like to make a brief visit to the restroom. I came out solely for that purpose." Dunn did not impede him. Instead, he gazed at him intently and said, "No problem, Klein. Trust me, in the darkness, I am far more formidable than you can imagine." "In the darkness." Klein silently echoed those words. He did not act recklessly. Instead, he earnestly addressed the discomfort in his lower abdomen. After splashing his face with cool water, he thoroughly composed himself. After changing into fresh attire and closing his door, Klein softly followed Dunn down the staircase toward the entrance of the apartment. In this serene atmosphere, Dunn Smith suddenly inquired, "Why did you wish to escape at the end of the dream? What were you afraid of?" "I cannot recall any actions taken at the Welch residence, nor do I remember causing the demise of him and Naya. I dread the possibility that it might indeed be my fault. I cannot take that gamble." Thus, fleeing to the southern continent to commence a new life seems preferable. If I were in your position, I would likely do the same. Dunn opened the apartment door, allowing the cool midnight breeze to disperse the stifling heat within. He was unperturbed by the prospect of Klein escaping and nonchalantly boarded the carriage, the very one Klein had envisioned in his dreams, a four-wheeled, single-horse vehicle, driven by a coachman. Its side adorned with an emblem of the police system featuring crossed swords encircled by a crown. Klein followed suit and discovered the interior lavishly carpeted, suffused with a calming aroma of essential oils. Taking a seat at random, he sought to steer the conversation, attempting to glean further insights. Mr. Smith. If, hypothetically speaking, the and oppos, expert and oppos, were to confirm that I have indeed forgotten that portion of memory, and there exists no other evidence to substantiate that I am the perpetrator rather than the victim, would that signify the conclusion of this matter? In theory, yes, came the reply. We would pursue the notebook through alternative means, as long as it exists. It can be uncovered. However, prior to that, we must ascertain that you bear no curse, no lingering essence of malevolence, and no corresponding psychological issues, enabling you to embrace a future filled with safety and health. Dunn Smith exhibited a peculiar smile, which Klein perceptively noted, leaving him no time to relax as he pressed further. In theory? Indeed, merely in theory. This realm is invariably rife with distortions, irrationalities, and incredulous occurrences. Dunn regarded Klein intently, the duration of events, their conclusion. Sometimes, these are beyond our foresight and control. For instance, a flicker of trepidation crossed Klein and Oppos' face. On the nearly deserted streets, the carriage sped along as Dunn took out his pipe, inhaling its fragrance. When we assume that matters have concluded, that everything has returned to normal, it may return in a manner both fearsome and horrific. A few years ago, we dealt with a cult case where followers orchestrated suicides as a form of living sacrifice to appease their malevolent deity. One devotee, chosen for this fate, found his survival instinct overpowering his folly, his delusions, and the effects of hallucinogens, and discreetly reported to the police. The case was assigned to us. It was a minor task, for the cult lacked any extraordinary individuals, and the deity they worshipped was merely a figment of their leader and amp, Oppos' imagination, concocted for the sake of profit and pleasure, extinguishing their humanity. With just 2 team members and the cooperation of the police, we successfully dismantled the cult, leaving no one unaccounted for. As for the informant, we confirmed he bore no traces of lingering malevolence, no curses, nor psychological barriers, nor any peculiarities. Following this, his career flourished. He married a wonderful woman and fathered a son and a daughter. All shadows seemed to have receded from him, and the horrors of the past appeared to have dissipated completely. At this juncture, Dunn Smith chuckled softly. Yet, this March, despite his solid financial standing, a deep marital bond, and intelligent, charming children, he met an untimely demise. He strangled himself in his office. The crimson moonlight filtered through the carriage window, casting a glow upon Dunn Smith. At that moment, his seemingly self-deprecating smile sent a chill down Klein and Oppos' spine, an inexplicable sense of foreboding. He felt as though he had been strangled by his own hand, silently gasping in horror as he envisioned a dismal fate. Even if he had narrowly escaped a catastrophe, was it merely a temporary reprieve? What means could truly resolve this predicament? Could he elevate himself to become an extraordinary being to combat it? The carriage fell into a profound silence, and Klein was besieged by a torrent of thoughts, all of which swiftly dissipated. In this unutterable stillness, the carriage sped along for quite some time. Just as Klein resolved to boldly seek counsel from Dunn Smith regarding potential solutions, the carriage came to a halt. Mr. Smith, we have arrived at Mr. Welch's residence. The driver and Oppos' voice reached their ears. Let us disembark. Dunn adjusted his black coat, which fell to his knees, and remarked, allow me to introduce our and Oppos', expert and Oppos', who masquerades as the most renowned medium in our Hova County. Klein suppressed his other thoughts and curiously inquired, and what is her true identity? A genuine medium. Chapter 14, The Medium. Klein silently contemplated this description, opting for silence as he followed Dunn Smith out of the carriage. Welch and Oppos' residence in Tingen was a detached house with a garden, its ornate iron gate opening onto a road wide enough for 4 carriages to navigate simultaneously. Alongside the road, every 50 meters stood a gas lamp, distinct from those Klein had seen in his previous life, with columns that were roughly the height of an adult man, facilitating ignition for illumination. The black metal embraced the glass, forming a lattice that sculpted each lamp into a classical work of art, where coldness and warmth danced together. Shadows and light coexisted. As they tread upon the dimly lit path, Klein and Dunsmith passed through the half-open iron gate, entering Welch's abode. Directly opposite the main entrance was a thoroughfare wide enough for 2 carriages, paved with concrete, leading directly to the 2-story house. To its left lay a garden, and to the right, a lawn, where the faint fragrance of flowers intertwined with refreshing scents, creating an invigorating atmosphere. Upon stepping inside, Klein suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, his hair standing on end as he glanced around apprehensively. He felt as though a multitude of eyes were watching him from the garden, the shadows of the lawn, the rooftop of the house, behind the swing, and from the dimmest corners. Although the place was seemingly empty, Klein felt as if he were amidst a bustling street. This eerie contrast and peculiar sensation caused his body to tense, a chill creeping up from his spine. Something was amiss. He couldn't help but alert Dunn. Do not concern yourself. With the night watchman's assurance, Klein suppressed the chilling sense of being followed, scrutinized, and appraised without being able to identify the source. As he stepped toward the front door of the solitary house, "Come in, gentlemen." A somewhat ethereal voice floated from within. Dunn turned the handle and entered. Addressing the woman seated on the sofa, "Daisy, have there been any developments?" The chandelier in the living room remained unlit, while a leather sofa arranged in a primary and 2 secondary seating configuration encircled a marble coffee table. Upon the table, a single candle flickered with a vivid blue flame, casting an eerie, dancing hue over the semi-open layout of the living room, dining area, and kitchen. In the center of the long sofa sat a lady clad in a hooded black robe, her eyes adorned with blue eyeshadow and blush, with her wrist wrapped in a silver chain bearing a white crystal pendant. Upon seeing her for the first time, Klein was struck by an inexplicable sensation. She resembled a genuine medium. Was she playing a role? The enchantingly beautiful medium, Daisy, cast her shimmering emerald gaze over Klein before looking towards Dunn. Smith remarked, "The original spirits have vanished, including Welch and Naya. The little ones here know nothing." Spirits? Mediums? Were those unseen observers just spirits? Were there truly so many spirits? Klein removed his hat, placing it over his heart, and slightly bowed, saying, "Good evening, madam." Dunsmith sighed. "This is indeed troublesome. Daisy, this is Klein Moretti. Perhaps you can uncover something from him." The medium Daisy's gaze immediately focused on Klein as she gestured towards the single chair beside her. "Please, have a seat." "Thank you." Klein nodded, taking a few steps forward to sit down, his heart involuntarily racing. Whether he would live or die, whether he would navigate through successfully or expose secrets, all rested on the forthcoming developments. What rendered him most powerless was his lack of reliable resources, leaving him to place his hopes on the extraordinary. This was truly an unsettling feeling, Klein reflected bitterly. As Dunn settled onto the 2-person sofa opposite him, the medium Daisy retrieved 2 thumb-sized glass vials from a hidden pocket at her waist. Her emerald eyes smiled as she gazed at Klein, saying, "I require a bit of assistance. After all, you are not my adversary, and it would be inappropriate to treat you so directly and roughly. Such an approach could cause you discomfort, pain, or even result in severe after-effects. I shall offer you a fragrance, sufficient gentleness, and lubrication to gradually help you release your inhibitions and truly immerse yourself in the experience." This statement seemed somewhat off to Klein, who was momentarily taken aback, his eyes wide with surprise. Dunn chuckled softly, "Do not be perplexed. Unlike the zealous followers of the Stormlord, here we allow ladies to engage in verbal flirtation with men. You should be able to comprehend this, considering your mother is a devout follower of the goddess. And you and your brother have attended Sunday school at the church. I understand, but I did not anticipate it to be so." "So?" Klein gestured, struggling to find an appropriate descriptor, nearly uttering a rather inappropriate translation. Dunn smirked. "Rest assured, Dolly rarely behaves this way. She merely wishes to calm and relax you through such means. Her preference leans more towards corpses than men." "You make me sound like a pervert." The medium Dolly interjected with a smile. She opened one of the small vials and sprinkled a few drops into the azure flame of the candle, saying, "Nightshade, deep sleep flower, and chamomile mixed and distilled into this pure essence. I call it Amanda, which means tranquility in Hermetic. It has a delightful aroma." As she spoke, the candle flickered, and the droplets quickly evaporated, filling the room with an enchanting fragrance. A serene and captivating scent wafted into Klein's nostrils, easing his tension and swiftly calming his spirit, as if he were gazing down into the darkness on a still night. This vial, known as Eye of the Spirit, is crafted from the bark of dragon-patterned trees and poplars. Sun-dried for 7 days, boiled thrice, and infused in Longchi wine, naturally accompanied by a series of incantations. The amber liquid dripped onto the azure flame as Dolly elaborated. Klein caught a whiff of the ethereal and elusive aroma of the wine, witnessing the candle's flame sway violently, and glimpsing Dolly's blue eyeshadow and blush glimmering with an uncanny sheen, even appearing to shimmer in double vision. It served as an excellent aid for divination, a flower essence both beguiling and enchanting. As Dolly recounted her tale, Klein felt as though her voice emanated from all directions. Bewildered, he surveyed his surroundings, realizing everything was swaying and blurring, shrouded in layers of thick fog, his own body swaying, becoming indistinct, as if losing weight. Reds grew redder, blues deeper, blacks darker. Colors blending like an impressionist painting, ethereal and dreamlike, accompanied by whispers that seemed to come from countless invisible beings engaged in hushed discussions. This sensation was reminiscent of my previous transmutation ceremony, yet devoid of that maddening, explosive essence. Klein pondered, observing the unfolding scene with confusion. At that moment, his gaze was captivated by a pair of eyes as resplendent as emeralds. Dressed in a black robe, Dolly sat upon a hazy sofa, her gaze peculiarly fixed upon the crown of Klein's head. In a gentle tone, she smiled and introduced herself. "Allow me to formally present myself. I am Dolly, the medium." I can still think with calm and rational clarity, much like during the transmutation ceremony and at gatherings. Klein, with a subtle shift in thought, feigned a dazed demeanor. "Hello. The human mind is exceedingly vast, concealing myriad secrets. Consider that ocean. Our understanding is limited to the islands that surface above the waves. Yet, beneath the ocean, those islands possess much greater depths, and beyond the islands lies the boundless sea, along with the infinite sky that symbolizes the spirit realm. You are the spirit of the body, possessing knowledge not only of the islands that break the surface, but also of the hidden depths that lie beneath, aware of the entirety of the ocean. All existence leaves its mark. The memories of the island's surface may be erased, yet the depths beneath the waves and the vast ocean surely retain their corresponding reflections." Dolly continued to entice him, as the surrounding blurred winds and shadows morphed into similar shapes, as if Klein's inner ocean of the mind was entirely unveiled here, awaiting his own exploration and discovery. "No, I cannot recall. I have forgotten." He perfectly manifested his anguish. Dolly attempted to entice him once more, but the sober Klein remained unfazed. Amidst the ethereal resonance of her voice, Dolly vanished. The wind and shadows began to settle, and the serene fragrance along with the subtle aroma of wine became distinctly apparent once again. He opened his eyes, which he did not remember closing, and found before him the same vividly blue candle, the comfortable presence of Dunn Smith, and the hooded figure of the medium, Dolly. "How did you come to employ the theories of those malevolent lunatics from the Psychological Alchemy Society?" Dunn furrowed his brow and looked towards Dolly. "I find it quite valid, at least in accordance with certain experiences I have encountered." Before Dunn could speak again, she shrugged her hands and continued, "It is a tricky matter. He left no traces behind." At this remark, Klein let out a long sigh of relief and feigned ignorance as he asked, "Is it over? What just happened? I feel as if I've taken a nap. Can this be considered a pass? Thankfully, we had a rehearsal for the transmutation ritual. Let us just think of it that way." Dunn interrupted his words and turned to the medium. "Have you examined the bodies of Welch and Naya? The corpses can reveal more than you might imagine. Unfortunately, Welch and Naya indeed committed suicide. One can only say that the forces influencing them were terrifying, leaving no traces whatsoever." Dolly rose and reached for the candle. "I need to rest now." The vibrant blue glow vanished, and the room was instantly flooded with a mesmerizing crimson hue. Klein responded with astonishment. "Aren't we going to check for traces of curses or malevolent spirits?" Relieved, he recalled his earlier concerns and hurriedly asked, "How can I be sure there are no troubles ahead?" "There's no need to worry excessively," Dunn remarked, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Statistically speaking, in similar situations, 80% of the surviving individuals do not encounter horrific repercussions." "Well, I estimate that figure from memory. It's roughly accurate. But what about the 20% of unfortunate souls?" Klein dared not gamble on his fate. "Then you might consider joining us as a civilian staff member. That way, should any forewarnings arise, we could detect them in time." As Dunn approached the carriage, he casually suggested, "Or you could become an extraordinary individual. After all, we are not your babysitters. We cannot vigilantly guard you through the night, monitoring your every interaction with women." "Can I really?" Klein asked, following this line of thought. Naturally, he held little hope. For how could one so easily join the ranks of the Night Watchers and gain extraordinary powers? That was indeed extraordinary power. Dunn halted, turning his head to glance at him. "Well, it's not entirely out of the question," depending on the circumstances. What? This twist surprised Klein, who stood by the carriage, momentarily stunned before exclaiming, "Really? Are you joking? It can be this easy to become extraordinary?" Dunn chuckled softly, his gray eyes concealed in the shadow of the carriage. "Do you not believe me? The truth is, becoming a night watcher entails significant sacrifices, such as your freedom. Even if we set this aside for the moment, there are other matters to address. Firstly, you are neither a distinguished clergyman nor a devout believer. You cannot afford to be selective or choose the safest path. Secondly, Dunn grasped the handrail and ascended the carriage path. We, the punishers, with our mechanical hearts and other similar adjudicating bodies, encounter a staggering 1/4 of our annual cases involving the uncontrollable actions of the extraordinary. A quarter of extraordinary beings losing control. Klein was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Dunn partially turned his body, his gray eyes deep and devoid of mirth, and remarked, "Among that quarter, a significant portion consists of our own comrades." Chapter 15. The Invitation. Why? Upon hearing Dunn's words, Klein felt a tumultuous storm surge within him. Instinctively blurting out, "Are extraordinary beings harboring severe risks? Is it possible that even the Church's internal adjudicating bodies, tasked with addressing aberrant occurrences, are prone to difficulties?" Dunn Smith entered the carriage and resumed his previous seat, his expression and tone unwaveringly ordinary. "This is not something you need to comprehend, nor can you grasp it, unless you become one of us." Klein was momentarily speechless, taking his seat in turn, half amused and half baffled as he questioned, "How can one make a decision to join without clarifying this? And without joining, how can one gain understanding? It becomes a vicious cycle." Dunn Smith retrieved his pipe once more, bringing it to his nose for a puff. "You seem to have misunderstood. Our ranks also include civilians. In other words, as long as you become one of your civilian personnel, you can uncover the relevant secrets, understand the risks associated with extraordinary beings, and then contemplate the question of whether to become an extraordinary yourself." Klein, organizing his thoughts, reiterated Dunn's implication in his own words. Dunn smiled slightly, responding, "That is indeed the case, with one caveat: simply considering becoming an extraordinary does not guarantee that you will. All major churches maintain the same level of strictness in this regard. It would be peculiar if they were not stringent." Klein silently scoffed, gesturing emphatically. "And what of civilian personnel? Surely that must be strict as well? If it were you, it should pose no issue." Dunn, his eyes half closed, savored the aroma of his pipe, though he did not ignite the tobacco. Why? Klein found himself ensnared in perplexity once more. Simultaneously, he began to engage in self-deprecating humor within his mind. Could it be that my uniqueness, my aura as a traveler, shines as brightly as a firefly in the night? So striking, so exceptional? Dunn opened his half-closed eyes, his gray gaze as profound as before. "Firstly, the fact that you can survive in such situations without our assistance indicates that you possess qualities distinct from others, such as luck. And fortunate individuals are invariably in high demand." Upon observing Klein and Appos, as somewhat vacant expression, he smiled gently and remarked, "Well, let us consider it a humorous remark. Secondly, you are a graduate from the history department of Hoy University, which is something we greatly require. Although the attitude of the Stormlord's adherent, Lermy, towards women is quite distasteful, his insights into social, cultural, economic, and political matters remain incisive. He has stated that talent is the key factor in maintaining competitive advantage and fostering healthy development, a sentiment with which I wholeheartedly concur." Noticing Klein's slight frown, he casually elaborated, "You should be able to envision that we frequently engage with quaternary and even earlier documents and artifacts. Numerous cults and various heresies have sought to extract power from these relics, and at times, they themselves may provoke bizarre and terrifying occurrences. Apart from extraordinary individuals in specialized fields, most of us are not adept at learning, or rather, we have surpassed that age." At this point, Dunn Smith gestured to his head, a hint of self-deprecation playing on his lips. "Those tedious, monotonous facts always induce a desire to sleep. Even the insomniacs cannot resist. In the past, we would collaborate with historians and archaeologists, but this entails the risk of confidential information leaking, potentially leading to unfortunate consequences for professors and associate professors. Thus, the addition of a professional to our ranks is an opportunity that is difficult to decline." Klein nodded gently, accepting Dunn's explanation, and pondered aloud. "Then why didn't you directly, develop one beforehand?" Dunn continued unperturbed. "This brings us to the third and final, most crucial point. You have encountered similar incidents. Inviting you poses no breach of confidentiality. However, to develop others could lead to failure, for which I would bear the responsibility of any information leaks. Our team, are civilians? Largely hail from within the church. Listening quietly, Klein inquired curiously, why do you maintain such strict confidentiality? Wouldn't publicizing many matters and allowing more people to be informed help prevent the same mistakes from occurring? The greatest fear stems from the unknown. We can transform the unknown into the known. Klein nodded in understanding, stating, the only lesson humanity learns from history is that humanity learns nothing from history, always repeating the same tragedies. The famous adage of Emperor Roselle indeed resonates with profound wisdom, to which Dunn expressed his agreement. What did the great Roselle say? The predecessors truly leave no room for the successors to pose as knowledgeable. Klein found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Dunn turned his gaze towards the outside of the carriage, where the soft glow of streetlights intertwined to create a tapestry of civilization's brilliance. Within the judgmental bodies of various churches, there exists a similar phrase. This might very well be the primary reason for the stringent confidentiality, prohibiting the common populace from knowing. What is it? Klein's spirit surged, a thrill of uncovering secrets washing over him. Belief and fear breed trouble. An abundance of belief and fear culminates in even greater turmoil, ultimately leading to destruction. After uttering this sentiment, he sighed and remarked that apart from beseeching divine protection and assistance, humanity is incapable of resolving its profound dilemmas. As Klein pondered this notion, he found himself struggling to comprehend it fully, his uncertainty morphing into a gnawing fear. As if hidden within the shadows cast by the streetlights lurked malicious eyes and gaping mouths in the enveloping darkness. The horses galloped adeptly, wheels rolled steadily. In the distant Iron Cross Street loomed ahead. Dunn shattered the sudden silence, formally extending an invitation. Would you care to join us as a civilian employee? Klein's thoughts surged, leaving him momentarily indecisive, and after a brief contemplation, he replied, may I take some time to consider? Given the gravity of the matter, he understood the necessity for careful deliberation. That is perfectly acceptable. Just provide me with your answer by Sunday, Dunn nodded. Of course, remember to maintain confidentiality. Do not disclose any information related to Welch to anyone, including your brother and sister. Reaching this could not only bring them trouble but may also result in your appearance before a special court. The carriage fell silent once more. As they neared Iron Cross Street, approaching home, Klein suddenly recalled a pressing question. Hesitating for a few seconds, he finally asked, Mr. Smith, what are the salaries and benefits for your civilian personnel? This is a serious inquiry. Dunn paused momentarily, then smiled. Do not fret about this matter. Our funding is jointly provided by the church and the police department. Newly recruited civilian personnel earn a weekly salary of $2.10, with an additional $0.10 for confidentiality and risk allowance, totaling approximately $3, which is quite comparable to that of a formal university lecturer. Subsequently, as your experience and corresponding accomplishments grow, your salary will gradually increase. For civilian employees, we generally offer a 5-year contract. After 5 years, should you wish to resign, you may do so, provided you sign a lifelong confidentiality agreement. Without our approval, you are not permitted to leave Tingen, and relocating to another city requires immediate registration with the local night watch. By the way, there are no weekends. Only staggered rest periods are allowed, ensuring that at least 3 civilian personnel are always on duty. If you wish to travel south to the Bay of Dissy for a holiday, you will need to coordinate with your colleagues. As Dunn finished speaking, the carriage came to a halt, revealing the apartment where Klein's family resided. I understand, Klein said, stepping down from the carriage. By the way, Mr. Smith, if I come to a decision, where should I seek you out? Dunn replied with a low chuckle. Head to the Hound Tavern on Dissects Street. Seek out the owner, right? And inform him that you wish to hire a mercenary team for a task. Ah? Klein responded, perplexed by the information. Our address is also confidential. It is impossible to disclose it directly before your agreement. Well then, Mr. Klein Moretti, I wish you a pleasant dream tonight. Dunn smiled and nodded. Klein tipped his hat in a gesture of respect, watching the carriage depart, gradually accelerating into the distance. He extracted his pocket watch, clicked it open, and noted that it was just past 4 in the morning. A refreshing breeze wafted through the streets, the lamplights casting a dim yellow glow all around. Klein inhaled deeply, savoring the profound stillness of the night. The bustling thoroughfare that teemed with life during the day was now eerily quiet and desolate, a stark contrast to the silent scrutiny and the ethereal allure within Welch's residence. It was only at this moment that he became aware of the dampness on the back of his linen shirt, soaked with sweat and chilling to the touch. Chapter 16. A Dog Catches a Mouse. He exhaled a sigh of relief, having finally passed the ordeal with the medium. Klein released a breath of murky air. Leisurely turning around, enjoying the tranquility of the night and the refreshing coolness of the breeze as he strolled towards the entrance of the apartment. He retrieved his key, inserted it with a gentle twist, allowing the crimson-tinged darkness to expand with a creaking sound. As he traversed the deserted staircase, inhaling the brisk air, Klein inexplicably experienced a remarkable sensation, as though he possessed several extra hours of life compared to others, rendering his steps remarkably buoyant. With a click, he maintained a similar mindset while unlocking his front door. Yet, before he could step inside, he noticed a figure quietly seated in the darkness before his desk. With ebony hair bathed in crimson, bright brown eyes, and a delicate visage, it was unmistakably Melissa Moretti. "Klein, where have you been?" Melissa inquired, her brow unfurling in curiosity. "After waking once, I found it difficult to fall back asleep. I thought it better to utilize my time exercising, so I went out for a few laps. Look, I'm drenched in sweat." He removed his coat, partially turning his body to point at his back. Melissa rose to her feet, casting a casual glance before pausing for a few seconds and thoughtfully stating, "Klein, you really needn't feel overly pressured. You are certain to succeed in the interview at Tübingen University. Even if, well, I mean if you don't, you will undoubtedly discover even better opportunities." "I hadn't even considered the interview." Klein nodded in response. "I understand." He did not mention that he had received an offer, as he was still contemplating whether to accept it. Melissa cast a deep glance at him, then abruptly turned and briskly entered the inner room, emerging moments later with a turtle-shaped contraption composed of gears, rusty iron, springs, and winding mechanisms. After swiftly tightening the spring, she placed the object upon the desk. When feeling troubled, observing its movement provides great comfort. "I've been doing this often lately, and it has proven quite effective." "Klein, do give it a try," Melissa invited brightly. Klein did not decline his sister's kind offer and leaned closer to observe the turtle. Once it came to a halt, he smiled and remarked, "Simplicity and order indeed bring about relaxation." Before Melissa could respond, he pointed at the turtle and casually inquired, "Did you make this yourself? When did you do it?" "I had no idea. I crafted it from materials discarded by the school and items I found along the way. I just completed it a couple of days ago." Melissa replied with a composed expression, her lips curling slightly in a smile. "Impressive," Klein sincerely praised. As a boy with little mechanical aptitude, he had struggled immensely even when assembling a simple racing car in his youth. "Well, that's fortunate. Excessive modesty is a poor trait," Klein chuckled lightly. "This is indeed a turtle, isn't it?" The atmosphere in the room suddenly grew tense, and Melissa's voice emerged softly, akin to crimson silk. "It is a doll." "A doll?" Klein forced an awkward smile, hastily explaining, "It's just that the materials are rather rudimentary." He then swiftly shifted the topic. "What prompted you to venture to the washroom in the middle of the night? There is a toilet, after all. And aren't you the one who usually sleeps soundly until dawn?" Melissa paused abruptly, and after a few seconds, she opened her mouth to explain. Just then, a loud gurgling sound emanated from her abdomen. I'll go back to sleep for a while. I overindulged at dinner last night, and my stomach is not coping well." Klein shook his head with a chuckle, slowly walking to the desk and quietly sitting in the chair. As the crimson moon peeked through the clouds, he pondered quietly over Dunsmith's invitation. As a civilian member of the Night Watchers, the drawbacks are glaringly apparent. As a traveler, the instigator of the mysterious gathering, the Fool harbors numerous secrets, lingering under the watchful eyes of the Church of the Night Goddess, which specializes in extraordinary events, poses considerable risks. By aligning with Dunsmith and his associates, my objective would undoubtedly be to become an extraordinary being, thus concealing the benefits acquired from the gathering. However, becoming a formal member would inevitably impose restrictions on my freedom. Akin to how civilians must declare their intentions upon leaving Tingen, I would be unable to go wherever I please or do as I wish, missing out on countless opportunities. The Night Watchers operate as a tightly knit organization, and once assigned a task, I could only await orders, unable to refuse. Extraordinary individuals carry the risk of losing control. Weighing the disadvantages in my mind, I began to contemplate the necessity and advantages therein. From my experiences with the transportation ritual, it was clear that I would not be one of the 80% fortunate souls Dunn spoke of. Bizarre events would undoubtedly befall me, replete with peril. Only by becoming extraordinary or joining the Night Watchers could I hope to possess the means to counter such threats. Merely relying on the gathering would not suffice to become extraordinary. While the potion formulas posed little issue, finding the requisite materials, acquiring them, and mastering the art of concoction, along with the common knowledge necessary for the daily practices of extraordinary beings, presented substantial obstacles. It would be impractical to incessantly consult the justice and the hangman or barter with them for every little detail. Such actions would not only tarnish the fool's image, raising suspicions, but also consume precious time that could not be wasted on trivial inquiries. Furthermore, I had little to offer them that would pique their interest. Moreover, increased material exchanges would leave traces of my real identity. Should online disputes escalate into offline conflicts, the consequences could be dire. Conversely, joining the Night Watchers would grant me access to the knowledge and channels of the mysterious world, enabling me to amass a sufficient network of contacts. This leverage could ultimately allow me to manipulate the gathering, securing the greatest benefits from the Justice and the Hanged Man, which in turn would enhance my real-world status, garnering more resources and fostering a positive cycle. Of course, I could also seek to join the Psychological Alchemy Society, as mentioned by Dunn, an organization suppressed and hunted by the major churches. However, becoming a member would similarly entail the loss of freedom and constant fear. A critical concern is that I have no idea where to find them. Even if I extracted pertinent information from the Hanged Man, any reckless approach could prove life-threatening. By becoming a civilian member, I would retain opportunities for respite and withdrawal. The small hidden in the wild, the moderate concealed in the market, and the great obscured within the court. Perhaps the identity of a Night Watcher would serve as a better guise in the future. As I ascend to the upper echelons of the arbitration court, who would suspect that I am a heretic, the mastermind behind a clandestine organization? As dawn illuminated the sky, the crimson hues faded, and gazing at the golden horizon, I resolved to take action. Today, I shall seek out Dunn Smith and become a civilian member of the Night Watchers. Have you not yet slept? At that moment, Melissa rose once more, pushing the door open, and was taken aback to see her brother lazily stretching without a care for appearances, lost in thought. Klein wore a smile, exuding an air of relaxation. After a brief contemplation, Melissa remarked, "When faced with a dilemma, I meticulously list the pros and cons. Once completed, I compare them, which provides me with a hint on the appropriate course of action. It is a good habit I have cultivated." Klein responded with a knowing smile. Melissa, feeling at ease, said no more, gathering the yellowed large sheet of paper and her toiletries before heading to the communal washroom. After breakfast, with her departure, Klein took his time before venturing out, feeling quite content as he indulged in a brief nap, for he was aware that nearly all taverns remained closed in the morning. At 2 in the afternoon, he meticulously smoothed out the creases of his top hat with a brush and handkerchief, erasing the dirt to restore its pristine appearance. He then donned his formal attire, akin to preparing for an interview. Beogla Street was somewhat distant, and fearing he might miss the night shift worker schedule, Klein opted not to walk and instead awaited the arrival of a public carriage at the intersection of Iron Cross Street. In the Kingdom of Rune, public carriages are categorized into 2 types, non-track and track-based. The former, pulled by 2 horses and capable of seating around 20 individuals, operates on a flexible route without fixed stops, responding to passengers and APOS calls unless fully occupied. The latter, managed by a tram company, features a rail-like installation on major streets, allowing horses to traverse the inner lane while the wheels turn above, facilitating the transport of larger double-decker carriages that can accommodate nearly 50 passengers. However, the drawback lies in its fixed routes and stops, rendering it somewhat rigid and unable to reach many destinations. After a brief interval of about 10 minutes, the sound of wheels clattering against the tracks grew nearer, culminating in the arrival of a double-decker carriage at the stop on Iron Cross Street. To Beogla Street, Klein instructed the driver, "You'll need to transfer at Champagne Street. However, once there, it's only about a 10-minute walk to Beogla Street." The driver explained regarding the route. "Then let us proceed to Champagne Street." Klein nodded in agreement. "That will be over 4 kilometers, costing 4 pence. An impeccably groomed young man beside the driver interjected, extending his hand. "He is the staff member responsible for collecting payments." "Very well." Klein pulled 4 copper pennies from his pocket and handed them to the other party. He ascended into the carriage, only to discover that the number of passengers was rather sparse, even on the first level where several seats remained unoccupied. The gentlemen and ladies seated around him were predominantly attired in formal wear, though a few donned work uniforms and leisurely perused newspapers. Conversations were scarce, rendering the atmosphere quite serene. Klein closed his eyes, conserving his energy and ignoring the comings and goings of his fellow travelers. After several stops, he finally discerned the words Champagne Street. Upon disembarking, he inquired along the way and soon arrived at Dissects Street, where he spotted a tavern adorned with the emblem of a tawny hound. Klein extended his right hand and forcefully pushed open the heavy door, which creaked ajar, allowing a cacophony of sounds and a wave of fervent warmth to surge forth. Although it was still afternoon, The tavern was already bustling with patrons. Some were temporary laborers seeking opportunities, waiting to be hired, while others languished aimlessly, numbing themselves with alcohol. The interior was rather dim, featuring 2 large iron cages at its center, each 1/3 submerged into the ground with no gaps. People clustered around, clutching wooden mugs, engaging in spirited discussions, interspersed with curses and laughter. Intrigued, Klein cast a glance inside the cages, where he beheld 2 dogs. One, a striking black and white creature reminiscent of an earthly husky. The other, entirely ebony, its coat sleek and lustrous, robust and fierce. Betting? Klein momentarily froze, then realized, dog fighting? During his time at Hoy University, the aristocratic students and scions of wealthy families would often disdainfully and curiously inquire whether the coarse laborers and idle ruffians took pleasure in partaking in boxing and gambling at taverns. Aside from boxing and card games, did their wagers extend to the brutal and sanguinary spectacles of cockfighting and dogfighting? A diminutive man scoffed, "Sir, we are civilized individuals. We would not engage in such undignified pursuits." He then muttered under his breath, "Moreover, a law was enacted last year prohibiting such activities." "Then what are you betting on?" Klein asked, his curiosity piqued. "To see who is the better hunter," the small man replied, just as a stir erupted in the establishment. He turned his head and excitedly waved his hand, saying, "The match has begun. You cannot place any bets now. Wait for the next one." Upon hearing this, Klein rose on his toes, craned his neck, and gazed intently ahead, where he beheld 2 burly men dragging a sack each to the side of the iron cage. They opened the prison door and dumped its contents inside. What emerged were repugnant, gray creatures. Upon closer inspection, Klein realized they were rats, dozens, if not hundreds of them. As the cage was sealed, the rats scurried about in a frantic bid for freedom, but the enclosure provided no escape. At that moment, the chains of 2 dogs were released. Woof! The black dog lunged forward, sinking its teeth into one rat. The black and white dog appeared momentarily bewildered, then began to frolic excitedly with the other rats. Surrounding spectators either raised their glasses in eager anticipation or shouted fervently, "Kill it! Get it! Dog, dog!" Klein was struck by the absurdity of the situation, his mouth twitching in disbelief. The gambling here revolved around which dog would catch the most rats, perhaps even on the exact number. No wonder there were always buyers for live rats in Iron Cross Street. Truly a unique spectacle. Shaking his head with amusement, Klein stepped back and navigated around the throng of patrons to reach the bar. New face. The bartender glanced up while polishing a glass. Rye beer, a penny a pint. And Matt beer, 2 pennies. South Wales beer, for pennies. Or would you prefer a pure malt brewed launchy? "I am looking for Mr. Light," Klein replied directly. The bartender whistled and called out to the back, "Old man, someone else looking for you." Who is it?" A slurred voice responded as a drunken old man rose from behind the bar. He rubbed his eyes and looked at Klein, saying, "Young man, are you looking for me? A mercenary squad? Do you live in an adventure tale? Those are long gone." The bartender interjected with a laugh. After a brief silence, Light inquired, "Who informed you that you could find me here?" Light then chuckled, "I see, in reality, mercenary squads still exist, merely under a different guise, bearing a name more aligned with contemporary society. You can find one at 36 Zotrin Street, on the 2nd floor." "Thank you," Klein replied sincerely, turning to exit the bar. Before he stepped out, the patrons gathered around suddenly fell silent, leaving only a murmur of whispers. Doug actually lost. Lost. Klein chuckled to himself, shaking his head in amusement as he briskly departed, asking for directions to the nearby Zoderland Street. 30, 32, 34. Here it is. He counted the house numbers and ascended the staircase, turning the corner and climbing step by step. He beheld the vertical sign that displayed the current name of the so-called mercenary squad, Blackthorn Security Company. Chapter 17, Special Operations Department, Blackthorn Security Company. Upon seeing the sign, Klein was momentarily taken aback, feeling a strange mix of surprise and inevitability. Indeed, he pondered how to articulate his thoughts. Shaking his head with a smile, he continued upward, extending his right hand to gently knock on the partially closed door. Knock, 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 knock. Klein repeated the action, yet the outcome remained unchanged. He altered his knock to a push, widening the gap through which his gaze penetrated, revealing a set of classical sofas, perhaps for reception purposes, alongside soft armchairs and a wooden coffee table. He also discerned a table directly opposite, behind which sat a girl with her head bowed, her chestnut hair cascading down. Although the security company's sign was merely a fade, it struck him as rather unprofessional. How long had it been since they had any business? Well, it seemed they didn't particularly require any. Klein mused to himself as he approached, tapping twice on the table, near the girl's ear. Thud, thud. The girl with chestnut hair straightened abruptly, hastily lifting the newspaper spread before her to shield her face. The Honest Man and Oppos, Escazette of Tingen. What a name, Klein thought, as he glanced at the headline directed towards him. The steam train flying to Constant City commenced operations today. Truly, when will it reach the DC Bay directly? I do not wish to endure another boat ride. It is simply unbearable, exceedingly uncomfortable. Oh, who are you? The girl feigned a reading, expressing her thoughts, and as she spoke, she lowered the newspaper, revealing her smooth forehead and light brown eyes, first looking charmingly pleased, then astonished as she regarded Klein. Hello, I am Klein Moretti, here at the invitation of Mr. Dunsmith. Klein removed his top hat, placing it against his chest, and bowing slightly. The girl appeared to be in her early 20s, attired in a light green gown of the Rune style, adorned with exquisite lace at the cuffs, collar, and chest, enhancing her already lovely features. Captain, very well. Please wait here while I inquire. The girl hastily rose and entered the adjacent room through a side door, not even offering a glass of water. Their service standards are concerning. Klein smiled subtly, remaining in place and refraining from approaching the sofas and chairs. After 2 or 3 minutes, the girl emerged, her sweet smile illuminating her face. Mr. Moretti, please follow me. The captain is stationed at the end amp, Oppos, Charney's Gate and amp, Oppos, and cannot leave. Very well. Klein replied warmly, stepping forward, though his mind was filled with questions. Charney's Gate, what could that possibly be? Passing through a partition. The first thing that caught his eye was a short corridor lined with 3 offices on each side. Some of these offices were tightly locked, while others stood ajar, revealing individuals inside busily typing away on heavy mechanical typewriters. In a fleeting glance, Klein unexpectedly recognized a familiar face, the young officer who had come to search his home. With dark hair and striking blue eyes, exuding a romantic aura of a poet. He was not dressed in formal attire, his white shirt hung loosely outside of his trousers, exuding an air of carefree nonchalance. The brown-haired girl twisted the handle of the door at the end of the left side office, pushing it open and cheerfully gesturing inside, saying, "We still have a few flights of stairs to descend." The office was devoid of any furnishings, with only gray-white stone steps extending downward. Elegant gas lamps adorned the walls on either side of the staircase, their steady glow dispelling the darkness and ushering in a sense of tranquility. The brown-haired girl walked ahead, her gaze fixed at her feet, treading cautiously. Though I frequent this place, I still harbor a fear of falling and tumbling down the stairs. You wouldn't believe it. But Leonard once did something so foolish on his first day as a sleepless. He attempted to dash down at full speed without fully grasping his own strength. And then he became a rolling wheel. Ha! It's amusing to think about. Oh, that was the fellow who just greeted you. That was 3 years ago. Speaking of which, I have been a night watcher for 5 years now. I was only 17 back then. The girl continued to chat casually while watching her step until she suddenly slapped her forehead, exclaiming, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Roshan. My father was a formal member of the Night Watch and perished in an accident 5 years ago. We should be colleagues from now on. And Oppos, colleagues and Oppos, might be the right term. We can't exactly call ourselves teammates. After all, we are not extraordinary beings. I hope to earn that honor one day, but it ultimately depends on Mr. Smith. Klein surveyed the enclosed surroundings, sensing the cold dampness of the subterranean stone walls, which dispelled the heat of summer. Rest assured. The fact that you can come directly here indicates that the captain has approved. I have always had a bit of apprehension towards the captain. Although he is kind and caring, reminiscent of my father, for some reason, I still feel intimidated, Roshan remarked, her voice sweet like, isn't it normal to fear one's father? That makes sense. Roshan reached out to steady herself against the wall at the corner. As they conversed, the two completed their descent down the spiraling staircase and arrived at a flat expanse paved with stone slabs. This was a long corridor, with gas lamps encased in metal grills set into the walls on either side, casting light that elongated the shadows of Klein and Roshan. The insignias seemed unremarkable. Yet as Klein walked among them, a sense of calm gradually enveloped him, prompting Roshan to fall silent, no longer engaging in the light-hearted banter of before. Before long, a crossroads emerged ahead, and the brown-haired girl succinctly introduced, to the left leads to the Church of St. Selena, to the right is the armory, materials, and library, and straight ahead is the Charney's Gate. The Church of St. Selena? Is Zotrin Street just behind Red Moon Street? Klein asked, momentarily taken aback. The Church of St. Selena on Red Moon Street serves as the headquarters of the Night Goddess Church in the city of Tianjin, a sacred place yearned for by the local devout followers. Alongside the Church of St. Numerous, which is dedicated to the god of steam and machinery located in the outskirts, and the River and Sea Church of the Lord of Storms in the northern district of Tianjin. These institutions uphold the religious community of Tianjin and its surrounding towns and villages. Recognizing that his current status did not permit further inquiries, Klein chose to listen in silence. As they crossed the intersection and proceeded straight ahead, a pair of imposing black iron doors adorned with 7 holy emblems emerged before them within a minute. Standing there, they exuded a sense of heaviness, coldness, and superiority, reminiscent of a giant guarding the darkness. "The Chinese Gate," Rosen remarked, gesturing towards a nearby room. "The captain is inside. You may enter alone." The room Rosen indicated was just a short distance from the Chinese Gate, its window ajar, casting light onto the scene. Klein inhaled deeply, steadied himself, and rapped lightly on the door. "Come in, Dunn Smith," a deep and warm voice called from within. Klein gently pushed open the partially ajar door and found a simple setting consisting of a table and 4 chairs. Dunn Smith, with his high hair, was clad in the same black trench coat from the previous night, leisurely reading a newspaper, a golden watch chain visible near his buttoned chest. "Have a seat. Have you made your decision? Are you certain about joining us?" Dunn inquired with a smile as he set aside the newspaper. Klein removed his hat, bowed respectfully, and sat down, nodding slowly. "Yes, I am certain." "Then take a look at this contract." "Ah, nowadays everyone prefers to call it a contract," Dunn said, pulling out a pair of identical agreements from the drawer. The terms were few, largely reiterating what Dunn had previously stated, with a significant emphasis on the confidentiality clause. Violators would not be tried in the kingdom's courts but would instead face judgment from the arbitration court of the Night Goddess Church, akin to soldiers and officers facing a military tribunal. "I have no objections." "Then please sign." Dunn gestured towards the dark red pen and ink on the table. Klein first tested the pen on a scrap of paper, then discreetly inhaled before signing his full name, Klein Moretti, on both copies of the contract. After completing this task, he returned one copy of the contract with one hand and extended his other hand towards Klein. "Welcome. From this moment forth, you are one of us. Remember, the contract must remain confidential." Klein stood as well, accepting the contract while shaking Dunn's hand with a smile. "Should I address you as captain now?" "Indeed," Dunn replied, his gray eyes appearing particularly profound in the dim light. "I never imagined you would use Blackthorn Security Company as a guise," Klein remarked with a casual laugh. "In truth, we have another name," Dunn said, retrieving a piece of paper from the drawer. "The Special Operations Division. Team 7 of the Ahova County Police Department in the Kingdom of Rune. The first 4 groups consist of regular police responsible for security, such as the Dignitary Protection Team and the Important Site Protection Team. However, starting from the 5th group, the focus shifts to the supernatural events occurring in various cities within the county. Our 7th team is tasked with matters related to the followers of the goddess in Tianjin City. If individuals of differing beliefs are present, we divide responsibilities by region, primarily covering the Northern District, Western District, and the Golden Wudong District. Dunn briefly introduced that the 6th group, part of the Stormlord Churches of Avengers, is responsible for the dock area, Eastern District, and Southern District, while the university area and suburbs are under the jurisdiction of the 5th group, known as the Mechanical Heart Squad in Tianjin. Klein found himself at a loss for questions and instead chuckled, pondering what would happen if someone came seeking a task due to the Blackthorn Security Company sign. He then inquired about the number of members in their Night Watch team. Nodding in agreement, Klein finally broached the topic he was most concerned about, Chapter 18, Origins and Causes. Upon hearing Klein's question, Dunn glanced out the window toward the corridor leading to the Chinese Gate. He retrieved his pipe, filled it with tobacco and mint leaves, brought it to his nose, and took a deep breath, savoring the delightful blend of flavors. With a slightly dreamy tone, he mused, "Only at home can I indulge freely in the wonderful taste of tobacco mixed with mint." "Klein, are you familiar with the creation myth?" At this point, Klein involuntarily paused, partly due to the haziness of his memories regarding the subject and partly because the creation myth bore a resemblance to the Panga myth of the gluttonous tribes. It seems that the imaginative prowess of different peoples and their mythologies shares common threads. Noticing Klein struggling, Dunn smiled and elaborated. From his lungs, spirits emerged. From his heart, giants took form. From his liver, treefolk came to be. From his head, great dragons arose. From his kidneys, feathered serpents were born. His hair transformed into the phoenix. His ears gave rise to demon wolves, his mouth and teeth manifested into strange beings, his remaining bodily fluids evolved into sea monsters, with the essence becoming Naga, his stomach. Intestines and the vile parts of his body resulted in demons, malevolent spirits, and various unknown evil entities. His spirit became the eternal blazing sun, the Storm Lord, the deity of knowledge and wisdom. From his wisdom, humanity was born, marking the first age, the era of chaos. As Klein uttered the final sentence, he felt a mix of amusement and absurdity. As a keyboard folklorist, this was his first encounter with such a meticulously detailed creation myth, one that explicitly enumerated the origins of each notable race derived from the various parts of the Creator. It resembles a gathering where everyone sits together to enjoy fruits. Moreover, it is not solely the scriptures of the goddess of the night that articulate such claims. The Church of the Lord of Storms, the deity of steam and machinery, offers similar descriptions, neither elevating itself above nor disparaging the other deities. This either indicates that the creation myth is indeed a factual narrative, or it subtly hints at a consensus reached among the prominent churches after prolonged struggles and compromises during the prehistoric era, prior to the Fifth Age. Contemplating these thoughts, Klein suddenly found himself beset by a question, furrowing his brow as he remarked, "I perceive a certain inconsistency. Why do the Lord of Storms and the God of knowledge and wisdom emerge directly from the essence of the Creator, while the goddess does not?" In the prehistorical records of the Apocalypse of Night, the goddess of the night did not awaken until the end of the Second Age, alongside the Lord of Storms and the Eternal Sun, to protect and assist humanity through the Great Cataclysm, commonly referred to as the Third Age, the era of catastrophe. The Earth Mother and the God of War also made their appearance during this period, while the deity of steam and machinery, originally known as the God of Craftsmen, did not come into existence until the Fourth Age. Thus, the hierarchy amongst the gods appears quite evident. Who is older, who is more orthodox, is distinctly clear. This has also caused some disquiet among the followers of the goddess of the night. Dunn Smith, cradling his pipe with one hand, countered with a question, "Could you recite the full title of the goddess?" "She is the goddess of the night, exalted beyond the starry heavens, ancient beyond eternity. The Lord of Crimson, the mother of secrets, the queen of misery and fear, the sovereign of slumber and silence." Fortunately, Klein's mother was a devout follower of the goddess of the night, and during her lifetime, she would recite these titles every evening and at meal times, ensuring that even if the original memories had fragmented, none would be entirely lost. "What does the Lord of Crimson symbolize?" Dunn inquired in a guiding tone. "The red moon," Klein replied, and it seemed he had come to an understanding. "From which aspect of the Creator did the red moon emanate?" Dunn smiled and asked again. "A solitary eye." Klein exchanged a knowing smile with him. "This is certainly not on par with the Lord of Storms and others who emerged from the Creator's essence divided into three. As for the churches of the Earth Mother and the God of War, they likely possess similar narratives. However, the deity of steam and machinery appeared far too late, lacking reasons for their church to remain weak for over a millennium until the invention of the steam engine, which allowed them to finally stand alongside the others." Dunn caressed his pipe and remarked, "Humanity was born from the wisdom of the Creator, thus endowed with intelligent and extraordinary minds, yet lacking other miraculous abilities. From the creation myth, we can glean a simple and clear conclusion. All things originate from a common source." Common source. Klein echoed the last few. Under the divine protection, humanity has gradually discovered methods to acquire extraordinary powers in their struggle against giants, demons, and aberrations. This involves the use of malevolent spirits, dragons, monsters, and magical flora or crystals, combined with other materials to concoct potions. These potions, once ingested, allow individuals to harness various abilities, a shared understanding across all mystical schools. Dunn provides only a brief overview, noting that our ancestors learned through painful experiences that consuming high-grade, unconventional potions directly could lead to tragic outcomes, with only 3 possible results. "What are the 3? Klein inquires with curiosity. "I have a preference for Fainpot's Highland coffee, though I have only sampled it a few times at the Welch residence." Klein politely declines. "What is the 3rd? "Insanity, an immediate descent into madness, surpassing even demons in malevolence. That is the essence of losing control." Dunn emphasizes the term losing control. Before Klein can respond, Dunn sets down his coffee cup and continues, through prolonged experimentation and exploration, coupled with the emergence of the blasphemous tablet, humanity has finally refined the potion system, establishing a sequence of progressive enhancements and stable growth. The lower the sequence number, the higher the potion grade. Today, The 7 major churches each command at least one complete sequence, alongside several incomplete paths collected over hundreds or even thousands of years. The blasphemous tablet? Klein keenly seizes upon this term. It was also mentioned by the hangman during the gathering. According to his account, the blasphemous tablet is the most critical element in the formation and completeness of the potion system. This differs somewhat from Dunn's earlier statement. It is an artifact crafted by certain malevolent deities. I'm not entirely clear on which era it emerged, what it documents, or its peculiarities. If you uncover any leads, you must report to me immediately. It possesses the highest level of urgency, Dunn vaguely explains. I previously mentioned one instance of losing control. Now, I will describe the remaining 4. Very well, Klein acknowledges, setting aside thoughts of the blasphemous tablet to focus intently. Although humanity is endowed with merely intelligent minds and lacks other extraordinary abilities, this is not absolute. There are always a few fortunate, or perhaps unfortunate, individuals who possess heightened inspiration, or rather, a sensitivity to spirits. They can hear sounds that elude others and perceive visions hidden from plain sight, bearing certain extraordinary traits, Dunn remarks, surveying the emptiness around them, sending a chill down Klein's spine. In other words, they are akin to semi-extraordinary beings of Sequence 9, endowed with fixed characteristics. Sequence 9 represents the lowest grade within the chain. Ultimately, they are constrained to select corresponding, fixed sequence paths. Should they consume potions of differing nature, they risk minor mental aberrations, severe loss of control, or, in the direst cases, immediate death. Understood, Klein responds, nodding slowly. The third form of loss of control is akin to the second. Once you have chosen a sequence chain, you can only proceed along this path without the possibility of turning back. Should you consume another path as potion, although there is a high likelihood of acquiring a bizarre, amalgamated, distorted ability, it is almost certain that you will find yourself in a state of semi-madness, either sensitive and irritable, cruel and bloodthirsty, or silent and melancholic. Such an opportunity arises but once. Thereafter, whether you consume the original path as potion or that of the current sequence, the outcome remains solely one of loss of control, be it spiritual demise, physical collapse into monstrosity, or transformation into a malevolent spirit. As Dunn spoke, he lifted his coffee cup and took a sip. Klein, feeling a twinge of trepidation, fell silent for a few seconds before inquiring, "What about the fourth form of loss of control?" The fourth form, he chuckled, is indeed one of the most common issues. When we consume potions, we acquire abilities inherently belonging to extraordinary beings, resulting in unnatural transformations. One may not exhibit any symptoms, and outsiders may remain unaware. Yet there surely lies a latent influence within. If one recklessly consumes a higher sequence potion before fully mastering the extraordinary power bestowed by the previous potion and eliminating those subtle traces, madness will accumulate, leading inexorably to loss of control. Dunn suddenly fell silent. After a brief pause, he lamented, "Within our night watchers, it is mandated that even if a member has rendered significant service, they must consume the previous potion for 3 years and undergo corresponding assessments before being eligible for promotion. Yet, despite this, numerous individuals succumb to loss of control each year. It is truly terrifying." Klein inhaled deeply, and what of the final form? Dunn's lips curled into a smile devoid of mirth. The fifth form is also a common cause of loss of control. For the extraordinary, inspiration invariably increases. The smaller the sequence number, the greater the enhancement. Thus, one begins to hear sounds inaudible to others, see sights hidden from the common eye, and encounter experiences unattainable by the mundane. Perpetually lured by mystery and beguiled by illusions, should any additional stimulus arise or greedy desires emerge, one will inevitably tread the path toward loss of control. As he spoke, Dunn turned to face Klein directly, his gray eyes reflecting Klein's silhouette. His tone turned desolate as he recounted, "The founder of the modern Nightwatch system, Archbishop Cheney's, once proclaimed, 'We are the guardians. Yet we are also wretched souls perpetually battling against peril and madness.'" Chapter 19, The Sealed Object. We are the guardians. Yet we are also wretched souls perpetually battling against peril and madness. Outside, the corridor was confined, the stone walls frigid, while within, the illumination was bright and yellowed. Dunn Smith's words reverberated in this atmosphere, resonating like a persistent echo that struck Klein's heart, rendering him momentarily speechless. Observing Klein's silence, Dunn shook his head with a smile and remarked, "Are you not disappointed? The extraordinary is not as you envision. We have always walked hand in hand with danger. He truly did not anticipate that beyond the extraordinary brilliance and exceptional nature of the extraordinary ones, there existed such latent. Perhaps it was due to merely hearing descriptions without experiencing them firsthand, or perhaps it stemmed from his own entanglement in this vortex, leaving him uncertain when some bizarre event might befall him. His fears, anxieties, and trepidations soon diminished to a manageable level. Naturally, the emergence of retreating thoughts was inevitable, lingering and reluctant to depart. Indeed, quite mature and rational. Dunn finished the remaining sip of his coffee and added, furthermore, extraordinary ones are not as formidable as you might believe. Why do we use 1 to signify the highest tier and 9 for the lowest? Such a classification defies intuition and logic. When we refer to low sequences, we denote lower tiers, with higher numbers representing the initial end of the sequence chain. Now, where was I? Yes. Extraordinary ones are not as powerful as you think. The strength of low-sequence extraordinary individuals pales in comparison to firearms, let alone artillery. They may be more wondrous and less defensible in certain respects, if you ever have the opportunity to become one. You must reflect deeply on my words today and avoid hasty decisions. Klein chuckled to himself. I don't even know when such an opportunity might arise. Should it present itself, I would certainly seize it. The risk of consuming the wrong potion or ascending beyond my means can be largely mitigated. The primary hazard lies in the subtle influences inherent in the potion itself and the unknown dangers that arise from heightened intuition and perception. The subsequent risks are even more pronounced. Klein vividly recalled the whispers that drove him to the brink of madness during the transport ritual, a peril not easily avoided by remaining an ordinary individual. In light of this, it would be wiser to possess some power to counteract these threats. Contemplating these matters, Klein found the pros and cons so glaringly clear that his retreating thoughts had nearly vanished. Dunn picked up his pipe again, his gray eyes glimmering with a hint of amusement. Well, I believe you now possess a better understanding of extraordinary ones, and will no longer act impulsively in your choices. Now, allow me to introduce you to the administrative roles within our Night Watch team. He rose to his feet and strolled to the door, gesturing toward the opposite direction of the Charney's gate. We have an accountant, a person responsible for procuring essential items, receiving supplies from the church and police department, and also serving as a part-time driver. They are all professionals and do not require rotation, resting every Sunday. The remaining 3 clerical staff members are Roshan, Brett, and Old Neil. Their responsibilities include welcoming visitors, cleaning rooms, drafting case documents and inventory lists, as well as guarding weapons, materials, and the literature repository. They strictly maintain records of entries and returns, with each person taking 1 day off per week, except for Sundays. Additionally, there are night shifts and rest rotations, all arranged by themselves. Am I to perform the same tasks as Roshan and the others? Klein pondered, setting aside his thoughts about the extraordinary beings to confirm his own job responsibilities. No, you need not, Dunn replied with a smile. You are a professional after all. Currently, you have 2 tasks. First, to take a walk every morning or afternoon, focusing on the routes from Welch's residence to your home. Klein looked bewildered. What kind of work is this? Is it really that professional? Dunn placed his hands into the pockets of his black coat. This is the outcome we seek. Understood. Klein realized. The deduction regarding the whereabouts of that diary was indeed reasonable. Among those present at the time, he alone remained alive, possessing both the time and motive to take the diary and conceal it along the way. If he could locate that diary, it might grant him sufficient merit to become extraordinary. Dunn Smith encouraged him, indirectly revealing the diary's significance. Hope, Klein nodded. Second, you will have 1 day off each week, which you may temporarily determine for yourself. When not outside, visit the weapons cache and peruse the literature and tomes we have preserved. This is the work of a historian. Once you have completed your readings, you will rotate with Old Neil and the others. All right, no problem, Klein sighed in relief. It's not too difficult. At that moment, Dunn half turned and pointed to the grand black iron doors engraved with 7 holy emblems. This is the Charney's Gate, named after the founder of the modern Night Watch system, Archbishop Charneys. In every major city central church, there exists one. It is guarded by officially appointed members of the Night Watch, with at least 2 internal guards from the church, as well as countless traps. You must not approach it carelessly, lest you attract misfortune. It sounds quite formidable, Klein remarked. It is divided into several areas, housing a specific sequence of potion formulas and various wondrous materials, temporarily detaining heretics, aberrations, cultists, and members of secret organizations. They will ultimately be sent to the sanctuary, Dunn casually explained. The sanctuary? Is it located at the headquarters of the Night Goddess Church in the northern kingdom of Winter County, in the Tranquil Church? Klein nodded slightly, as if deep. Furthermore, there exists a plethora of highly classified literature and tomes, which you may have the opportunity to peruse once your clearance is elevated. Dunn pondered momentarily before continuing, stating that within the lower levels behind the Charney's Gate, there are certain sealed objects. Sealed objects? Klein mulled over the term, perceiving it as a specialized nomenclature. Among the extraordinary items we collect and acquire, some are of such paramount importance and wonder that, should they fall into the hands of malevolent beings, they could wreak havoc of unimaginable proportions. Thus, they must be kept under stringent confidentiality and vigilant supervision. Even we, ourselves, can only utilize them under specific circumstances, and at this juncture, Dunsmith paused before adding, and a portion of these entities possesses a rather unique characteristic of being alive, capable of enticing their custodians, influencing their surroundings, evading capture, and potentially causing catastrophic consequences, necessitating rigorous control. Remarkable, Klein remarked in awe. The headquarters of the Night Watch categorizes these sealed objects into 4 tiers. Level 0 denotes extreme danger, the highest level of concern and confidentiality, impervious to inquiry, dissemination, description, or scrutiny, and must solely be sealed within the depths of the sanctum. Dunn elucidated further, Level 1 represents a high degree of danger, permitting limited utilization, with a confidentiality tier accessible only to bishops and above within the Night Watch. Central churches of dioceses like Beckland may retain 1 or 2 items, while the remainder must be surrendered to the sanctum. In the future, upon encountering relevant documents, you should discern their meaning through numbers. For instance, 2 to 125 signifies a sealed object of danger level 125. What? Klein took the paper, noticing the absence of a header, revealing only a black and white photograph accompanied by a few lines of text. Ines Zangwehr, male, age 40, former archbishop, a gatekeeper who failed his promotion, seduced by a demon, having fallen into depravity, fled with the sealed object 0-08, with specific characteristics being. Above the photograph, Ines Zangwehr is depicted in a double-breasted, pure black, adorned with a soft hat, his hair a dark gold hue, and eyes that are blue to the point of appearing black. His nose is prominent, lips pressed tightly. His features reminiscent of classical sculpture, devoid of wrinkles, the most striking mark being the loss of one eye. The description of the fallen is detailed, yet the sealed object is merely assigned a code. Klein candidly expressed his initial impression. Thus, it is classified at the highest level of confidentiality. Searches for the sealed object 0-08 are communicated solely through verbal discourse, not inscribed in writing, and only a fragment of its circumstances is divulged. Dunn sighed, stating that the appearance of 0-08 resembles a common quill pen, yet it can write without the need for ink, and that is all. Dunn did not elaborate much on this matter. Following the golden chain on his black coat, he retrieved a splendid pocket watch of the same hue, clicked it open, glanced at it, and pointed towards the door, stating, "I have conveyed all that I needed to. You should proceed to the armory and consult old Neil. He will arrange specific literature for your perusal. He is not an ordinary clerical worker. He was once a formal member. However, due to his advanced age and lack of promotion, coupled with his declining health, he is no longer suited for handling cases. He is also reluctant to transition into an internal guardian role or simply retire at home. He prefers to be surrounded by books and documents." Chapter 20. The forgetful Dunn very well. Klein slightly bowed, removed his modest top hat, and replaced it upon his head, while his mind wandered, envisioning the appearance of the sealed object 0-08. Was it merely an unremarkable feather quill? Did it require no ink for writing? What then? Was its true purpose that warranted such secrecy and deemed it exceedingly perilous? Surely it could not be a quill that inscribed the fates of the living? No. That would be too unfathomable. Ines Zangwehr had no need to go into hiding. As Klein turned to leave, Dunsmith suddenly called out to him, "Wait a moment, I almost forgot something." Dunn placed the pocket watch away, smiled, and added, "Do remember to see Mrs. Oleana, the accountant, to advance your salary for the month, totaling £12. Subsequently, you shall receive only half your salary weekly until it is repaid." "That seems excessive." "It is unnecessary to take so much," Klein instinctively replied. "No, it is imperative." Dunn shook his head with a smile. "Consider. Would you wish to continue residing in your current apartment? You have to share the washroom with several other tenants. Not only for your sake, but also for the Lady S. Moreover." Noting Klein's nod of agreement, he paused, smiled as he scrutinized Klein's attire. and added meaningfully, "You also require a cane, and you must purchase formal wear anew." Klein was momentarily taken aback, then swiftly realized, feeling a flush of embarrassment, for his outfit was indeed of inferior quality. Ordinarily, a top hat should be crafted from silk, valued at 5 to 6 shillings, a bow tie 3 shillings, a silver-mounted cane 7 to 8 shillings, a shirt 3 shillings, trousers, waistcoat, and tailcoat approximately 7 pounds, and leather boots 9 to 10 shillings. Altogether, this ensemble would amount to over 8 pounds and 7 shillings. Naturally, a respectable gentleman would also require a chain, pocket watch, and wallet. Initially, the original owner and his brother Benson had scrimped and saved, amassing a sum to inquire at a haberdashery, yet they left dejected, too timid to haggle over the price. Instead, they settled for a pair of suits from a cheap store near Iron Cross Street, spending less than 2 pounds in total. This experience profoundly imprinted the original owner's perception of clothing costs. He, like the original owner, was a person of pride. Dunn produced a pocket watch, opened it briefly, and remarked, "Very well." Klein, feeling utterly impoverished, did not voice any objections. "I will have Roshan take you there." As the ropes moved and the gears turned, Roshan, seated in the reception area of the Blackthorn Security Company, heard the gentle chime of a bell nearby and promptly rose to her feet, descending the stairs with caution. Before long, she appeared before Klein. "Dunn Smith," he said with a humorous smile, "I hope I haven't disturbed your rest?" "No, please take Moretti to Madame Oriana." "Very well." "Captain, is that all?" At this moment, Klein expressed his surprise. "To advance your salary from the finance department? Do you not require a note of approval from the captain?" "So?" Dunn responded with a puzzled tone. "I mean, to advance your salary from Madame Oriana, do you not need your signature?" Klein spoke in the simplest terms possible. "Captain, our financial management here is virtually non-existent." He suppressed the urge to scoff, following Roshan out of the room. Just then, he heard Dunn call out once more. "Wait, there's one more thing." "What is it?" Dunn pressed his temple and said, "When you visit Old Neil, remember to collect 10 Demon Hunter bullets." "Me? Demon Hunter bullets?" Klein responded in astonishment. "Isn't Welch's revolver with you?" "It doesn't need to be returned." Dunn replied, casually placing his hand in his pocket. "With the Demon Hunter bullets, should you encounter any bizarre dangers, you will be able to protect yourself? Well, at least it will give you courage." "All right, I will remember." "Thank you, Captain." Klein accepted sincerely. He stepped back slowly and turned around once more. "Wait," Dunn called out again. "What else is there?" "A skilled marksman is nurtured by bullets. Do not underestimate that." Dunn handed the revised note back to Klein. "I understand." Fearful of the impending danger, Klein was eager to set out today. He took 2 steps outside, then suddenly, with caution, half-turned his body and deliberated before speaking. "Captain, is there nothing else?" "No, there is not," Dunn affirmed with a nod. Klein exhaled in relief and continued walking towards the door, almost compelled to turn back once more to inquire, "Are you truly certain?" He resisted the impulse and successfully exited the guardroom. The captain had always been like this, frequently forgetting matters. Roshan walked beside him, whispering disparagingly, "Even my grandmother has a better memory. Of course, he only forgets trivial matters." "Well, trivial matters, Klein. From now on, I shall call you Klein." Mrs. Oleana was a kind-hearted individual, easy to get along with. Her father was a skilled watchmaker, renowned for his craftsmanship. She was a lady adorned in a ruffled long dress, with dark hair, appearing to be in her 30s, sporting fashionable curls, and possessing a pair of sparkling emerald eyes that radiated warmth and elegance. Upon hearing Roshan recount Dunn Smith's arrangements, Oleana took out a notepad and wrote a voucher. Very well. Klein efficiently completed the necessary procedures. Oleana then retrieved a brass key, unlocked the safe within the room, and while counting the pounds with a smile, remarked, "You are quite fortunate. Today we have ample cash. By the way, Klein, you were invited by the captain due to your involvement in the peculiar incidents and your particular expertise, were you not?" "Indeed, madam, your intuition is remarkably accurate." Klein praised without reservation. Oleana extracted 4 notes, pale gray with deep black patterns, secured the safe once more, and as she turned, she smiled and said, "Because I am much the same. Is that so?" Klein expressed appropriate astonishment. "Do you recall the serial killer who caused a sensation in the entire city of Tingen 16 years ago?" Oleana handed the 4 golden pounds to Klein. "Ah, I remember. The one who murdered 5 young girls, some having their hearts taken, others their stomachs, the butcher of blood? As a child, my mother often used this tale to frighten my sister." Klein reflected thoughtfully. He received the banknotes and discovered they comprised 2 5-pound notes and 2 1-pound notes, all adorned with a gray background and intricate black patterns. Their corners embellished with complex designs and distinctive watermarks to thwart counterfeiting. The former was slightly larger, featuring the 5th monarch of the Kingdom of Rune, Henry Augustus I, a direct ancestor of King George III. He donned a white wig, his round face framed by elongated eyes, presenting an expression of remarkable solemnity, yet decline. There was an inexplicable sense of familiarity. This was a 5-pound note, equivalent to nearly 4 weeks and Appos, salary for Benson. The center of the 1-pound note showcased George III and Appos as father. The former king, William Augustus VI, a formidable figure with a thick beard and resolute gaze. During his reign, the Kingdom of Rune liberated itself from antiquated constraints, ascending once more to the pinnacle among nations. These were truly noble kings. Klein faintly caught the refreshing scent of the banknote ink. Indeed. Had it not been for the timely arrival of the night watchers, I would have been the 6th victim. Mrs. Oleana's tone still carried a hint of trepidation. Despite the incident being over a decade past, it seems that the serial killer, no, the butcher, was an extraordinary individual. Klein carefully folded the banknotes and placed them into the inner pocket of his formal attire, then discreetly patted the area nearby for reassurance. Yes, Mrs. Oleana nodded gravely. He had claimed many lives before, and he was apprehended only during the preparation of a heinous ritual. Oleana chuckled lightly. I have long ceased to be afraid. Back then, I was studying accounting at business school, and shortly after, I arrived here. Well, I shall not detain you further. You still need to seek out old Neil. Farewell, madam. Klein tipped his hat in respect and exited the office. Just before descending the staircase, he couldn't resist checking his inner pocket once more, confirming that the 12-pound notes remained secure. He turned at the crossroads, proceeding to the right, and soon beheld a half-open iron gate. Knock, knock, knock. Amidst the sound of knocking, an elderly voice beckoned from within, "Come in." Klein pushed open the iron gate and discovered a narrow room, scarcely large enough to accommodate a table and 2 chairs. On one side of the room, there was a tightly locked iron door, while behind the table, an elderly man with graying hair, garbed in a classical black robe, was reading several yellowed pages under the glow of a gas lamp. He lifted his head and gazed towards the doorway, inquiring, "Are you Klein Moretti? Just a moment ago, Miss Rosen mentioned that you were quite courteous." "Indeed. Miss Rosen is a most amiable individual. Good afternoon, Mr. Neal." Klein removed his hat in acknowledgement. "Please, have a seat." Neal gestured towards the intricately adorned silver-plated tin on the table. "Would you care for a cup of freshly ground coffee?" The deep wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and around his mouth were pronounced, and his dark red irises appeared somewhat clouded. "It seems you haven't indulged at all?" Klein astutely observed that Neal's ceramic cup contained only clear water. "Ah, it's just my habit. I refrain from coffee after 3 in the afternoon." Neal explained with a smile. "Why is that?" Klein inquired casually. With a smile, Neal gazed into Klein's eyes and replied, "I fear it might disrupt my sleep at night, leading me to hear inexplicable whispers of some unseen presence." Klein found himself at a loss for words and instead asked, "Mr. Neal, which literature and classics should I delve into?" As he spoke, he extracted a note written by Dunsmith. It pertained to history, complex, fragmented, and honestly. "I have been endeavoring to learn, yet I can only grasp the rudiments. The rest is simply too convoluted. Diaries from that era, popular literature, epitaphs, and so forth." Neal amended that what I have at hand necessitates more detailed historical records to infer specific content. "Why?" Klein listened, somewhat befuddled. Neal gestured towards several yellowed pages before him, stating, "This is the diary lost by Russell Gustav before his demise. He recorded it using peculiar symbols of his own invention for confidentiality." Russell the Great, the predecessor of the time travelers? Klein was momentarily taken aback, then focused intently. Many believe he did not truly perish, but instead transformed into a clandestine deity, which has led to the existence of cultists who worship him, performing various rituals in an attempt to gain power. We occasionally encounter such phenomena, acquiring original or copied notes. Neal shook his head, remarking that to this day, no one has managed to decipher the true significance of those unique symbols. Thus, the Appos, sanctuary and Appos, permits us to retain copies for research, hoping for an unexpected revelation. At this juncture, Neal revealed a proud smile. "I have already deciphered several of the symbols, confirming they represent numbers. Look what I have discovered. This is indeed a diary. I aspire to compare the historical events of different dates, particularly those surrounding the emperor, with the entries corresponding to those days. In order to interpret more symbols, A brilliant line of thought, wouldn't you agree? The elderly gentleman, with his graying hair and deeply etched wrinkles, gazed at Klein with bright eyes. Klein nodded in agreement. Indeed. Ha ha. You may also take a look. You shall begin assisting me with this endeavor tomorrow. Mr. Neil pushed the yellowed pages towards Klein. As Klein straightened them, a mere glance rendered him utterly speechless. Although the symbols were poorly transcribed and slightly distorted, he would never mistake them, for they were the script he knew best, Chinese, in simplified characters nonetheless. Chapter 21. A familiar encounter in a foreign land. Was the time traveler Russell the Great truly a compatriot? He recorded secrets in a simplified Chinese that does not exist in this world. With an indescribable sense of nostalgia for a familiar soul encountered in a foreign land, Klein swiftly perused the 3 pages of manuscript in his hands. November 18. What a marvelous occurrence. An imaginative experiment coupled with an unforeseen mishap led me to discover a wretched soul ensnared in a tempest, lost in the... He can only draw near to the realm of reality during the full moon each month, yet remains unable to convey his cries. He is fortunate to have encountered me, the protagonist of this age. January 1st, 184, the Grand New Year's Gala. Madame Flournel is truly a vision of beauty. January 2nd, my esteemed gentlemen of the diplomatic committee are nothing but fools. January 4th, why are my children so dim? I have reiterated countless times not to be deceived by those charlatans. No, perhaps those charlatans are deceived themselves. The essence of potions lies not in mastery, but in digestion. It is not about excavation, but about performance. Furthermore, the name of the potion is not merely a core symbol but a concrete image, serving as the key to digestion. September 22nd. A coalition against me is forming, from the northern Fursak, the eastern Rhone, to the southern Fenebat. My adversaries have finally united, yet I am undaunted. I shall demonstrate to them that the disparity in weaponry and insight cannot be compensated by mere numbers or lower-tier individuals. Besides, I am not devoid of skilled allies. And high-tier? Have they forgotten who I am? September 23rd, I lost contact with the ship searching for the forsaken land. It may be time to invent the telegraph. I hope it remains unaffected by the storm. September 24th, Miss Isaka is even more enchanting than Madame Flournel. Perhaps I am merely reminiscing about my youth. As this is a copied manuscript, the complexity of the Chinese characters has considerably enlarged each letter's volume. Consequently, the content on each page is sparse. And in the interest of preservation and study, the reverse side remains entirely blank. Nevertheless, Klein's heart surged with excitement, particularly at the description of the potion's essence by Emperor Roselle, which ignited within him the exhilarating sensation of having found a path towards unraveling a priceless secret. Perhaps this is the guiding light for my future as an extraordinary individual. Indeed, these 3 pages of manuscript represent diaries from different periods, revealing that Emperor Roselle had a habit of noting the year only at the beginning of each year. The entries from November and September cannot yet be attributed to a specific year. Who is the wretched soul he discovered? What do digestion and performance specifically refer to? Where lies the forsaken land? Each query bubbled within Klein's mind, accompanied by a thrill that urged him to gather all of Emperor Roselle's diaries and read them from beginning to end. Klein? At that moment, the perplexed old Neil across from him spoke up. Klein, startled, quickly concealed his smile and said, I thought I would be the most unique one. Attempting to decipher and interpret. The youth of today. Old Neil chuckled, nodding in agreement, for I too once believed myself to be the most extraordinary of individuals. Is it just these few pages we possess? I yearn to delve deeper into the diaries of the great Emperor Roselle. Do you imagine there would be an abundance? Old Neil, caressing the manuscript, scoffed with deep-set wrinkles, stating that the occurrences of the extraordinary and the mysterious each year are rather scarce. Alas, the remarkable species are gradually vanishing from our northern continent. Without them, the potions have dwindled, and thus the extraordinary beings have become increasingly rare. For centuries now, dragons, giants, and elves have merely become subjects of written lore, and even the sea folk have ceased to grace our coastal waters. Upon hearing this, Klein suddenly recalled a jest and burst into laughter, exclaiming, I believe it is high time to establish the Dragons and Giants Protection Society. Old Neil looked utterly perplexed for a moment before comprehending the meaning. Once he grasped it, he gave a hearty slap to the table, laughing with unrestrained joy, though somewhat lacking in gentlemanly decorum. Klein, you truly possess a keen sense of humor. This is a cherished tradition of our kingdom of ruin. A touch of humor in youth is never amiss. However, we ought not to be so narrow-minded. Why limit ourselves to just dragons and giants? It should be called the Society for the Protection of Magical Creatures. No, no, no. How could we possibly neglect those poor plants? Klein shook his head at this juncture, he and old Neil exchanged a glance, and in unison declared, the Society for the Protection of Magical Beings. As their words resonated, they shared a knowing smile, the earlier tension dissipating considerably. Such amusing young individuals are becoming increasingly rare. Where was I? Old Neil's wrinkles danced with a smile as he recalled, ah yes, the occurrences of the extraordinary and the mysterious each year are indeed few. And the fools who idolize Emperor Roselle are but a minority within a minority. To possess 3 manuscripts is quite an achievement. Well, other cathedrals or parishes should have some as well. He whispered a few words, took the note that Klein had placed on the table, and glanced at it, inquiring whether it pertained to bullets from a handgun, a rifle, or perhaps those of a steam-powered gun. Very well, I shall retrieve them. Ahem. Do you possess a shoulder holster? As a gentleman, one must not appear overly bulked in the lower regions in public. Old Neil made a jest that all men could appreciate. Huh, no. Should I seek the captain to have it noted? Klein replied with a smile in agreement. Old Neil rose and said, no need, as long as it is recorded properly. This falls under accessory items. Repeat after me, accessory items. Have you ever worked as a teacher? Klein asked with amusement. I spent some time in a Sunday school and a free school run by the church, Old Neil replied, waving the note. He then retrieved the key from the drawer and unlocked the iron door leading to the inner chamber. The difference between the extraordinary and the ordinary does not seem particularly pronounced, Klein murmured silently, directing his gaze toward the 3 pages of diary on the table. Indeed, Emperor Russell delved into the realms of the mysterious. His diary is worth a fortune. To others, it is merely a collection of worthless papers, shrouded in mystery, waiting to be deciphered. To me, it is a treasure. I wonder where the remaining entries are hidden. I must find a way to uncover more. Klein and Amp. Oppos' thoughts surged tumultuously, refusing to settle, until old Neil emerged from the inner chamber and closed the iron door behind him. The handgun bullets were neatly arranged in a paper box, divided into 3 layers, their vibrant yellow hue reminiscent of the bullets in Klein and Amp. Oppos' home, slightly elongated. The demon-hunting bullets were contained within a small iron box, identical in shape to standard handgun ammunition, yet adorned with a silvery exterior that dazzled with intricate patterns. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a small emblem etched at the base, depicting a red crescent surrounded by a constellation of stars on a black field. Old Neil chuckled softly and urged Klein to try the underarm holster. After removing his coat, Klein struggled to secure the holster snugly against it. It fit quite well. He did not remove it, opting instead to don his formal attire directly. Old Neil inspected him with a discerning eye. Nodding in approval, it suits you perfectly. My judgment remains as sharp as ever. After stowing away the other items and signing in the ledger, Klein engaged in casual conversation with old Neil for a few moments before taking his leave. Halfway down the path, he suddenly felt a pang of regret. Slapping his forehead, he had forgotten to inquire further about the sequences and potions, all due to Emperor Roselle's diary. To this day, he remains oblivious to the nature of the complete and Oppos, path and Oppos, sequence, specifically sequence 9, held by the Church of the Goddess of Night. Rosen seemed to have mentioned it once. The sleepless one? Just as Klein ambled towards the staircase, a figure descended with hurried steps. He wore form-fitting trousers that allowed for ease of movement, and his white shirt was untucked, exuding a distinct aura of poetic romanticism. This was the dark-haired, green-eyed officer who had previously searched the Klein residence. The two had crossed paths upstairs mere moments ago, though they had exchanged no words. Good afternoon, greeted the poetically inclined young watchman with a smile. Good afternoon. I suppose I need not introduce myself? Klein responded humorously. No need. You have left a profound impression on me. The young watchman extended his right hand, introducing himself as Leonard Mitchell, the midnight poet of Sequence 8. Sequence 8. Truly a poet, Klein remarked, shaking his hand lightly. A smile playing on his lips as he retorted, Impressive, you say? You possess a certain unique charisma, somewhat flamboyant, Leonard replied. Klein's lips twitched into a reluctant smile. I don't perceive myself that way. Having endured such an incident and yet not sought our protection immediately, your survival alone is remarkable. Leonard gestured ahead. I must relieve the captain. Until tomorrow. Until tomorrow, Klein stepped aside to clear the path. As Leonard Mitchell gradually disappeared at the staircase and Oppos' end, he abruptly turned back, gazing at the dim glow and the cobblestone floor, murmuring softly to the air, "Did you discern anything? Indeed, he is nothing extraordinary." Chapter 22. The genesis of the sequence. The captain has instructed you to return on Monday. Tend to your domestic affairs first. Very well. Klein had not anticipated such humane management from the watchman team and felt a wave of gratitude. In the absence of telephones, and with telegrams charged by individual letters, sending a letter would undoubtedly be too late. Thus, taking a public carriage was the most economical and suitable option. With the captain's special approval, Klein no longer needed to exhaust himself. He could rise leisurely and enjoy a full night's rest. Just as he was about to tip his hat in farewell, he suddenly recalled something, glanced around, and lowered his voice. "Roshan, do you know what the complete genesis of the sequence held by the church is?" This was something he had forgotten to inquire about with old Neil. Roshan's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Klein. "Do you wish to become an extraordinary being?" Knowing that extraordinary, mysterious powers indeed exist, one cannot help but feel a sense of longing. "My goddess, do you understand how perilous that is? Has the captain not informed you? The enemies of the extraordinary are not merely cultists and dark sorcerers, but themselves. Every year, there are those who lose control, and some who make the ultimate sacrifice. Have you given no thought to the feelings of your family?" Roshan emphasized her point with gestures, her reaction somewhat exaggerated. "Klein, I believe that honestly pursuing a clerical position is the better choice. It involves minimal risk, and the salary increases annually. After a few years, with some savings, you could rent a detached house in the northern district or on the outskirts, and create a blissful family with a charming lady, blessed with delightful and mischievous little angels." "Roshan, stop. Just a moment," Klein interjected, noticing the brown-haired girl becoming increasingly carried away, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "I merely wish to, yes, grasp the basic principles." "Very well." Roshan paused for a few seconds, lowering her gaze, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. "Due to my father and Apos' situation, I tend to become a bit, well, you understand, overly passionate about such matters. However, to be frank, I hold immense respect for every gentleman and lady who voluntarily chooses to become a night watchman." I understand, Klein quickly responded. Roshan blinked her light brown eyes and added, "My father once said that one should not assume that becoming more powerful or ascending to a higher echelon of extraordinary beings will resolve hidden dangers or confront threats. In fact, quite the opposite is true. One may encounter increasingly terrifying challenges. When faced with certain unknown, horrific entities, madness and death are the only two outcomes." He sacrificed himself just a week after uttering that phrase. "Klein, please do not look at me with pity. I am living quite well, truly well. You should be the one feeling fearful about these matters. The captain expresses it more clearly and comprehensively than you. Even if I do not become an extraordinary being, I have already encountered my share of challenges." "All right," Roshan contemplated. "I have heard both the captain and old Neil mention that due to the decline and extinction of extraordinary species, high-ranking powers are virtually non-existent in this era. To become an extraordinary being is an impressive feat. In the suburbs of Tingen City, there are probably several 100,000 people, perhaps even more. Yet there are only about 30 extraordinary beings. Well, that and Apos, as my estimate. I Haven and Apos. T counted those cultist dark wizards lurking in the shadows." Before Klein could respond, she seemed to regain her vigor, clenching her fists against her chest. "Among these 30 extraordinary beings, most are of sequence 9. I seem to have digressed. That's all right. This is also knowledge I wish to acquire." Klein hoped Roshan would continue her usual rambling, revealing more information. In any case, to become an extraordinary being is already a remarkable achievement. Truly remarkable. Roshan reiterated. "The complete sequence belonging to our church begins with the sleepless ones. Sequence 9, the sleepless ones." "Indeed." Klein nodded slightly, listening as Miss Roshan uncontrollably continued her description. "You can infer from the name that the sleepless ones are those who do not require sleep at night and only need 3 to 4 hours of rest during the day." "Ah, how enviable." "No, I do not envy at all. Sleep is a gift from the goddess, the most blissful thing. Where did I leave off? Ah, yes. The insomniacs who possess the ability to pierce through darkness without the aid of light. The deeper the night, the more formidable they become. I refer to their strength in all dimensions, be it their power, their inspiration, or their intellect. However, despite their capacity to unearth the hidden dangers lurking in shadows, they still require items like demon-hunting bullets when confronted with monsters that cannot be subdued by conventional means. My father was once an insomniac." Before Klein could inquire further, Roseanne continued. Next is the sequence 8-foot midnight poet, followed by sequence 7, known as Nightmare. Nightmare? Klein immediately recalled Dunsmith guiding him through his dreams and confirmed, Captain, you are aware? Roseanne's mouth nearly formed a gnaw shape in surprise. The captain has entered my dreams before. Klein glanced around, lowering his voice once more. She lifted her coffee cup, took a sip, and reflected, in our city of Tingen, there are only 2 individuals in sequence 7. The captain must be one of them. Even in a grand diocese like Beckland, he is a remarkable figure. Some deacons may not even surpass him in prowess. How impressive the captain is, Klein smiled in agreement. Truth be told, Dunsmith and Amp, Oppo's appearance at midnight yesterday left a profound impression on him. He instinctively believed him to be an exceptionally powerful, extraordinary being. Indeed. Roseanne proudly straightened her back. Then, her expression turned troubled as her thoughts jumped. Beyond sequence 7, I have no knowledge. Perhaps only the captain knows what lies above. What about the incomplete sequences? Klein deftly shifted the topic. After a moment's reflection, Roseanne sighed, I am not particularly interested in this area. I only know that our church has more than others, as the goddess is the mother of secrets. There should be 2 or 3 types. As some members are always cold and intimidating, their presence unsettling. As for others, well, there's old Neil, he knows a great deal and possesses many intriguing magical rituals. Let me think. He once mentioned his title in sequence 9, which pertains to potion formulas. Ah yes, it's called Seer. Intriguing magical rituals? Seer? That sounds remarkably close to what I seek. Klein felt a flicker of joy within. What is it? He asked, his curiosity piqued. In a context where high-sequence individuals are scarce, sequence 7 can be regarded as the backbone of the church, right? Medium. Klein instinctively responded, Lady Daly. After the initial surprise, he found the revelation less astonishing. Only a sequence 7 adept could achieve the kind of mediumship exhibited by Lady Daly. Roseanne's eyes widened once more, disbelief evident in her voice. How do you know this? I have encountered Lady Daly, Klein admitted candidly. Well then, Roshan remarked with a tone of longing. If only I could directly become a medium, like Lady Daly, I would gladly embrace the extraordinary. No, I shall seriously ponder for 10 minutes. Lady Daly has fulfilled all my imaginings of the extraordinary. Klein, somewhat flamboyantly, concurred. Having achieved his intended goal, he engaged in light conversation with Roshan for a few more minutes. When no further information emerged, he removed his hat, bowed, and took his leave. As he descended the stairs, Klein paused abruptly after taking a few steps, reaching into the inner pocket of his coat to feel the banknotes. He then withdrew the 12 golden pounds, clutching them tightly in his left palm before tucking his hand into his trouser pocket, unwilling to release them. A faint smile unconsciously appeared on his face. According to the customs of the gluttonous nation, upon receiving money, one must indulge in a feast. Tonight, I shall treat my sister to a splendid meal. Chapter 23. The sidearm strolling along Zodaland Street, the warm, humid breeze invigorating him. Klein suddenly had a realization. No. He quickly dismissed the previous thought. The remainder of the journey would be lengthy on foot, and carrying 12 pounds in cash was far too unsafe. Moreover, he had deliberately left his revolver at home, fearing that a night watchman might seize it. Should any dangers arise from Welch's death, he would be utterly defenseless. Was there a nearby bank to exchange for change? No, that would be impractical. A 5 per thousand service fee was simply too extravagant. Klein silently shook his head, feeling a pang of regret at the mere thought of the potential fees. As each option was ruled out, Klein's eyes suddenly lit up upon spotting a hat shop. Of course, the most sensible course of action would be to purchase reasonably priced items for change, right? A suit, shirt, waistcoat, trousers, leather boots, and a cane were all within budget. Whether he bought them now or later, he would need them. What about a cane? Excellent. As the saying goes, a cane is a gentleman and Amp, Oppo's best defensive weapon, serving as a makeshift pry bar. A gentleman should wield a gun in one hand and a cane in the other. That is the civilized way to confront conflict. Amidst his swirling thoughts, Klein resolved firmly, pivoting slightly to enter the Welker hat shop. The layout of the hat shop resembled those of clothing stores from before his time. To the left, a row of suits lined the wall, while the center displayed shirts, trousers, waistcoats, and ties. To the right, pairs of leather shoes and boots were elegantly showcased in glass cabinets. Sir, what would you like to purchase? A male shop assistant in a white shirt and red waistcoat approached him politely. In the kingdom of Rune, gentlemen of status, power, and wealth preferred to wear white shirts. black waistcoats, black trousers, and dark suits, resulting in a rather monotonous palette. Consequently, male servants, shop employees, and waitstaff were required to don more vibrant or colorful attire to distinguish themselves from their masters or the wealthy class. In contrast, ladies and young women adorned themselves in dresses of various hues with lavish embellishments, while maids were confined to black and white combinations. Confronted by the inquiries of the male shop assistant, Klein pondered for a moment and replied, "A cane, something weighty and sturdy, capable of shattering a dog and Apo's skull." The shop assistant, clad in a red vest, discreetly scrutinized Klein before leading him inside, gesturing towards a row of canes in the corner. The one adorned with gold is crafted from ironwood, quite heavy and remarkably durable, priced at 11 shillings and 7 pence. Would you care to try it? 11 shillings and 7 pence. Why not just rob a bank? Is a touch of gold truly impressive? Klein exclaimed, taken aback by the exorbitant price. He maintained an impassive demeanor, giving a slight nod as he replied, "Very well." The shopkeeper in the crimson vest carefully removed the ironwood cane and gingerly handed it to Klein, seemingly fearful that he might damage the merchandise. Upon receiving the cane, Klein immediately felt its weight. He attempted to move it, only to discover that achieving a smooth swing was utterly impossible. It was far too heavy. Shaking his head and exhaling in relief, Klein thought, "This is no excuse. This one is made of walnut, crafted by the renowned cane maker, Mr. Hess, from Tingen, priced at 10 thalers and 3 pence. This one is constructed from water-sunk wood, inlaid with silver, as hard as steel, costing 7 thalers and 6 pence. And this is made from the heartwood of the white bali tree, also inlaid with silver, priced at 7 thalers and 10 pence. Klein tried each cane in turn, finding their weights to be more suitable. He then tapped each one with his fingers, gauging the hardness of each. Ultimately, he chose the least expensive option. "I and Apo's. LL take this one," the water-sunk wood, Klein indicated, pointing to the cane with the silver inlay held by the shopkeeper in the crimson vest. "Very well, sir. Please follow me to the payment counter. Should this cane suffer any wear or stains in the future, you may bring it to us for complimentary maintenance." The shopkeeper guided Klein toward the counter. Seizing the opportunity, Klein unfurled the 4 gold pounds clasped in his palm, extracting one of the smaller notes. "Greetings, 7 thalers and 6 pence," he stated. The clerk behind the counter smiled and bowed. Klein had intended to maintain an air of gentlemanly decorum, but as he extended his left hand holding the 1-pound note, he couldn't help but inquire, "Could it be a bit cheaper?" The clerk behind the counter echoed his sentiment. "Sir, I apologize." "Very well," Klein conceded, handing over the note and receiving the black cane with the silver inlay from the shopkeeper. While awaiting his change, he took a few steps back to create some distance and performed a slight test swing with his weapon. The sound of the wind was heavy, the air crackling with substance. Klein nodded in satisfaction. He redirected his gaze forward, prepared to behold notes and coins, only to be taken aback by the sight of the red-vested clerk retreating to a distance, while the individual behind the counter huddled in the corner, pressed against the wall where a double-barrel shotgun hung. The Kingdom of Ruin imposes a semi-regulatory policy on firearms. To possess a gun, one must apply for a comprehensive weapon usage license or a hunting permit. However, irrespective of the type, ownership of military-controlled items such as automatic rifles, steam-powered guns, and 6-barrel machine guns is strictly prohibited. A comprehensive weapon usage license permits the purchase and possession of any civilian firearm, though acquiring one is exceedingly cumbersome. Even merchants of considerable standing may struggle to pass the scrutiny. Conversely, a hunting permit is relatively easier to obtain. Even a farmer from the outskirts can acquire one, albeit limited to shotguns and subject to quantity restrictions. Many with modest means apply for such permits as a means of self-defense in dire situations, much like the present. Klein observed the 2 vigilant clerks, a twitch of his mouth betraying his amusement as he chuckled dryly. "Indeed, this cane is quite suitable for a flourish. I am thoroughly satisfied." Sensing no hostile intent from him, the clerk behind the counter relaxed, extending both hands with the cash and coins he had just gathered. Klein accepted the offerings and glanced at them. He noted 2 5-thaler notes, 2 1-thaler notes, a 5-penny coin, and a 1-penny coin, nodding in approval. After a brief pause, he disregarded the clerk and Apo's gaze and unfolded the 4 notes toward the light, confirming the anti-counterfeiting patterns and watermarks were intact. Securing the door, he counted the 11 pounds and 12 thalers thrice before placing them into the drawer of his writing desk. He then retrieved the copper-colored revolver with a wooden grip. Clink. 5 brass bullets cascaded onto the desk, and one by one, Klein inserted the intricately patterned and dark sigil-embellished silver demon-hunting bullets into the revolver and Apo's chamber. Similarly, he only loaded 5, leaving a space to prevent accidental discharge. While the remaining 5 regular bullets were stored in a small iron box alongside the ones he had just retrieved. Snap! With the revolver and Apo's chamber closed, Klein felt a surge of security. He enthusiastically tucked the revolver into his armpit holster, securing it firmly, and then repeatedly practiced the motion of unfastening and drawing the weapon. When his arms grew weary, he would take a brief respite before resuming, until dusk approached and the sounds of tenants traversing the corridor emerged. It was only at this juncture that he exchanged his formal attire and waistcoat for a casual brown coat, engaging in some arm relaxation exercises. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps drew nearer, followed by the sound of a key inserting into the lock, turning with a click. Melissa, with her flowing black hair cascading over her shoulders, entered through the door, her nose subtly twitching as her gaze swept over the unlit fireplace, her eyes momentarily dimming. Klein, with his hands in his pockets, leaned against the edge of the desk and smiled. "No, we shall dine out." "Dine out?" Melissa replied, taken aback. "How about the Silver Crown restaurant on Daffodil Street?" "I've heard the cuisine is splendid," Klein suggested. But Melissa was still grappling with the situation. Klein chuckled lightly, saying, "It's to celebrate my new job." "You found a job?" Melissa and Apo's voice involuntarily elevated. "But the interview at Tianjin University isn't until tomorrow, is it?" "A different position," Klein replied with a smile, retrieving a stack of banknotes from the drawer. "They even advanced me a month's salary." Melissa gazed at the crisp notes, her eyes widening in astonishment. "Oh my goodness, what job did you secure?" Klein hesitated, carefully choosing his words. "A security firm dedicated to the search, collection, and preservation of antiquities. They require a professional consultant. It's a 5-year contract with a salary of £3 per week. Were you worried about this last night?" Melissa inquired after a moment of silence. Klein nodded in affirmation. "Yes, being an instructor at Tianjin University would be more respectable, but I prefer this opportunity." "Actually, it sounds rather promising," Melissa replied, displaying an encouraging smile, her expression a mix of curiosity and doubt. "How could they advance you an entire month's salary?" "Because we need to move, require more space, and desire our own washroom," Klein said, his lips curling into a grin as he spread his hands. He felt his laughter was impeccable, almost ready to inquire if she was surprised. Melissa paused for a moment, then suddenly spoke rapidly, her tone tinged with a hint of anxiety. "Klein, we actually live quite well. My occasional complaints about not having my own bathroom are merely habitual. Do you remember Jenny? She used to live next door. Ever since her father was injured and lost his job, they had to move down the street. A family of 5 crammed into a single room, 3 sleeping in bunk beds and 2 on the floor. They even contemplated renting out the remaining space on the floor to someone else. In comparison to her situation, we are fortunate and well off. Don't squander your salary on this matter. Besides, I truly enjoy Mrs. Sling's bakery." Klein listened, his expression one of bewilderment, as Melissa's reaction diverged sharply from his anticipated script. Chapter 24, Frugality and Household Management. The golden hues of dusk faded outside, and as Klein gazed into Melissa's eyes, he found himself at a loss for words, for all the lines he had prepared were rendered useless. He cleared his throat softly, his mind racing. "Melissa, is this not a waste of salary? When Benson and my colleagues come to visit, shall we entertain them in such a place? Once I marry Benson and have a wife, shall we still resort to bunk beds? You do not yet have a fiancé, do you? Perhaps you could wait a while longer and save a bit more money." Melissa articulated her thoughts with clarity. "No, Melissa, this is the way of society," Klein replied, feeling a headache coming on, resorting to grand principles. "If one earns a weekly wage of £3, one ought to maintain a standard befitting that income." Noticing that Melissa was about to speak again, Klein interjected hastily. "Rest assured, I'm not considering a detached house. I plan to look at row houses. In any case, it must have its own bathroom. Moreover, I have a fondness for Mrs. Sling's bread, Tianjin cakes, and lemon cakes. We could initially consider locations near Iron Cross Street and Daffodil Street." Melissa pressed her lips together, fell silent for a moment, and then slowly nodded in agreement. He mimicked Benson's tone, causing Melissa to unconsciously narrow her eyes, revealing her dimples. No, Mr. Franke would be waiting at the door, demanding the apartment keys from Benson, preventing him from ascending the stairs. The girl casually criticized the miserly landlord. Within the Moretti household, it had become a habit to use Mr. Frankie as the subject of jest, a trend initiated by the elder brother, Benson. Indeed, he would not change the locks for the subsequent tenants. Klein smiled in agreement, gesturing towards the entrance, playfully suggesting, "Shall we celebrate at the Silver Crown restaurant, Miss Melissa?" Melissa sighed softly, replying, "Klein, do you know Selina?" "Yes, my classmate and a dear friend." Selina? An image of a girl with burgundy hair and deep brown eyes surfaced in Klein's mind. Her parents were devotees of the night goddess, bestowing upon her the blessing of Saint Selina. At just under 16, she was half a year younger than her sister Melissa. A joyful, outgoing girl. Ah, yes, Klein nodded, recalling Selina Wood. Her brother, Chris, was a corporate lawyer, currently earning nearly £3 a week. While his fiancée, he worked part-time as a typist. Melissa began to outline the situation before adding, "They have been engaged for over 4 years, saving diligently for a stable and decent life post-marriage. They have yet to step into the church, planning to wait at least another year." According to Selina, most people like her brother follow the same path, typically marrying only after the age of 28, requiring prior preparation and prudent savings. Is it truly necessary to expound such profound principles for just a meal at the restaurant? Klein pondered, torn between laughter and tears, before eventually stating, "Melissa, I currently earn £3 a week, and my salary will only increase annually, so you need not worry. However, we must save for unforeseen circumstances. For instance, that security company might suddenly go bankrupt. I have a classmate whose father's company collapsed, forcing him to seek temporary work at the docks, drastically worsening their family and Oppo's situation and compelling him to drop out of school." Melissa earnestly advised her brother. Klein covered his face with his hand, saying, "That security company has some ties to the government. It's unlikely to go under. But the government is unstable as well. After each election, when parties change, most positions are reallocated, leading to chaos." Melissa persisted. "You certainly possess considerable knowledge, sister," Klein said, shaking his head in exasperation, both amused and vexed. "Very well. I shall make a soup with the leftover ingredients from yesterday. You go buy a fillet of fish, a piece of beef with black pepper sauce, a small can of cream, and bring me a mug of ginger beer. In any case, let us celebrate a little." These are the delicacies frequently offered by the vendors of Iron Cross Street: a pan-fried fish fillet priced at 6 to 8 pence, a modest piece of beef adorned with black pepper sauce for 5 pence, a cup of ginger beer at a penny, and a small tin of cream costing approximately a £1/4, which can be had for 4 pence, while a full pound of cream is merely 1 shilling and 3 pence. The original owner, responsible for procuring culinary supplies during holidays, was well versed in prices. Klein calculated for a few seconds and concluded that approximately 1 shilling and 6 pence would be required, thus extracting 2 1-shilling notes. Melissa, no longer opposing this, set down her stationery-filled bag and accepted the money, observing her sister retrieve a small tin for cream and a bowl for other provisions. She cheerfully made her way to the door. Klein contemplated for a moment before calling out to her, "Melissa, use the remaining money to purchase some fruit." Upon uttering this, Klein swiftly approached, producing the leftover copper pennies from his pocket and placing them into his sister's palm. "Huh." Melissa's brown eyes gazed at her brother with a mix of confusion and bewilderment. Klein took 2 steps back and smiled gently. "Remember to visit Mrs. Sling for a small slice of lemon cake as a treat for yourself." Melissa's mouth opened slightly, her eyes blinked, and ultimately, she managed to utter a single word, "All right." She swiftly turned, pulled open the door, and scampered towards the stairs. A river meandered through, flanked by towering cypress and maple trees, the air so fresh it felt intoxicating. Klein, on his way to address matters pertaining to an interview, brandished a revolver and wielded a cane as he disembarked from the public carriage after paying 6 pence. He strolled along the cement pathway leading to a 3-story brick building shrouded in greenery, the administrative office of Tianjin University. Truly, it is one of the most renowned universities in the Kingdom of Ruin, Klein mused as he walked, marveling at the contrast with the rather humble appearance of Hoi University across the river. Huh. The sounds of shouts drew near as 2 rowing boats surged downstream from the Hoi River, their wooden oars moving in perfect unison. This rowing sport was a popular pastime among all universities in the Kingdom of Ruin. Given Klein's circumstances, reliant on scholarships to complete his studies, he had participated in the rowing club at Hoi University alongside Welch and others, mastering the art of rowing. How youthful it all seemed. Klein paused to gaze at the scene, letting out a sigh of nostalgia. In just a week, such moments would dissipate. As the school was about to commence its summer break, walking along the tree-lined path, he arrived at the gray 3-story brick building, checked in, and seamlessly found the office that had previously hosted him. Knock, knock, knock. He lightly rapped on the half-open door. Come in, a male voice beckoned from within. Upon entering, Klein was met by a middle-aged instructor clad in a white shirt and black tailcoat, who frowned slightly. The interview is still an hour away. Mr. Stone, do you remember me? Klein Moretti, a student of the esteemed Associate Professor Cohen, greeted with a smile and removed his hat. Have you any matters to discuss? Inquired Haverstone, stroking his dark beard with a hint of curiosity. I do not oversee the interviews. I have secured a position and shall not attend the interview today. Klein candidly expressed his purpose. I see. Haverstone comprehended, rising to extend his right hand. Congratulations. You are indeed a courteous young man. I shall inform the professors and associate professors. Klein shook his hand, intending to exchange pleasantries before taking his leave, when a familiar voice unexpectedly called out from behind. Moretti, have you found another job? Turning around, Klein beheld a silver-haired elder, distinguished in features yet modest in wrinkles. His deep-set blue eyes were striking against the backdrop of a sharply tailored black tailcoat. Good morning, Mentor asked. He quickly bowed. What brings you here? The venerable figure was none other than Ask, a senior associate professor from the history department at Hoy University. Beside him stood a middle-aged gentleman of average stature, with sun-kissed skin, holding a newspaper. He was clean-shaven, donned a top hat, and possessed gentle features that hinted at an ineffable depth of experience, marked by a subtle mole just below his right ear. Klein recognized him as Mr. Ask, a frequent collaborator with his mentor, Associate Professor Cohen. Their discussions often sparked lively debates, yet their camaraderie was undeniable, as they frequently gathered to converse. Cohen nodded slightly, his tone relaxed as he inquired. Ask and I are here to attend an academic conference. What position have you secured? I will be working for a security company specializing in the search, collection, and preservation of antiquities. They require a professional consultant, paying £3 weekly. Klein recounted his earlier conversation with his sister, elaborating, as you know, I prefer exploring history over summarizing it. Cohen nodded appreciatively, saying, everyone has their own choices. I am pleased that you remembered to notify Tianjin University rather than simply absenting yourself. At that moment, Ask interjected, has the case turned into a burglary, and so swiftly reported in the newspaper? Klein paused, carefully choosing his words. I am not entirely certain of the specifics. Previously, Welch had obtained a notebook from the Antigonid family of the Fourth Solomon Empire and sought my assistance in interpreting it. I initially dedicated a few days to it, but then became preoccupied with job hunting. Just a couple of days ago, the police also came looking for me. He deliberately revealed the Solomonic Empire and the Antigonid dynasty, curious to see if the two history professors would possess any knowledge about them. The quaternary, Cohen murmured, furrowing his brow. The bronze-skinned Ask, initially taken aback, soon inhaled deeply, massaging his temples with his left hand that held the newspaper. Antigonid. It feels familiar. Yet I cannot recall where I have heard it before. Chapter 25. The church as Ask spoke to himself, he unconsciously glanced at Quentin Cohen, seemingly seeking a hint or inspiration. With sunken eye sockets and deep blue eyes, Cohen unhesitatingly shook his head, stating, I have no recollection whatsoever. Well, perhaps it is merely a similarity in etymology, Ask remarked, lowering his left hand and offering a self-deprecating smile. Klein felt a twinge of disappointment at this outcome, but could not resist adding, Professor, Mr. Ask, you know of my keen interest in exploring and reconstructing the history of the quaternary. If you happen to recall anything or come across additional materials, could you kindly write to me? Of course, replied Cohen, the silver-haired senior professor, visibly pleased with Klein due to today's discourse. Ask nodded in agreement, inquiring, is your address still the same as before? Cohen, shaking his black cane, responded, it indeed warrants a change to a more suitable environment. At that moment, Klein cast a glance at the newspaper in Ask's hand and thoughtfully inquired, Professor, Mr. Ask, what does the newspaper say regarding Welch and Naya? I only learned a little from the investigating officer. With a crack, he opened it and pressed forward with his cane. The meeting is about to commence. Ask. We cannot afford to delay. Please hand the newspaper to Moretti. Very well. Ask passed the finished newspaper to Klein. We must ascend the stairs. Remember to write. My address with Cohen remains unchanged, still at the History Department office of Hoy University. Ha ha. He turned around with a smile and departed the room alongside Cohen. Klein doffed his hat in salute, bidding farewell to the office's proprietor, Harvin Stone, before leisurely making his way down the corridor and exiting the door of the gray three-story building. Bathed in sunlight, he raised his cane and unfolded the newspaper, which bore the title, The Tianjin Morning News. In an age where industrialized papermaking and printing have flourished, the price of a newspaper has dwindled to a mere penny, thus broadening its readership. Klein did not scrutinize the other articles but swiftly located the report on a home invasion murder in the news section. According to police reports, the scene at Mr. Welch and Amp Opos' residence was ghastly, with all gold, jewelry, and cash, along with any valuable and easily transportable items, having been stolen, leaving not even a copper penny behind. There is reason to believe that a band of ruthless and malevolent criminals would not hesitate to eliminate any innocent witnesses to their appearance, such as Mr. Welch and Mrs. Naya. This is a flagrant violation of the kingdom's laws. This is a provocation against public safety. No one wishes to encounter such horrors. Fortunately, there is good news. As the police department has identified the perpetrators and apprehended the ringleader, further updates will be provided shortly. The reporter, John Browning, has handled and concealed the details. Klein strolled along the tree-lined path, imperceptibly nodding in acknowledgement. He casually flipped through the newspaper, wandering and immersing himself in various news articles and serialized stories. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine, as if countless fine needles were pricking at him. Is someone watching me? Evaluating me? Monitoring me? A flurry of thoughts surged within him, and Klein began to grasp a vague understanding. During his time on Earth, he had also sensed an invisible gaze and eventually discovered its source. But never had he reacted with such clarity and certainty as he did now. The same events from the fragments of the original owner and Opos' memories unfolded in a similar manner. Was it a consequence of his crossing over, or did that peculiar transportation ritual enhance his sixth sense? Klein stifled the impulse to seek out the observer, recalling the novels, films, and television shows he had seen. He gradually slowed his pace, tucked away the newspaper, and gazed towards the Hoy River. Following that, he subtly tilted his head as if admiring the scenery, then naturally turned around, absorbing the surroundings into his vision. Apart from the trees, the lawn, and the students passing by in the distance, there was no one else present. Yet Klein was certain that someone was still watching him. His heart raced, blood coursing through his veins in fervent, rhythmic pulses. He unfurled the newspaper, partially concealing his face, fearful that someone might perceive the disquiet in his expression. Meanwhile, he tightened his grip on the cane, bracing himself for the imminent draw of his weapon. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Klein advanced slowly, just as before. He continued to feel the sensation of being observed and scrutinized, yet no imminent danger seemed to arise. With a slight stiffness in his movements, he traversed the tree-lined path until he arrived at the public carriage waiting area, where he fortuitously discovered a carriage approaching. Iron. Zote. No. Champagne Street. Klein persistently dismissed his own thoughts. Having left his gold pounds at home, tucked away in his habitual hiding spot, he had merely taken 2 sola notes with him. Previously, he had spent the same amount, leaving him with exactly 1 sola and 6 pence. Thus, he extracted all the coins he had and handed them to the fare collector. Once aboard the carriage and settled into his seat, Klein felt the unsettling sensation of being watched finally dissipate with the closing of the door. He exhaled slowly, feeling his limbs tremble ever so slightly. What should he do? What course of action should he take next? Klein gazed out of the carriage window, straining to devise a plan. In the absence of clarity regarding the intentions of the observer, he resolved to regard their presence as malevolent. Various ideas served, only to be dismissed one by one. Having never encountered a situation like this before, he took several minutes to gather his thoughts. It was imperative to inform the night watchers, for they alone could truly resolve the predicament. However, approaching them directly would risk exposure, perhaps playing right into the hands of the adversary. Following this line of reasoning, Klein roughly formulated one plan after another, his thoughts gradually crystallizing. He exhaled a breath of stale air, regaining a semblance of tranquility as he intently observed the swiftly passing scenery outside the window, until the carriage arrived at Champagne Street. No unexpected occurrences transpired. Yet, the moment Klein alighted from the vehicle, he was immediately beset by that unsettling sensation of being watched. He feigned ignorance as he picked up a newspaper and, with his cane in hand, strolled leisurely towards Zodelin Street. However, he did not venture into that thoroughfare. Instead, he meandered to the rear, where the lovely white square and the grand spire of the St. Selena Cathedral awaited him. This cathedral, the headquarters of the Church of the Night Goddess in Tianjin, was a place where it was entirely customary for a believer to attend Mass and engage in prayer on the Sabbath. The edifice exhibited a distinct Earth-like Gothic style, predominantly dark in hue, featuring a towering, weathered bell tower that soared high above the grand central buttresses flanked by red and blue checkered windows, piercing the heavens. Klein entered the cathedral, meandering down the aisle towards the expansive prayer hall. Along the way, narrow stained glass windows adorned with intricate blue and red patterns filtered in beams of colored light, deep blue bordering on black, and red reminiscent of the moon, casting an exceptionally somber atmosphere around him. The sensation of being observed dissipated, and Klein maintained an impassive demeanor, devoid of joy, as he approached the open entrance to the grand prayer hall. Within this space, there were no high windows. Instead, profound darkness reigned supreme. Yet, behind the arched altar, a wall directly facing the entrance bore a multitude of fist-sized circular apertures, allowing the brilliant, pure rays of sunlight to cascade in, crystallizing into radiance. It was akin to a traveler in the night suddenly gazing upward to behold the starry sky, witnessing a myriad of resplendent orbs, so exalted, so pure, so sacred. Even as one who believed that divinity could be studied and understood, Klein found himself bowing his head in reverence. Amidst the bishop's deep and gentle sermon, he quietly traversed the aisle that separated the left and right seating, securing a position that was unoccupied and close to the passageway before slowly taking a seat. He leaned his cane against the back of the chair before him, removed his top hat, and placed it alongside the newspaper upon his lap. Then, he clasped his hands together, resting them against his lowered forehead. This entire process was executed with a deliberate slowness and orderliness, as if he were genuinely there to pray. Klein closed his eyes, quietly listening to the bishop and Apos' voice amidst the enveloping darkness. They were naked, without clothing or food, exposed to the cold. They were drenched by the downpour, having no refuge, clinging desperately to the rocks. They were mothers robbed of their children, orphans stripped of hope, and the impoverished compelled to abandon their rightful paths. The night had not forsaken them, it offered its solace. The echoes layered upon one another, resonating, and in that moment of darkness, Klein felt his spirit being cleansed. He calmly absorbed these thoughts until the bishop concluded his sermon, bringing the mass to a close. The bishop opened the door to the adjacent confessional, and a queue of gentlemen and ladies formed. Klein opened his eyes, donned his top hat, grasped his cane and newspaper, and rose to join the orderly line. After more than 20 minutes, his turn finally arrived. Stepping inside, he closed the door behind him, and the dimness enveloped him once again. "Child, what do you wish to convey?" The bishop's voice resonated from behind the wooden partition. "Someone is following me. I wish to seek Don." His tone softened, as if imbued by the surrounding gloom. To the right of the confessional door, at the end, there was a concealed door, and upon entering, someone would guide him. As he spoke, he tugged on a cord within the room, summoning the sound of a bell to the attention of a nearby priest. Once he confirmed that the sensation of being watched had dissipated, he adjusted his black bowler hat and, with an expression devoid of excess, grasped his cane and turned right, proceeding until he reached the arched altar. On the wall aligned to the side, he discovered the hidden door, which he opened silently and slipped inside. The door closed quietly behind him, and a middle-aged man clad in a black clerical robe emerged into the glow of the gaslight, coming into Klein's view. "What is the matter?" the middle-aged priest inquired succinctly. Without further questioning, he turned and walked silently onward. Klein nodded, adjusted his hat, and, holding his black cane, quietly followed behind. Roshan had mentioned that to the left at the crossroads leading to Channy's Gate lay the Church of St. Selena. Chapter 26. Practice tap, tap, tap. Klein stood upright, following the middle-aged priest at a measured pace, refraining from inquiries or idle chatter, as serene as a windless lake. Passing through the heavily guarded passage, the middle-aged priest unlocked a secret door with a key and gestured to the stone staircase leading downwards. To the left at the crossroads is Channy's Gate. "May the goddess bless you." Klein traced the shape of a crimson moon over his chest. He spoke no further, descending the stone steps, aided by the elegant gas lamps embedded in the walls, each step taking him deeper into the encroaching darkness. He did not turn towards the direction of the Charney's Gate, for Dunn Smith, who had just completed his shift, would undoubtedly not be present there. Following the familiar path on the right, Klein ascended another staircase, emerging within the confines of the Blackthorn Security Company. Observing that the doors were either tightly shut or ajar, he refrained from recklessly searching and instead entered the reception hall, where he spotted a sweet-faced brunette girl engrossed in a magazine. "Hello, Roshan." Klein approached from the side, deliberately tapping the table. Clatter. Roshan jumped up, knocking over her chair, and exclaimed in a fluster, "Hi, the weather is lovely today. What brings you here, Klein?" She placed a hand on her chest, gasping for breath, resembling a little girl caught by her father while slacking off. "You startled me. I thought the captain had come out." Roshan shot Klein an incredulous glare. "You should have knocked." "Humph. Consider yourself fortunate that I am a generous and benevolent lady, though I prefer the term girl. What business do you have with the captain? He is in the room opposite Mrs. Oriana." Despite his tense demeanor, Klein could not help but smile at Roshan's antics, and, after a moment's reflection, replied, "It's a secret." Roshan and Apos' eyes widened in disbelief as Klein gave a slight bow and hurriedly took his leave. He re-entered through the partition door of the reception area and knocked on the door of the first office on the right. "Come in," resonated the deep and gentle voice of Dunsmith. Klein pushed the door open, closed it behind him, and, removing his hat, greeted, "Good morning, Captain." "Good morning. What brings you here?" Dun's black trench coat and hat were hanging on the nearby coat rack, revealing a figure clad only in a white shirt and a black vest. Despite his slightly receding hairline and deep gray eyes, he appeared remarkably fresh. Leaning back, Dunn clasped his hands together, his profound gray gaze quietly fixed upon Klein's eyes. He did not pursue the topic of the tracking. Instead, he inquired, "Did you come from the church? It is possible that Welch's father doubts the cause of death we reported and has summoned a private investigator from Wind City to conduct an inquiry." Constant City, known as Wind City, is an area where the coal and steel industries are extraordinarily developed, ranking among the top 3 cities in the Kingdom of Rune. Before Klein could express his opinion, Dunn continued, "It could also stem from the origin of that notebook." "We are investigating where Welch obtained the notes of the Antigonus family, though we cannot exclude other individuals or organizations seeking this notebook." "What should I do?" Klein asked in a low voice. Undoubtedly, he hoped for the former reason. "Any?" Klein retorted. "Any," Dunn affirmed. "Of course, do not frighten the other party, nor violate the law." He turned left at the crossroads, bathed in the glow of the gas lamps flanking either side, quietly traversing the desolate, dimly lit, and frigid passageway. Before long, Klein approached the staircase, ascending it step by step, only to behold a middle-aged clergyman standing in the shadows at the threshold. Upon their encounter, neither spoke. The clergyman silently turned and stepped aside, clearing the path. After a brief moment of waiting, Klein, grasping his cane and newspaper, leisurely departed from the grand prayer hall, exiting the church of St. Selena as if nothing had transpired. The instant he stepped outside, the blazing sun struck him, reigniting a familiar sensation of being watched, as if he were prey under the gaze of a vigilant eagle. Suddenly, a perplexing thought emerged in his mind. Why had the observer not followed him into the church? While he could still have concealed his brief disappearance with the aid of the dim surroundings and the clergyman, was it truly difficult for the watcher to feign prayer and maintain surveillance? Had he committed any wrongdoing that would warrant such apprehension and entering openly? Unless he harbored a dark past, fearing the church and the bishop, conscious that the other party might possess extraordinary abilities. In that light, the likelihood of him being a private investigator seemed exceedingly slim. With a sigh, Klein exhaled, his earlier tension dissipating as he strolled leisurely around to the rear of Zotland Street. He halted before a weathered edifice, its walls adorned with the marks of time, bearing the number 3 and the name Zotland Shooting Club. A portion of the police department's subterranean shooting range was accessible to the public, aimed at generating additional funds. After a brief verification, he was ushered underground to a confined shooting chamber. The target was set at a distance of 10 meters. Klein, after issuing a simple instruction to the attendant, retrieved a revolver from his underarm holster and extracted a box of brass-hued ammunition from his pocket. Suddenly being aware of being watched ignited within him a fervent desire for self-preservation, overcoming his usual procrastination. Thus, he hastened to practice his marksmanship. Bang! Once the attendant departed, he swung open the cylinder, ejecting the silver-hued demon-hunting bullets one by one, before deftly inserting the brass-colored standard bullets into the chambers. This time, he left no empty slots to guard against accidental discharges, nor did he remove his formal coat or take off his half-height top hat. He opted to practice in his usual attire, for it was implausible to request a pause in the midst of an encounter with an adversary to change into more convenient clothing. Klein closed the revolver's cylinder and flicked it with his thumb. Suddenly, gripping the gun with both hands, he raised it sharply, aiming directly at the target 10 meters away. The sound of fabric shifting accompanied him as Klein practiced his aim repeatedly, honing his grip with the seriousness of a student preparing for an important examination. After numerous repetitions, He retreated to the wall, seated himself on a soft bench, placed the revolver aside, and indulged in a self-massage of his arms, resting for a considerable time. Bang! His arm trembled slightly, and his body leaned back as the bullet veered off target. Bang! 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 Drawing from his experience, he fired shot after shot, immersing himself in the sensations of practice until all 6 bullets had been expended. It was time to take aim again. Klein stepped back to sit down, catching his breath. With a snap, he ejected the revolver's cylinder, letting the 6 spent casings clatter to the ground, before emotionlessly loading the remaining brass-colored bullets one by one. Relaxing his arm, Klein rose once more, reflecting as he returned to his shooting stance. Bang! 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 Shaking off the soreness in his arms, he emptied the last 5 casings, lowered his head, and meticulously loaded the intricately patterned silver demon-hunting bullets, reserving one chamber for a misfire. With a silent sense of vigilance, he retrieved his keys and opened the door, discovering a man nearing 30, clad in a linen shirt, with very short hair, seated at a desk. A pang of anxiety gripped his heart, but it quickly dissipated as Klein greeted him with a smile. Good morning. No, good afternoon, Benson. The man before him was none other than his and Melissa's elder brother, Benson Moretti, who at the age of 25 appeared nearly 30 due to his receding hairline and mature features. He possesses dark hair and brown eyes, bearing a resemblance to Klein, yet lacking that subtle scholarly aura. Good afternoon, Klein. How did the interview go? Benson rose to his feet, a smile gracing his lips. His black coat and bowler hat were hung on the protrusion of the bunk bed. Noticing Benson and Appos, as astonishment, Klein chuckled softly and added, in truth, I didn't attend the interview at all. I found a job beforehand, earning £3 a week. He reiterated the words he had previously spoken to Melissa. Benson's expression softened as he shook his head and smiled, saying, It feels akin to witnessing a child grow up. Yes, this job is rather pleasant. He sighed and said, Klein chuckled, All right, but I believe Melissa will be heartbroken. Shall we venture out this afternoon to procure some ingredients? Let us take at least 3 sols. To be honest, the exchange rate of £1 for 20 sols, 1 sol for 12 pence, as well as halfpence and quarterpence, makes this currency system utterly counterintuitive and exceedingly cumbersome. It must be one of the most foolish monetary systems in existence. Upon finishing his statement, he noticed the sudden seriousness on Benson's face, which caused him a moment of unease, making him question whether he had misspoken. Could it be that within the fragments of the original owner and Appos' lost memories, Benson was an ardent and extreme supporter of the kingdom, intolerant of any dissent? Benson paced a few steps, then retorted with a grave expression, No, not even that. Klein was taken aback for a moment, but quickly regained his composure and exchanged a knowing smile with his brother. Indeed, it was the kind of sarcastic humor Benson excelled at. With a smirk gracing his lips, Benson added earnestly, You should understand that creating a reasonable and simple currency system hinges on one fundamental premise, the ability to count and grasp the decimal system. Unfortunately, such individuals are exceedingly rare among those high-ranking figures. And Appos, Chapter 27, The Dinner of the 3 Siblings. How sharp. Klein chuckled, drawing from his extensive past experiences to add a darkly humorous remark. In truth, there exists no evidence to suggest that those high-ranking individuals possess any semblance of intellect. Truly excellent. Benson laughed heartily, giving a thumbs up. Klein, you have become far more humorous than before. After catching his breath, he continued, I still need to head to the docks this afternoon, and I want to be able to rest until tomorrow. At that time, well, we shall visit the Tingen City Housing Improvement Company to see if they have any reasonably priced and decent townhouses for rent. Also, we must pay a visit to Mr. Frankie, the landlord. Klein replied with a puzzled expression. Is there currently a townhouse available for rent under the landlord's name in a good location? Benson glanced at his younger brother with amusement and remarked, You haven't forgotten about our 1-year lease, have you? It's only been 6 months since we signed. Klein inhaled sharply, realizing he had indeed overlooked this matter. Although the rent was paid weekly, the lease extended for a year. Moving now would constitute a breach of contract, and should it come to court, he could face substantial penalties. You still lack sufficient social experience, Benson mused, raking his fingers through his receding black hair. This was a clause I fought hard to secure. Otherwise, Mr. Frankie would have only agreed to a 3-month lease. For the wealthy class, landlords typically rent for a year, 2, or even 3 years to ensure stability. However, for us, for our former selves and our neighboring tenants, landlords constantly feared unforeseen circumstances might lead to a tenant's inability to pay rent, thus preferring short-term contracts. This way, they can frequently raise the prices as the situation demands, Klein added, merging the fragments of the original owner's memories with his own rental experiences. Benson sighed and remarked, "This is the stark reality and cruelty of contemporary society. However, fret not. The matter of the contract is easily resolvable. To speak candidly, should we default on a week's rent, Mr. Franke will promptly evict us and seize our valuables, for his intellect scarcely surpasses that of a curly-haired baboon, incapable of discerning matters of complexity." Upon hearing this, Klein suddenly recalled a jest regarding a certain Sir Humphrey and shook his head earnestly, saying, "No, Benson, you are mistaken." "Why?" Benson inquired, his face a mask of confusion. "Ha ha." Benson momentarily lost his composure. "Of course, as gentlemen, we shall not resort to such base tactics. Tomorrow, we shall engage directly with Mr. Franke. Trust me, he is easily swayed, exceedingly so." Klein harbored no doubt regarding this. The existence of gas pipes served as the most compelling evidence. The two brothers indulged in casual banter, incorporating the scant remnants of last night's pan-seared fish into a hodgepodge vegetable stew, and during the heating process, they softened the rye bread with steam. Once Benson departed, Klein gathered 3 solar notes and a handful of copper pennies, making his way to the market for lettuce and meat. There, he spent 6 pennies on a pound of beef, 7 pennies on a substantial fillet of tender, low-spine Tay-sock fish, and procured potatoes, peas, white radishes, rhubarb, lettuce, turnips, as well as rosemary, basil, cumin, and various oils. Throughout this endeavor, he remained acutely aware of an unseen presence, as though someone were observing him. Yet no tangible interaction ensued. He initially intended to practice military boxing to enhance his physical fitness, but now he has even forgotten the movements of the calisthenics, let alone the unfamiliar exercises introduced during military training. Reluctantly, he had to simplify his efforts. Klein refrained from exerting himself too much, as excessive fatigue could lead to danger. He paused at the right moment to peruse the original materials and notes of the previous owner, hoping to revisit the knowledge related to the Quaternary period. As evening descended, Benson and Melissa sat at the desk, gazing at the meticulously arranged food, appearing as orderly as senior students in an elementary school. A medley of enticing aromas composed a rich culinary overture, the beguiling scent of simmering beef, the pronounced and lingering allure of mashed potatoes, the sweet entanglement of pea soup, the subtle yet balanced harmony of stewed rhubarb, and the creamy sweetness encircling the rye bread. A rumble echoed from his stomach. Klein rolled up his shirt sleeve, grasped the platter of fried fish, and placed it at the center of the tidily arranged desk. Before turning back to retrieve 2 large mugs of ginger beer from the cupboard, positioning them at the respective spots for Benson and himself, he smiled at Melissa and, as if performing a magic trick, produced a lemon pudding. "We have beer, and you have this." "Thank you," Melissa murmured as she accepted the lemon pudding. Observing this, Benson raised his glass with a smile and said, "Let us celebrate Klein's acquisition of a commendable job." Klein lifted his glass to clink with Benson and Amp, Oppos, S, and then with Melissa and Amp, Oppos, S lemon pudding, exclaiming, to the goddess of praise, "Ginger beer, officially known as ginger ale, contains no alcohol but instead combines the spiciness of ginger with the tartness of lemon to create a taste reminiscent of beer, making it suitable for women and children." Though Melissa was not particularly fond of its flavor. To the goddess of praise, Benson took a sip, while Melissa hesitantly sampled a small bite of the lemon pudding, savoring it without wanting to swallow. "Give it a try," Klein encouraged, setting down his glass and picking up a fork and spoon, gesturing toward the array of dishes spread across the table. Among them, he felt least confident about the pea soup. Having never encountered such a peculiar dish on Earth, and relying solely on fragmented memories of the original owner for its recreation. As the elder brother, Benson did not hesitate and scooped a spoonful of mashed potatoes into his mouth. The potatoes, cooked to perfection and mashed to a delightful consistency, mingled with a hint of pork fat and just the right amount of salt, igniting his appetite. "Not bad, indeed," Benson mumbled. "Far superior to what I had last time at the office, where they used cream. This could be considered my signature dish." Klein graciously accepted the compliment, attributing his skill to the guidance of the well-chef chef. Melissa's gaze shifted toward the beef soup, where green basil leaves, vibrant lettuce hearts, and white radish chunks floated in a clear broth, concealing tender pieces of beef, all exuding a fresh and enticing aroma. As she forked a piece of beef into her mouth, she found it delightfully tender yet retaining some bite, complemented by a touch of saltiness. The subtle sweetness of the radish and the aromatic spiciness of the basil, which together brought forth the inherent deliciousness of the beef. She seemed to be extolling something but found herself unable to stop speaking. Klein tasted it, appreciating the flavor yet feeling a tinge of regret, as it fell short of his best standards. After all, some seasonings were absent, necessitating peculiar substitutes. Of course, even at his best, his cooking could only be Suddenly, he felt a pang of sympathy for the inexperienced Benson and Melissa. After swallowing the beef, Klein picked up a piece of fried Tazak fish, sprinkled with cumin and rosemary. It was crisp on the outside and tender within, golden and delectable, its saltiness intermingling with the rich oiliness. Nodding slightly, Klein then tasted a piece of stewed rhubarb, which he found merely acceptable, as it helped to cut through the richness of the meat. Finally, summoning his courage, he ladled a spoonful of pea soup. Too sweet, too sour. Klein could not help but furrow his brow. Yet, upon seeing the satisfied expressions on Benson and Melissa's faces after tasting it, he began to doubt his own palate and could not resist taking a swig of ginger beer to cleanse his palate. The three siblings indulged themselves at the table, their bellies swollen, unable to rise from their seats for quite some time. Let us once again extol the goddess. Benson raised his glass, containing but a sip of ginger beer, and declared with satisfaction, "Hail to the goddess." Klein swiftly drained his last drop of alcohol. Observing this, Klein, buoyed by the effects of inebriation, remarked with a smile, "Melissa, you ought not to indulge in your favorite dishes at the end. Rather, you must savor them at the outset to truly appreciate their exquisite flavors. Once you are satiated, your appetite wanes, and the taste diminishes." After their bustling repast, they engaged in their respective pursuits, one revising lessons, another self-studying accounting, and the last continuing to peruse textbooks and notes, leading fulfilling and gratifying lives. At 11 o'clock, the Klein siblings extinguished the gas lamp and retired to their respective quarters to wash up and sleep. In the dimness of the night, a sense of confusion enveloped Klein when he suddenly perceived a figure clad in a black knee-length coat and a half-top hat. Dunsmith. "Captain." Klein awoke with clarity, fully aware that he was ensnared in a dream. Dunn's gray eyes were devoid of emotion, as if he were merely recounting a trivial matter. "Someone infiltrated your room, seized your revolver, and forced him into the corridor, after which we took over. Someone breached my sanctuary. The observer has finally made a move." Klein, startled, dared not inquire further and simply nodded in affirmation. "Very well." Before his eyes, the scene suddenly transformed, colors swirling and fragmenting like delicate bubbles. As he opened his eyes, Klein cautiously turned his head towards the window, where he beheld a slender and unfamiliar silhouette standing by the desk, silently rummaging through something. Chapter 28. The Secret Meeting. Thump. 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 Klein's heart abruptly began to race, contracting tightly before surging with intensity, causing his body to tremble slightly. For a fleeting moment, he nearly forgot his purpose and what he was meant to do, until the intruder's figure halted momentarily, tilting his ear as if attuned to some subtle. A firm yet smooth sensation washed over him, swiftly stabilizing his emotions. He quietly withdrew his pistol, aiming it at the intruder's head. Frankly, he felt no assurance in his ability to hit the target, although he had previously been able to steady his aim. The distinction between a moving person and a stationary target was stark, and he was not so arrogant as to confuse the two. Yet, a vague recollection from his past echoed in his mind, suggesting that the true might of a nuclear weapon lay in its pre-launch state. In this moment, the principle remained the same. The greatest deterrent existed before the bullet was fired. By refraining from pulling the trigger and avoiding a hasty shot, the intruder would remain uncertain of Klein and Appos' inexperience, significantly increasing the likelihood that he would miss. The intruder would feel apprehensive, fearful, and would contemplate numerous possibilities, ultimately binding himself with his own constraints. In an instant, a cascade of thoughts surfaced, leading Klein to a decisive resolution. He was not the type to grow calm under pressure. Rather, he had long anticipated an encounter with a watcher, envisioning a strategy centered on intimidation rather than aggression. A saying from the great gluttonous nation comes to mind: "Preparation averts misfortune." As Klein pointed his gun at the intruder, the slender man abruptly froze, seemingly sensing something amiss. Then, he heard a voice laced with amusement. "Good evening, sir." The slender man's hands subtly rose, his body tensing. Klein, seated on the lower bunk of the bed, aimed his gun at the intruder's head, adopting a tone of casual nonchalance. "Please raise your hands and turn around, slowly. To be honest, I am rather timid and easily startled. If you move too swiftly, I might be frightened, and I cannot guarantee that I won't accidentally discharge my weapon." "Yes, just like that." The slender man raised his hands beside his head, gradually turning his body. The first thing Klein noticed was the neatly buttoned black bodysuit, followed by two thick, sharp brown-yellow eyebrows. From the depths of his azure eyes, Klein discerned no trace of fear. Instead, he felt as though he were being scrutinized by some ferocious beast, as if one misstep could result in the intruder pouncing upon him and tearing him to shreds. He tightened his grip on the pistol, striving to maintain an expression of calm and detachment. Only when the gaunt man stood directly before him did he lift his chin, gesturing toward the door with a gentle and composed voice. "Sir, let us converse outside, so as not to disturb the dreams of others. Please, move slowly and tread lightly." Such is the fundamental courtesy of a gentleman. The gaunt man's cold gaze flickered toward Klein, yet he remained half-raised with both hands as he stepped cautiously toward the door. Under the revolver's aim, he twisted the handle and slowly opened the door. Just as it was half ajar, he suddenly crouched and rolled forward, while the door slammed shut as if pulled by a tempest. The commotion startled Benson in the upper bunk, who, in a daze, was on the verge of awakening. At that moment, a melodious and tranquil tune wafted in from outside, accompanied by a deep, soothing voice singing, the thread of fear, the crimson hope. One truth remains, this life is fleeting. One truth indeed, the rest are lies. After the bloom of flowers, they bid farewell to the world." This poetry seemed imbued with the power to relax and stabilize, lulling Benson and Melissa in the adjoining room back into slumber. Klein found himself enveloped in tranquility, nearly stifling a yawn. The gaunt man's escape had been so swift that he could hardly react. Gazing at the closed door, he smiled faintly and murmured to himself, "You may find it hard to believe, but my shot was actually a blank, a precaution against accidental discharge." Klein then listened intently to the midnight verse, patiently awaiting the conclusion of the battle outside. Yet, in less than a minute, the serene melody akin to moonlight upon a lake ceased, and the night reclaimed its profound silence. Klein silently rotated the cylinder, shifting the empty chamber aside as he awaited the outcome. 10 minutes passed in anxious anticipation, and just as he hesitated on whether to venture out for a look, the steady and gentle voice of Dunn Smith echoed from the doorway. "It is resolved." Klein exhaled with relief, readied his revolver, took the key, and, barefoot, cautiously approached the door. He opened it silently to find Dunn Smith, clad in a knee-length black coat and a half-crowned hat, his gray eyes deep and contemplative, standing across from him. Closing the door behind him, Klein followed Dunn to the end of the corridor, where they stood bathed in the faint crimson glow of the moonlight. "I wasted some time entering his dream," Dunn remarked, gazing out at the red moon. "Do you know of his origins?" Klein felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. Dunn nodded slightly, stating, "An ancient organization known as the Mysterium established during the Quaternary, linked to the Solomon Empire and certain fallen nobles of the time." "Ah." The notes of the Antigonus family originated from them. Due to a member's negligence, they entered the antiquities market and were acquired by Welch. They were compelled to send agents in pursuit, without waiting for Klein to inquire. He paused and continued, "We will track some of their members based on the clues we have. The outcomes may not be particularly favorable, as these individuals are as adept at hiding as rats in a sewer. However, they will at least come to realize that the notes of the Antigonid family may have fallen into our hands, or that we possess critical leads. Consequently, unless the items are of utmost significance, they will entirely abandon this endeavor. It is their philosophy of survival." "What if the notes are exceedingly vital?" Klein asked, a note of concern in his voice. "Regarding the secret society, our knowledge is scant. Our success this time is largely due to your cleverness, which is a commendable contribution on your part, considering the potential, lurking dangers, and the heightened inspiration aiding in the search for the notes. You have an opportunity to make a choice." "An opportunity to choose?" Klein sensed an inkling of what was to come, his breath instinctively becoming heavier. Dunn suppressed a smile, his expression turning grave and solemn as he spoke. "Do you aspire to become an extraordinary individual? You may only select an extraordinary one from an incomplete sequence. Of course, you could also forego this chance, opting to accumulate merits until they suffice for you to ascend to the status of the sleepless ones, the initial guardians of the night bestowed by the goddess, and the starting point of the complete sequence mastered by the church." Indeed. Klein felt a surge of joy, momentarily free from hesitation, and proactively asked, "Which of the sequence 9 can I select from? I must have detailed intelligence to determine whether to accept or decline, and to specify my choice." Dunn turned his body, the crimson veil cascading around him, gazing into Klein's eyes as he slowly articulated, "Apart from the sleepless ones, the church possesses 3 types of sequence 9 potion formulas. One is known as the Seeker, the ability mastered by Old Neil." "Huh," Roshan must have mentioned it to you. She never can keep her mouth shut. Our Seeker Potion formula and the subsequent unconnected parts were obtained from the Moss cult. At that time, they were said to be unfallen, still adhering to morals and precepts. Committed to the pursuit of knowledge and maintaining strict confidentiality, every initiate, upon becoming a Seeker, must observe 5 years of silence, learning to be mute to enhance their focus. The maxim of do as you will, but harm not originated from them. The Seeker possesses a comprehensive yet preliminary understanding of mystical knowledge, such as magic, witchcraft, and astrology, and has a grasp of numerous ritualistic spells. However, they are easily attuned to perceiving certain existences hidden behind the facade of things, necessitating carefulness and a profound reverence for extraordinary powers. We are lacking in most aspects of this sequence to the extent that we cannot form a coherent chain. For instance, it's sequence 8, which perhaps the sanctum may possess. This nearly fulfills all my requirements. Klein nodded slightly, feeling the urge to choose. Thankfully, he remembered to inquire about the other two. What about the other two? The second type is referred to as the gravedigger. Many of the cultists from the southern continent, who worship the god of death, opt for this. Upon consuming this potion, one is mistaken for a kindred spirit by mindless undead, thus evading their attacks. It grants the ability to endure the harshness of cold, the decay, and the aura of death, enabling a direct perception of certain malevolent, an understanding of various undead creatures' traits and vulnerabilities, as well as enhancing certain physical attributes. We possess its subsequent sequences, 8 and 7. He chuckled. You can probably guess its sequence 7, the medium. This was Deli's initial choice, Dunn elaborated. The medium indeed appears enigmatic and impressive. What I yearn for most is mastery over the esoteric knowledge. Klein refrained from interjecting, listening intently. Dunsmith glanced at the crimson moonlight and remarked, as for the third type, we only have sequence 9, the sanctuary. I cannot ascertain if there are others concealed within. It is known as the diviner. A diviner? Klein's pupils constricted as he recalled the regret left by Emperor Roselle in his diary. He lamented his initial failure to choose between the paths of the apprentice, the thief, and the diviner. Note, adapted from Edward Fitzgerald and Amp. Oppos, S. English translation of Rubaiyat. Chapter 29, Occupations and Abodes are Serious Matters. Klein endeavored to suppress any unusual demeanor, approaching with genuine curiosity as he inquired, what abilities does a diviner possess? Your question lacks precision. It should be. What powers does one acquire upon consuming the potion of a diviner? Dunsmith chuckled softly, his gray eyes and visage turned away from the crimson moon. Concealed in the shadows. Astrology, card reading, pendulums, clairvoyance, and an array of similar arts, of course. It is not to suggest that ingesting the potion grants immediate understanding and mastery of these skills. Rather, the potion merely endows one with the qualifications and capacity to learn them. Observing Klein's contemplation, Dunsmith added with a smile, do not rush your decision. Inform me of your choice by Monday morning, regardless of whether you opt for one path or decide to forego the journey altogether. There shall be no undue opinions among us, the Night Watchers. He urged Klein to find tranquility and consult his inner self. With that, he removed his hat, offered a slight bow, and sauntered past Klein towards the staircase. Klein remained silent, withholding his response, bowing in quietude as he watched Dunn depart. Although he had long yearned to become extraordinary, the actual opportunity before him was fraught with hesitation, the absence of a subsequent sequence, the various uncontrollable aspects of being extraordinary. The dubious credibility of the diaries of Emperor Roselle and the maddeningly seductive whispers of illusion all conspired to form a quagmire that hindered his progress. He took a deep breath, then exhaled slowly. He lay there, eyes wide open, quietly gazing at the faintly crimson-stained underside of the upper bunk. Outside the window, a drunken man staggered past, while in the distance, a horse-drawn carriage sped along the desolate street. These assorted sounds did not disrupt the tranquility of the night. Rather, they rendered it even more remote and profound. Klein and Amp, Oppos, S. emotions settled, and he recalled various memories from Earth, the father who adored physical exercise and spoke with a booming voice. The mother who, despite her chronic illness, busied herself with countless tasks. The childhood friends with whom he had transitioned from playing soccer and basketball to engaging in video games and mahjong. And the figure of a failed romantic interest whose features had faded from his memory. These reflections flowed like a serene river, scarcely causing ripples, devoid of deep sorrow, yet silently inundating his spirit. Perhaps only through loss does one come to appreciate what was once cherished. As the crimson faded, and the horizon blazed with fiery hues of gold, Klein had already made his choice. He rose from his slumber and made his way to the communal restroom to wash his face, revitalizing himself. He then took a 1 suler note and visited Mrs. Winnie to purchase 8 pounds of rye bread for 9 pence, replenishing the staple consumed the previous evening. The price of bread had begun to stabilize. After breakfast, Benson, while changing his attire, offered his remarks. It was Sunday, a day of respite for him and Melissa. There was an advertisement for a house available for rent, a detached residence located at 3 Wendell Street in the Northern District, comprising 2 stories. With 6 rooms and 3 restrooms upstairs, 2 spacious balconies, a dining room, a living room, a kitchen, 2 more restrooms, 2 guest rooms, and a cellar below. Outside the house, there lay 2 acres of private lawn in the front and a small garden in the back, available for rent for 1, 2, or 3 years at a weekly rate of £1 and 6 sulers. Interested parties were invited to visit Mr. Guksufu at 16 Champagne Street. This was their future goal. Benson adjusted his black bowler hat and smiled, commenting that the rental prices in the newspaper were rather inflated. The Tianjin City Housing Improvement Company offers more economical options that are hardly inferior. Why not seek out the Tianjin Working Class Housing Improvement Association? Melissa emerged from the cubicle, holding her tattered straw hat, clad in her most presentable light gray dress, which had been mended several times. She exuded a quiet demeanor, yet her youthfulness. Benson chuckled. From whom did you hear about the Tianjin Working Class Housing Improvement Association? Jenny? Mrs. Rochelle? Or perhaps your dear friend Selina? Mrs. Rochelle. I happened to encounter her while washing up last night. She inquired about Klein's interview, and I shared a few details. She then suggested reaching out to the Tianjin Working Class Housing Improvement Association. Noticing Klein's puzzled expression, Benson smiled and shook his head. That association caters to the impoverished more accurately. The lower classes. The homes they construct and renovate predominantly feature communal restrooms and offer only 3 options: 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, and 3-bedroom apartments. Do you wish to continue residing in such places? The Tianjin City Housing Improvement Company operates similarly but provides choices for the lower middle class as well. Frankly, we are slightly better off than the lower class, yet still fall short of being truly middle class, not due to salary, but rather the lack of time to accumulate wealth. Klein understood, folded the newspaper, donned his hat, and rose, saying, Then let us set forth. I recall that the Tianjin City Housing Improvement Company is located on Daffodil Street. As Benson opened the door, he remarked, they, like the Tianjin Working Class Housing Improvement Association, are known as 5% charity. Do you know why? I do not, Klein replied. Raising his cane and walking beside Melissa, who nodded in agreement, her dark hair cascading gracefully down her back. Benson stepped outside, his footfalls echoing as the 3 siblings descended the staircase and strolled towards Daffodil Street. They intended to secure a residence before seeking out the current landlord, Mr. Frankie, to avoid the predicament of being unable to move in on one hand while being compelled to vacate another. I heard from Selina that there are purely charitable housing improvement companies. Melissa mused thoughtfully. Benson chuckled. Indeed, the DeVille Trust, established through the generous donations of Sir DeVille, constructs apartments aimed at the working class and offers specialized property management while charging remarkably low rents. However, their stipulations are exceedingly stringent. Sounds like you're not particularly fond of it? Klein perceptively countered with a smile. Klein furrowed his brow in confusion. It seems there are no issues. All of the requirements appear quite reasonable. Melissa nodded in agreement. Benson tilted his head, casting them a sidelong glance, and chuckled. Perhaps I have sheltered you both too well, preventing you from truly witnessing the lives of the impoverished. Do you believe they can afford to receive essential vaccinations? The queues for free charitable medical organizations extend 3 months into the future. Do you think their employment is stable and not merely temporary? If they cannot sublet their homes to generate some income, what will they do when faced with unemployment? Furthermore, many women at home supplement their income by mending clothes or assembling matchboxes to make ends meet. Would you suggest they be driven out? Most of the destitute expend every ounce of their energy to sustain their existence. Do you think they possess the luxury of time to discipline their children, preventing them from playing in the hallways? They might have no choice but to confine them indoors, only to send them off to places that accept child labor by the age of 7 or 8. Benson's description, devoid of excessive adjectives, left Klein feeling somewhat unnerved. Is this truly the existence of the underprivileged? Beside him, Melissa also fell into silence. After a considerable pause, she spoke in an ethereal tone. Since moving down the street, Jenny has no longer wished for me to visit her at home. I hope her father can emerge from the shadows of his injuries and regain stable employment. However, I have witnessed too many souls who have succumbed to numbing themselves with alcohol. Vincent emitted a heavy, derisive laugh. Klein found himself at a loss for words, and it seemed that Melissa was in a similar state. The three siblings traversed silently to Daffodil Street, where they arrived at the Housing Improvement Company of Tingen City. They were greeted by a kindly middle-aged man, dressed casually in a white shirt and black waistcoat, devoid of formal attire or a hat. "You may call me Scott. May I inquire what type of housing you are seeking?" He cast a glance at Klein's silver-tipped cane, his smile growing warmer. Vincent was quite forthright in his response. "Row houses." Scott rifled through the documents in his hands, the corners of his mouth curling upward as he replied, "Currently, we have 5 properties that are not yet rented out. To be honest, we primarily cater to those facing genuine housing difficulties, laborers and their children crammed into rooms with 6, 8, or even 10 or 12 occupants. The availability of row houses is limited. One is located at number 2 Daffodil Street, another in the North District, and one in the East District. The weekly rent ranges from 12 to 16 Suler. You are welcome to review the specific listings." He pushed the documents in his hand towards Benson, Klein, and Melissa. After a brief glance, the 3 siblings exchanged glances and simultaneously pointed to a specific location on the paper. "Let's first examine number 2 Daffodil Street," Benson spoke, with Klein and Melissa nodding in agreement. This area was, at best, somewhat familiar to them. Chapter 30, A New Beginning. Numbers 2, 4, and 6, Daffodil Street were terraced houses featuring a polygonal 4-slope roof, their overall appearance a muted gray-blue, with 3 prominent chimneys towering above. There were, of course, no lawns or gardens, nor porches. The entrance faced directly onto the street. Scott from the Tingen City Housing Improvement Company held a set of brass keys, introducing the space as he unlocked the front door. Our terraced houses lack hallways. Upon entering, you find yourself in the living room, which boasts a bay window facing Daffodil Street, providing ample natural light. What greeted Klein, Benson, and Melissa was a set of fabric sofas bathed in golden sunlight, complemented by a spaciousness comparable to their previous 2-bedroom apartment. This living room could also serve as a sitting area. To its right lay the dining room, while the left wall featured a grand fireplace to keep you warm during the winter. Scott gestured confidently. Klein cast a quick glance, confirming the rough open-plan layout where the dining and living areas were devoid of any partition, yet distanced from the bay window, rendering it somewhat dim. A modest red rectangular wooden table occupied the center, surrounded by 6 upholstered hardwood chairs, while the fireplace on the left wall resembled those he had seen in foreign films and television series. Behind the dining room is the kitchen, though we do not provide any utensils. Opposite the living room are a small guest room and a washroom. Scott continued, walking through the remaining layout of the first floor in detail. The washroom was divided into 2 sections, an outer area for washing up and an inner area for the toilet, separated by folding doors. The guest room, though described as small, was comparable in size to the cubicle where Melissa currently resided, leaving her momentarily stunned. After inspecting the first floor, Scott led the siblings to the staircase beside the washroom. Below is a subterranean storage room, where the air is quite stale. Remember to ventilate before entering. Benson nodded subtly, following Scott up the stairs to the second floor. On my left is a washroom, with 2 bedrooms adjacent to it, and on my right, the same arrangement, except the washroom is closer to the small balcony. As he spoke, Scott opened the door to the washroom and stepped aside, allowing Klein, Benson, and Melissa an unobstructed view. This washroom was equipped with a bathtub, and the toilet also featured a folding door. Although it had accumulated some dust, it was otherwise clean, devoid of unpleasant odors or crowding. Melissa gazed at the space in a daze until Scott moved towards the adjacent bedroom, prompting her to regain her composure and follow him slowly. Klein, a man of the world, felt a sense of delight and anticipation. Despite the landlord's frequent supervision of the cleaning, the communal washroom remained far from immaculate, often inducing a wave of nausea, not to mention the occasional inconvenience of queuing during busier times. The other washrooms were similar. Among the 4 bedrooms, only one was slightly larger, featuring a bookshelf, while the others were nearly identical in size, furnished with a bed, a desk, and a wardrobe. The balcony was quite diminutive, allowing for only a limited amount of laundry to be hung out. Scott stood at the end of the corridor, gesturing towards a section separated by a door and lock, indicating that this area contained a complete drainage system, gas pipes, and a meter, making it highly suitable for gentlemen and ladies such as themselves. The weekly rent was a mere 13 sols, along with a furniture usage fee of 5 pence, plus a 2-week deposit. Before Benson could speak, Klein curiously surveyed his surroundings and inquired, if one were to purchase this property, What would be the approximate cost in pounds? As a traveler from the land of gastronomy, the desire for homeownership lingered in his heart. Purchase? No, we do not sell properties. We only offer rentals. I merely wish to inquire, to understand, Klein explained awkwardly. Scott hesitated for a few moments before responding. Last month, the owner of a similar house at 11 Daffodil Street put it up for sale via a leasehold agreement for 15 years at $300. This is significantly cheaper than renting outright, but not everyone can afford such a considerable sum all at once. The outright asking price from the owner is $850. $850? Klein quickly began to calculate in his mind. My weekly wage is 3, and Benson earns 1. 10 in sols. The rent is 13 sols. And if I eat well daily, I would spend nearly 2 a week, not to mention expenses for clothing, transportation, social interactions, and so forth. At best, I could save a little over 10 sols a week, which translates to approximately 35 a year. To amass 850 would take around 20 years. Even the leasehold price of 300 would take at least 8 or 9 years. And that does not even consider future events such as marriage, family, travel, etc. In a world devoid of personal housing loans, it seemed that most individuals would be left with no choice but to rent. Gaining a moment of clarity, he stepped back and glanced at his brother Benson, silently urging him to negotiate the rental price. As for Melissa's desires, one glance into her sparkling eyes revealed all. In that instant, Klein felt an urge to shut the door and let Benson take the lead. Benson, tapping his unembellished cane, glanced around and remarked, "We should explore other houses. The lighting in this dining area is quite poor, and the balcony is too small. Look, only that bedroom has a fireplace. And the furniture is all too antiquated. We would need to replace more than half of it upon moving in." He meticulously pointed out a multitude of flaws at a measured pace, successfully persuading Scott to lower the rent to 12 shillings and the furniture fee to 3 pence within the span of 10 minutes. After paying the deposit and the first week's rent, Klein and Benson found themselves with a total of 2 shillings and 8 pence remaining. Standing at the entrance of 2 Daffodil Street, each holding a set of brass keys, they momentarily found themselves entranced, awash in a myriad of emotions, feeling as though they were caught in a dream. After a brief pause, Melissa lifted her gaze towards the Moretti residence and spoke softly, her voice airy and delicate. Benson exhaled, a smile gracing his lips. "Then let us not awaken." Klein, less affected by the moment, nodded and remarked, "We must replace the locks on the main door and the balcony door promptly. There is no need to rush. The reputation of the Tingen City Housing Improvement Company is quite commendable. The remaining expenses were for your formal attire, but before that, we must visit Mr. Frankie." Benson gestured towards the direction of the apartment. After returning home to make do with some rye bread, the 3 siblings made their way to the row house on Iron Cross Street, knocking on the landlord's door. "You should be aware of my principles. I absolutely do not permit any rent arrears," declared the diminutive Mr. Frankie, seated on the sofa, his demeanor imposing. Leaning forward, Benson smiled and said, "Mr. Frankie, we are here to terminate the lease." "So direct? Is this truly how negotiations are conducted?" Klein, who stood nearby, expressed his surprise. On the way, Benson had mentioned that his bottom line was a compensation of 12 shillings. Terminate the lease? Absolutely not. We have a contract with 6 months remaining. Mr. Frankie glared at Benson, gesticulating animatedly. Benson regarded him seriously, and once the tension subsided, he calmly stated, "Mr. Frankie, you must surely understand that you ought to earn more?" Mr. Frankie inquired, stroking his gaunt face with keen interest. Sitting up straight, Benson smiled and elaborated. "Renting a 2-bedroom apartment to the 3 of us for 5 shillings and 6 pence is far less advantageous than renting it to a family of 5 or 6, especially those with 2 or even 3 earners. I believe they would be willing to pay a higher price rather than resorting to that neighborhood known for its poor security, where the rent is 5 shillings and 10 pence, or even 6 shillings, which I consider a reasonable price." Noticing Mr. Frankie's eyes light up and his throat constrict, he continued, "Moreover, you are undoubtedly aware that rental prices have been on the rise in recent years. The longer we stay, the more you stand to lose. However, I need time to find new tenants." Mr. Frankie, who had inherited the apartment, was evidently swayed. Nodding in satisfaction, Mr. Frankie said, "Benson, you are indeed a conscientious and honest young man. Very well, we shall sign the termination of contract." Klein stood by, momentarily taken aback, as he fully grasped the ease with which Mr. Frankie could be persuaded. Was it truly that simple to convince him? After resolving the issues regarding the prior contract, the 3 siblings first assisted Klein in procuring formal attire and then began the flurry of moving. Outside, The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue tinged with the sin of heat through the protruding window, spilling onto the surface of the desk. Klein glanced at the neatly arranged books and notes on the shelf, gently placing the ink and fountain pen on the now polished tabletop. At long last, the tasks were completed. He exhaled, feeling the rumble in his stomach, rolling down his sleeves as he made his way toward the door. He now possessed a bed that was solely his own, adorned with pristine white sheets and a comforter. Though worn, they remained impeccably clean. Klein twisted the doorknob and stepped out of his bedroom, poised to speak, when he noticed the simultaneous opening of two doors across the way, revealing the figures of Benson and Melissa. Observing the gray dust and grimy smudges etched across their faces, Klein and Benson erupted into laughter, their joy remarkably unrestrained. Melissa, gently biting her lip, gradually succumbed to their infectious mirth, softly expressing her amusement. The following morning, Klein stood before a once-cracked dressing mirror, meticulously adjusting the collar and cuffs of his shirt. This ensemble comprised a white shirt, a black tailcoat, a semi-high silk top hat, black waistcoat and trousers, leather boots, and a bow tie, totaling an expenditure of 8 pounds, a sum that weighed heavily upon him. However, the result was splendid. Klein felt that the scholarly air he projected in the mirror had intensified, and he appeared somewhat more dashing. Snap! He closed the pocket watch and tucked it into the inner pocket, then took up his cane, concealed the revolver, and boarded the public tram, arriving at Zoderland Street. Just as he was about to enter the Blackthorn Security Company, he realized he had grown accustomed to his previous lifestyle. This morning, he had failed to give Melissa any extra money, allowing her to walk to school alone. Shaking his head and noting the matter, Klein stepped into the Blackthorn Security Company, where he saw the brown-haired girl, Roseanne, brewing coffee, filling the air with its rich aroma. "Good morning, Klein. The weather is quite lovely today," Roseanne greeted with a cheerful smile. "To be honest, I've often wondered, with weather like this, don't you gentlemen find it warm in formal attire? I understand that a summer in Tingen cannot compare to the South. It's not nearly as sweltering. Yet it is still summer." "Same place," Roseanne indicated with a gesture inside. Klein gave a barely noticeable nod and, through the partition, knocked on the door of Dunn Smith's office. "Come in." Dunn's voice, as always, was deep and gentle. Upon seeing Klein had indeed donned a fine suit, he nodded slightly, his gray eyes twinkling with amusement. "Have you made up your mind?" "Yes, I have made my choice." Dunn slowly sat up straight, his expression swiftly becoming serious, his deep gray eyes unwavering. "Tell me your answer." "Diviner." Chapter 31. Elixirs. Dunn Smith's gray eyes bore into Klein's for a full minute without a word. "You must understand. Once you consume the elixir, there is no opportunity for regret." Finally, Dunn spoke again, his voice low and devoid of emotion. Klein smiled slightly. "I understand. But I honor the voice within me. Firstly, the sleepless do not meet my needs, nor do the audience at the tarot gathering. Other extraordinary paths are uncertain in their accessibility, and waiting would be futile. Thus, the Undertaker is also eliminated, leaving only the Seeker and the Diviner as options. Under the premise that the elixirs of the sequences carry equal danger, and in the absence of additional information, with both the Seeker and the Diviner meeting the requirements, it matters little whether His Majesty Roselle wrote casually or genuinely regretted not choosing an apprentice. The mere consideration of the thief or the diviner would tip the scales of my inner contemplation. Furthermore, from his notes, it is evident that as long as one can grasp the essence of assimilation and performance, the negative impacts of the elixirs can be mitigated. As for the seductive whispers and illusory temptations that lead to downfall and madness, even if I do not become an extraordinary being, I have already encountered them. Dunn Smith stood up, took his half-height black top hat, and donned it as he spoke. "Follow me to the underground." Klein nodded, expressing his gratitude with a gentlemanly gesture. The sound of their footsteps echoed in the quiet, empty staircase and corridors as they descended. Klein felt a twinge of anxiety and, struggling to find words, remarked, "Captain, you mentioned that consuming the potion does not grant immediate access to the corresponding esoteric knowledge, but merely qualifies one to learn and master it. So, from whence does this initial esoteric knowledge originate? Did the ancients uncover it through perilous exploration, or did it come from elsewhere?" Each time he descended into the underground, he could sense the air was remarkably fresh, indicating excellent ventilation. Yet, the occasional gust of wind in such an environment was undeniably chilling. Dunn cast a sidelong glance at him, his gray eyes appearing profoundly enigmatic in the dim light. "Firstly, there is the exploration, summation, and refinement you spoke of. Secondly, the blessings of the divine. And thirdly, Those perilous whispers that others cannot hear are not always mere mad ramblings devoid of meaning. Occasionally, they do convey enigmatic truths. However, to my knowledge, those who truly listen to these whispers over an extended period invariably succumb to madness or devolve into monstrosities. Of course, we owe them our gratitude, as their notes constitute invaluable treasures in the realm of mysticism. Are we mere human guinea pigs? Klein shivered as the cold of the underground and will my transformation into a friendship-enhancing ritual be forever accompanied by those maddening and terrifying whispers? Will it yield the same consequences? Upon reaching the crossroads, Dunn chose not to proceed to the Charney's Gate or the Armory, Materials, and Manuscripts Repository, but instead guided Klein towards the left, toward the Church of St. Selena. Halfway there, he paused, seemingly triggered by something, and opened a hidden door. This is the alchemical chamber of our Night Watch team. I will send old Neil to retrieve the recipe and corresponding materials for the diviner potion from within the Charney's Gate. Ah, you are fortunate. The goddess favors you. There should still be 2 portions of the materials related to the diviner. Otherwise, you would have to wait for quite some time. Dunn gestured towards the room inside. You will wait here and observe old Neil as he concocts the potion. This is fundamental to mysticism. Do not touch anything inside. They are either highly dangerous, exceedingly valuable, or both. At this juncture, Dunn added, as he had before, by the way, I nearly forgot something. Your ascension to the extraordinary is predicated on your need to confront dangers and seek out notes. Your merits account for only a fraction of it. Thus, you cannot yet transition to a formal team member. You remain in a clerical position, with commensurate remuneration, continuing with the tasks I previously assigned. You will, however, accompany old Neil to learn a wealth of esoteric knowledge. You may arrange your own schedule. Understood, Klein responded, harboring some resentment over the lack of a salary, yet wholeheartedly agreeing with the rest. According to Dunn, consuming the potion necessitated a process of learning and mastery. Becoming a formal member to engage in supernatural missions seemed entirely foreign to him. And there is one more thing. I knew it. Klein had grown accustomed to the captain's peculiar style. We have made certain progress regarding the activities of the secret society. Dunn remarked with his usual demeanor that, for the time being, they would likely refrain from provoking us again. However, one must not become complacent, as the significance of the Antigonus family notes to them remains uncertain. From our findings, it is evident that they uphold certain ancient customs, confirming their connection to the kingdom of Solomon and the fallen nobility of that era. I understand. Thank you, Captain, Klein exhaled, feeling a sense of urgency to seize any opportunity to become extraordinary. Before him stood a series of long tables adorned with test tubes, droppers, balances, and beakers, reminiscent of a chemistry laboratory from a past life, albeit more rudimentary and archaic. In addition, there were large cauldrons, dark wooden spoons, crystalline spheres, and various peculiar symbols of dark insignia scattered throughout, all contributing to an air of mystery. Klein surveyed the surroundings with keen interest, resisting the temptation to touch anything. After a while, footsteps echoed, and old Neil entered, carrying a silver box adorned with intricate patterns. He still donned a classical black robe that seemed out of place with the contemporary era, complemented by a matching round felt hat. Little one, I did not expect you to choose diviner, old Neil remarked as he set down the silver box and cast a glance at Klein with his murky crimson eyes. Reminiscent of my own character from years past, nonconformist, indeed. Light these gas lamps and close the hidden door. Understood. Klein suppressed a shiver as he ignited each gas lamp in the alchemical chamber, allowing the dim light to reclaim the space. The preparation of sequence potions is remarkably straightforward, at least for those below sequence 7. It requires no special flames, no elaborate rituals, not even incantations or the involvement of one's own. One merely needs to follow the recipe meticulously, adding the specified quantities of ingredients in order, followed by a gentle stir. Old Neil smiled, his wrinkles seemingly blooming. Really? Klein responded with a hint of surprise. It sounds as simple as my own transmutation ritual. Ah, thinking about it is somewhat unsettling. Perhaps this is the blessing of the divine. Hail the goddess. Old Neil made an unorthodox gesture, tracing a circle over his chest. He then opened the silver box and retrieved a roll of ancient parchment. The yellow-brown parchment unfurled inch by inch, revealing words that Klein recognized as Hermetic script. They were inscribed with ink as red as blood, seemingly retaining a sense of flow, yet devoid of any extraordinary aura. Diviner, 100 milliliters of pure water. 13 drops of nightshade essence, 7 leaves of golden mint. Klein silently recited the ingredients, but the subsequent lines were obscured by old Neil's elbow, preventing him from seeing. Pure water is simply distilled water. I happen to have some prepared, so there's no need to waste time. Old Neil, with familiarity, introduced himself while deftly retrieving a large glass jar with measurements from the long table. He lifted the lid and casually poured approximately 100 milliliters of pure water into the large iron pot. Klein refrained from inquiring, fearing it might disrupt the formulation, as he would ultimately be the one consuming the potion. 13 drops of nightshade juice. This could be extracted and preserved as essential oil. Old Neil retrieved a small brown vial from a silver box and, using a dropper, effortlessly added 13 drops into the large pot. A subtle and calming fragrance wafted through the air, instinctively soothing Klein's mood. 7 leaves of peppermint. Old Neil picked up a tin with silver patterns, removed the lid, and, with bare hands, pinched a few leaves to sprinkle into the pot, releasing a fresh and invigorating aroma. 4, 5, 6, 7, just right. Old Neil chuckled, glancing at the potion recipe on the parchment, and remarked, 3 drops of poison hemlock juice. This is not to be taken lightly, for it can lead to complete paralysis and death. In ancient times, it was considered a preferred method of suicide. I am not foolish. Klein mused silently. Old Neil switched to another dropper and added the hemlock juice into the pot, creating a bizarre scent that sharpened the mind. 9 grams of dragon's blood powder. Old Neil calmly delved into a small silver box, retrieving a transparent test tube containing powder as dark as iron. He measured out 9 grams of powder using a beaker and scale, casually pouring it into a large iron cauldron, stirring it twice with a black wooden spoon. Klein felt a surge of unease, sensing something was amiss. In truth, the preceding ingredients were merely supplementary. Varying the amount slightly would not affect the final outcome. Should I add a bit more? Old Neil jested. The remaining 2 ingredients are crucial. Their quantities may be slightly reduced, but must not deviate excessively. Otherwise, your promotion will falter. They certainly cannot exceed the specified amounts, not even by a fraction, lest you find yourself seeking treatment for mental afflictions, or worse, facing fatal consequences. Klein immediately steeled himself, watching as Old Neil retrieved a black glass vial from a silver box. The blood within was a celestial blue, occasionally bubbling with ethereal foam, as if connected to a realm of spirits. Pour the blood from the test tube in. Disregard the residue on the wall. It's a safeguard against excess, Old Neil murmured. As the azure blood met the previous liquid in the cauldron, a cacophony erupted, and the surrounding light took on a soft blue hue, invoking in Klein a distant yet familiar sensation, reminiscent of experiences within the womb, elevating the soul. In the old man's hand lay a piece of crystal, pure to the utmost, displaying a gelatinous form akin to jelly, lacking sufficient hardness. Bathed in the pale blue glow, it shimmered, concealing within it a dazzling cosmos. This is an excellent material for crafting divination crystals. Slightly less, to account for error, Old Neil commented, measuring and slicing with a patterned silver knife. Once prepared, he tossed several small fragments of star crystal into the cauldron. A hissing sound echoed as a surreal mist instantly billowed forth, enveloping the alchemical chamber in a haze. Within this fog, Klein felt as though he glimpsed the night sky, sensing the gaze of some intangible presence. Moments later, as the mist dissipated, Old Neil scooped a viscous, deep blue liquid from the cauldron with the black wooden spoon. The liquid exhibited peculiar properties, interlinking without separation, leaving not a trace in the black iron pot. The deep blue liquid was poured into an opaque cup, and Old Neil gestured toward it, declaring, "There you have it." Chapter 32. Spiritual sight. Klein gazed at the deep blue, viscous substance, which was difficult to define as either a cup or a lump, and swallowed hard, asking, "Do I simply drink this? Is no further preparation required? Perhaps a ritual, incantation, or prayer?" Old Neil hesitated, then chuckled at Klein's increasingly bewildered expression. Summarizing his earlier descriptions, if you feel anxious, you possess quite the sense of humor. Klein's lips twitched as he stifled the urge to draw his weapon. He carefully placed his cane aside and extended his right hand, lifting the opaque cup as if it contained a weighty substance. The potion emitted a faint, ethereal aroma, almost imperceptible. "Young man, do not hesitate. The more you waver, the more anxious and fearful you become, which will adversely affect your absorption," Old Neil remarked casually. His back turned to Klein. Unbeknownst to him, he had wandered to the adjacent sink, where he turned on the faucet and began to wash his hands with a gentle splatter. Klein nodded quietly, taking a deep breath as if he were a child pinching his nose to swallow medicine. He raised the opaque cup to his lips and tilted his head back, gulping its contents. The cool, slippery sensation swiftly filled his mouth, then glided down his esophagus and into his stomach. That viscous, deep blue liquid seemed to sprout slender, elongated tendrils, with its icy and exhilarating essence penetrating every cell of Klein's being. He involuntarily convulsed, his vision rapidly blurring, the hues intensifying around him, reds more vivid, blues more striking, blacks deeper, the colors swirling chaotically as if splashed upon the canvas by an impressionist master. He had encountered such a scene before, during an inquiry by the medium, Dolly. In this moment, his sight was obscured, his thoughts wavering yet lucid, akin to a castaway adrift at sea. Gradually, he began to discern the surroundings, each color distinctly overlapping with the others, a hazy and ethereal mist gently permeating the air. Around him were shapes that defied description, some even transparent, as though they were mere figments of imagination. In the depths, streams of luminous brilliance in various hues glimmered, seemingly imbued with life or harboring boundless knowledge. This bore a resemblance to what he had witnessed during the transmutation ritual. Instinctively, Klein cast his gaze downward, realizing he remained rooted in place, his body twitching. Suddenly, clarity dawned upon him. His consciousness plunged downward, merging with his physical form. Boom. The mist dissipated swiftly, the colors returning to normal, and the radiant light along with the seemingly non-existent entities vanished in an instant. The alchemical chamber returned to its usual state, yet Klein felt an expansion in his head, as if it were on the verge of bursting. Everything he beheld was fraught with countless afterimages, while a distant, ethereal whisper echoed in his ears. Hanachis. Fragra. Hanachis. Fragra. Hanachis. Fragra. A sharp pain pierced Klein's forehead, and a swift surge of impulsive desire to vent, to destroy, filled his mind. He furrowed his brow and shook his head repeatedly. Was his vision not quite right? And did he hear sounds that had previously eluded him? Beside him, the elder Mr. Neal inquired with a smile. Yes, Mr. Neal, what should I do? Klein asked, suppressing a surge of manic energy. The elder Neal chuckled softly. This is due to the overflow of the potion's power, coupled with your lack of control. Now, follow my instructions. Envision an object in your mind, something familiar, simple, and easy. Klein focused his attention, conjuring the image of his half-height black silk top hat, contemplating the sensation of caressing it, envisioning its precise shape. He concentrated all his thoughts upon it, repeating the image over and over. Do you feel a bit better? Elder Neal's voice penetrated, akin to a soothing melody for the soul. Gradually, Klein shifted his focus to the imagined silk hat, noticing the whispers in his ears diminishing until they vanished, while the double vision before his eyes slowly converged, becoming clear once more. Much better, Klein exhaled, calming the tumultuous emotions within. He lowered his gaze to examine his own body, discovering no signs of any abnormalities. After moving his limbs, Klein, half in anticipation and half in bewilderment, inquired, Have I succeeded? Am I considered a diviner now? Old Neal retrieved a mercury-coated mirror from the side and held it up before him, saying, Look at your eyes. Klein peered into the reflection, observing that he wore a black top hat, his features somewhat pronounced, his countenance unremarkable, and aside from the sheen of sweat covering his face, he appeared largely unchanged. Following old Neal's suggestion, he earnestly focused on his eyes, only to discover that his once brown irises had deepened considerably, resembling a pitch-black night devoid of any light, as if capable of absorbing the very souls of others. Typically, dark brown pupils can easily be mistaken for black, making it difficult for Klein himself to discern the difference without careful examination. This phenomenon was a manifestation of the potion's power. Once he mastered meditation and learned to temper his abilities, his eyes would return to their normal state. With a smile, old Neal extended his right hand, congratulating him. Congratulations. New extraordinary one, our diviner. Thank you, Klein replied as he shook the other's hand. Mr. Neal, when can I begin learning meditation? You may start now. The initial stages of meditation are quite simple, especially for the extraordinary. Old Neal chuckled, adding, What you just did, visualizing an object in your mind to divert your focus and contain the overflowing power, was, in fact, the first step of meditation. Klein closed his eyes and once more envisioned the half-height black silk top hat in his mind. His attention seemed to be more easily concentrated than ever before. Soon, a flurry of distractions emerged, only to dissipate, leaving behind the outline of a top hat. This caused his mind to feel somewhat vague, and then he replaced the sketched object with something that did not exist in this world, a product of pure imagination. It was imperative to adhere to this rule. Only thus could one enter a state of meditation and gradually unite with the transcendent self, the infinite self, the cosmic self, gaining insights and revelations into the truth. Acquiring knowledge that could only be comprehended on a personal level, a phenomenon known in the realm of mysticism as initiation experience. Old Neil spoke in a soothing tone, advising that the subsequent descriptions were merely to be listened to for the time being, as the paramount task was to enter into meditation. Something that did not exist in this world, a figment of imagination. Did Earth count? Klein attempted to substitute the half-height black top hat with a long, thick, olive-green intercontinental ballistic missile he had seen on television. However, no matter how he sketched or imagined, he merely succeeded in sharpening his focus. It seemed ineffective. Klein had to exercise his imagination, conjuring a sphere of light, and then sketching many similar entities, drawing them close together. The spheres of light overlapped. Suffused with an air of fantasy, and Klein's thoughts gradually became vacant, as if drifting away. His body and spirit have attained a serene tranquility. The previously chaotic haze, filled with non-existent entities and radiant light, now presents itself anew, with vibrant hues quietly suspended in the sky, within reach. His consciousness gradually extends and unfolds, inch by inch. Klein gazes down upon it, perceiving and gathering it with intent. Excellent. Truly deserving of the title diviner. You have entered meditation with remarkable ease. Only slightly less adept than I was at the outset. Old Neil chuckled. In that case, I shall begin teaching you the most commonly employed and fundamental ability in the realm of mysticism, one that holds great promise for the future. He extinguished the gas lamps one by one, yet opened the secret door of the alchemical chamber, casting an unusual dimness around Klein, though not so obscured that the outlines of objects were indiscernible. Very well, maintain your current state. Raise your hands before you, with your index fingers aligned but not touching. Open your eyes and allow them to adjust to the darkness. Following Old Neil's instructions, Klein proceeded step by step, perceiving the contours of his fingers and the surrounding objects. Although he was meant to lie down and fully relax his body, given the effectiveness of his meditation, they continued. Old Neil chuckled softly, directing his focus beyond his hands, specifically behind them. He then instructed Klein to slowly move his fingers, ensuring they remained aligned yet untouching, and to keep them within sight. Klein listened calmly, directing his gaze to the void behind his palms, allowing his 2 index fingers to move slowly within his line of sight, once, twice, thrice. Suddenly, Klein noticed a flicker of crimson hue between his fingers. Ah, he uttered. You've seen a color? Excellent. That signifies the preliminary stages of spiritual vision. The color you perceive is your own aura, Old Neil replied with a chuckle. Do not rush. Repeat this several times to stabilize your vision before examining other areas. Meanwhile, I shall take this opportunity to explain the significance of different colors. Old Neil pondered for a moment before continuing. In essence, the mainstream of mysticism categorizes the non-corporeal aspects of individuals into 4 layers. The innermost is known as the spiritual body, representing the fundamental essence of one's spirituality. The animistic belief posits that all living beings possess a spirit and thus a spiritual body. While I cannot elaborate further, for the seeker of mysteries, the purpose of meditation and the means to enhance one's power invariably point toward the spiritual body. Beyond the spiritual body lies the stellar body, which serves as the conduit between the former and the spiritual realm, as well as the cosmos. It is an external manifestation of the spiritual body, closely tied to one's will and current emotions. The visions you perceive after consuming the potion are manifestations seen by the stellar body wandering the spiritual realm, where the rules of the material world do not apply. It pertains to the transcendent self, the infinite self, the cosmic self, where past, present, and future may converge. This forms the foundation of divination. In the spiritual realm, what you witness are merely images, symbols that require interpretation to unveil their specific meanings. Divination, along with various other forms of magic, is exercised through the stellar body. Do not confuse its relationship and distinction with the spiritual body. One is the essence, while the other is the outcome. Klein continued to observe the aura at his fingertips, succinctly summarizing his understanding. Further out lies the mental body, where a connection with the physical form begins. It encompasses the mind, representing the amalgamation of your reasoning, thinking, insight, and comprehension abilities. Some potions primarily enhance this aspect, and many magical practices target it as well. Old Neil elaborated in great detail, explaining that the outermost layer is the etheric body, which reflects one's life energy and physical state. The colors of the aura you perceive are manifestations of the etheric body. In other words, through spiritual sight, one can not only directly observe certain spiritual entities, ghosts, and vengeful spirits, perhaps even some beings that ought not to be seen, but also perceive the etheric body or aura of others. This allows one to assess another's health and emotional state through the varying thickness, brightness, and color of the aura. Some individuals even assert that at the pinnacle of spiritual sight, one can witness any event anywhere, transcending the boundaries of time to glimpse the past and future. However, I remain skeptical. It certainly sounds impressive. Klein was almost filled with a sense of yearning. Old Neil cleared his throat and continued. Once these auras dim, lose thickness, or change color, it indicates that the corresponding area is experiencing issues, whether due to fatigue or illness. Furthermore, the inner star body corresponds to colors that signify current emotions: red for passionate exuberance, orange for warm satisfaction, yellow for cheerful extroversion, green for calm serenity, blue for contemplation and tranquility, white for brightness and positivity, dark hues for melancholy, sorrow, and silence, while purple indicates a dominance of spirituality, suggesting detachment and aloofness. Klein silently took note, stabilizing his initial spiritual sight. Very well, you may now observe other phenomena, Old Neil remarked with a nod. Klein slowly turned his head to gaze at Old Neil, and indeed he noticed a spectrum of colors in the varying thickness of the aura surrounding him. The purple at his head shone the brightest, while the red around his hands and feet appeared relatively dim, and the overall white was somewhat thin. So, he truly is getting on in years. Klein mused silently. It was only at this moment, upon witnessing these phenomena, that he genuinely felt a sense of becoming extraordinary. I am an extraordinary being now. He shifted his gaze, scrutinizing Old Neil intently, but suddenly he beheld a pair of eyeless, cold, and indifferent eyes, nearly transparent, lurking in the void behind him. These almost ethereal eyes were quietly observing Old Neil, and then they turned their gaze upon him. This. Klein shivered, opening his mouth to exclaim, "There are eyes behind you." Old Neil, momentarily stunned, quickly forced a smile and replied, "Pay no mind to it." Chapter 33. The switch. No sooner had Old Neil's words fallen than the illusory eyes lurking in the shadows behind him vanished in an instant. Even in his enhanced spiritual sight, Klein could no longer discern any trace of their prior existence. "This is a manifestation of ritual magic," Old Neil explained with a chuckle. "Quite remarkable. Is spiritual sight merely an enhanced version of the yin-yang eye?" Klein mused, akin to a child who has just acquired a new toy, eagerly diverting his attention to examine every corner of the room, curious to discern the differences between the current alchemical chamber and the one he had previously encountered. The dimness outlined the contours of the objects: the long table, test tubes, scales, cups, cabinets, all unchanged since Klein had activated his spiritual sight, devoid of any radiant glow. Do inanimate objects lack spiritual essence? Klein pondered quietly, his gaze sweeping over a small silver box upon the table. Suddenly, he noticed a luminescence emanating from within. Either a deep azure reminiscent of the sky, or a brilliant shimmer akin to stars, or a fiery crimson as if ablaze. Materials sourced from extraordinary beings possess a certain vitality, even after the original owner has perished. Klein carefully considered his wording, brimming with curiosity as he inquired of Old Neil. The precise description is that their spiritual essence lingers. This is one of the keys to successful potion crafting and also a source of the extraordinary loss of control. Dunn should have informed you of this, Old Neil elucidated calmly. He suddenly burst into laughter, recalling something. I remember that the recipe for Corpse Collector includes dried adult spotted frogs, and consuming this potion requires immense courage. Klein imagined it for a moment and felt somewhat nauseated. He did not echo Old Neil's sentiment, instead directing his gaze towards the dim surroundings, which lacked sufficient illumination. However, there were none of the ethereal spirits or ghosts he had anticipated. Isn't the realm of spirits said to be omnipresent? He questioned, perplexed. Old Neil chuckled and replied, "Little one, repeat after me. This is the headquarters of the Night Watchers, the subterranean realm of the goddess of night, where many extraordinary beings reside. Do you think we would allow spirits and souls to wander freely here? Moreover, the realm of spirits and spirits themselves are two distinct concepts." Klein felt a bit embarrassed and turned his head, feigning interest in the faint glow of the gaslights at the entrance of the dark door. "I understand," he said. As he spoke, he suddenly felt a twitch in his brow, uncontrollable, as if it were spasming. Ouch! The pain surged through his brow, and as his vision blurred, he attempted to concentrate again, yet there were no invisible figures to be seen. "Mr. Neil, my brow is twitching and it hurts a bit. Why do I sense a certain amusement from you?" Klein hurriedly inquired, "How can I exit this state of spiritual vision?" He initially intended to mention the ethereal figure he had just glimpsed, yet upon hearing that the symptoms included slight hallucinations, he dismissed the thought. Similar to before, he envisioned objects, focused his attention, and then transitioned into a meditative state, closing his eyes to exert control over his spiritual essence, repeatedly instructing it to cease. Upon reopening his eyes, he would discover that his spiritual vision had concluded. The elder Neil leisurely described this process, adding at the end that, of course, this was the most tedious and clumsy method. Through practice, one could repeatedly suggest to oneself during meditation, subtly influencing the spirit, establishing a simple switch action, for instance. By gently tapping his brow twice, he could effortlessly activate his spiritual sight, and by tapping twice more, he could easily terminate it. The specifics of the setup would depend on one's personal habits and preferences. Having understood this, Klein contemplated emulating the elder Neil, adopting the gesture of tapping his brow twice as the switch for his spiritual vision. A single tap might easily be confused with an instinctive head knock, while 3 taps in a crisis could squander precious time. As for actions like snapping fingers, they were too distinctive and conspicuous. He concentrated his attention, envisioning the gathering orbs of light, and re-entered a meditative state. Under the guidance of old Neil, through repeated suggestions and practice, he finally configured the activation gesture. After tapping twice more, everything reverted to its original state, devoid of any peculiarities. He felt a sense of mastery. He remarked with joy. It was only at this moment that he realized his exhaustion was so profound that he could easily succumb to sleep, his head feeling as if he had endured 3 sleepless nights, vacant and aching. Old Neil chuckled and said, "Very well." Klein wholeheartedly endorsed old Neil's arrangements. Just then, Dunsmith approached from behind, a slight smile gracing his lips, his gaze deep and enigmatic as he remarked, "I hear from old Neil that you have adapted remarkably, both in meditation and in clairvoyance." He speculated that Dunn had just been guarding the armory for old Neil. Dunn slowed his pace, barely ahead of Klein. And after a few moments of silence, he spoke without turning. "You must remember, curiosity can be fatal, not only for cats, but also for the extraordinary. Do not attempt to delve into whispers that ought not to be heard and sights that ought not to be seen." Klein understood this as yet another reminder regarding the potential loss of control among the extraordinary. It was still morning, with the temperature hovering around 26 or 27 degrees. Klein retrieved a brass key from his belt and unlocked the door to his home. Inside, many items were yet to be acquired. Both the living room and dining area were stark and empty. Benson and Melissa had long since left, one for work and the other for studies. Klein, disregarding all else, swiftly closed the door behind him and ascended the stairs to his bedroom, which boasted a bookshelf of its own. After shedding his tailcoat and hanging it on the coat rack, he eagerly collapsed onto the bed. Hardly had his head touched the pillow than he fell into a deep slumber. Klein was awakened by the brilliant sunlight streaming in. He turned his head slowly, blinking awake to discover the sun was high in the sky. What time was it? Surely he hadn't missed the afternoon tarot gathering? Struggling to rise, he made his way to the coat rack, for his pocket watch remained in the inner pocket of his tailcoat, yet to be retrieved. He not only forgot about the matter at hand, but also neglected to close the bedroom door and draw the curtains of the protruding window. With a snap, Klein extracted his pocket watch, and upon opening it, he felt an immediate sense of relief. It was only a little past 12, leaving ample time before their scheduled gathering at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Today was Monday, the day he was to meet with the hanged man in justice. Klein adopted a contemplative demeanor, tapping his forehead twice, and once again, he perceived his aura regaining its luminous hue. After another 2 taps to exit his heightened awareness, he made his way downstairs with ease, boiled a kettle of water, added some inferior tea leaves, and accompanied it with a dash of cream while he nibbled on a slice of rye bread. Subsequently, Klein retrieved his history textbooks and the original owner's notes, leisurely engaging in review and consolidation. At precisely 2:57 in the afternoon, Klein closed his books, capped his pen, and with a swift motion, drew the curtains shut. He then locked the bedroom door, enveloping the space in an unusual darkness. He lightly tapped his forehead twice, activating his spiritual vision and surveying his surroundings. After confirming the absence of invisible spiritual entities within the room, Klein deactivated his spiritual sight and retrieved his pocket watch to check the time. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Just a minute shy of 3 o'clock, he took a step forward, moving counterclockwise as before, tracing a square path while silently reciting the corresponding incantations in Mandarin with each step. However, this time, he had not prepared any primary offerings. Klein closed his eyes, feeling a slight itch on the back of his hand, as if the 4 black dots forming a small square were becoming more pronounced, emerging vivid. It was not that he was unaffected. Rather, he exerted considerable effort to refrain from actively listening. As an extraordinary being, he possessed an enhanced degree of self-control in such an environment. Soon, his body felt lighter, ascending into the air, where he beheld a vast expanse of grayish-white, nebulous mist, along with deep red stars that seemed to resonate with him in an uncanny manner, evoking a sense of profound familiarity. Klein gazed at his indistinct form, murmuring in confusion, "Is this the star spirit body that old Neil spoke of?" He took a moment to compose himself, conjuring once more the magnificent temple above the swirling gray mist, with its grand bronze long table situated directly beneath the expansive dome, accompanied by 22 high-backed chairs adorned with various celestial symbols. Klein quietly approached the head of the table, enveloping his body and face in a denser shroud of gray mist, then extended his right hand to gesture towards the two familiar crimson stars, establishing a wondrous connection. In the 34th chapter, titled the rugged and profound figure of Alger Wilson sits at a long table, cluttered with an array of vessels and parchment scrolls, within a windowless basement. Before him stood a candle, half consumed, its flickering flame casting a dim, golden light that danced upon the surrounding objects and the surface of the long table, creating an ethereal play of shadows. Alger's hair, tousled like seaweed, bore a deep blue hue, almost black. He was clad in a robe adorned with intricate lightning motifs. His hands clasped together, thumbs aligned, leaning forward in contemplation as he gazed intently at a bottle of pitch-black liquid to the left of the candle. The sealed vessel occasionally emitted the sound of howling winds, interspersed with the tumultuous roar of the sea, while the untouched portions of the dark liquid were enveloped in a faint, swirling mist, as if it had sprouted eyes and a mouth. Alge cast a sidelong glance at the clock on the wall, noting that the hour hand pointed resolutely to 3 o'clock. He gently massaged his temples, and his eyes suddenly turned a deep shade of black, causing the various vessels on the table to emanate a subtle sheen. At that moment, he perceived a tidal wave of deep crimson light surging forth, engulfing him entirely. In the luxurious villa of the Hall family, located in Beckland, Queens, Audrey dismissed her dance instructor and locked the door behind her, taking a poised seat at her vanity. Outside, the sun shone brilliantly, flowers bloomed vibrantly, and a blank notebook, bound in exquisite light brown sheepskin, lay open on the table. To its right, a fountain pen adorned with a golden tip and embedded with red gemstones. Audrey tested it, assuring herself that once she distanced herself from the gathering, she would swiftly seize the pen to record her formula. The anticipation was exhilarating. She inhaled deeply, suppressing her excitement, and gazed into the mirror. However, she could not see her own reflection. Only the deep crimson and ethereal light erupted simultaneously from her surroundings and within her, above the gray mist. Within a grand temple resembling the abode of a giant king, the bronze long table was flanked by deep red blooms, cascading like a fountain, sculpting two indistinct figures, their positions unchanged from the last encounter. The tall, golden-haired Audrey instinctively glanced upward, where she beheld a figure reclining amidst the dense, one hand resting on the edge of the table, the other gently cradling their chin. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool," Audrey called out cheerfully. She then turned her gaze to the opposite side, addressing the other figure with the same light-hearted tone. "Good afternoon, Mr. Hangman." How carefree she was, confirming my benevolence without a shred of fear. A well-protected noble maiden? Klein chuckled, maintaining his enigmatic demeanor. "Good afternoon, Miss Justice." As he spoke, he slightly lowered his head and raised his left hand, lightly tapping his brow twice. The moment his gaze shifted, everything transformed. He perceived the radiant aura surrounding Justice and the Hangman. Meanwhile, the surrounding gray mist and deep crimson stars remained unchanged, devoid of any illusory entities or seemingly sentient luminescence. Shifting his gaze, Klein noted that the aura of Justice perfectly aligned with old Neil's description. The reds were vibrant, the purples deep, the blues clear, and the whites bright, all exuding a lively vigor typical of a youthful girl. Her emotional hues displayed red and yellow, signifying joy, enthusiasm, and exhilaration. Klein assessed and then turned his attention to the Hangman. Similar to Justice, the Hangman's aura bore no peculiarities. Yet his emotions were tinted blue, interspersed with hints of orange, calmness, contemplation, caution, and a touch of satisfaction. In this initial attempt, Klein hesitated to draw a firm conclusion. Just as he was about to divert his gaze, he suddenly noticed something peculiar. The innermost aura of the Hangman appears to be in complete harmony, both in color and sensation. Klein focused his spirit and gazed intently, faintly perceiving that deep within the Hangman's etheric body lay a profound blue reminiscent of the ocean, evoking the sensations of tempestuous winds and surging waves. Is this his star spirit? Or perhaps the surface of his star spirit? It seems he is indeed an extraordinary being, seemingly more powerful than the venerable Neil. Klein's thoughts swirled, filled with perplexity, Perhaps this is not necessarily the case, for it could merely be the result of this unique environment. It is only in my domain that I can perceive such phenomena. And not that Neil lacks similar manifestations. He turned his gaze towards justice once more, confirming that it possessed a quality only extraordinary individuals could have. At that moment, Alge had also completed his greetings. Audrey inhaled deeply, her voice laced with anticipation as she inquired, "Mr. Hangman, have you received the box of ghost shark blood?" Alge glanced at Klein, who was lightly tapping his brow, seemingly lost in thought. Audrey smiled modestly, expressing her delight at the outcome. Having harbored a fascination with the mysterious since childhood, she had formed friendships within the aristocratic circles with others who shared her interests, exchanging information, books, and rare items. However, until now, none had acquired supernatural abilities to become true extraordinary beings. A few princes had hinted that if she were willing to become a princess, she would receive the gifts she desired. Yet, this time, the ghost shark blood was taken directly from her family as treasury. The inventory listed a large bottle without specifying the volume, nor did it indicate whether it was full. She was confident that removing a small portion would go unnoticed, and even if an unexpected incident occurred, her parents likely would not pursue the matter. According to our agreement, I shall now divulge to you, the audience, the formula for this potion. Allow me a moment to prepare. I am ready. Audrey took a breath, concentrating all her attention. The preparation of low-sequence potions was remarkably straightforward, requiring only the addition of materials in the specified order. However, it was crucial to remember that the quantities should err on the side of caution. An excess could lead to significant complications. You must have heard of extraordinary beings losing control. I need not reiterate that, do I? Alge first outlined the precautions. Audrey nodded gently, affirming her understanding. As she spoke, she cast a glance at Mr. Fool, curious if this enigmatic powerhouse had anything to add. Unfortunately, within her line of sight, the fool remained still, akin to a statue. After a moment's thought, Alge remarked, "A lesser amount does not necessarily imply a substantial deviation. If you lack assistance, I suggest you first take the time to familiarize yourself with chemical experiments." Alge elaborated on the extent of permissible deviation before smoothly reciting, "Audience. Sequence 9 potion, 80 milliliters of pure water, at 5 drops of colchicum essence, 13 grams of cow's tooth peony powder, 7 petals of fairy flower, a pair of adult man fish eyes, and 35 milliliters of black-horned sheep's blood." The latter two ingredients were primary components, sourced from extraordinary marine species, necessitating utmost caution. Alge provided a reminder regarding the peony powder. With his assistance, Audrey gradually memorized the formula in the correct order, though she remained somewhat apprehensive, murmuring to herself and repeating it over and over. "Are you familiar with meditation?" Alger nodded in acknowledgement of justice and continued, "I am unsure of your understanding of meditation, so allow me to describe it. After consuming the potion, one must commence meditation promptly, controlling both spirit and power. It is imperative to practice daily to truly master the potion's potency, unearthing its symbolic significance and deeper mysteries. Only then can one mitigate the risks of losing control. The essence of a potion's symbolism lies in its name, for instance, the observer." Klein listened quietly to their discourse, initially intending to remain silent, merely absorbing and learning. However, upon hearing this, a sudden spark ignited within him, leading to an epiphany. He and Alger simultaneously turned to gaze at the fool Klein, who sat at the upper end. The enigmatic powerhouse tapped his fingers lightly, speaking in a subdued tone. "It is not mastery, it is digestion. It is not excavation, it is performance. The name of the potion is not merely symbolic, it embodies imagery and is the key to digestion." Audrey listened, both bewildered and perplexed, struggling to grasp the fool's intended message. Instinctively, she cast a glance at the hangman's reaction, only to be astonished to see him tremble slightly, frozen like an ordinary person startled by a sudden, thunderous sound. Digestion, performance, digestion, performance, digestion, performance, key. Alger murmured repeatedly, as if he had grasped a crucial insight or had fallen under a strange spell. After a moment, he raised his head, his voice raspy. "Thank you, Mr. Fool. Your hint is as precious as my life, illuminating many aspects for me. Of course, I believe I have yet to fully comprehend and understand." Klein maintained his air of mystery and profundity, smiling as he replied, "This is a prepaid reward." In truth, he himself was not entirely clear about the precise meaning of his previous words, only certain that Emperor Roselle surpassed ordinary extraordinary beings and was stronger than the hanged man. "Mr. Fool, what would you have us do?" Alger inquired, nodding in agreement. "Do you have a task for us?" Klein leaned back slightly, glancing to either side, and spoke in a low, soothing voice. Assist me in gathering the secret diary of Roselle Gustave, even if it is merely a single page. Chapter 35. Exchange of Information. Third request for recommendation. The secret diary of Roselle Gustave? Emperor Roselle? Indeed. Only matters of such significance would capture the attention of a being of the fool's caliber. Audrey was momentarily taken aback, only to realize that she felt no surprise whatsoever. It was said that Emperor Roselle had once gazed upon the blasphemous tablet, and that the secret cards he crafted contained 22 paths of divinity, a matter of utmost concern to every high-ranking powerhouse. The fool had affirmatively referred to the legacy of Roselle Gustave as a diary. How did he come to know? How did he ascertain that? Has he perhaps mastered the method for interpreting the Rossetti cipher? For the time being, let us regard it as a diary. He neither denied nor affirmed it. It is said that the diary of the great Emperor Roselle was inscribed in a secret script or symbols of his own invention. Audrey had heard other young nobles mention this, yet she had never truly encountered it, and a wave of curiosity washed over her, prompting her to inquire. As the conversation progressed, he turned his gaze towards Klein, seemingly seeking some form of affirmation, yet also harboring doubts. This writing had evolved through several generations, long removed from its original pictographic form. How could it possibly be deciphered based on your reasoning? Klein remained composed, silently scoffing. The notion of treating it as mystical symbols instantly conjured images that were both absurd and amusing in his mind. A malevolent sorcerer cloaked in a black hooded robe, rolling up his sleeves to reveal the enigmatic symbols tattooed on his arms, said to be imbued with mysterious powers left by Emperor Roselle. Two large, azure simplified characters. Fool. A slow smile crept across Klein's lips, lifting his spirits further. After hearing the description of the hanged man, Audrey, with a hint of difficulty, remarked, "Symbols or characters we cannot comprehend. How can we convey them to you here, Mr. Fool? Or send them somewhere? Soon." She found a line of thought. Since she could conjure a temple and furniture from her own imagination, could others directly transcribe what was presented in their minds? It was worth a try. At that moment, Audrey and Alge witnessed Mr. Fool, enveloped in a thick gray mist, slowly sitting. Just as Klein's words trailed off, Audrey found a piece of yellow-brown parchment and a dark red fountain pen appear before her. With a mix of confusion and curiosity, she picked up the pen and, following instructions, envisioned a line of poetry once written by Emperor Roselle. If winter has come, can spring be far behind? Klein sensed her emotion and, using the pen as a conduit, guided her. As Audrey set the pen down, she saw a line of words materialize on the parchment. If winter has come, can spring be far behind? Oh my goddess, this is truly marvelous, exclaimed Audrey, filled with wonder. Then, with a tinge of fear, she looked towards Klein. Mr. Fool, can you read my thoughts? No, I am merely a guide, simplifying the process of you articulating words, transforming it into a method of transcription. If you do not wish to express yourself, no trace will appear. Klein reassured her in a deep voice. I see. So as long as we remember the shapes of those symbols or secret scripts, we can present them according to our will? Audrey sighed in relief, asking in realization. This is indeed a splendid method, Miss Justice. Do not doubt your memory. As an audience, you will experience significant enhancement in this regard. Alger observed the recent endeavor, feeling that the fool was even more enigmatic and formidable than he had previously imagined. In regard to his own memories, he was confident that with the forthcoming promotion, he would achieve significant growth. Audrey nodded with delight, saying, What a delightful hint, Mr. Hangman. Do you have any further teachings for me regarding the audience? At this juncture, she turned to her left and addressed the fool. I shall strive to fulfill your task and endeavor to gather more of the secret diaries of the great Roselle. As I mentioned, I am one who favors equitable exchange. The remuneration I provided earlier corresponds to merely 2 pages of diary per person, and should there be any surplus, I shall offer additional compensation. Klein spoke in a tone that was devoid of condescension. As for the additional remuneration, it would naturally derive from the new secret diaries of Roselle, thus creating a virtuous cycle. You are indeed a generous gentleman, Alger remarked, pausing for a few seconds before placing his hand on his chest and bowing slightly. After the gesture, he turned to Justice and reiterated, I must emphasize once more, an audience is always merely an observer. I understand that many spectators enjoy imagining themselves as protagonists or other characters, investing profound emotions which lead them to cry, laugh, feel anger, or sorrow with the unfolding drama. However, such behavior is not befitting of your role as an audience. In the face of the myriad dramas in secular society, amidst those who consciously or unconsciously assume various roles, You must maintain an absolutely detached attitude. Only in this manner can you observe them with calmness and objectivity, discerning their habitual gestures, detecting their habitual lies, and sensing their underlying tension, all while piecing together their genuine thoughts from subtle cues. Trust me, each individual, influenced by varying emotions, naturally exudes different essences and emanates diverse fragrances. But only a true audience can perceive these nuances. Once emotions are engaged, your observations will inevitably be skewed, and your sensitivity to the feelings of others will deviate. Audrey listened intently, her eyes growing ever brighter. It sounds incredibly, immensely intriguing. Klein, positioned at the head of the table, felt a stirring in his heart. The requirements of the audience potion seemed to encapsulate the essence of being an absolutely neutral observer. This was tantamount to a certain form of role-playing. Role-playing? Could it be that what the great Roselle referred to as role-playing implied this? Would I need to assume the guise of a diviner to gradually assimilate the potion? Just as Klein was lost in contemplation, Alger concluded his exposition on the requirements of the audience, pondering for a moment before suggesting, "It seems there is nothing more to discuss? Perhaps we could engage in casual conversation about the happenings around us. What may seem ordinary to oneself could be a vital clue to another." He has resolved to attempt the role of a fortune teller, as it seems unlikely to yield any adverse consequences. "Shall we commence with you, Mr. Hangman?" Audrey responded with keen interest. Algier pondered before remarking, "The self-proclaimed Admiral Ludville, that notorious pirate, has embarked once more on his expedition to the easternmost reaches of the Sunia Sea." "The master of the Black Tulip?" Audrey inquired thoughtfully. "I am unaware of who that might be." Klein listened silently, contemplating what information he should share that would neither expose himself nor compromise his position while still yielding valuable intelligence. Soon, he reached a decision. Maintaining the enigmatic persona of the fool, his fingers tracing the edge of the bronze long table, and said, "To my knowledge, the Mystic Society has lost a notebook belonging to the Antigonus family. This information is not solely known to the Night Watchmen of Tenjin. The Mystic Society and their closely knit extraordinary allies are equally informed." "The notebook of the Antigonus family?" Algier echoed, chuckling softly as he shook his head. "I am genuinely curious about the reaction of the Night Goddess's church upon learning this news." "Why only mention the Church of the Night Goddess?" Klein astutely sensed the underlying issue but hesitated to voice it, fearing it would tarnish the mystique of the fool. At that moment, Audrey, puzzled, inquired, "Why are you curious about that? What particular response could the Church of the Goddess entail?" Algier smiled and replied, "The Antigonus family was, in fact, annihilated by the Church of the Night Goddess. Whether it was at the twilight of the Fourth Era or the dawn of the current epoch, I cannot say with certainty." This, Klein's eyes narrowed, a chill coursing through him. "It appears that the Night Watchman's concern for that Antigonus family notebook far exceeds my expectations. Their proposal for me to become an extraordinary individual, citing some merit and to avert danger, is but a mere fraction of their true motives. They desire my enhancement, which would aid in locating the notebook." The captain did not conceal this, having mentioned it before, yet I paid it little heed at the time. Upon hearing the hanged man's explanation, Audrey, intrigued, spoke up. "I never imagined there were such matters. Well, it is now my turn. Let me contemplate what I should say." She tilted her head slightly, resting her hand on her forehead, and with a light laugh began, "Yesterday, my etiquette instructor was teaching me how to faint, how to do so gracefully and politely, a practical skill for evading awkward situations and despicable individuals in social gatherings. I was just organizing my thoughts. What I truly wish to convey is that since the defeat at the Bay of Byron, the king, the prime minister, and all the gentlemen have felt immense pressure, harboring a pressing desire for change." Note 1. Shelley. Chapter 36 of Ode to the West Wind. A simple question arises. They perceive the current structure of the government as excessively chaotic. With each election, whenever there is a shift in party dominance, a complete overhaul of personnel ensues, resulting in utter disarray and inefficiency. This not only contributes to the defeats in warfare, but also imposes significant inconveniences upon the populace. It is rather incongruous that the great Emperor Russell did not conceive such a system in Intis. Could it be that he shifted his focus elsewhere in later years? The hanged man, Alger, interjected with a low chuckle. "They perceive? Their sensibilities seem rather dull. Perhaps it takes them a year to recognize the itch after being bitten by the black mosquito." The black mosquito, known in the southern regions of the Kingdom of Ruin for its potent venom, is infamous for inciting an unbearable urge to scratch. Audrey raised her palm to cover her mouth, disregarding the jibe from the hanged man, and instead presented the crux of the earlier discourse, regrettably. They have yet to discover a viable alternative to this system. Klein listened intently, sensing that the conversation had ventured into his realm of expertise, and smiled slightly. This is a straightforward issue. The gluttonous empire, along with its imitative counterpart, possesses remarkably successful advanced experiences. Straightforward? Audrey responded with mild surprise. Although her upbringing had not encompassed political education, she had frequently attended discussions among her father and brother, granting her a sufficient understanding of such matters. An examination, akin to a university entrance test, could be conducted publicly, divided into 2 or 3 rounds, employing the most objective means to sift out the elite. Yet, Audrey was vaguely aware of the opposition this would incite. Without allowing her the opportunity to articulate her thoughts, Klein continued. Subsequently, these elites would be appointed to fill positions within the cabinet, county governments, municipal administrations, and various local affairs, essentially, the roles directly responsible for execution, such as senior secretaries in the cabinet. Depending on the diverse requirements of different positions, separate evaluations could be conducted in the 2nd or 3rd rounds, ensuring that specialized tasks are entrusted to qualified professionals. Meanwhile, ministerial, county, and municipal positions should be reserved for the victorious party, as they rightfully deserve their share of the political pie. Alger, who had exhibited a lack of interest in the matter, inadvertently tilted his head, listening intently. Meanwhile, Audrey furrowed her brow, lost in contemplation. Do not rush to replace everyone at once. Doing so would paralyze the cabinet and all levels of government. Instead, examinations could be held annually or every 3 years, allowing for gradual transitions. Subsequently, based on the kingdom's expansion and the vacancies arising from resignations or aging government employees, a systematic allocation of positions could be determined. Klein adeptly showcased his prowess as a political keyboardist, ultimately raising his hands in exasperation and stating that this design could, to the greatest extent, incorporate the insightful elites of the kingdom into the government, regardless of which party ascends to power or who the ministers may be. The civil servants can ensure the kingdom's fundamental and relatively effective operation. Of course, the downside is the emergence of bureaucratic malaise, that immortal demon. Audrey, deep in thought, inquired with curiosity. So, even if those ministers were transformed into curly-haired baboons, it would not have a significant impact? No, interjected Algy. I believe that curly-haired baboons would be a better choice than the current ministers. He paused for a moment and added, after all, the curly-haired baboon merely requires sustenance, rest, and procreation. It does not conjure foolish ideas or cling to senseless plans. Mr. Hangman, it seems you are burdened with a rather unsatisfactory superior. Klein, seated at the head of the table, shook his head with a smile. This indeed appears to be a remarkably effective approach. Simple, yet profoundly efficacious. She turned her gaze towards Klein and sincerely remarked, Mr. Fool, you must be a sage with a wealth of life experience and exceptional wisdom. Klein's lips twitched slightly as he glanced at the hanged man and Justice, remaining silent for a few seconds before stating, let us conclude today's gathering. If Miss Justice can influence her relatives to advance this matter, I shall preemptively guide Benson, granting him the opportunity to enter public service. Upon reflection, Benson does seem quite suited for this vocation. However, Justice is unlikely to take the initiative, for in doing so, I would be able to ascertain the noble who proposed the suggestion, thereby revealing her true identity. Of course, she could circumvent this by employing a more discreet method. As you wish. Audrey and Alger simultaneously rose. Klein leaned back, severing the connection, and witnessed the ethereal figures of Justice and the hangman swiftly fragment and dissipate. Above the mist, in the grand hall reminiscent of a divine abode, he remained, quietly seated at the head of the bronze table. Unlike the last time, Klein did not plunge directly into the fog to depart, for having become an extraordinary being, he still possessed ample vitality. He chose to conclude the tarot meeting prematurely upon discerning the true sentiments of the Night Watch regarding the Antigonus family's notes. He resolved to feign a diligent search later, rather than succumbing to the temptation of reclining and sleeping, which would arouse suspicions among Dunn Smith and his associates regarding his activities at home. Moreover, today's findings were not insignificant. Klein sat in the high-backed chair at the head of the bronze table, his arms resting upon the armrests, fingers interlaced. As he solemnly surveyed the boundless expanse of gray mist, feeling an overwhelming sense of emptiness and tranquility, as if no soul had ventured here for countless millennia. As he forged connections and summoned the projections of Justice and the hangman, he keenly perceived a singular truth, as an extraordinary being. He possessed the capacity to reach out to another deep crimson star. However, he refrained from rash attempts. for he was uncertain of the identity and disposition of the new arrivals. After all, not everyone could seamlessly integrate like Justice and the Hanged Man. Driven by their unique natures to fulfill mutual needs while seemingly choosing to conceal their true selves. If newcomers akin to Dunsmith were to join, his nascent secret organization would be immediately exposed to the scrutiny of the church, placing the future of the malevolent mastermind at grave risk. Klein recognized the exceptional nature of the myths surrounding him, understanding that it was beyond the comprehension of extraordinary beings like Dunsmith. Yet, the presence of such extraordinary powers inevitably raised the question of divine existence. Klein cautiously believed in the tangible reality of the 7 orthodox deities. Although he leaned towards the notion that these deities were merely stronger than higher sequence beings, constrained by some stringent limitations. Since the 5th epoch, apart from a few oracles, they had shown no further deeds. Forcing others into such matters is indeed undesirable. No one wishes to be inexplicably embroiled in mysterious events. Perhaps it would be wiser to wait and see. With a sigh, Klein rose to his feet. He unfurled his spirituality, attuning himself to the existence of his corporeal form, and then commenced to emulate the profound sensation of rapid descent. At that moment, the interplay of light and shadow before him shifted dramatically. The gray mist and deep crimson receded instantaneously, as if Klein had pierced through an endless membrane of water. Finally perceiving the tangible reality, witnessing the dimness that enveloped the room. This time, he was entirely alert, earnestly engaging with the experience. It was peculiar. The gray mist and the spirit realm bore some distinctions. Klein moved his limbs, acutely aware of the authenticity of flesh and blood. He pondered earnestly for a moment, shook his head, and approached the writing desk, drawing back the curtains. With a swift motion, the fabric retreated, allowing the sunlight to flood the room in a brilliant glow. Gazing out at the bustling street and the throngs of passers-by, Klein inhaled deeply and murmured to himself, "It is time to venture forth and fulfill my duties. How shall I embody the role of a diviner? This cannot be rushed. For the time being, I can only glimpse the ethereal." In Beekland, Queen's District, Audrey Hall beheld her reflection in the mirror, noting her flushed cheeks and eyes that sparkled with an intensity that was almost blinding. 80 milliliters of pure water, 5 drops of colchicum essence, 13 grams of cowbane powder, 7 petals of fairy flower, a pair of adult man-owl fish eyes, and 35 milliliters of black sheep blood. Exhaling slowly, Audrey reviewed the ingredients several times, ultimately confirming their accuracy. A surge of inspiration to dance welled within her, yet she admonished herself to remain composed. Contemplating further, she began inscribing the names of various chemical substances around the potion's formula, camouflaging the page with a facade of intricate, chaotic scientific knowledge. She would first search through her family's repositories. If she could not find the missing components, perhaps she could barter with others. If that too proved fruitless, she would have to enlist the help of the Fool and the Hanged Man at the next gathering. What could she offer in return? After much deliberation, Audrey closed her notebook and placed it upon the small bookshelf in her bedroom. With a lightness in her step, she made her way to the door and opened it. A golden retriever sat patiently outside, exuding an air of obedience. Audrey's lips curled into a radiant smile, as bright as the sun itself. "Susie, you have accomplished your task splendidly. In the serialized stories of the newspaper, the detective always has a capable assistant. And I believe that a true audience also requires the companionship of a great dog." In a dimly lit basement, where only a flickering candle cast, Alger Wilson raised his palm to examine it closely. After a prolonged silence, he sighed, reflecting, even with meticulous preparation, "I still could not fathom how the Fool executed the summoning." He shifted his gaze downward, focusing on the parchment scrolls laid out upon the long table. In the ochre-toned header, deep blue ink inscribed a line in Hermetic script, 7, Navigator. Chapter 37, The Club. Beneath the blazing afternoon sun, Klein stepped out of his abode. To traverse from Iron Cross Street to Welch's residence, he exchanged his formal attire, top hat, and polished leather boots, for a linen shirt, a weathered brown coat, a matching round felt hat, and worn leather shoes, thus alleviating any concern over the potential odor of perspiration staining his valuable ensemble. As he meandered along Daffodil Street, he ambled towards Iron Cross Street, glancing instinctively at the square upon the corner. The tents had vanished. The circus that once performed there had long departed. How predictable. Klein chuckled softly, shaking his head as he turned onto Iron Cross Street. Iron Cross Street was not a singular thoroughfare but, as its name suggests, comprised 2 intersecting roads. Centered around the crossroads, it branched into Left Street, Right Street, Upper Street, and Lower Street, with Klein, Benson, and Melissa's previous apartments situated on Lower Street. However, the residents of the apartment and the surrounding populace did not perceive their vicinity as Lower Street. Instead, they coined the term Middle Street to distinguish it from the impoverished enclave that lay just 200 meters away. In that area, a single bedroom might accommodate 5, 6, or even 10 individuals. As Klein walked along the edge of Left Street, his thoughts wandered to the notes of the Antigonus family, recalling their mysterious disappearance, the night watch's concern, and the ensuing tragedy that had transpired. His mood gradually became heavy, and his expression turned somber. At that moment, a familiar voice reached his ears. Little Klein. Klein, puzzled, turned around and discovered he had arrived at the entrance of the Slynn Bakery, where Mrs. Wendy, her hair streaked with gray, was waving at him with a gentle smile. "You don't seem very happy," Wendy remarked warmly. Klein rubbed his face and replied, "Just a bit. No matter how many worries you have, tomorrow will inevitably arrive," Mrs. Wendy said with a smile. "Come, help me try my newly made sweet iced tea. I'm unsure if it suits the local palate." "Local palate? Aren't you, Mrs. Slynn, one of them?" Klein chuckled and shook his head. "I isn't trying a euphemism for free." Mrs. Slynn raised the corners of her mouth and said, "You guessed correctly. I am actually from the South. I came to Tingen with my husband over 40 years ago." "Haha. Back then, Benson hadn't even been born, and your parents hadn't met yet. I have always found the northern cuisine somewhat unfamiliar, constantly yearning for the flavors of my hometown, missing pork sausages, potato bread, roasted pancakes, fried vegetables and lard, and barbecued meats with special sauces. Oh, and sweet iced tea." Klein couldn't help but smile at her words. "Mrs. Slynn, that is quite a mouth-watering topic. However, I feel much better now. Thank you." After expressing his gratitude, Klein took a sip and found the drink reminiscent of iced tea from Earth, albeit less intense, with a richer tea flavor and a refreshing quality that dispelled the heat of the blazing sun. "Absolutely splendid," he exclaimed. "Then I can rest assured," Wendy said, her eyes crinkling in delight as she watched Klein finish the sweet iced tea. In the afternoon, the street vendors had diminished significantly, as they would not regroup until after 5:30, and those remaining appeared lackluster and dispirited. Upon entering this place, Klein suddenly felt an inexplicable gloom wash over him, a sense of oppression, melancholy, and dullness. After a moment of contemplation, Klein raised his hand and gently tapped his forehead twice, as if deep in thought. His gaze immediately transformed as he surveyed his surroundings, revealing the auras of street vendors and several pedestrians. Before Klein had the chance to appraise their healthy complexions, he was captivated by the profound and somber hues that symbolized their emotions. Though he could not discern the specific thoughts of the observed, the impressions of pessimism, numbness, and melancholy were indelibly etched upon his heart. Glancing around, he noted that the prevailing dim tones enveloped the vicinity, impervious even to the sunlight's attempts at dispelling the gloom. This pervasive oppression had evidently accumulated over countless days, months, and years. Upon this realization, Klein understood the cause. As old Neil had articulated, activating one's clairvoyance often induces discomfort in unfamiliar environments, rendering one susceptible to the emotional currents of others. A similar principle applies to the ability of inspiration, which is an innate skill acquired upon becoming a diviner, requiring no additional study. It is a passive and involuntary perception, enabling one to detect the presence of anomalies directly. Such awareness inevitably entails a degree of interaction. Thus, in the extraordinary eyes of a medium, the strength of each individual and oppos's inspiration is glaringly apparent, akin to torches in the night. Consequently, those with heightened inspiration are naturally and easily influenced by intense and unusual atmospheres, necessitating repeated practice to grasp and adapt to such experiences. Surely, such an oppressive hue must take a considerable time to cultivate, Klein mused with a sigh and a shake of his head. Feeling a profound resonance within himself, he gently tapped his forehead twice, striving to concentrate his spiritual energy. Step by step, Klein advanced towards the apartment, attuning himself to any potential anomalies and subtle connections in search of the Antigonus family notes hidden within himself. The streets, as usual, were littered with dirty water and refuse, only becoming presentable as he approached the entrance of the apartment. Klein pushed open the half-ajar door and circled the first floor in the shadows where sunlight failed to penetrate. He ascended the staircase step by step, causing the wooden steps to creak incessantly. The second floor, as always, was devoid of light, and Klein indulged his inspiration, gazing into the dimness. Yet, he found not a single clue to his notes, nor did he perceive even a solitary ethereal entity. If such encounters were so effortless, the majority of ordinary individuals would not remain oblivious to the existence of extraordinary phenomena. Klein mused to himself. He has come to understand that most spirits do not exist in corporeal forms, but rather in a state of spirituality, necessitating a medium for effective communication. After circling the third floor, Klein departed from the apartment and, guided by the pathways etched in his memory, walked towards Welch's residence. He walked for a full hour. Yet he found nothing along the way. Standing outside the garden villa, Klein gazed at the house through the tightly locked iron gate, muttering to himself, "Surely there is no need to search for the Welch family? The captain and Miss Daly must have conducted a thorough search. Moreover, I do not possess a key to this place. I cannot simply scale the wall. I shall attempt a different route tomorrow." After traversing such a distance today, there is no step leaderboard. The area surrounding the Welch residence is remarkably clean, with numerous tidy shops lining the streets. As he turned the corner, Klein was about to seek out a public carriage stop when his gaze suddenly fell upon several signs on the second floor across the street: Harold's Department Store, the Veterans Club, the Divination Club, the Divination Club. Klein mused over the name, suddenly recalling his intention to masquerade as a fortune teller. Perhaps I should pay a visit, in search of new ideas. Lost in thought, Klein crossed the street, ascended to the second floor, and entered the hall, standing before a beautiful lady at the reception. This lady, with her chestnut hair elegantly styled in an updo, appraised Klein with a smile and said, "Sir, are you here for a reading, or do you wish to join our club? What are the requirements for membership?" Klein casually inquired. The lady, her hair neatly arranged, began to explain. "You need to fill out a detailed application and pay an annual membership fee. The first year is £5, and thereafter £1 each year. Rest assured, we are not like those political or commercial clubs that require a formal member's recommendation to join. Members may freely utilize the club's meeting rooms and various divination chambers. Enjoy our provided coffee and tea at no charge, read the newspapers and magazines we subscribe to, purchase lunch, dinner, beverages, and some divination materials at cost price. Furthermore, we invite at least one renowned diviner each month to give lectures and address inquiries. Most importantly, you will find a community of like-minded friends to exchange experiences with." It sounds delightful. However, I find myself lacking the funds. Klein chuckled at his own predicament before asking, "And what if one wishes to have a reading?" Chapter 38. The amateur. Upon hearing Klein's question, the elegantly coiffed lady showed no sign of impatience, maintaining her polite smile as she replied, "Our members are free to offer readings within the club and set their own prices. We merely take a minimal commission. If you wish to have a reading, you may peruse this brochure, which contains introductions and pricing for members willing to provide readings. However, this afternoon, being a Monday, the majority of our members are occupied with work, leaving fewer than 5 to attend." As she spoke, she invited Klein to take a seat on the sofa by the window in the reception area, then opened a brochure across from him, pointing out the current members of the club: Heinaz Vincent, the renowned diviner from Tingen, a resident mentor at the club, proficient in various forms of divination, charging 4 thalers per session. The lady with the chestnut-colored hair continued to turn the pages, introducing each member. Lastly, there is Mr. Grachis, a member who has just joined this year, adept in tarot reading, charging 2 pence per session. "Sir, whom would you like to choose?" "Mr. Grachis." The charming receptionist paused for a moment and said, "Sir, I must preemptively inform you that Mr. Grachis is still merely a novice." "Understood. I shall bear the responsibility for my choice." Klein responded with a smile and a nod. "Then please follow me." The elegant lady rose and guided Klein through the large door adjacent to the reception area. There lay a moderately long corridor, at the end of which was an open conference room, flooded with sunlight, furnished with tables and chairs, adorned with newspapers, magazines, and playing cards. And a faint aroma of coffee wafted through the air. As they approached the conference room, the receptionist gestured for Klein to halt, quickening her pace to the end, where she gently called out, "Mr. Grachis, someone is here for a reading." "Me?" A voice filled with surprise and curiosity responded, accompanied by the sound of a chair being moved. "The Yellow Citron Room. I adore yellow citron." Mr. Grachis appeared at the doorway of the conference room, gazing inquisitively at Klein, who was waiting a short distance away. He was a man in his 30s, with a complexion of a deeper hue and dark green eyes. His hair was a soft, light blonde, and he was attired in a white shirt and a black waistcoat, adorned with a monocle that dangled from his chest, exuding a commendable aura. The beautiful lady in charge of reception said little, merely opening the door to the yellow crystal room adjacent to the conference hall. Inside, the curtains were tightly drawn, and the atmosphere was dim, as if such conditions were necessary to receive divine and spiritual insights. thus yielding accurate divination results. Greetings. I am Gracious. I must admit, I never anticipated that you would choose me for your divination. Gracious bowed in a gentlemanly manner, swiftly entering the room and taking a seat at the long table. To be candid, I am merely experimenting with divination for others and lack extensive experience. For the time being, I cannot consider myself an adept diviner. You still have the option to reconsider. After returning the bow, Klein followed him inside and gently closed the door behind him. Bathed in the luminous glow that permeated the curtain, he smiled and said, "You are indeed a gentleman of integrity, yet I am a person who steadfastly adheres to my own choices. Please, have a seat." Gracious gestured toward the vacant chair across from him, and, after a brief contemplation, continued, "Divination is merely a hobby of mine. Life often receives guidance from the divine. Yet ordinary individuals are frequently unable to accurately interpret the will of the Almighty. This is the essence of divination as existence. And it is also the reason I joined this club. In this regard, I lack sufficient confidence in myself. Let us consider the forthcoming divination as a dialogue, an exchange without charge. How does that proposition strike you? I shall bear the cost of the club, a mere quarter of a penny." Klein neither acquiesced nor declined. Instead, responding with a smile, "It is evident that you possess a commendable and respectable occupation." As he spoke, he leaned slightly forward, his right fist pressed against his forehead, tapping it twice. "A small matter. I wish to inquire about the whereabouts of a lost item." Klein had already prepared his words, reclining slowly. In his perception, Gracious's aura was distinctly manifested. The orange hue of his lungs appeared dim and tenuous, affecting the overall brightness. This did not signify exhaustion. Klein nodded imperceptibly. "Searching for a lost object?" Gracious pondered for a moment before saying, "Then let us first conduct a simple assessment." He pushed the neatly stacked tarot cards on the black table towards Klein. "Very well." Klein could not recall the appearance of the ancient notebook, so he had to conjure the necessary questions in his mind. Could he still locate the notes of the Antigonus family? In the midst of repetition, he skillfully shuffled and cut the cards. Grachis picked a card from the top and slid it horizontally in front of Klein, following the cue. Klein turned the card from its horizontal position to a vertical one. He pinched the edge of the tarot card and turned it over. It was an inverted card, displaying a reversed pattern. Alas, Grachis sighed. The imagery on this reversed card depicted the fool, adorned in opulent garments and a resplendent headdress. Another fool? Could it be mere coincidence? According to the hangman and Old Neil, divination is a communion with the spiritual realm, a dialogue with the higher self. And tarot cards serve merely as tools to facilitate the interpretation of symbolic revelations. In theory, the choice of divination medium is inconsequential and does not affect the outcome. Klein furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment, then inquired, "May I divine whether that item has already been claimed by another?" "Absolutely. We can repeat the process in the same manner as before." Grachis nodded enthusiastically. Klein shuffled the deck anew, cut the cards, and contemplated his question. He drew a card, laid it horizontally, and rotated it clockwise until it stood upright, his expression earnest as he completed the preparations. Taking a deep breath, Klein extended his hand and revealed the tarot card. "Please, let it not be another fool." With a heartful prayer, he suddenly relaxed, for the card displayed the star, inverted. "It seems that the item has not yet been claimed by anyone," Grachis interpreted with a smile. Klein nodded, raised his right hand, and lightly tapped his brow twice in contemplation, then retrieved 2 pennies with a dull golden sheen from his pocket and pushed them towards Grachis. "Did I not mention it was free?" Grachis frowned. Klein chuckled and stood up. "This is a token of respect for the divination." "Very well, I appreciate your generosity." Grachis rose and extended his hand. After a brief handshake, Klein stepped back, turned his body, and approached the door, twisting the handle. "Mr. Grachis, I recommend you see a doctor promptly, primarily concerning your lungs." "Why?" Grachis asked in astonishment. "Are you cursing me for being dissatisfied with the divination results?" Klein contemplated for a moment. "It is a symptom evident from your complexion. You, have a darkening at your brow." A darkening at the brow. Grachis had never before encountered such a description. Klein offered no further explanation, smiled, and exited the room, closing the wooden door behind him. Am I to consider him an unlicensed physician or merely a rural apothecary? Grachis chuckled, shaking his head, and casually picked up the silver mirror used for divination. Upon closer inspection, he realized that indeed, the area between his eyebrows had darkened. However, this was merely a consequence of his surroundings. Under the dim light filtering through the curtains, it was not just the space between his brows that appeared darkened, but his entire visage was shrouded in shadow. An uninviting jest, Grachis murmured softly. He uneasily consulted a divination regarding his health, confirming that there were no issues. As he departed from the divination club, Klein found himself with an additional plan for the future, to diligently save money, pay the annual fee, and become a member of the club, thereby beginning to assume the role of a so-called diviner. The reason for not embarking on an independent venture was due to the lack of resources and channels, coupled with the impossibility of peddling on the streets, as he was, after all, a person of some repute and dignity. After a few minutes, he boarded a public carriage, spending 2 pence to reach the not-so-distant Zoderland Street. Pushing open the door of the Blackthorn Security Company, he noticed the absence of the familiar brown-haired girl and instead found Leonard Mitchell, a poetically inclined figure with black hair and green eyes, sitting behind the reception. "Good afternoon, where's Roshan?" Klein inquired after removing his hat in greeting. Leonard smiled and gestured towards the partitioned door. "She is on duty in the armory tonight." Before Klein could pose another question, Leonard, as if contemplating a matter of significance, remarked, "Klein, there is something that has always puzzled me." "What is it?" Klein responded, a look of confusion on his face. Leonard stood up, his tone soothing as he chuckled. "It seems that the unknown entity wishes for me to take the notes of the Antigonus family and conceal them." Klein articulated a widely accepted hypothesis. Leonard took a few steps, suddenly turning to look directly into Klein's eyes. "If orchestrating your suicides was intended to silence you and erase all traces, then why not simply destroy the notes on the spot?" Chapter 39. Intriguing Techniques and Truth. I am uncertain whether those notes were destroyed or hidden. However, one can deduce that if destruction was the objective, it could have easily been accomplished at the moment, eliminating the need for me to carry them. Upon hearing Leonard's inquiry, Klein instantly switched to detective mode, musing, perhaps the unknown entities we, Welch and Naya, encountered derive pleasure from the sacrifice of life while simultaneously desiring to perpetuate such events. Thus, in light of the certainty that the suicide incident would be discovered, they allowed me to take the notes and hide them in preparation for a second enjoyment. It seems that something went awry in the process, resulting in my failure to carry out the suicide. This was Klein's reasonable conjecture based on the materials, novels, films, and television series he had encountered in his previous life concerning malevolent rituals. As for what went amiss during the process, he was acutely aware that it was due to the variable of his own existence as a time traveler. A plausible explanation. But I wonder if there might be another possibility, Leonard Mitchell posited. The suicides of Welch and Naya may have granted that unknown entity the potential for manifestation. The notes could harbor or nurture evil, and your task of taking them away to conceal them stems from a fear that we would discover them before their birth and ascendancy, leading to their immediate destruction. At this juncture, he fixed his gaze upon Klein's eyes and, with a subtle smile, remarked, "Of course, the notes may have been destroyed, ostensibly to obscure their contents and conceal the true vessel that harbors or nurtures malevolence. In this light, your failed suicide attempt finds ample justification." What does this imply? Is he casting doubt upon me? Is he insinuating that the original host's body harbors or nurtures evil? No, it is a traveler that he nurtures. The term nurture is acceptable. Klein hesitated momentarily, internally critiquing the situation, and cautiously responded, "I am merely exploring this possibility, not dismissing the notion that the unknown entity may have encountered a setback upon its arrival, resulting in your failed suicide. We must trust that the goddess continually watches over us." Leonard chuckled lightly and shifted the subject. "What discoveries have you made this afternoon?" "None," Klein replied. "I shall have to take a different route tomorrow afternoon." He gestured towards the partition and said, "I must go to the armory to collect ammunition. The shooting club remains open until 9 in the evening, as many of its members can only find time after work. May the goddess bless you." Leonard smiled and drew a circle on his chest, symbolizing the scarlet moon, as he watched Klein pass through the partition and listened to his footsteps descending the stairs. The smile on Leonard's face gradually faded, replaced by a profound sense of bewilderment reflected in his emerald eyes. He murmured something under his breath, his tone tinged with discontent. Descending the staircase, Klein turned towards the armory, materials, and library along the corridor illuminated by the gaslight. The iron door was ajar, revealing Roseanne, a girl with chestnut hair, standing at a long table engaged in conversation with a middle-aged man sporting a thick black beard and a top hat. "Good afternoon, or rather, good evening. It always feels like midnight here. Klein, I hear from old Neil that you have become an extraordinary one. What do you call it, diviner?" Roseanne inquired, her voice rapid, curiosity and concern evident in her expression. Klein smiled and nodded in response. "Good afternoon, Miss Roseanne. Although it perpetually feels like night here, there is a sense of tranquility. Your description was somewhat imprecise. It should be stated that the name of the potion I consume is diviner. You have chosen to become extraordinary. Roseanne sighed, momentarily falling silent. Klein turned his gaze towards the middle-aged man and politely asked, "And who might this be? Another member of the Night Watch, or one of the 2 civilian colleagues I have yet to meet?" Roseanne pressed her lips together and replied, "Brett, our colleague. He wishes to swap shifts with me, freeing up the night after tomorrow as he intends to take his wife to the North District Theater to see The Arrogant in celebration of their 15th wedding anniversary." "What a romantic gentleman." Brett smiled and extended his hand. "With Miss Roseanne present, there is no need for repetition." "Hello, Klein. I didn't expect you to become extraordinary so soon, while I, perhaps, shall never possess such courage. Ignorance, it seems, is bliss." Klein chuckled self-deprecatingly and shook his hand. "That is not a bad thing," Brett remarked with a smile. "A former extraordinary one once told me before his demise that one should never delve into strange and perilous matters. The less one knows, the longer one lives." At that moment, Roseanne interjected, "Klein, you need not take it to heart. I heard from old Neil that your diviner role is auxiliary, relatively safe compared to others. As long as you do not attempt to communicate with the unknown. But why are you dressed in such attire? It is hardly gentlemanly. What brings you here?" He believed that the young lady would soon forget the matter. "Very well," Roseanne remarked, gesturing towards the table. "Brett, it's all entrusted to you. You ought to be well aware of the location of the keys and the bullets. Alas, old Neil is rather stingy. He didn't even leave behind the hand-ground coffee he promised to let me enjoy to my heart's content today." Amid her incessant chatter, Klein received the bullets. Bang, bang, bang. He grasped the gun, raised his arm, and fired, ejecting the spent cartridges and loading fresh bullets. Klein meticulously repeated this process, familiarizing himself with the sensation of shooting. Naturally, he took several breaks in between to reflect and adjust. Upon completing his practice, Klein utilized the space for various exercises akin to push-ups, diligently working to enhance his physique. Additionally, she carried a considerable amount of groceries. Having received the money, "Why not take a public carriage to school?" reminded Klein, recalling the events of the morning. Melissa furrowed her brow and said, "Stop, stop, stop. There is no need to flaunt your mathematical prowess." Klein chuckled, pressing down his hand. Melissa paused for a moment before adding, "Walking to school suits me just fine. The teacher insists that everyone should exercise regularly, and I can pick up some discarded parts along the way." Klein replied with a light laugh, "In 2 months, once I've compensated for the advanced salary, I'll be able to save up for Benson and for you to acquire new garments. But we must consider unforeseen circumstances," Melissa insisted, remaining steadfast in her viewpoint. Klein looked at her with a smile and said, "Then we can reduce our meat consumption. Don't you think spending 50, no, 100 minutes each day on the road is a waste of time? We could utilize that time to read more, ponder various issues, and improve our grades. This way, Melissa, you could graduate with excellent results and secure a well-paying job. Then, what would there be to worry about?" He drew upon his prior experience of debating in forums and ultimately persuaded Melissa to agree to take the public carriage to school. At last, he had successfully convinced her. No, it would be improper to call it mere persuasion. This was a triumph of reason. Klein mused inwardly, accepting the groceries Melissa had purchased, and sighed, "Remember to buy beef or lamb tomorrow, or chicken." A hearty meal is essential for a healthy body and an astute mind to tackle the rigors of study. Merely speaking of it made his mouth water. Melissa pressed her lips together, pausing for a few seconds before responding, "All right." The following morning, after ensuring Melissa boarded the public carriage, Klein and Benson parted ways at the street corner, each proceeding to their respective offices. As Klein stepped through the entrance, he noticed old Neil and Roshan engaged in light conversation at the reception desk. Neil remained clad in his classical black robe, indifferent to the gazes of others, while Roshan had donned a delicate yellow sundress. "Good morning, Mr. Neil, Miss Roshan," Klein greeted, doffing his hat in salute. Old Neil cast him a sly glance and replied, "Good morning. I trust you didn't overhear anything you shouldn't have last night?" "No, I slept quite well," Klein responded, somewhat puzzled by the inquiry. He could only attribute it to his lack of inspiration. "Haha, no need to mind. It's actually not that easy to hear." Old Neil pointed towards the partition and said, "Let's head to the armory. We shall continue our mystical studies this morning." Klein nodded and followed old Neil down the stairs into the underground, arriving at the armory, where he replaced Blett last night. "What shall we learn today?" Klein inquired with curiosity. Old Neil let out a long hum and replied, it will be complex foundational knowledge. However, before that, I will teach you an intriguing technique. He pointed to the silver chain wrapped around his wrist, from which hung a pristine white crystal. Chapter 40. The Course of Mysticism. An intriguing technique? Klein inquired with great curiosity. Old Neil chuckled and replied, I shall inspect the armory, materials, and library. In the meantime, prepare 2 cups of coffee using the cups on the table. In one of the cups, introduce something undesirable. The specifics are entirely up to your imagination. But do ensure that you do not waste too much coffee grounds, for I have personally ground these beans sourced from the highlands. Very well. Although Klein was somewhat perplexed by old Neil's intent, he readily acquiesced. Removing the lid from the silver-tinned container, he used a small spoon gleaming with metallic luster to pour a generous scoop of aromatic coffee grounds into each cup, followed by a pour of hot water. Stirring with familiarity. As a traveler from a resource-rich era, he was no stranger to coffee. Having completed this task, Klein pondered for a moment, then seated himself. Crossing his right leg, he took a pinch of the soil that had clung to the sole of his leather boot and added it to the cup on his left. He then stirred once more with meticulous care until the 2 cups of coffee appeared nearly indistinguishable in both color and aroma. After a few minutes, old Neil, jingling a set of keys, emerged from the armory and with a clang, closed the iron door behind him. All set. His slightly murky crimson eyes shifted to Klein seated across the table. With a smile, old Neil began to unravel the silver chain entwined around his wrist as he settled into his seat. His expression swiftly transformed into tranquility as he extended his left hand, gripping the chain, allowing the silver chain to dangle vertically above the coffee cup on his right side. The pristine white crystal was perilously close to being tainted by the liquid. Amidst a wave of soothing serenity, the white crystal inexplicably began to sway slightly, rotating counterclockwise along with the silver chain. This cup has witnessed the absence of favorable circumstances, old Neil stated affirmatively. Before Klein could respond, he retracted the silver chain and took a sip from the nearby coffee. Do you enjoy bitter coffee? My preference is a spoonful of sugar and a spoonful of milk. Your divination results are remarkably precise. Does it rely on that white crystal? It must be the white crystal, correct? Klein pondered aloud, so one should avoid phrasing it as a question. He nodded slightly. Counterclockwise signifies no, while clockwise signifies yes. Of course, this method of divination is excessively simplistic, yielding only 2 or 3 possible answers, insufficient for profound exploration and interpretation. For instance, certain substances may be harmful in their raw state, yet through appropriate processing, they can become immensely beneficial. Some ingredients, while detrimental to the human body, are not severely harmful, and in dire hunger, consuming them poses little issue. Such nuances cannot be discerned through pendulum divination. I must hasten to save money to purchase crystals or pure silver to craft a pendulum. Klein sighed audibly. Old Neil cast him a surprised glance. You could apply directly. This pertains to extraordinary individuals, particularly those of us who belong to the auxiliary type of extraordinary beings. Our arsenal contains a yellow crystal pendulum and one made of pure silver. But I am not yet a formal member of the team. Klein and Imp, Oppos, as heart raced. Filled with a hint of hesitation, old Neil chuckled lightly. For extraordinary individuals, regardless of formal membership, if there are no salary increases, certain conveniences must certainly be afforded in other aspects. Benefits might be a more fitting term. I shall request this from the captain shortly. Klein clenched his fist inwardly. Having made a resolution, how could he ascertain the captain's approval without making an attempt? Very well, old Neil smiled. Let us commence our formal mysticism course. One of its foundations is known as symbolism. Do you understand what symbolism entails? Both the spirit realm and the ethereal cosmos, along with those uncharted territories, exist beyond the realm of our senses, which cannot accurately convey the information acquired through our ears, noses, and eyes. What we receive can only be ineffable intuitive insights and experiences, which manifest as abstract symbols and graphical representations. These symbols, in turn, represent different entities and meanings. Very precise. You truly deserve the title of diviner, old Neil remarked with a serious nod. Only by mastering the ability to interpret symbols can one truly enter the domain of mysticism. Indeed, every element of the designs on tarot cards is a symbol, a conventionally established representation to aid us in understanding and interpreting the primal insights. He took out a piece of paper and picked up the nearby pen, drawing a short. Immediately afterward, he hastily added several vertical lines beneath the arc. He then looked up at Klein and asked, "Do you know what this symbol represents?" Klein studied it for a while, hesitating before replying, "Eyelashes?" Old Neil exhaled and said, This symbolizes the constellation of the harvest star. This represents the constellation of thunder, and this denotes the constellation of frost. He casually sketched several symbolic signs. Klein, while memorizing, could not help but exclaim, "The names of these constellations are truly, indeed remarkably simple. Yes, simple. So rustic, so primordial." Old Neil smiled and remarked, "The great Roselle thought the same way in his time. He intended to rename the constellations to Virgo, Cancer, Scorpio, and so forth. Unfortunately, he could not withstand the power of tradition. At least the ancient names of these constellations and the dates they represent can guide farming and harvesting. One must admit, the great Roselle was a man of ideas." Klein found himself at a loss for words. Well, the great Roselle must have been quite a dignified person during his lifetime. Old Neil, unable to grasp Klein's humor, continued to explain various fundamental symbols, such as the constellations, the sun, the red moon, the brown star, the red star, and the blue star. In doing so, he also interspersed teachings on the art of drawing divination charts, the crafting and materials of crystal balls, and the selection of incantations, leaving Klein feeling almost overwhelmed. Had he not discovered that the potion for diviners slightly enhanced his memory, he would have already urged Old Neil to cease. In order to better digest the knowledge acquired, today's mystical studies conclude here. Ponder on your own, and feel free to approach me with any questions. Old Neil produced a golden pocket watch, snapped it open, and glanced at it. Do not forget to read the historical materials I prepared for you. To be frank, I feel a sense of dread upon seeing them. Very well. Klein took the drafts inscribed with symbols from Old Neil, quickly reviewing the mystical knowledge he had learned that day to avoid any significant forgetfulness. Old Neil sipped his freshly brewed coffee and said, "Relying solely on memory, it must be practiced regularly, transforming knowledge into instinct. Furthermore, meditation should be performed daily. Only through ample practice and application can one truly master the power of potions, uncovering their hidden mysteries and dispelling adverse influences." This reminded Klein of his performance in the divination club, and he tentatively suggested, "My potion's ability is related to divination. Practicing alone is inadequate. I must interact with numerous individuals and provide them readings to grasp it swiftly. I intend to join the divination club on Hall Street in the North District when I have extra funds, to become a true diviner. This endeavor will surely not escape the notice of the night watchers, so it is prudent to lay the groundwork in advance." Your thoughts closely resemble those of Deli. She has always expressed a desire to become a genuine medium. Old Neil chuckled, shaking his head. But why wait until you have extra money? You could write an application to Dunn for approval of the expenses. Organizations like the Divination Club may harbor cultists and members of malevolent organizations. As a clerical staffer of the Night Watcher team, a standard extraordinary individual, joining them would facilitate monitoring, serving a professional necessity. Previously, we would routinely inspect these places, but due to a shortage of personnel, it has become challenging to maintain prolonged oversight. Now, it has conveniently fallen to you. Is there truly such a procedure? Observing Old Neil's serious demeanor, Klein was utterly astonished. This was a blatant excuse to reimburse personal expenses. I am utterly ignorant of such matters. Indeed, I am merely a keyboard warrior. You wish to undertake this with your own funds? Old Neil remarked with a smile. I shall report to the captain shortly. Old Neil nodded in satisfaction, casting a glance at the untouched cup of coffee containing dubious substances, and inquired, "What exactly have you placed in it?" Klein chuckled awkwardly. "Just a bit of mud from the sole of my boot. Its color is quite similar to your coffee grounds." Old Neil paused momentarily, then suddenly covered his mouth and exclaimed in a hushed tone, "Why haven't you disposed of it yet?" Chapter 41. Audrey and her Susie Klein ascended the spiraling staircase, pushed open the door, and, after a brief moment of orientation, headed straight to the second office across the hall. After 2 days of acclimatization, he had grasped the general layout of the Blackthorn Security Company. Upon entering, there was a spacious reception area furnished with a set of sofas and tables. Beyond a partition lay the inner section, where the 3 rooms on the left side of the corridor, from nearest to farthest, belonged to Mrs. Oleana's accounting office. A lounge equipped with several sofa beds, and the staircase leading to the basement. The 3 rooms on the right side, also in order of proximity, were Captain Dunsmith's office, an office for clerical staff equipped with typewriters, and the entertainment room for the official members of the Night Watch team. Klein had previously seen Leonard Mitchell playing cards in the entertainment room with 2 other team members. He suspected they were engaging in a game of do-de-jeu, which, of course, the great Russell had rebranded as Battling Evil, though the gameplay remained unchanged from what Klein knew. After a night shift, Bright enjoyed a day of compensatory sleep, while Roshan remained at the reception desk, responsible for procurement, inventory requisition, and part-time duties as a coachman, whereas Cesar Francis was, as usual, out on errands. As Klein pushed open the door to the clerical office, he found all 3 desks vacant, the mechanical typewriters silently positioned. The 1346 model typewriter from Axe & Company. Having seen a similar item in the Minter's office and at the Welch residence, Klein whispered to himself, feeling the subtly visible intricate control system exuding a mechanical charm. He approached the desk adorned with a typewriter and took a seat, allowing himself a moment of contemplation before attempting to engage in virtual typing. Initially, he instinctively processed the words into pinyin, but as he grew accustomed, he gradually absorbed the corresponding fragments of the original memories, ceasing to make errors. Tap, tap, tap. However, he refrained from hastily seeking out Dunn. Instead, he gathered his thoughts and diligently perused the historical materials provided by Old Neil, both as a means of review and as an opportunity for learning. It was only at this juncture that he picked up the application and made his way to the adjacent office, gently rapping on the door. Dunn, awaiting the arrival of lunch, raised an eyebrow in mild amusement upon seeing the documents Klein extended towards him, remarking, "Did Old Neil teach you this?" "Indeed." Klein replied without a hint of hesitation, betraying Old Neil. Dunn grasped the dark red fountain pen, swiftly signing his name. "This is perfect. I need to apply to the church and the county police department for funding for July, August, and September. I will include your application in the request. And once it is approved, I will ask Mrs. Oleana to disperse the funds. The pendulum can be collected this afternoon." His tone and gaze were imbued with evident joy. Before taking his leave, he casually inquired, "Shuden and Amp, Oppos, the funding for July, August, and September have been applied for by June? How is it that we are now requesting July's funding in July?" Dunn remained silent for a few seconds, lifting his coffee cup to take a sip before responding. 3 cases occurred consecutively in June, and amidst the busyness, some matters were unfortunately overlooked. Truly, the captain's memory leaves much to be desired. Klein recognized that he had broached an inappropriate question, chuckling awkwardly before hastily exiting. Thus began his simple and orderly life, 30 minutes of meditation each morning, 2 hours of mysticism classes in the forenoon, an hour and a half devoted to mastering historical materials, and a brief nap in the lounge after lunch to rejuvenate his energy. In a well-equipped private chemistry laboratory, the tall, golden-haired Audrey gazed intently at the cup in her hand, where countless bubbles rose, rendering the atmosphere serene. Ultimately, the liquid in the cup settled into a viscous silvery substance. "Ha! I truly possess a gift for mysticism. I succeeded on the first attempt," she mused joyfully, having previously worried about failure and prepared an ample 2 sets of materials. The young girl tidied away various surplus materials obtained from her family's treasury and exchanged with others, taking a deep breath as she prepared to close her eyes and consume the potion of spectators. Just then, a series of barks erupted from outside the laboratory, causing Audrey to furrow her brow. She gently placed the cup with the silvery liquid into a dim corner and turned to approach the door. "Sushi, who is there?" Audrey asked the golden retriever sitting at the entrance. The golden retriever, Sushi, wagged its tail eagerly, while her maid, Annie, appeared in the nearby corridor. Audrey stepped out of the laboratory, pulling the door shut behind her, and addressed Annie. "Did I not mention? Do not disturb me while I conduct my chemical experiments." "But there is an invitation from the Duchess, Lady Della," Annie replied. "The Duchess of Nigan?" Audrey took a few steps closer to Annie. "Yes. She has invited the court baker, Ms. Vivi, to join you for afternoon tea." Annie conveyed the contents of the invitation. Audrey subtly puffed her cheeks, saying, "Inform my mother that I am feeling dizzy. Perhaps the sunlight is too strong, and I might be slightly dehydrated. Kindly ask her to convey my apologies to Lady Della." As she spoke, she feigned a weak demeanor. "Miss, this is not merely afternoon tea. It is also a literary salon," Annie added. "But that will not remedy my dizziness. I require rest," Audrey firmly declined. Meanwhile, she silently muttered to herself, "If I persist, I shall faint to demonstrate it to you all. The etiquette instructor said I performed this action splendidly. Did I just hear something?" Suddenly, she realized that the golden retriever, Susie, who was supposed to be outside, had vanished, and the laboratory door stood ajar. How could I forget that Susie is capable of opening doors with handles? What was that sound? Oh no. Audrey heard a crisp noise emanating from within, and a sudden insight struck her as she dashed into the laboratory. Upon entering, her gaze fell upon a shattered cup on the floor and the final drop of silvery liquid licked away by Susie. Audrey stood frozen at the doorway, resembling a statue. The golden retriever, Susie, sat upright, gazing innocently at her owner while wagging her tail. Off the coast of Plitz Harbor, on an island perpetually shrouded in storms, an ancient sailing ship lay docked. A man with soft, golden hair, clad in a robe adorned with lightning patterns, looked at the figure of Alger Wilson across from him with a perplexed expression and remarked, "The sea belongs to the storms. This is the realm of the Lord. I am willing to abide by his will and patrol this dominion on his behalf." "Very well." The golden-haired man clenched his fist against his chest and proclaimed, "The storm is with you." He stood on the deck, sparsely populated by a handful of crew members, gazing as his companion departed from the phantom ship, retreating ever further into the distance. "Sains, you fail to comprehend, for your knowledge is insufficient," Alger whispered softly. Meanwhile, Audrey, filled with trepidation, observing the silvery potion, which bore no discernible difference from the previous one, she was nearly moved to tears. With a quick, small sip, she consumed the audience potion. On Friday, a torrential downpour besieged Tingen, the relentless raindrops drumming against every window. Inside the Blackthorn Security Company, Klein, Rosen, and Brett reclined on the sofas of the reception area, savoring their midday repast. The meal consisted of meat, vegetables, and bread, while the portions were modest. They sufficed for one to be satiated, pricing ranging from 7 to 10 pence, with various tiers available. Klein, unabashed, consistently opted for the 7-pence option, which typically included half a pound of oat bread, a small piece of meat prepared in different styles, a spoonful of hearty vegetable soup, and a dab of cream or butter. Today, however, there was only one night watchman present. Rosen spooned the thick soup into her mouth. It was rumored that a case had emerged in the Golden Polonia district, with cult elements involved, prompting the police department to dispatch 2 night watchmen to the scene. Brett set down his bread. Klein dipped the remaining oat bread into the last of the gravy, stuffing it into his mouth without uttering. Within the cuff of his left sleeve, there was a faint glimpse of a silver chain entwined with a dangling yellow crystal. At that moment, a series of loud knocks echoed from the partially opened door. "Please enter," Roshan exclaimed after a brief pause, setting down the spoon and hastily wiping his mouth with a napkin before rising to his feet. The door swung open to reveal a gentleman adorned with a half-height top hat, his black formal attire noticeably dampened at the left shoulder. His temples were streaked with gray, and he held a folded umbrella in his hand. He gazed at Klein and the others, inquiring, "Is this the former mercenary team?" The tall, slender man cleared his throat and said, "I have a task I wish to commission." Chapter 42. Butler Kelly, I have a task I wish to commission. I fear you may have come to the wrong place. This security company is merely a FAAD. Upon hearing the visitor's words, Klein felt an overwhelming urge to voice his grievances, lamenting the absence of forums or comment sections for discourse. Roshan pondered briefly before responding. Among the 6 official members of the Night Watch, Captain Dunn Smith has been summoned to the church by the bishop. It's unclear what they are deliberating. Leonard Mitchell is currently guarding the Charney's Gate in his stead. The Reaper, Fry, and the sleepless, Lo Yao Lading have proceeded to the Golden Wudong district to assist the police in investigating a theft case with cult elements. Another sleepless, Cohen Lee White, is on leave, while another midnight poet, Shi Jiate and Apos Ong, has gone to the outskirts of the North District to conduct his routine patrol at the Raphael Cemetery. The remaining 2 extraordinary individuals. Old Neil, now frail with age, has not undertaken a mission in quite some time, and Klein, still a novice, is truly a dilettante in every regard. None are present. The tall, gray-templed man's expression darkened. He removed his hat and bowed slightly, saying, "I apologize for the intrusion. Farewell." He turned his body and walked towards the door, departing from 36 Zotalin Street amidst the clattering of rain and the howling of the wind, which was rather unfortunate. Roshan watched the gentleman leave, letting out a wistful sigh. Although the commission would not be hers to claim, she was certain of sharing in a sumptuous feast. Alas, someone must always keep watch at Charney's Gate. Klein set down his knife and fork with satisfaction, having consumed even the thick soup of turnips and vegetables, which he was not particularly fond of. Did he wish to send Brett on an errand? Or himself? Roshan's eyes twinkled mischievously as she remarked, "Brett may not suffice. But you certainly can, our soothsayer." Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly realized and quickly silenced herself, for the door had yet to close. And should any passerby or visitor overhear mention of the extraordinary, it would constitute a breach of confidentiality. Fortunately, the captain was absent. Roshan glanced at the entrance, inwardly sticking out her tongue. Otherwise, she would be compelled to repent once more. Brett and Klein erupted into laughter simultaneously, exchanging glances before commencing to tidy up the tableware. Once everything was in order, and seeing that the torrential rain had not abated, Klein, lacking an umbrella, opted to stay at the Blackthorn Security Company. He took a newspaper and settled into the soft, resilient sofa, leisurely indulging in an afternoon nap. The airship route from Beckland to D.C. Bay has been inaugurated. The Great Detective Monson has been compiled and is about to be published. An advertisement for the Lawless Weapons Store, a standard revolver with 6 bullets for £3 10 shillings, a double-barreled shotgun for £2. As Klein perused the Tingen City Honest Man's Journal, he suddenly stumbled upon a piece of news. After reading it several times, Klein let out a sigh. It seemed that Welch's father had come to trust the police's account and had not sought the services of a private detective for further investigation. The emotional turmoil he experienced from losing his young son surely pales in comparison to the profound sorrow my father and mother felt at the loss of their only child. As his mood sank, Klein remained seated in silence for an extended period. He found it entirely unsurprising and devoid of distress that he had not been invited to the funerals of Welch and Naya. Once the dust settled, he would seek an opportunity to lay a bouquet at their graves. As Klein contemplated a brief respite in the lounge, the door to the reception area was suddenly knocked upon. "Come in," he called. His drowsiness dissipated instantly. The slightly ajar door swung open, revealing once again the tall, slender man in formal attire, his temples graying. "Please, take a seat over there." Roshan gestured towards the adjacent sofa. Intrigued, Klein inquired, "How did you hear about our security company? Who referred you to us?" "Oh, it must be that the Night Watch team members effortlessly tackled the challenges that others perceived as formidable, thus garnering sufficient renown in this field. I have visited all the mercenary, security companies and private detectives in the nearby streets, and yours is the only one that still holds promise. The rest are entirely overwhelmed with tasks. To be honest, had it not been for a delivery waiter, I would have never guessed that a security firm still operated here. It is entirely unlike what I had envisioned." Klein was momentarily taken aback. Roshan interjected, "Are they quite busy? So many tasks?" The tall, gray-haired man settled into his seat, sighing as he spoke. "You are a mercenary team, or rather, a security company. You must have heard about the burglary and murder case in the Halls district, correct?" "The Halls district, the burglary and murder case. Unfortunate as it is, I am one of the involved parties," Klein nodded gravely. "Indeed, a classic chain reaction." Klein and Roshan exchanged glances, both recognizing the self-deprecating humor reflected in each other's expressions. The security industry was entering a golden era, yet Blackthorn seemed entirely oblivious to the signs of flourishing. This clearly underscored the extent of the company's failures. Of course, in a certain light, it also attested to the hidden successes of the Night Watch team. After waiting for over 20 minutes as the torrential rain showed signs of abating, Klein prepared to depart for the shooting club to practice with his revolver. Just then, Leonard Mitchell, with his dark hair and green eyes, emerged from the partition, casting a puzzled glance at the sofa. "Who is this?" Roshan's expression froze momentarily before she quickly smiled. "As a security company, we certainly do not rely solely on the front door." "Understood." The tall man nodded in realization. He found the title of captain entirely unremarkable. After all, security companies were merely the modern-day incarnation of former mercenary teams or small mercenary guilds, and the presence of a captain was quite customary. Leonard's white shirt hung untucked, and his black vest was casually draped over his shoulders. He glanced at the tall, slender man and suddenly snapped his fingers, saying, "I am a security personnel of the Blackthorn. May I ask your name? Is there something you wish to entrust me with?" Perhaps having heard tales of the mercenary's reckless demeanor, the tall man did not respond with indignation, but instead, he seemed to relax. He watched as Leonard took a seat, gathering his thoughts to speak. "I am Curly, the steward of Mr. Vickrol, a tobacco merchant. His only son, young Elliot, was kidnapped this morning. We have already notified the authorities, and they have accorded it due attention. However, Mr. Vickrol remains uneasy and hopes to enlist your mercenaries, security personnel, to conduct an investigation from a different angle, leveraging your knowledge of Tingen, to ensure the safe return of young Elliot. Should you locate the hideout of the abductors, Mr. Vickrol is willing to offer a reward of 100. If you possess the means to successfully rescue young Master Elliot, he is prepared to double the reward, granting a total of 200. Leonard Mitchell replied with a leisurely smile. "It appears Mr. Vickrol only desires us to find the kidnapper's lair. Otherwise, he would not deem his only son to be worth merely 100. A tobacco merchant with close ties to the southern plantations would surely be able to offer more than 200. Very well, it shall be done." Leonard snapped his fingers again. His emerald gaze turned towards Rosen. Beautiful miss, I kindly request you to draft a contract. Do not always perceive yourself as a poet. In truth, you merely recite the works of others. Rosen, accustomed to the banter with Leonard, momentarily forgot the presence of a guest. Naturally, the Blackthorn Security Company remained indifferent to the identity of its clients. Whether they were esteemed or not mattered little. Rosen departed from the reception desk and entered the clerk's office, the sound of her typing resonating like a rhythmic cadence. Klein's lips twitched slightly, finding their lack of professionalism utterly disheartening. The absence of a standardized, readily available contract was indeed a lamentable reality. What was even more disheartening was the realization that I found myself amidst such an unprofessional establishment. Amidst a flurry of thoughts, Rona meticulously prepared a succinct contract, consisting of merely a few clauses, which was signed by the butler, Kelly, and Leonard Mitchell. I await your favorable news, Kelly remarked, rising from his seat and bowing respectfully as he accepted one of the contracts. He suddenly turned his head to Klein, a faint smile gracing his lips as he said, I require your assistance. Huh. Klein was momentarily taken aback. What I mean is, this task shall be accomplished by both you and me, Leonard explained, the corners of his mouth curling upwards. I excel in combat, marksmanship, climbing, sensing, and incantations, as well as providing certain support, but not in locating individuals. Surely, you wouldn't want old Neil to venture out in such weather, would you? As he spoke of the sensation, his voice suddenly became indistinct, rendering it utterly inaudible. Very well. Klein felt an urge to attempt new skills, coupled with a hint of caution regarding Leonard Mitchell. He sighed, hoping for a smooth, uncertain of the extent to which my divinatory abilities may be effective. He pondered with a measure of anticipation. Chapter 43. Seeking someone gazing at Klein. Leonard nodded with a smile in his azure eyes and asked, What do you require from them? He had collaborated with old Neil and others on numerous occasions. Thus he naturally understood that divination requires a medium, especially in the absence of the principal. Klein pondered for a moment and then directed his gaze towards the butler, Kelly, stating, I require Elliot and Apos, as recently worn, unwashed garments. It would be even better if I could obtain any accessories he has previously carried with him. He endeavored to select ordinary mediums, rather than those that might provoke fanciful thoughts among the common folk. Yet, even so, the old steward, Kelly, wore a perplexed expression. Why? After posing the question, he quickly added, I possess a photograph of young Master Elliot. To be candid, disregarding any potential breach of confidentiality, it is likely that I would turn on my heel and tear up the contract, inwardly cursing. These swindlers. If this is of any use, I might as well seek out the most renowned medium in Ahawa County. Nearby, Leonard Mitchell chuckled softly, saying, Mr. Kelly, my companion, well, colleague, has an extraordinary pet, whose sense of smell surpasses that of a bloodhound. Thus, we require the garments and personal effects of young Elliot to assist in our search. As you know, clues often confine themselves to a general vicinity. As for that photograph, we equally need it. Both he and I must ascertain what young Elliot resembles. The old steward, Kelly, accepted this explanation and nodded slowly, inquiring, Are you waiting here, or shall we proceed together to Mr. Vickrall's residence in the city? He was eager to test his extraordinary abilities while harboring a genuine desire to save others. Very well, the carriage awaits downstairs. The old butler, Curly, spoke as he retrieved a black and white photograph from his pocket and handed it to Leonard. It was a portrait of Elliot Vickrall at around the age of 10. With slightly long hair nearly obscuring his eyes, a face adorned with prominent freckles, and an appearance that lacked distinctiveness. Leonard glanced at it briefly before passing it to Klein. Klein scrutinized the image, tucked it into his pocket, then picked up his cane, donned his hat, and followed the two ahead as they exited the Blackthorn Security Company and entered the carriage parked below. The interior of the carriage was quite spacious, carpeted with thick fabric and furnished with a small table for placing items. Due to the presence of the old butler Curly, Klein and Leonard remained silent, quietly experiencing the steady progress of the carriage over the waterlogged road amidst the diminishing raindrops. A commendable coachman indeed. After an indeterminate duration, Leonard broke the silence with a smile of approval. Indeed, Klein responded dismissively. The old butler Curly managed a smile and remarked, Your praise is his honor. We shall arrive shortly. To avoid detection by potential kidnappers, the carriage did not approach the residence of the tobacco merchant Vickrall, but instead halted on a nearby street. My previous conjecture was without ulterior motive. I merely wish to inform you that the notebook is bound to resurface, perhaps quite soon. This was hardly a pleasant deduction. Klein gestured with his chin towards the coachman's position outside, indicating that sensitive topics should not be discussed in the presence of others. Leonard whistled softly, turning to gaze out the window, where droplets of rain glided down the glass, leaving a misty imprint that rendered the outside world utterly indistinct. These are the garments young Master Elliot wore yesterday. This is the storm talisman he previously possessed. Klein accepted the items and observed a miniature gentleman's outfit, complete with a small shirt, waistcoat, bow tie, and so forth. The storm talisman, resting on a bronze base, was engraved with symbols representing fierce winds and tumultuous waves. Yet it did not ignite Klein's inspiration. I shall now recount in detail the circumstances surrounding young Master Elliot's abduction to assist you in pinpointing the target. The old butler Curly took a seat and recounted the nightmarish events of the morning, hoping the hard-won assistance would prove beneficial. Klein and Leonard displayed little interest in the specifics, only concerned with the number of kidnappers, any unusual behavior exhibited, and whether they carried weapons. 3. Normal, armed. Having obtained the desired information, they bid farewell to old butler Curly and hired a lightweight two-wheeled carriage nearby. Unlike public carriages, this hired vehicle, whether equipped with 4 wheels or 2, can charge by the kilometer or by the hour. The former costs 4 pennies per kilometer within the city and 8 pennies per kilometer in the outskirts, while the latter charges 2 sols per hour. For journeys lasting less than an hour, the charge is calculated as a full hour. For those exceeding 1 hour, an additional 6 pennies is incurred for every 15 minutes. If the duration is less than 15 minutes, the fee is still based on a quarter of an hour. Additionally, prices may increase during inclement weather or urgent situations requiring expedited service. Klein had heard from instructor Ask that in the capital of Beckland, cab drivers are notorious for their arbitrary pricing. For him, this was quite an extravagant indulgence. However, he need not fret about it at present, as Leonard had directly handed the driver 2 one-sol banknotes, calculated by the hour. After giving his instructions, Leonard closed the carriage door. "Where are you headed?" the driver inquired, both delighted and perplexed by the 2 banknotes in his possession. "Wait a moment," Leonard said, directing his gaze towards Klein. Klein nodded slightly, retrieving Elliot's garments and spreading them across the carriage floor, then affixing the storm amulet to the tip of his cane. He grasped the ebony cane adorned with silver, thrusting it firmly against Elliot's garments. As the luminous sphere of thought coalesced in his mind, Klein felt an exhilarating tranquility envelop him, his brown eyes deepening as he slipped into his state of semi-meditation. He sensed a lightness in his spirit, an indication of levitation, and dimly perceived the omnipresent realm of spirits, while silently invoking the location of Elliot. After 7 repetitions, his hand relinquished its grasp on the ebony cane, which astonishingly remained upright, steadfast despite the gentle swaying of the carriage. Surrounding him was a subtle yet intangible stir, as if he could feel the indifferent gazes of countless eyes upon him. With a shiver of unease coursing through him, he fixed his deep, dark eyes upon the cane and once more silently recited Elliot's location. As he finished his silent incantation, the silver-inlaid, wooden black cane toppled forward, falling directly ahead. Without hesitation, Klein grasped the cane and spoke in a low, resonant voice. His voice carried an ethereal quality, seemingly capable of penetrating into the realms of the unknown. This was one of the divinatory abilities he possessed, known as the dowsing rod technique, which required instruments made of wood, metal, or a combination of both. Typically, this involved 2 genuine dowsing rods shaped like a straightened iron wire bent at a right angle. The practitioner would grasp the shorter end and rotate it to ascertain direction. However, as a seasoned diviner, Klein had honed his skills to the extent that he could utilize this method to locate individuals directly, substituting a cane for the dowsing rods. The direction in which it tilted indicated the whereabouts of the sought object. As for the notes of the Antigonus family, Klein had no recollection of their appearance, rendering him unable to search for them. "Continue straight ahead," Leonard commanded the coachman loudly, assuring him he would indicate when to turn. The coachman, perplexed by this instruction, was nonetheless swayed by the bills in his inner pocket and the certainty with which his passenger had paid, leading him to acquiesce without protest. The carriage rolled forward gently, traversing street after street. Along the way, Klein employed the dowsing technique several times to recalibrate their course. Upon circling a building, he finally confirmed that Elliot was indeed inside, having just bid farewell to the old steward, Kelly, a mere 30 minutes prior. After dismissing the coachman, Klein eschewed the use of Elliot's clothing, instead thrusting his storm talisman-imbued cane firmly into the ground. His gaze deepened once more, and the few raindrops around him began to swirl in place. The cane tilted forward at an angle as Klein pointed towards a staircase, saying, "There." At times, I find myself envious of old Neil, and similarly, I am envious of you now. Observing this scene, Leonard sighed with a smile. This is not particularly challenging. If you are willing, you will undoubtedly learn. Your inspiration must be quite elevated, right? Leonard nodded slightly, chuckling softly. That is not necessarily a good thing. He quickened his pace, stepping into the stairwell amidst the remnants of the rain. Klein, fearing for the integrity of his formal attire, almost broke into a run to keep. The building stood 3 stories tall, reminiscent of apartment complexes on Earth, with only 2 rooms at each level staircase. Klein employed his divining rod on both the first and second floors, and each time it remained steadfast, pointing resolutely upward. As they ascended to the 3rd floor, Klein gently placed the silver-inlaid black rod upon the ground. A soft breeze swept through the stairwell, altering the hue of his gaze to an abyssal black that seemed capable of ensnaring souls. An ethereal wailing resonated around them, as if the atmosphere itself wept. Klein's hand released the rod, which, entwined with the storm's talisman, stood miraculously upright. He silently recited Elliot's location once more, watching as his black rod fell silently, directing its point toward the room on the right. It must lie within. While retrieving his rod, Klein tapped his forehead twice. Amidst the deepening colors, he cast his gaze toward the right door, directly perceiving the various auras within. 1, 2, 3, 4. 3 captors and 1 hostage. The numbers aligned perfectly. One aura was diminutive, likely belonging to Elliot. Mr. Curley had mentioned they possessed 2 shotguns and a revolver, Klein murmured. Leonard chuckled softly. Shall I serenade them with a poem? Why resort to kidnapping when one could delight in the civility of life? He set down the bag containing Elliot's garments and took 2 steps forward, his expression instantly transforming into one of serene melancholy. His deep, resonant voice gradually resonated. Ah. The ominous threat of fear, the crimson hope. At least one truth remains. This life swiftly passes. One truth indeed, while all else is a lie. The blossoms bloom but once before bidding farewell to the world. Chapter 44. Destiny. Klein's mind momentarily drifted, as if he beheld the tranquil moonlight and the gently rippling surface of a serene lake. His eyelids grew heavy with remarkable swiftness, as if he could slip into slumber while standing. Amidst this haze of perception, he sensed an intangible, eerie, and indifferent gaze from behind, akin to wandering through a realm of spirits. Yet, he remained tranquil in body and mind, incapable of conjuring any other emotion. Soon, Leonard ceased his chanting and turned his head with a smile, saying, I am considering applying for a Phenobot harp. How could one chant without accompaniment? He chuckled lightly. Just joking. I can hear that they have all fallen asleep. This dark-haired, green-eyed member of the Night Watch, possessing an air of a poet, stepped forward towards the door where the captors and hostages were situated. He abruptly swung his shoulders, launching a fist that struck the door lock. With a sharp crack, the wood around the lock splintered, the sound barely perceptible. Klein, having regained his senses, was not as confident. He reached beneath his arm, drawing forth his pistol and adjusting the cylinder to ensure it was ready to fire at a moment's notice. As the door swung back, he beheld a man slumped over the table in slumber, a pistol lying at his feet, and another man, bleary-eyed and rubbing his eyes, attempting. With a swift movement, Leonard glided forward and rendered the awakening assailant unconscious. Just as Klein was about to follow him inside, an instinct compelled him to pivot sharp, facing the staircase. The sound of footsteps ascended from below, gradually growing clearer. A man clad in a brown coat, devoid of a hat, cradling a paper bag of bread, rounded the corner of the stairs, heading toward the 3rd floor. Suddenly, he halted, his gaze falling upon the gleaming muzzle of a gun that loomed over him. In his pupils was reflected a young man adorned with a half-high silk top hat, clad in a formal black suit, and donning a matching bow tie. The reflection also captured the cane resting against the railing, as well as the menacing revolver. Cease all your movements and raise your hands. 3, 2. Klein spoke in a low and soothing tone. He gripped the revolver tightly in his hands, attempting to treat his adversary as a target for practice. In the taut atmosphere, the man clad in a brown coat discarded the bag of bread and slowly raised his hands. Sir, I believe you may have misunderstood something, he said, fixing his gaze on the finger of Klein resting on the trigger, forcing a slight smile. Klein was momentarily unable to ascertain whether he was an accomplice of the kidnapper or merely a neighbor from next door, yet he betrayed no outward sign of unease. Replying in a low voice, do not attempt to struggle. Soon someone will arrive to clarify whether this is indeed a misunderstanding. At that moment, Leonard, who had dealt with the kidnapper inside the house, emerged and cast a glance at the man at the staircase corner, leisurely remarking, So it appears the kidnapper had an accomplice, responsible for providing support and procuring food? Upon hearing this, the man in the brown coat's pupils constricted. He suddenly lifted his foot and kicked the bag of bread that lay before him, attempting to obstruct Klein's line of sight. Klein, seemingly unaffected, calmly squeezed the trigger as if in practice. Bang! A spray of blood erupted from the man's left shoulder. He rolled nimbly, attempting to flee to the second floor. But Leonard had already reached out to grip the railing and leaped down. With a dull thud, Leonard descended from above, landing squarely upon the man. The man fell into unconsciousness, and Leonard brushed off the scant blood that had splattered onto him, raising his gaze towards Klein with a sardonic chuckle, remarking, "Your marksmanship is commendable. I had intended to aim for his legs." Klein's lips twitched almost imperceptibly as he caught a faint whiff of blood in the air. He discovered that after consuming the diviner's potion, although his vision, hearing, and touch had not improved, he could still perceive obscured objects and hear faint footsteps, allowing him to make judgments in advance. Did this fall within the realm of inspiration? Klein nodded thoughtfully, watching Leonard retrieve a sharp dagger from one of the captors and drag him into the room. With a pistol in one hand and a cane in the other, Klein entered the room where the captors were located, witnessing Elliot Vickroy awaken in alarm from the sound of gunfire, his body straightening from a curled position as he slowly sat up. The original 3 captors had been securely bound by Leonard using the ropes they had employed against Elliot. Strung together and discarded in a corner, the insufficient parts of their bindings were replaced with torn pieces of their clothing. The individual shot in the shoulder lay unconscious, receiving bandaging, but Leonard disdainfully refrained from extracting the bullet, deeming him dirty. "Who are you?" Elliot stammered in surprise at the scene before him. It was unexpected that this fellow possessed a hint of humor. Klein lowered his revolver and addressed Elliot. "We are mercenaries hired by your father. You may also refer to us as security personnel." "Really? Am I being rescued?" Elliot asked, filled with joy yet hesitant to move recklessly. It was evident that in the brief hours since his abduction, he had endured considerable hardship, losing the impulsiveness typical of his age. Leonard stood up and said to Klein, "You go downstairs to find the patrolling officers and have them notify that tobacconist. I don't want to leave here like a kidnapper, dragging a child and these 4 fellows along." Contemplating how to handle the aftermath, Klein nodded, holstered his revolver, and grasped his cane as he proceeded towards the staircase. As he descended step by step, he vaguely felt he had forgotten something and overheard Leonard telling Elliot, "Don't be nervous. You'll soon see your father, mother, and old steward. Kelly, shall we play a game of Gwent?" Suppressing a smile, Klein stepped out onto the street and, guided by passers-by, located 2 patrolling officers. As for the issue of being armed, he harbored no concerns, having recently acquired a comprehensive weapons permit through internal channels, ensuring swift approval. After waiting for over 40 minutes, seizing an opportunity when the officers were distracted, Leonard signaled to Klein, prompting him to stealthily exit the room. "Trust me, going to the police station is a waste of time. Let us leave first," the poetically inclined night watchman explained with an air of ease. Klein, adopting a mindset of acceptance, followed without objection. Almost 5 minutes later, several swift carriages arrived at the captor's building, with the old steward Kelly accompanying his corpulent master, Vickroy. At that moment, he remained engulfed in confusion, unable to believe that good news had arrived so swiftly, as if from a dream. Suddenly, he heard a sharp crack. Instinctively turning his head to look, a 2-wheeled carriage passed by, its window ajar, and Leonard, with his raven hair and emerald eyes, snapped his fingers once more. After the carriage of the Vickroy family had passed, Leonard closed the window, turned his body, and gazed at Klein. He smiled and raised his right hand, saying, "Pleasure to cooperate. It seems we are not well acquainted." Klein politely exchanged a light clap with the other person. He had not anticipated that the kidnapping case would be resolved so swiftly, and could only privately marvel at the extraordinary nature of remarkable individuals. Even as a mere rank 9, he was capable of accomplishing many incredible feats. This was a gesture of celebration expressed by the nobles after their fencing match. As Leonard explained with a smile, "I am aware," Klein replied, for he had numerous noble classmates. He cast a glance out the window, his brow slightly furrowing as he remarked, "Should we not confirm with Mr. Curley? If he believes it was the police who rescued Elliot, our reward will be halved, an entire 100. As for providing the whereabouts of the kidnappers, given our recent meeting, there should be no doubts. Let us not dwell on it. In the grand scheme of our lives, money does not hold paramount importance." Leonard shrugged with a smile. "To me, it is of utmost significance," Klein replied, forcing a polite smile. "Many poets have met their untimely demise due to poverty." Leonard chuckled. "I am confident that Elliot will not lie regarding this matter. I can perceive the remnants of his innocence. However, Even if we were to secure a 200 reward, your share would be quite minimal. How much would I receive? Klein inquired immediately. According to the long-standing, unwritten rule, half of the reward must be allocated to Mrs. Oleana as additional funds for the team, with the remainder divided among the participating members. Regrettably, since you are not a formal member, you will likely receive only 10%. 10? That is not insignificant. Klein feigned indifference, redirecting the conversation. Are you not concerned that the kidnappers, upon regaining consciousness, may realize they were influenced by extraordinary forces? Klein momentarily set aside his worries, sensing he had forgotten, or rather overlooked, something. The evening proceeded with the usual pleasant dinner. The three siblings engaged in leisurely conversation as they studied, only to be interrupted by a visitor knocking at the door. He was the worker sent to collect all the one-penny coins from the gas meter. Klein was enjoying a deep slumber when he was abruptly awakened by rustling sounds from outside. Puzzled, he opened the door and stepped into the vacant bedroom. Pushing open the weathered door, Klein beheld a gray table. Upon the table lay a notebook, its cover fashioned from stiff paper, entirely cloaked in black. An inexplicable sense of déjà vu washed over him as he approached and opened the notebook. The page before him revealed an illustration, that of a fool adorned in lavish garments and splendid headgear. Beneath, a line was inscribed in Hermetic script, "Everyone shall die, including me." Klein's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly noticed the corners of the fool's mouth curling into a smile. He suddenly sat up, noticing the crimson moonlight filtering through the curtains, the outline of the bookshelf and desk, and the contours of his own bedroom, realizing he had just experienced a nightmare. In the midst of recollection, Klein froze, for he understood what he had overlooked today. While immersed in Leonard's chanting, he felt an intangible, indifferent gaze upon him from behind. This gaze was unlike any encountered during normal meditation or the use of clairvoyance, evoking a sense of eerie familiarity. According to Captain Dunn, Klein straightened abruptly, affirming his intuition. Yes, it was indeed the notebook. The notebook of the Antigonus family. Chapter 45. Return. The Antigonus family notebook was located in the room across from the captors. Though it seemed coincidental, Klein was confident in the accuracy of his instincts. He immediately rolled out of bed, swiftly shedding the worn garments he had donned for the night. He seized the white shirt beside him and draped it over his shoulders, hastily fastening the buttons from top to bottom. 1 button, 2 buttons, 3 buttons. Suddenly, he realized that 1 button was missing, and the sides appeared rather asymmetrical. Upon closer inspection, Klein discovered that he had been misaligning the buttons from the very beginning, causing the shirt to twist awkwardly. He helplessly shook his head, took a deep breath, and exhaled slowly, employing a few meditation techniques to regain a semblance of composure. After donning a crisp white shirt and black trousers, he painstakingly adjusted the shoulder strap under his armpit. He retrieved the revolver concealed beneath the soft pillow and placed it inside. Neglecting to tie his bow tie, he draped himself in formal attire, one hand grasping his hat and the other holding his cane as he approached the door. After carefully placing a silk top hat atop his head, Klein gently turned the doorknob, opening the door to the corridor. Cautiously closing the wooden bedroom door behind him, he descended the stairs almost silently, like a thief. In the drawing room, he left 2 lines of words on a sheet of paper with a pen, indicating that he had forgotten to mention a company matter the previous night and needed to arrive early that day. Stepping outside, Klein was instantly greeted by a refreshing breeze, which enveloped him in tranquility. Before him lay a dim and silent street, devoid of passers-by, illuminated solely by the gentle glow of gas lamps. Klein withdrew a pocket watch from his inner pocket, snapping it open with a decisive click, only to discover that it had just struck 6 o'clock. The crimson moonlight had not yet completely waned, yet a subtle luminosity was beginning to grace the horizon. He was contemplating the hiring of an expensive carriage when, unexpected, a horse-drawn omnibus approached, devoid of any tracks. Was there already a public carriage operating at this early hour? Klein felt a twinge of surprise and stepped forward, waving to signal it to halt. "Good morning, sir," he greeted as the coachman skillfully brought the horses to a stop. The attendant responsible for collecting fares beside him covered his mouth with his hand and stifled a yawn. "To Zotland Street," Klein said, as he retrieved 2 one-penny coins and 4 half-pennies from his pocket. He handed over the fare and boarded the carriage, only to find it starkly empty, devoid of any other passengers, casting an unmistakable air of desolation in the dim light. "You are the first," the driver remarked with a smile. The 2 brown horses began to stride forward with a relative lightness. The driver, with a touch of self-deprecation, commented, "I work from 6 in the morning until 9 at night, yet my weekly wage amounts to merely £1. Is there no time for a break?" Klein inquired in astonishment. We rotate 1 day off each week. The driver's tone grew somber. The toll collector beside him added, we are responsible from 6 in the morning until 11, after which we take a lunch break and a short rest until dinner at 6. At which point we rotate with our colleagues. Even if we do not require rest, the horses do. This was not the case in the past. It was only after some carriage drivers became excessively fatigued, leading to avoidable errors that caused the horses to lose control and the carriage to overturn, that such rotations were instituted. How could that group of vampires possibly become benevolent all of a sudden? The driver scoffed, bathed in the glow of dawn. The public carriage made its way to Zotellan Street, picking up only 7 or 8 passengers along the route. By the time the sun had fully risen and the sky was truly bright, the carriage arrived at Zotellan Street. Klein, with his left hand pressing down on his hat, hopped off the carriage with a lively step. He swiftly entered 36 Zotellan Street, ascending the staircase to the exterior of the Blackthorn Security Company. At that moment, the entrance stood closed, yet to be opened. Klein retrieved a set of keys from his waist, locating the brass-colored counterpart, and inserted it into the keyhole. Turning it with a decisive click, he gently pushed the door open, revealing Leonard Mitchell with his dark hair and green eyes, inhaling the scent of the latest fashionable cigarette. In truth, I prefer cigars. You seem rather eager? The poetically inclined night watchman inquired casually. Where's the captain? Klein retorted with a question of his own. Leonard gestured toward the partition in his office. As an extraordinary individual elevated to the status of an insomniac, he only required 2 hours of rest during the day. I imagine the factory owners and bankers must greatly appreciate such a miraculous elixir. Klein nodded and swiftly passed through the partition, finding Dunn Smith standing at the entrance of the office, having opened the door. Is there something amiss? He was clad in a black overcoat, holding a golden-handled cane, his expression calm and serious. Where? Dunn Smith's demeanor showed no discernible change. Yet, Klein's intuition suggested that there was an unmistakable, intangible shift in the atmosphere. Perhaps a spark of spirit or a fluctuation of emotion. Just yesterday, at the location where Leonard and I rescued the hostage, across from the kidnapper's room, I was unaware until I had a dream that bestowed me with insight. Klein made no effort to conceal this. It seems I missed a significant accomplishment yesterday. Leonard, who had somehow arrived at the partition, chuckled softly. Dunn nodded slightly, his expression solemn as he commanded, have Cohen replace old Neil to guard the armory, and bring old Neil and Fry along with us. Leonard no longer appeared frivolous. He promptly notified Cohen and Fry in the night watchman's lounge, one an insomniac and the other a mortician. 5 minutes later, the two-wheeled carriage belonging to the night watchman's team sped away, traversing the relatively quiet morning streets. Leonard donned a felt hat, dressed in a shirt and waistcoat, temporarily assuming the role of the driver, occasionally cracking the whip to produce a sharp sound. Inside the carriage, Klein and old Neil sat on one side, opposite Dunn Smith and Fry. The mortician's skin was pale, as if he had not seen the sun in ages or was severely anemic. He appeared to be in his 30s, with dark hair and blue eyes, a prominent nose, and thin lips, exuding a cold and somber aura, tinged with the faint scent that lingered from years of contact with the dead. Please elaborate on the matter. Dunn adjusted the collar of his black overcoat. Klein stroked the yellow crystal pendant concealed by his sleeve, recounting the events from the moment he accepted the commission, all the way to his dream. Beside him, old Neil chuckled, saying, You seem to share a fateful connection with the notes of the Antigonus family. Such coincidences are remarkable. Indeed, it is rather fortuitous. Had Leonard not mentioned that the preliminary interrogation results of the Elliot kidnapping indicated no hidden forces or mysterious powers at play, merely a straightforward case motivated by greed, I might have suspected orchestrated intervention. Klein also found this to be quite peculiar. Such coincidence is indeed striking. Dunn remained silent, seemingly lost in contemplation, while the grim figure of the coroner, Fry, clad in a black overcoat, upheld a steadfast silence. This solemn stillness was only disrupted when the carriage came to a halt, revealing the building that Klein had mentioned outside the window. Let us ascend, Klein. You and old Neil shall bring up the rear. Be cautious, utterly cautious. Dunn alighted from the carriage, retrieving an oddly elongated and robust revolver, which he tucked into his right-hand pocket. Very well. Klein dared not take the lead recklessly. Once Leonard found someone to guard the carriage, the 5 extraordinary individuals entered the staircase in an orderly fashion, their steps light as they ascended to the 3rd floor. Is this the place? Leonard inquired, pointing toward the room opposite that of the kidnappers. Klein lightly tapped his forehead twice, activating his spiritual sight. In this heightened state, his intuition sharpened, and he felt a sense of familiarity with the door, as if he had previously ventured within. Indeed, he affirmed with a nod. Old Neil also activated his own spiritual sight, observing intently before stating, "There is no one inside, nor any trace of magical auras." The coroner Fry hoarsely added, "There are no malevolent spirits." He did not need to activate his spiritual vision to perceive numerous ethereal entities, including malevolent spirits and vengeful souls. Leonard stepped forward, as he had done the previous day, and struck the lock with a forceful blow. This time, not only did the surrounding wooden plank splinter, but the lock itself was sent flying, clattering to the ground. Klein felt an invisible seal dissipate in an instant, followed by the overwhelming stench of decay. Corpses, putrid remains. The corpse collector, Fry, stated coldly. He displayed no signs of nausea whatsoever. Dunn extended his right hand, clad in a black glove, and slowly pushed open the door. The first sight that greeted the onlookers was a fireplace, from which an abnormal heat permeated the air, despite it being early July. In front of the fireplace sat a rocking chair, occupied by an elderly woman dressed in a black and white patterned dress, her head bowed low. She had grotesquely swollen, dark green skin that glistened unnaturally, as if a mere poke could cause her to burst, releasing a foul stench of decay. Maggots and parasites crawled in and out of the flesh and putrid fluids, weaving through the folds of her garments, appearing like luminous specks surrounding a dim, extinguished glow. Suddenly, with a sound, the woman's eyes fell from their sockets, rolling across the floor and leaving behind yellowish stains. Klein felt a wave of nausea wash over him, unable to withstand the noxious stench, and he bent over to vomit. Chapter 46. The Portrait. Ugh. Klein squatted there, uncontrollably retching, having had no breakfast and quickly expelling the remnants of his stomach. At that moment, a small, square tin resembling a cigarette box appeared before him. The open end, devoid of its cap, emitted a mixed aroma reminiscent of tobacco, disinfectant, and mint leaves, causing Klein's nostrils to flare and his senses to awaken. The overpowering stench still lingered in the air, yet Klein no longer felt nauseated, and his vomiting soon ceased. He looked up along the tin-colored square vessel and beheld a pallid hand that seemed devoid of life, the sleeve of a black trench coat, and the coldly sinister figure of the mortician, Fry. "Thank you." Klein gradually regained his composure, propping himself on his knee before standing once more. Fry, with an expressionless countenance, nodded slightly. "You will get used to it." He carefully stuffed the spout of the tin kettle into his pocket and turned towards the highly decayed corpse of the elderly woman, commencing his examination without the protection of gloves. Meanwhile, Dunn Smith and Leonard Mitchell ambled around the room, occasionally brushing their fingers against the table and newspaper. Old Neil stood outside the door, pinching his nose, grumbling in a muffled voice, "This is revolting. I shall apply for a subsidy this month. Is this familiar?" Klein held his breath, conjuring the image of his silver pocket watch in his mind, which brought him a sense of tranquility, being already in a state of clairvoyance. He suddenly experienced a profound sensation as a vivid scene from the depths of his memory flashed before him. A fireplace, a rocking chair, a table, newspapers, rusted nails embedded in a door, and a tin can adorned with silver. The image was dim and shadowy, akin to a documentary on Earth, yet more nebulous and surreal. It swiftly overlapped with everything Klein beheld, and a striking sense of déjà vu emerged, accompanied by an ethereal, haunting whisper that pierced through invisible barriers. "Honaquis. Fragra. Honaquis. Fragra. Honaquis. Fragra. Honaquis." Was it the Honaquis Mountains mentioned in the original diary? That was derived from the notes of the Antigonus family. The recent whispers bore a resemblance to a previous instance, both involving the term Honaquis. Was this an allurement? A chill ran through Klein, and he dared not delve deeper, fearing he might spiral into chaos. Dunn nodded slightly and approached the cabinet, suddenly extending his hand to pull open the wooden door above. Inside, bread had molded, and several lifeless, gray, bristle-haired mice lay nearby. "Leonard, go downstairs and find the patrolling officer. Ascertain the situation here," Dunn instructed his team member. "Understood," Leonard replied before exiting the room. Dunn then opened the doors to 2 bedrooms, meticulously searching each. After confirming that no clues or notes from the Antigonus family were present, the mortician, Fry, straightened his back and wiped his hands with a white handkerchief, declaring, "The death occurred over 5 days ago. With no external injuries or significant effects from supernatural forces, the precise cause must await further examination. Have you uncovered anything?" Dunn turned to Old Neil and Klein, both of whom shook their heads in unison. "Aside from the deceased, everything here seems normal." "No. Initially, an intangible force sealed the room, as you know. We often encounter similar phenomena when employing ritualistic magic," Old Neil added after a brief pause. Just as Dunn was about to respond, He suddenly glanced towards the door. After a few moments, Klein and old Neil sensed something amiss and turned to look at the staircase corner. Moments later, the faint sound of footsteps grew louder as Leonard ascended with a police officer. The officer detected a foul odor, his expression shifting slightly. He promptly collaborated with colleagues from the Special Operations Unit to knock on the door of the second-floor residence, inquiring about the situation on the third floor. Katie Stephanie Bieber, aged between 55 and 60, a widow, had been cohabiting here with her son, Riel Bieber, for over a decade. Her late husband was a jeweler, and her son, approximately 30 years old and unmarried, had inherited his father's trade, earning around £1 and 15 shillings weekly. According to neighbors, they had not been seen for over a week. At this point, Klein understood the crux of the matter, the missing Riel Bieber, to be more precise. The individual whose whereabouts were unknown. That ancient notebook was likely in his possession. Is there a photograph of Riel Bieber? Dunn inquired, gazing at the officer who was assuming the role of a senior inspector. However, it was not merely pretense. For the police department's records confirmed his status as a senior inspector, with his salary and allowances reflecting this, excluding the portion allocated to the church. The officer, appearing somewhat anxious, shook his head. I understand. Continue to question the residents on the first floor in detail, Dunn commanded. After closing the door, he turned to old Neil and said, the next steps are in your hands. Otherwise, we shall have to let the residents of this place slumber, seeking Riel Bieber's visage within their dreams. I am not particularly confident in sketches based on verbal descriptions. Old Neil nodded, retrieving several thumb-sized vials from the concealed pocket of his black classical robe, sprinkling their contents in a specific order around him. He then produced a pinch of powder, encircling himself with it. A strange, acrid scent began to emanate, unaffected by the room stench. Suddenly, Klein felt an invisible force envelop him, separating him from the environment and himself, reminiscent of the previous state of the house. Old Neil half closed his eyes, his lips moving as he intoned a low, indistinct incantation. Klein, caught off guard, barely caught fragments of the words. I beseech the power of the goddess. I await the favor of the night. Suddenly, a gust of wind surged through the window, dispersing the powder. Klein's heart jolted, his skin erupting in goosebumps as an indescribable, terrifying scent swiftly pervaded the air. One that was too dreadful to confront directly. His mind was in disarray, taut and unable to relax, akin to the state one experiences after solving an intricate mathematical problem. Suddenly, old Neil's eyes opened, revealing a pair of inky black irises. He retrieved a water-absorbing fountain pen from his pocket and began to sketch rapidly on a piece of scrap paper on the table, his entire body trembling with the swift motions. Klein leaned in closely, observing as a face with deep-set eyes and a prominent nose swiftly took form. Once the natural curls of short hair were completed, old Neil inscribed a line beneath the portrait: black hair, deep blue eyes. A porcelain denture on the left side of the mouth. With a soft thud, the fountain pen slipped from old Neil's grasp onto the paper, causing his body to convulse momentarily. This was the lingering image of Riel Bieber in the room. Old Neil, his eye color quickly returning to normal, whispered, "Praise the goddess." He tapped his chest 4 times, forming the shape of a scarlet moon. Klein felt his tension ease, allowing him to observe more closely. Noting that Riel Bieber's features were unremarkable and his demeanor quite serene, save for the pronounced sagging of the nasolabial folds on either side of his nose. I shall attempt to locate him using the divination method, he declared. He picked up the portrait and rummaged through the men's clothing in the bedroom, laying them out on the floor. Dunn, Leonard, and old Neil did not intervene, watching as he planted the silver-inlaid black cane upon the clothes and portrait. The mortician, Fry, remained as silent as ever. As the brown cane turned black, Klein's gaze deepened as he completed the silent incantation and released his grip. The black cane stood quietly, as if embedded in the floor at Riel Bieber's location. Klein repeated the silent incantation in his mind. Amidst the sound of a sighing wind, the cane toppled. Yet throughout its fall, it continually altered its direction, ultimately executing a slight rotation around its pivot, without any external force aiding it. The silver-inlaid black cane regained its upright position. Klein attempted this several times, each resulting in the same outcome, prompting him to shake his head at Dunn and old Neil. A strange force is interfering with my divination. Dunn removed his black gloves and instructed Leonard and Klein. You both shall take the portrait of Riel Bieber and inquire with the residents here for final confirmation. Then issue a warrant for his arrest in the name of maternal murder. Understood, Klein replied, grasping the cane and bending to retrieve the portrait. Once the neighbors confirmed that the individual depicted was indeed Riel Bieber, Dunn dispatched Leonard and the officer to the precinct to complete the formalities while he and Fry ventured to a few bars in Tingen City, seeking information through underground channels. As the door closed, Klein turned to old Neil, a mix of confusion and inquiry in his expression. Why is it that I ended up delivering the Antagonid family's notes to Riel Bieber's residence? This is not even in the same direction as the Welch residence to Iron Cross Street. Old Neil approached the sofa and chuckled. Isn't it rather obvious? You remain oblivious to whether it was the activation of the power within the notebook or mere curiosity that led you to perform certain rituals, ultimately provoking an enigmatic presence that ought not to have been disturbed. This force, this entity, seems intent on delivering the notebook to Riel Bieber while severing all traces to ensure that no one discovers it. Consequently, apart from you, the chosen one, Welch and Naya succumbed to suicide on the spot. Frankly speaking, I still do not comprehend why you survived. Old Neil shrugged and remarked. Perhaps it is due to your birth number meeting certain criteria, or perhaps you are the last descendant of the Antigonus family. In any case, the possibilities are abundant. The reason why that notebook ended up in our city of Tingen should be similarly connected. I tend to believe it is due to the lineage. Klein suddenly understood, then sighed, lamenting that he had failed to realize sooner that both Riel Bieber and the notebook had vanished. Old Neil chuckled softly, stating, This is a matter for Dunn to worry about. For you, it is a fortunate turn of events. Why do you say that? Klein furrowed his brow in confusion. Chapter 47. The cash-strapped Old Neil rubbed his temples and said, You have likely discerned the reasons behind their suicides. The notebook has indeed reached Riel Bieber, and the matter has been exposed. Whether you are alive or dead, it is unlikely to influence the subsequent developments. I believe that the strange entity or mysterious force responsible for all this will no longer regard you with particular significance. Much like you would not concern yourself with the ants below your feet, provided you do not attempt to remind him of your existence. Soon, news of our pursuit of Riel Bieber will reach the secret society, and they will likely deduce its connection to the whereabouts of the Antigonus family notebook. Trust me. These clandestine organizations that have survived for millennia possess a myriad of channels for information. Therefore, their focus will shift towards locating Riel Bieber, endeavoring to find the notebook before we do. They shall not, nor could they, harass you, stalk you, or confront you any longer. Young man, congratulations on shedding the shadows of your past. You are on the brink of embarking upon a sunlit new journey. Klein nodded frequently, both elated and relieved, as he remarked, I hope that is the case. Since my arrival here, a pall of gloom has loomed over me, but it seems it may finally dissipate. However, to be candid, Klein still felt a twinge of unease, for he sensed a certain bond with the notebook, such that even during routine rescue missions, he would fortuitously uncover lingering traces. He was genuinely fearful that one day, the postman would unexpectedly deliver a parcel, and upon opening it, he would discover the notes of the Antigonus family. He silently prayed that events would unfold as Old Neil had described. You seem not to be a devoted follower of the goddess. Shouldn't you draw a red moon on your chest and utter, May the goddess bless us? The two exchanged a knowing glance and shared a few quiet chuckles, almost in unison, placing their hands upon their chests to proclaim, Praise the goddess. At that moment, the sounds of sliding panels and marbles echoed as the door of the Blackthorn Security Company swung open. The elegant and refined Mrs. O, with her trendy curls elegantly styled, glided into the reception area in her light green dress. Good morning, Mr. Neil. Good morning, Klein, she greeted cheerfully. Clutching a small leather handbag, her smile radiant. It's yet another sunny day, a splendid day indeed. Mrs. Oleana's expression shifted as she firmly addressed Mr. Neil. Your compliments remain as vexing as they have been for the past decade. She emphasized the words past decade. Is that so? Old Neil looked at Klein in confusion, his face a canvas of bewilderment. Do refrain from mentioning anything that might remind a lady of her age. As a jack of all trades in the realm of keyboards, Klein instantly grasped Mrs. Oleana's sensitivity and, with a light chuckle, responded, Good morning, Mrs. Oleana. You are as beautiful as ever. Thank you, our esteemed graduate from Hoy University. Mrs. Oleana nodded with a gentle smile before continuing, The old butler has settled the fee for the commission task. According to the captain's regulations, half of it belongs to the extra budget, and half is divided between you and Leonard. As you are not a formal team member, you will receive only 10% of that half, and you may come to sign for it shortly. How much did he pay? Klein inquired, both elated and pained. £200, that's what he said. My goodness, the storm above. I can hardly believe that this matter has been resolved so easily. Is this not more straightforward than dreaming? Why does your security firm lack renown? It is truly a disgrace to the entire industry. Mrs. Oleana mimicked the old butler's southern accented speech. Klein pondered for a moment before humorously retorting, that hardly seems fair to those kidnappers. The two extraordinary individuals resolved the issue with an ease and comfort that could only be described as effortless. It is akin to an armed adult bullying a few children. They were simply unfortunate. They must have lost the favor of the divine. Mrs. Oleana chuckled softly. I told that old butler that this commission was merely a stroke of luck. We just happened to have an informant who spotted the kidnappers taking the child to their hideout. So, do not hold too many expectations of us. We are truly just an ordinary security company. Generally speaking, the more one emphasizes the ordinary, the more extraordinary it becomes. Klein mused inwardly with a smile as he watched Mrs. Oleana pass through the partition and enter the accounting room. Old Neil, standing nearby, smacked his lips in a tone tinged with envy and remarked, "You are indeed a fortunate young man. It has only been a short while since you joined us. And already you have encountered a commission worth 200 pounds. Is this truly a rarity?" Klein queried in bewilderment. He had previously immersed himself in the study of history and the arcane, or wandered aimlessly, seeking inspiration and clues. Then, with a hint of anticipation, he turned to Klein. Should similar tasks arise in the future, please be sure to inform me. Listening to old Neil's words, Klein was suddenly overcome by an odd sensation and directly inquired, "Mr. Neil, it seems you are in need of money? How much do you earn weekly? If it's inconvenient, please disregard my question." Old Neil leaned back against the couch and chuckled. "This is not something that requires concealment. I have been here for many years, and currently, I receive a weekly salary from both the church and the police department, amounting to 12 a week?" Klein exclaimed in astonishment. "That totals nearly 600 a year. I recall that esteemed barristers earn between 800 and 1,000 annually according to the Tianjin Morning News and the Honest Man's Journal. And the manager at Benson's Import-Export Company only earns 6 a week, which is considered quite respectable. Indeed, such a salary is sufficiently generous. And we are exempt from income tax," old Neil added with a smile. Klein had heard from his brother Benson that any weekly salary exceeding 1 incurs Class E tax, which is the income tax on salaries of government and corporate employees, 3 on the portion from 1 to 2, 5 from 2 to 5, 10 from 5 to 10, 15 from 10 to 20, and 20 on amounts over 20. "That is certainly commendable," Klein agreed with old Neil. However, old Neil shook his head, stating, "For extraordinary individuals like us, who must frequently explore the hidden and engage in practices and rituals, our salary is never sufficient." "Aren't the materials all claimable?" Klein asked in surprise. Old Neil scoffed. "There are limits to that, and sometimes one must provide a compelling justification. To practice more extensively in the mystical realm, one must purchase materials out of pocket, which can be acquired internally or at underground markets." Klein's spirits were lifted, and he immediately inquired, "Are there underground markets for extraordinary materials? I had thought the church would surely disallow their existence." He was in dire need of adequate channels to obtain materials. As someone on the verge of establishing a clandestine organization, he could not rely solely on the night watchers for everything, could he? Such matters are inherently ungovernable. From the perspective of mysticism, all things possess spirit and originate from a common source. The materials we utilize are derived not only from extraordinary entities but also from ordinary animals, plants, and minerals. For instance, the toxic henbane, golden mint, and nightshade in your bottle of diviner's potion are frequently encountered in daily life. While they may lack extraordinary properties, each harbors its unique characteristics. When blended and harmonized, they can yield specific effects. Thus, this is a transaction that cannot simply be prohibited by the church's decree. Old Neil elaborated on this point before Klein could interject. He continued, "Another significant reason is that the underground markets we are aware of are invariably preferable to those we are not, as long as clandestine organizations remain intact. This is a viable strategy that also aids us in acquiring scarce materials. Of course, the existence of such markets will inevitably give rise to contraband. Provided they are not excessively outrageous or perilous, we shall feign ignorance and utilize them to enrich our treasury." Old Neil nodded in agreement, refraining from further elaboration. "I am a diviner and will undoubtedly require repeated practice along with more materials. Mr. Neil, could you escort me to those underground markets?" Klein requested, presenting a legitimate rationale. Old Neil's expression reflected his hesitation. In truth, the individuals active in those locales are predominantly not extraordinary beings. There are intrigued nobles and affluent individuals enamored with the mystique. "Ah, well, I happen to have a 30 bill approaching its due date. making it inconvenient for me to visit at the moment. Klein had not anticipated that financial obligation was the reason. After a brief pause, he cautiously offered, "Mr. Neal, do you require a loan? I have 10 as remuneration." "Haha. No need. I have my own means to resolve it," old Neal remarked as he patted the sofa and slowly rose. "Ah. Age truly is the most formidable adversary of all living beings. Last night's vigil has left me utterly fatigued. This morning, you shall review the previous lessons and peruse more literature. Tomorrow, I shall commence teaching you the fundamentals of ritual magic." "Very well," Klein replied, rising and tipping his hat in farewell. With his 10 remuneration in hand, he no longer needed to await the allocation of funds and could proceed directly to the divination club. The whispers and visions that occasionally emerged during meditation and clairvoyance ignited within him an eagerness to commence his role. Chapter 48. Heinaz Vincent. At 13, Howell Street, North District of Tingen, on the second floor, resided the divination club. Once more, Klein beheld the enchanting lady responsible for reception. Her chestnut-hued hair was elegantly coiled, exuding maturity and sophistication, making it difficult to ascertain her precise age based solely on her appearance. "Good day, Mr. Grachis is absent today. Would you prefer to consult another diviner?" the lovely lady inquired with a smile. Upon hearing these words, Klein was momentarily taken aback as he readjusted his recently removed silk top hat. "You remember me? That was 5 days ago." The brown-haired lady smiled, her lips pursed. "You are the first guest to seek Mr. Grachis for divination, and thus far, the only one. It is hard for me not to be left with a profound impression." "A rather foolish impression, I suppose?" Klein self-deprecatingly mused, then inquired pensively, "When was Mr. Grachis last at the club?" "To be frank, we cannot ascertain the patterns of our members' visits. They possess free will in myriad affairs." "Well, I recall that after providing your reading, Mr. Grachis has not returned to the club since. I wish him well. May the goddess watch over him." Klein uttered a silent prayer, refraining from further inquiries, and instead smiled. "I am not here for a reading this time. I wish to join the club." "Really? It is our honor." The brown-haired lady displayed a look of surprise at this moment. "As a first-time member, please pay a 5 annual fee, followed by 1 each subsequent year. I trust one need not elaborate on the details." Klein retrieved a newly acquired 5 note from his inner pocket, watching Henry Augustus I.'s visage recede. After diligently inspecting the anti-counterfeiting watermark, the brown-haired lady solemnly accepted the bill, producing a form to hand to Klein. "Please fill out your details, and I shall provide you with a receipt. Is there an invoice? It should be under Blackthorn Security Company." Klein chuckled at his own thoughts, picking up the water-dipped fountain pen from the table. With the deep blue-black ink, he completed the form with his name, age, street address, and company name. However, he deliberately left the date of birth blank, as it pertained to the mystical numbers significant to a diviner. After issuing the receipt and recording his membership, the brown-haired lady extended her right hand and said, "Welcome to the Tingen City Divination Club. I am Angelica Bearhart, your diligent servant. Here is your membership cufflink, adorned with our unique inscription, which will attest to your status as a member. Greetings, Miss Angelica." Klein gently grasped her hand and accepted the dark golden cufflink. He discovered that the unique inscription above utilized the root of a word from the Hermetic language, which translates to diviner. "We are curious to know which divination techniques you excel in or wish to learn within the club. We will consider inviting renowned diviners to offer courses and will also introduce you to members with similar expertise for delightful exchanges." He came to assume the role of a diviner, rather than to learn the methods of fortune-telling accessible to the average person. Angelica maintained a polite smile as she said, "You are always welcome to offer your services in the club. However, until we ascertain your proficiency, we shall refrain from endorsing you when customers inquire." "What fee do you wish to charge for your readings?" 2 pence, Klein replied, intending to leverage his pricing while still relatively unknown. "We will take 1/4 of a penny from the total price of 8 pence. Angelica outlined the various regulations before inscribing Klein's information into the diviner's directory available for customer selection. Once this was completed, she smiled and gestured toward the meeting room at the end of the corridor, saying, "Mr. Heinaz Vincent is currently explaining astrological divination. You may quietly find a seat to listen or raise your hand to ask questions." "Very well," Klein replied, intrigued as he made his way to the meeting room, eager to discern how Heinaz Vincent's teachings differed from those of old Neal. At that moment, Angelica caught up with him, lowering her voice. "Mr. Moretti, would you prefer coffee or tea? We offer Sibier black tea, South Wales coffee, and DC coffee free of charge." Klein, having frequently perused the newspapers, recognized that these beverages were of a rather modest quality, yet he understood they would certainly surpass the inferior varieties at home. After a moment's contemplation, he responded, "A cup of South Wales coffee, 3 spoonfuls of sugar, no milk." The most renowned products from the South Wales region of the ruined kingdom were beer and red wine, which many prominent figures held in high esteem, while coffee enjoyed relatively little renown. "Very well, I shall bring it to you shortly," Angelica indicated towards the meeting room. Klein approached the slightly ajar door and heard the explanation delivered in a strong Ottawa County accent. Astrological divination is among the more intricate forms of divination. This was merely in comparison to the average person. Klein silently completed the thought for the speaker as he observed the 5 or 6 long tables arranged in a semicircle, surrounding a middle-aged man clad in a black classical robe, Hinaus Vincent. This gentleman bore conspicuous dark circles under his eyes, and his thick, brown hair stood defiantly upright, resembling a hedgehog. Apart from this, he exhibited no other distinguishing features as he elucidated the complexities of astrological divination. Upon noticing Klein's entrance, Hinaus Vincent gave a slight nod, continuing his lecture without interruption, though he did slow his pace slightly. Klein, with one hand in his pocket and the other grasping his cane, found a seat at the edge and leaned back comfortably, basking in the afternoon's still radiant sunlight. He surveyed the room and noted 6 members present, 4 men and 2 women. After placing his cane down, Klein adjusted his half-height silk top hat and lightly tapped his fingers on his brow twice. His gaze turned towards Hinaus, perceiving the aura emanating from him, noting the varying colors, brightness, and thickness. A dark crimson hue suggested a hint of anxiety in his emotions. Other aspects appeared robust, yet there seemed to be a concern in that particular area, the specifics of which eluded him. Klein, while leisurely attending the lecture, murmured to. At that moment, he clenched his right hand into a fist, covering his mouth to stifle a laugh, as he suddenly felt akin to an unlicensed traditional Chinese physician. He surveyed the room once more, lightly tapping his forehead twice, as if pondering Hinaus's earlier words. Astrological chart interpretation is a facet of astrology, yet it is accessible for the layperson to attempt comprehension. The most fundamental aspect, the natal chart, is constructed based on the positions of the sun, moon, and the planets at the moment of the parent's birth, marking their symbolic representations in the appropriate locations on the chart while incorporating various zodiacal conditions. This necessitates that the diviner possess the ability to retroactively calculate the states of planets and constellations, a task of considerable complexity. Of course, there are also published reference works for consultation, and some have simplified the process, relying solely on zodiac signs for the most nebulous interpretations. Klein listened in silence, refraining from interjecting or posing questions, occasionally caressing the yellow crystal pendant nestled in his sleeve, and taking sips of the South Wales coffee that Angelica had. After a considerable interval, Hinaus rubbed his forehead and remarked, "You may wish to attempt drawing your own natal charts. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to seek me out in the crystal room." As he departed, a young man clad in a white shirt and black waistcoat smiled and approached Klein. "Hello. I am Edward Steve." "Greetings, Klein Moretti," Klein replied, rising to return the courtesy. "The intricacies of the natal chart are quite overwhelming each time I hear about it. I cannot help but yearn to embark on a journey through dreams," Edward Steve quipped self-deprecatingly. Klein chuckled and responded, "That is likely because Mr. Vincent cannot resist imparting all that he knows upon us, akin to serving a grand feast of Ventus that is far too copious for digestion. If it were me, I would manage to consume an entire feast of Ventus, though they always serve just a morsel on large platters." Edward laughed lightly, taking a seat beside Klein, curiosity evident in his expression. "You are a new member, aren't you? I haven't seen you around these past 2 years. What is your forte?" "I excel in tarot and card divination," Edward casually inquired. "I possess a smattering of knowledge in both. Just a mere hint," Klein replied, applying his previous self-description to the present context. He is not humble. Rather, in the realm of divination, there exists an abundance of arcane knowledge yet to be mastered. Just as other members were approaching to discuss astrological readings, Angelica entered the conference room. "Mr. Steve, someone is here for a reading." "Very well," Steve replied with a smile as he rose. "It appears you are quite the adept diviner," Klein remarked, gazing at him. "No, that is merely due to my prices being quite reasonable," Edward chuckled softly. When ordinary individuals seek divination, they would never directly choose the most expensive options. Unless one has been kicked in the head by a mule, they certainly would not feel comfortable opting for the cheapest alternatives either. The most accessible opportunities lie within the moderate pricing range. "I must be the one you refer to as having been kicked in the head," Klein suddenly shook his head with a wry smile, contemplating that perhaps his pricing strategy was indeed flawed. He rose, grasped his cane, and exited the conference room, once again seeking out Angelica. "I wish to alter the divination fee to 8 pence. Angelica regarded him thoughtfully and replied, "We shall accommodate your request. But we will also inform clients that you have recently joined our club." "No problem," Klein nodded indifferently. At times, an air of mystery serves as a crucial element in attracting clientele to a diviner's practice. Having amended the information, Klein turned back toward the conference room. At that moment, he noticed Heinaz Vincent emerging from the quartz chamber, a silver-plated mirror in hand. The renowned diviner addressed the 5 members in the conference room. "I have recently mastered a new divination technique, the mirror divination. Would you like to learn?" "Mirror divination? That hardly seems a safe method of divination." Klein, clad in a black suit, paused outside the conference room, furrowing his brow. Chapter 49. Divination Techniques. As a neophyte in the realm of mysticism, Klein dared not claim extensive knowledge. However, he certainly possessed a deeper understanding than the average individual. Aware that various divination methods could be classified into 3 primary categories based on the source of revelation. The first category encompasses techniques such as tarot, playing cards, pendulums, divining rods, and dreams, which derive insights from the coherent spiritual communication with the ethereal realm. It is noteworthy that both pendulum and rod methods demand a high degree of spiritual attunement, rendering it difficult for the unexceptional to acquire clear and accurate revelations. In contrast, card divination employs a predetermined set of symbolic elements, allowing even the most naive to experience a semblance of insight, while dreams occupy a space between the two. The second category includes numerology, astrology, and all their derivatives, wherein the diviner interprets objective information provided by the current or natural phenomena through calculation and deduction, thus maintaining control over the process. The third category involves invoking a third-party force beyond the diviner and current. The Ouija board and spirit writing, known to Klein from his previous life, fall into this category. Through specific rituals, one seeks answers from unknown and mysterious entities. While ordinary individuals are unlikely to achieve success in such endeavors, should a rare connection occur with a malevolent or utterly overwhelming presence, it often leads to tragic consequences. The mirror divination mentioned by Heinaz Vincent belongs to this latter category. In mysticism, mirrors serve as gateways to the unknown, the bizarre, and the spiritual realm. Thus, Klein lingered outside the conference room, intending to listen to the esteemed diviner's explanation. In order to decide whether to inform the captain and consider covertly inspecting the opponent's gas meter under the cover of night. Of course, there are safer approaches to mirror divination, such as beseeching the 7 orthodox deities for answers, while ordinary individuals may find it exceedingly difficult to attain true revelations. At least they would encounter no danger or lasting repercussions. The divination conducted through the strictly regulated magical mirror by night watchmen and substitute punishers entails an appeal for assistance from certain organizations that venerate malevolent deities or enigmatic entities. Moreover, fabrications born from one's own imagination are equally inadmissible, as a single word or trait may inadvertently summon unknown attention. In this world imbued with extraordinary, such divinations invariably veer toward dire outcomes. Klein even harbors suspicions that the original owner, along with Welch and Naya, executed a similar dark divination based on the notes of the Antigonus family. At this moment, Heinaz elucidated the principles of magical mirror divination to the 5 members. Commencing a detailed description of the specific process, the foundation is quite solid. Klein, partially concealed by the ajar door of the conference room, nodded slightly. It must be noted that amidst the checks and balances among the 7 churches, some esoteric knowledge has indeed leaked, such as the astrological manual, which offers numerous symbolic interpretations. However, without potions or extraordinary powers, ordinary individuals find it nearly impossible to achieve the desired effects. Next, we must meticulously clean the mirror, ensuring it is a silver-plated one, and place it in a position within the home that symbolizes the moon. Heinaz demonstrated with the props in hand. No, at this juncture, a pendulum method is required. First, select a location and silently recite 7 times that this place is suitable for magical mirror divination, then observe the direction in which the pendant rotates. Clockwise indicates correctness, whereas counterclockwise signifies error. Of course, if one is beseeching a malevolent, unknown, or mysterious entity, the location becomes irrelevant. The entity's interest is paramount. Klein silently corrected him, feeling as though he were the instructor in this classroom setting. Heinaz Vincent, oblivious to Klein's inner musings, maintained a normal tone while meticulously detailing the preparatory steps. Once the members had finished their notes, he continued, after completing the bathing ritual, ensure that all curtains are drawn and the door is securely locked. Then, light a candle and place it before the mirror, earnestly beseeching the deity you worship. Frame your inquiries simply, avoiding complex embellishments. After 7 petitions, gently drop your mirror onto the ground. Remember, it must be a light toss. Retain the image of its shattering, as this serves as the revelation bestowed by the divine. I will explicate several primary symbols in detail. This is the orthodox practice of magical mirror divination. Klein exhaled in relief, gradually entering the conference room and resuming his previous seat, finishing the last sip of his South Wales coffee. The term orthodox signifies that one can indeed receive revelations, yet it remains fundamentally impossible to interpret them genuinely. Klein refrained from inquiring what Edward had divined or the methods employed, as this falls under the unspoken regulations among diviners, which he, as a practitioner, must scrupulously adhere to unless the other party voluntarily mentions it. I have discovered that oftentimes, our interpretations are excessively vague, seemingly catering to diverse needs, allowing various individuals to extract elements of their own descriptions from the readings. Edward took a sip of Siberian black tea and sighed softly, reflecting on the many tribulations and adversities encountered along the way, yet ultimately, one would behold the dawn of hope. Alas, no one can predict when that dawn. For instance, your journey may not be particularly smooth, yet you are certain to survive it. After all, the deceased cannot contest my... Having missed the beginning of the conversation, he overlooked Heinaz's course on the magical mirror's divination, survivorship bias. Klein interjected with a smile. The essence of survivorship bias suggests that numerous statistics often derive solely from the living, overlooking the deceased, leading to a significant distortion in conclusions. Emperor Russell truly embodies the essence of a philosopher, Edward marveled aloud. Klein lifted his empty coffee cup, feigning a sip. Throughout the afternoon, the members immersed themselves in star charts and magical mirror divination, occasionally approaching Klein and Edward for discussions. During such moments, Klein dutifully fulfilled his role as an informal member of the Night Watchers, diligently steering them away from potentially perilous and extraordinary thoughts. However, what he yearned to accomplish eluded him, as several inquirers passed by without selecting him for divination assistance. Perhaps next time I should take the initiative to entertain them. Uttering phrases like "you are beset by misfortune," "unfortunate events await you," or "nothing will proceed smoothly for you." No, that would hardly align with the role of a diviner. Contemplating these thoughts, Klein couldn't help but shake his head in self-deprecation. He took up his cane, rose to his feet, and bid farewell. At 5:30, Edward Steve donned his coat and was about to exit the divination club when he suddenly spotted a familiar figure. "Good afternoon, Gracious, long time no see," he greeted with a smile, observing his like-minded friend dressed in his customary formal attire, adorned with a black bow tie, and sporting a monocle dangling from his breast pocket. However, Edward soon noticed that Gracious's complexion was rather poor, with even his soft, pale hair showing signs of dryness. "Good afternoon, Edward." Cough, cough. Gracious, suddenly coughed into his fist a few times. Edward expressed concern. "You seem unwell." It was a severe illness that even escalated to pneumonia. Had it not been for my wife fortuitously encountering a skilled apothecary who provided me with some miraculous potions, you might have had to visit my grave to see me." Gracious replied with a tone filled with both dread and relief. "My goodness, I can hardly believe it. You were in such robust health before. Look at you now. So frail," Edward exclaimed, adjusting his cane in astonishment. "My own divination results mirrored yours. Perhaps we are not quite proficient enough as diviners. Moreover," Gracious suddenly recalled something from Monday, his expression growing unusually grave. At that moment, the lovely Miss Angelica approached, greeting them with a gentle smile. After exchanging pleasantries, she first inquired about Gracious's health and offered some advice, then casually mentioned, "Mr. Moretti, the one who sought your divination last time, has also joined the club." "The gentleman who consulted me?" Gracious's eyes brightened. "Where is he?" "He has already left," Angelica replied, both she and Edward unable to comprehend Gracious's unusual reaction. Gracious excitedly took a few steps. "If he comes again, and I am not at the club, please be sure to ascertain when he will return. He is an extraordinary, extraordinary." He gestured emphatically, using the word extraordinary thrice to describe him. Dr. Chapter 50. Old Neil's method of repayment at 7:30 in the evening. Gathered around the dining table at the Moretti residence, Banson inquired, "Klein, why do you, as a consultant, also need to arrive early? Is the emergency matter of the security company particularly perilous?" Benson forked a piece of potato from the beef stew, subtly referencing the morning's events. A shipment of historical documents that must be urgently transported to Bakerland. I must be present to inventory and ensure nothing is amiss. You know, those knuckleheads can hardly recognize ancient glyphs, Klein replied, emphasizing the paramount importance of knowledge. Seizing the opportunity, Klein produced the remaining 5-pound note and handed it to Benson, saying, "This is the additional reward I received today. You also require a respectable outfit." 5 pounds. Both Benson and Melissa exclaimed in unison. He picked up the banknote, examining it repeatedly, and with a mixture of astonishment and bewilderment, remarked, "This security company is indeed quite generous. His weekly wage amounts to £1.10, totaling £6 over the course of 4 weeks, with merely an additional pound to spare. With such meager earnings, he managed to support his younger siblings, providing them with a reasonably decent abode, ensuring they could indulge in meat 2 or 3 times a week, and gifting them a few new garments each year. Do you not doubt the veracity of my words?" Klein retorted deliberately. Benson chuckled softly, remarking, "I doubt you possess the capability or the audacity to rob a bank." I have become a habitual liar," Klein confessed, feeling a twinge of shame. Although compelled by reality, his sister's unwavering belief left him somewhat melancholic. "Today's matters are rather urgent and significant. I played a rather pivotal role in them. Hence the value of 5 pounds, Klein elucidated. In a certain sense, his words held truth. Benson contentedly bit into a piece of oat bread, pondering for a moment before stating, "My current occupation does not necessitate particularly respectable attire. To be precise, it does not require fabric of superior quality. What I have at home suffices." Before Klein could offer any counsel, he eagerly added, "With this extra income, we shall truly have savings. I intend to purchase several accounting books for more profound study. Klein, Melissa, I do not wish for my weekly wage to remain below £2 in 5 years' time. You know well that my boss and manager are filled with nonsense, and their words reek." "A splendid idea," Klein concurred, seamlessly guiding the conversation. "Why not peruse the grammar books in my room? To become a truly respectable individual and to earn a sufficiently generous remuneration is a crucial factor. Perhaps it won't be long before civil service examinations emerge in the Kingdom of Rune. Preparing in advance could yield considerable advantages." Benson's eyes brightened at this notion. "I had indeed forgotten this matter. Come, let us toast to a promising future." He did not indulge in rye beer. Instead, he poured the oyster broth into 3 cups and gently clinked them with his brother and sister simultaneously. After consuming the broth, Klein glanced at his sister, who was engaged in a battle with pan-seared fish, and chuckled softly, saying, "Besides Benson's books, I believe Melissa could use a new dress as well." Melissa lifted her head, shaking it repeatedly. "No, I think it's best to save up." Klein interjected, "Indeed." Melissa nodded emphatically. "In truth, if one were to forego extravagant fabrics and the latest designs, it would not be excessively costly. The remaining funds could be saved," Klein asserted with an air of finality. Benson chimed in, "Melissa, do you wish to wear an old dress to Selena's 16th birthday banquet?" Selena Wood was Melissa's classmate and good. Hailing from a relatively well-off family, her brother was a corporate lawyer, and her father was a senior employee at the Tingen branch of Beckland Bank. However, their so-called banquet merely entailed inviting friends for dinner, engaging in conversation, and playing cards. After a brief silence, Melissa suddenly recalled something and promptly raised her head, saying, "Mrs. Shoud next door had the maid deliver a card, hoping to visit us semi-formally tomorrow afternoon at 4 p.m. to meet the new neighbors." "Mrs. Shoud?" Klein regarded his brother and sister with a look of utter confusion. Benson tapped his fingers lightly against the edge of the table, seemingly in contemplation. "Mrs. Shoud of 4, Daffodil Street? I have met her husband. He is a seasoned corporate lawyer." "A seasoned corporate lawyer, perhaps he knows Selena's brother," Melissa remarked with a hint of delight. "We reside at 2, Daffodil Street." Klein nodded slightly. "It is indeed essential to become acquainted with our neighbors. However, as you know, I must still attend the security company on Sunday and will only have Monday off. Please extend my apologies to Mrs. Shoud." At this juncture, he was reminded of the neighbors from his childhood, recalling those who lived in the apartment on Iron Cross Street, and he chuckled softly, sighing. "A semi-formal visit? Shouldn't teen neighbors naturally know each other and interact freely?" "Haha, Klein, you simply do not understand. You've read numerous newspapers lately, but have not engaged with those magazines aimed at households and women. They categorize families earning between 100 and 1,000 as the middle class, proclaiming it to be the backbone of the entire kingdom, extolling the virtues of the middle class for lacking the arrogance of the aristocracy and wealthy. while not being as coarse as the low-income strata. Benson explained cheerfully, noting how these magazines simplified many of the rituals associated with aristocratic interactions, thus establishing a distinction between intimate visits, semi-formal visits, and formal visits. As he continued, he shook his head and laughed. Morning visits? Klein and Melissa responded in astonishment. What constitutes a morning visit between 2 p.m. and 6 p.m.? Benson set down his cutlery, spread his hands with a smile, and remarked, I am not quite sure why. But I merely glanced through a few magazines brought by my female colleagues. Perhaps it is due to the necessity of donning a morning suit for our visit. Originally, the morning suit referred to attire for mass or gatherings, but it later came to denote daytime formal wear, contrasting it with evening attire. Well, do remember to procure some fine coffee grounds and tea leaves tomorrow morning, and be sure to buy some scones and lemon cake from Mrs. Slynn. We must not appear discourteous in front of our neighbors. Klein chuckled softly, dipped the remaining bread into the gravy, stuffed it with potatoes, and brought it to his mouth. The following day, which was Sunday morning, Klein finished the last sip of his inferior tea, set aside the newspaper, donned his half-height silk top hat, took up his silver-embellished black cane, and leisurely stepped out the door, arriving at Zoderland Street via public carriage. He greeted Rosen, who had just concluded her night shift and was heading to the lounge for some rest, before proceeding downwards to the depths below. At the corner, he encountered a member of the night watch team, the somnolent Luo Yao lady. She was a rather aloof-looking lady, with delicately elongated eyebrows, large eyes, and hair as black and smooth as silk. Good morning, Ms. Lading, Klein said with a smile and a courteous. Luo Yao glanced at him with her deep blue eyes and offered a barely perceptible nod in return. Just as they were about to pass each other, Luo Yao suddenly halted and, gazing ahead, remarked, Ritual magic is a perilous endeavor. Klein was momentarily taken aback, and when he turned his body, all he could see was her receding silhouette. Thank you. He called out to Luo Yao Lading's retreating form, frowning slightly. Turning left, he soon came across old Neil in the weapons depot's guardroom, alongside Brett, who was not supposed to be present here. Let us go to my home. I have already gathered the necessary materials, and Brett has agreed to help me keep watch. Old Neil said with a cheerful smile. Klein was immediately astonished. Not here? Old Neil, holding a silver box, clicked his tongue. There is no space here for practicing ritual magic. Old Neil's residence was a standalone house, with a garden in front adorned with roses, peppermint, and other materials. Upon entering, one found a carpeted foyer furnished with 2 high-backed chairs and an umbrella stand. Through the foyer lay a spacious living room, its walls dressed in light-colored wallpaper. The floor stained a deep brown and adorned with a small carpet featuring floral patterns, alongside a substantial round table. Surrounding the table were comfortable benches, chairs, and a piano. My late wife had a profound love for music, Old Neil casually noted, gesturing towards the piano. The sofa and coffee table are in the living room. We shall conduct today's ritual magic in the living room. Old Neil set down the silver box and smiled, saying, I will first demonstrate a ritual magic for you. Pay close attention and remember. As he spoke, he retrieved a piece of parchment resembling sheepskin from the silver box and began drawing peculiar patterns upon it with specially prepared black ink, infused with a tranquil fragrance. Klein observed closely, realizing that Old Neil seemed to be, possibly, sketching a bill. Once Old Neil inscribed the number 30 alongside the corresponding pound symbol in the designated spots, Klein could no longer restrain his bewilderment and asked, Mr. Neil, what ritual magic are you about to perform? I intend to use magic to resolve that 30-pound debt. Is that even possible? Klein's eyes widened, his mouth agape. Chapter 51. Down-to-earth ritual magic using magic to settle a bill? Was it to directly curse the creditor, or perhaps to forge currency? I cannot resolve the problem. But I can resolve you, he mused. A myriad of thoughts danced within Klein's mind, and his gaze towards Old Neil took on an unsettling quality. He pondered seriously the possibility of alerting the authorities, or rather, notifying the night watch team. Old Neil cast him a glance and remarked irritably, from your gaze, I perceive ignorance, folly, and a pitifully weak trust. Hasn't Dunn enlightened you with the maxim of the Peepers? Do as you will, but do no harm. Although this adage originally emanated from a clandestine and malevolent organization known as the Morse Ascetic Order, those extraordinary individuals who choose the path of the Peepers have substantiated its validity through their own experiences, as long as one adheres to it with reverence. The risks of losing control are minimized. Conversely, the opposite inference holds true. Your doubt is an affront to me and to the Peepers. I apologize, Klein said without hesitation. He indeed forgot the adage once mentioned by Dunsmith. Old Neil was not truly angry. He quickly smiled and remarked, "Unfortunately, there are too few extraordinary individuals to select diviners, and no corresponding maxims to assist you. However, I possess the diary of Emperor Russell." Ah, adhering strictly to the maxim itself carries a certain flavor of performance. Klein, suddenly inspired, nodded as if lost in thought. Oldmeal said no more, removing the vase and other items from the heavy round table and placing them in the corner. He then took out 2 candles, one a vivid crimson and the other a deep black, explaining casually, if an ordinary person wishes to attempt ritual magic, they must choose an appropriate date and time according to astrological results or by consulting relevant manuals, such as a Sunday symbolizing the goddess or during the lunar hour she governs. However, for us extraordinary beings, particularly those adept in this domain, such considerations are unnecessary. Our flourishing spirituality and powerful astral bodies are the quintessential elements. Of course, if you lack confidence in the ritual magic you wish to attempt, selecting suitable dates and times can effectively enhance your success rate. But there's a prerequisite you must remember and adhere to strictly. Oldmeal placed the 2 candles down, turned his body slightly, and looked at Klein with utmost seriousness, saying, "Low-tier beings are not sufficiently powerful. Nearly all ritual magic they can perform involves seeking external strength and assistance. Thus, one can only consider orthodox deities such as the goddess or the Lord of Storms. Absolutely. Under no circumstances should you attempt to communicate with the unknown or unpredictable entities, even if some revere them or if the recorded promises are enticing. Trust me. Do not harbor a sense of luck. Once you attempt it, you will inevitably slide towards the abyss. All efforts and struggles can only slow the descent but cannot alter the trajectory." It seemed that his own fortune-turning ritual was indeed a plea for power from some unknown and unpredictable presence. Moreover, it had truly granted him a strength so incredulous that even the seasoned extraordinary being, the Hanged Man, found it hard to believe. Drawing them into the power above the gray mist. Well, he should be a seasoned extraordinary being. Thankfully, I am not yet mad. Nor do I show signs of losing control. Concerned about this matter, he proactively shifted the topic. So, should the night watchman best seek help from the goddess? There is no such thing as the best. There is only what is necessary. After imparting this warning, Oldmeal picked up the crimson candle and said, "Candles made from moonflowers and deep red sandalwood symbolize the goddess's scarlet dominion in ritual magic." He pointed to the deep black candles and remarked, "The candles crafted from night-scented flowers and deep sleep blossoms symbolize the night." As he spoke, he placed the black candle in the upper left corner of the round table and the red one in the upper right. Why are there only 2 candles representing the goddess? She is also the hidden mother, the queen of adversity and fear, the lord of slumber and silence. Oldmeal chuckled softly. Indeed, this is the very question I hoped you would ask. Before their fall, the Mosians had a profound relationship with the church, and their concepts and achievements in ritual magic deeply influenced us. They believe that everything is numerically significant, with each number possessing a spirit. In ritual magic, 0 represents the unknown, embodying chaos and the state before the world's birth. 1 signifies the beginning, representing the original creator. 2 symbolizes the world and the various deities birthed from him. 3 denotes the interaction between the divine and the material, the manifestation of all things. Here, we use 2 candles to symbolize the goddess, reserving the 3rd for ourselves. The choice of which 2 candles to use in their respective symbols depends on the desired effect of the ritual magic. The idea of 3 giving rise to all things? Is all existence triadic? Klein couldn't help but recall some notions he encountered in his previous life. Noticing his earnest attention, Oldmeal grasped the 3rd candle and said, "This candle symbolizes I. It is an ordinary candle, merely infused with a hint of mint. Remember, plants such as rose, lemon, mint, moonflower, night-scented flowers, and deep sleep blossoms are favored and cherished by the goddess. The 3 candles also represent, on another level, the physical, spiritual, and divine aspects of each individual." With this explanation concluded, Oldmeal placed the 3rd candle at the center of the round table. He subsequently produced a vial of full moon essential oil, a cauldron inscribed with the dark sigil, an exquisitely adorned silver dagger, a cup of clear water, and a dish of coarse salt. For those extraordinary individuals unversed in ritual magic, additional items such as bells, crystal spheres, silver chalices, and incense would be requisite. However, the seeker and the diviner required none of these, for the gathered implements sufficed. Oldmeal placed the parchment resembling sheepskin, inscribed with an invoice, beside the large cauldron below and secured 1 corner with a specially crafted quill. He turned sideways to Klein and said, Ritual magic necessitates a pristine and undisturbed spiritual environment, which we must create ourselves. The method involves entering a meditative state to accumulate spiritual energy and then utilizing auxiliary items to channel our power outward, constructing a protective sphere around us. For instance, the holy night powder I have used at Riel Bieber's home and the ceremonial silver dagger I am about to employ. Throughout this process, we must determine the symbolic sigils and corresponding incantations based on the desired outcome. It is preferable to use Hermetic language for the incantations, as ancient Hermetic speech derives from nature, akin to the Old Dragon Tongue and Ancient Elvish. Its effects are remarkably direct, lacking the necessary concealment and protection, which can easily place the user in peril. This is precisely why it has undergone refinement. However, it does prove to be more effective. Now, I must concentrate on the ritual magic and will no longer provide explanations. Pay close attention, listen intently, and jot down any questions to pose to me once everything concludes. With that, Klein stepped back 2 paces, focusing intently on Old Neil. Old Neil's eyes swiftly deepened, and an invisible wind began to swirl. He fell into a moment of silence, and in a methodical manner, from left to right and top to bottom, he ignited 3 candles through the friction of spirit and matter. Subsequently, he grasped a silver dagger and plunged it into coarse salt, reciting the incantation inscribed in the language of Hermes. I consecrate you, blade of pure silver. I cleanse and purify you, that you may serve me in this rite. In the name of the Night Goddess and the Crimson Lord, you are sanctified. After uttering each succinct and powerful ancient word, the venerable Neil withdrew the silver dagger, immersed it into a chalice of clear water, and then raised it, directing it towards the space beyond the round table. He pointed the tip of the knife towards the outer circle, then took a step forward, walking around the round table. With each step, Klein could feel an invisible force surging forth from the silver knife, imbued with a spiritual essence, intertwining with the air to form a sealed wall. The altar was isolated from its surroundings. Old Neil positioned himself before the round table, placing the silver knife down and picking up a bottle of full moon essential oil, from which he dripped 3 drops onto black, deep red, and ordinary candles. A faint mist spread, casting an air of mystery over. Old Neil set down the glass bottle, gazing at the parchment resembling sheepskin in silence for 2 minutes, before taking up a quill to inscribe controlling symbols, a square encasing all content, indicating his dominion over the debt. Next, he drew a cross to signify its eradication. At this juncture, he held the parchment in one hand and gently tapped his forehead with the other, opening his spiritual sight. An invisible yet vibrant power surged forth as Old Neil softly intoned. I beseech the forces of the night. I implore the power of. I seek the favor of the goddess. I entreat for the means to settle this debt. Night blooming herbs, belonging to the crimson moon, please impart your strength to my incantation. Moonflower, the herb of the crimson moon, please bestow your power upon my spell. Klein, standing nearby, was utterly astonished, his mind swirling with conflicting thoughts. Is such an incantation truly effective? Despite being inscribed and recited in Hermetic language, it feels so direct, so simplistic, so grounded. Would the goddess be enraged, doubling the debt? At that moment, the candlelight suddenly flared brighter. Old Neil completed his recitation, closed his eyes for 2 minutes, and dripped another drop of full moon essential oil onto each candle. He then grasped the sheepskin-like parchment, brought it close to the candle representing himself, and upon igniting it, promptly cast it into the large cauldron. Once more, Old Neil shut his eyes, seemingly attuned to the parchment's combustion. After a while, he opened his eyes to gaze into the cauldron adorned with a black holy emblem, witnessing the parchment completely consumed, leaving only ashes behind. Praise the goddess. Old Neil marked 4 points on his chest, forming the image of the crimson moon, and extinguished the candles in the reverse order of their lighting. Having completed these actions, he took the silver knife and pierced through the invisible wall surrounding them. With a sudden gust of wind, Old Neil noticeably exhaled in relief, saying, "It's done." "Is that it?" Klein asked in astonishment. "The debt has been resolved? How was it resolved?" "I cannot say for certain. In any case, it will be resolved in a reasonable manner," Old Neil replied with a smile and a shrug. Klein found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Could this possibly be a bit unreliable? Chapter 52. The audience let us cease dwelling on that infernal bill and instead discuss the arcane art of ritual magic. Old Neil, with a relaxed demeanor, began to tidy away candles, cauldrons, and silver daggers. Klein felt an urge to shrug his shoulders in the manner of an American from a former life, yet ultimately refrained from such an undignified gesture. The course on mysticism extended until noon, at which point Old Neil cleared his throat twice and murmured, in regard to this matter, I must lament that I missed a delightful breakfast due to the procurement of those cursed materials. With a mix of amusement and confusion, Klein surveyed his surroundings and inquired, "Mr. Neal, do you not employ a cook at home? Or perhaps a maid responsible for culinary duties? A weekly wage of £12 could easily accommodate several servants." According to the newspapers, hiring a common cook, inclusive of lodging and sustenance, typically required a weekly payment of merely 12 to 15 shillings, not even a pound. Likewise, a maid for menial tasks was even more affordable, with wages ranging from 3 shillings 6 to 6 shillings. Of course, one could not expect extraordinary culinary skill. But that is not quite right, given Mr. Neal's outstanding debt of £30. It would indeed be reasonable to forego hiring a cook and servants. I seem to have ventured into inappropriate inquiries once more as Klein regretted his question. Old Neal, unfazed, shook his head and replied, "I frequently experiment with ritual magic at home, delving into extraordinary items and their corresponding literature. It would be imprudent, if not impossible, to employ ordinary individuals as cooks, footmen, or maids. I merely arrange for occasional cleaning services. And if not ordinary folk, do you suppose they would consent to undertake such tasks?" I appear to have posed a foolish question, perhaps due to my unfamiliarity with conducting mystical affairs at home. Klein self-deprecatingly explained. Old Neal had already risen, donning a round-brimmed felt hat, and as he made his way toward the door, he muttered, "I could almost scent the aroma of seared foie gras. Once that bill is entirely settled, I shall indulge in a grand feast. I could surely devour an entire portion of roasted pork complemented by applesauce at noon. No, that will not suffice. I must also have a sausage served with mashed potatoes." His words made Klein's stomach rumble. Swallowing hard, he hastened to follow Old Neal to the nearby public carriage stand. Upon their return to Zotland Street, just as Old Neal disembarked from the carriage, he suddenly exclaimed, "What have I just seen? My God, what have I just witnessed?" He suddenly moved with the agility of a young man in his late teens, swiftly approaching the roadside to retrieve an object. Klein, intrigued, leaned in for a closer look and discovered it to be a meticulously crafted wallet. This was the initial impression Klein received, but from the second glance onward, his gaze was ensnared by the bulging banknotes within the wallet. There were at least 20 notes of the gray background black patterned pound, all face up. Old Neal opened the wallet and extracted the bills, examining them closely, and let out a gasp. 10-pound notes featuring the esteemed founding father and protector William I. O. Devine. A total of 30 notes, along with several £5, £1, and $5 over £300. This was, in every sense, a substantial fortune. It might take me a decade to amass such wealth. Klein's breathing involuntarily grew heavier. Given the high value of the pound, finding such a wallet was akin to discovering a suitcase filled with cash in later times. I wonder whose gentlemanly possession this was. Surely not that of an ordinary person, Klein reasoned calmly. Such a wallet evidently did not belong to a woman. Klein secretly exhaled, gaining a newfound respect for Old Neal's moral character. He had previously harbored considerable concern that the other party might exploit the excuse granted by the goddess to settle bills with this sum of money. And he was deep in thought on how to prevent it, how to persuade them. Is this indulgence permissible, yet without causing harm? Suddenly, Klein experienced a flicker of understanding. The carriage came to a halt, and a middle-aged gentleman clad in formal black attire, complemented by a matching bow tie, exited the compartment. He glanced at the wallet and, removing his hat, addressed them respectfully. "Gentlemen, this wallet should belong to my master." The middle-aged man paused momentarily, then chuckled self-deprecatingly, as a butler. "I ought to be fully aware of how much remains in my master's wallet. I apologize. Please allow me to inquire." "You are free to do so." Old Neal gestured graciously. He approached Klein and Old Neal once more, smiling as he spoke. "It is more than 300, but less than 350. My master does not recall the exact amount. Doesn't remember. What a wealthy individual he must be. If I had such a sum, I would undoubtedly count it over and over again," Klein thought, filled with envy. "The goddess bequeaths this to you." The middle-aged man took the wallet, presumably counted the money briefly, and then extracted 3 10 notes. "My master is Sir Devereux. He expressed admiration for your quality. And this is the reward that honest individuals deserve. Please do not refuse it." "Sir Devereux? The same Sir Devereux who established the Devereux Trust to provide affordable housing for the working class?" Klein suddenly recalled the name. He is both revered and regarded as someone whose actions lack pragmatism by his elder brother, Sir Benson. Grateful for the gentleman's kindness and generosity, Old Neal accepted the 3 banknotes without hesitation. After watching the carriage of Sir Devereux fade into the distance, he turned to Klein, casually flicking the notes and chuckling. £30. The bill is settled. I told you it would be resolved in a reasonable manner. Such is the power of magic. Damn magic. Who knew it could be so effective? Klein stood in utter astonishment once again. After a brief moment, he ascended the staircase towards the security company, perplexedly inquiring, Mr. Neal, why did you not request a larger sum? Inside the grand banquet hall, several chandeliers were adorned with burning candles that emitted a delightful fragrance, casting a glow that rivaled gaslight. Long tables were laden with exquisite delicacies, pan-seared foie gras, grilled steaks, roasted chicken, sauté edsel, d.c., oysters, braised lamb, and creamy soups. Additionally, bottles of misty champagne, Ormeal wine, and South Welsh red wine gleamed enticingly under the radiant. Servants clad in red waistcoats navigated between the elegantly dressed gentlemen and ladies, carrying trays of crystal glasses. Audrey Hall, donned in a pale white gown with a high collar, cinched waist, and leg of mutton sleeves, was exquisitely tailored to enhance her silhouette. Her golden locks were elegantly styled, and her earrings, necklace, and rings sparkled with a captivating brilliance, while her feet were adorned with white dancing shoes embellished with roses and diamonds. How many petticoats does she wear? Audrey wondered, glancing down at her crinoline with her gloved right hand, while her left hand held a glass of sparkling champagne. Unlike before, she did not position herself at the center of the festivities, nor did she seek the spotlight. Instead, she retreated into the shadows of the drapes by the floor-to-ceiling window. Sipping her champagne, she gazed distantly at the crowd, her demeanor seemingly out of place. The youngest son of the Earl of Wolf was animatedly conversing with the daughter of Lord Conrad, gesturing exaggeratedly to emphasize his words. The more he waved his arms, the less credible his statements became, a conclusion she had confirmed through observation. He consistently elevated himself while belittling, yet his insecurity betrayed him through his speech and body language. Lady Della, on this occasion, repeatedly concealed her laughter with her left hand, revealing her intent to flaunt the pristine aquamarine on her finger. Meanwhile, her husband, Duke Negan, engaged in discussions about the current situation with several conservative nobles. Since the banquet commenced, he had only sought out his wife's gaze once. They scarcely shared genuine eye contact. Perhaps, well, they were not as affectionate as they pretended to be. Lady Parnis was amused by Baron Larry no fewer than 7 times, which was rather ordinary and not surprising. Yet, why did she cast a furtive glance towards her husband? They were apart. No. The places they visited all led to the garden. In that fleeting moment, she almost believed she was witnessing a theatrical performance. Each individual was a commendable. She sighed silently, her gaze cold and distant. At that moment, she suddenly felt a presence. Turning abruptly to gaze out at the spacious balcony through the floor-to-ceiling windows, focusing on the shadowy corner of the expansive terrace. Within that shadow, a golden retriever sat quietly, its serene eyes peering inward, watching Audrey, half its body concealed in darkness. Susie. Audrey's lips twitched, her expression crumbling, unable to maintain her role as an observer. Chapter 53. The listener upon the storm-tossed sea, an ancient 3-masted sailing vessel swayed with the tumultuous waves. Its speed was unremarkable, its size insufficient. Appearing like a withered leaf detached from its tree amidst the cataclysmic scene of sky and sea merging into one. Yet, regardless of the hurricane's fury or the terror of the surging waves, it sailed on, unwavering. Alger Wilson stood upon the deserted deck, gazing at the towering waves that loomed like mountains, lost in contemplation. Monday was approaching. He whispered softly. It was a day belonging to Mother Earth, marking the beginning of a new cycle of prosperity and decay. However, for Alger, it held an additional significance, tied to a mysterious entity forever shrouded in gray mist. At that moment, one of his few crew members approached, respectfully inquiring, Your Grace, what is the objective of our voyage? To capture a listener from the Aurora Society. As the storm subsided and fog enveloped the peculiar sailing vessel, equipped with cannons yet still out of step with the times, a boy of 8 or 9, with soft, neatly combed blonde hair, gazed in trepidation at the lawless pirates around him, observing them as they indulged in barrels of beer, swung on ropes, mocked one another, and even engaged in fistfights. He turned his gaze towards the shadowy figure of the man in the black robe and lowered his voice, asking, Father, where are we going? 5 days prior, he had encountered his father for the first time, a man who claimed to be an adventurer. Had it not been for the oil painting left by his mother, which confirmed the man's identity, and the orphanage that was now opening its doors to him, he would have never wished to leave his hometown and follow this nearly unfamiliar relative. Jack, I am taking you to a sacred place, the sanctum where the Creator once resided. Is that the realm of the divine? We mere mortals can only enter if we are granted a blessing. Young Jack had been well taught by his mother, possessing enough knowledge to feel both astonishment and fear at this revelation. The man standing in the shadows bore a face etched with lines so profound that it was unforgettable, reminiscent of a masterpiece sculpted by the finest artisan. Jack, the term mortal is a misnomer. The Creator fashioned this world. He is omnipresent, existing within every living being. Therefore, everything possesses divinity, and when divinity reaches a certain magnitude, it can transform into an angel. The 7 so-called demigods of today are merely more potent angels. See, I can already hear the teachings of the Creator. Ah, what an extraordinary revelation. Life is but a spiritual journey. When the spirit is sufficiently strong and resilient, we can discover our own divinity and unite with greater divinity. Young Jack struggled to comprehend this intricate discourse. Shaking his head and posing another question he had yet to ask, "Father, I heard from Mother that after creating this world, the Creator divided himself into all things and does not exist in a tangible form. So why is there still his sanctum? As a child of 7 or 8. His logic was remarkably clear. The man, whose face resembled a finely crafted sculpture, paused for a moment, tilting his head slightly, as if he could hear more whispers. Suddenly, he knelt down, resting his knees on the deck, revealing patches of bluish-black marks on his exposed skin. He clutched his head with both hands, his face contorted in an extraordinary manner, crying out in excruciating pain, "They are lying." However, before he could make a decision, he saw Dunn Smith enter from the outer room, clad in a black trench coat and wearing a half-top hat. "Captain, what is the situation?" Klein inquired with concern about the whereabouts of the Antigonus family notes. Dunn, with his gray eyes devoid of any sign of fatigue, replied, "Multiple sources have confirmed that the Antigonus family notes are in the possession of Rael Bieber, but he has completely vanished. I have already informed the various night watch teams via telegram, urging them to keep a vigilant eye on all ports and steam train stations. The first batch of printed images was also dispatched yesterday afternoon and will be published in major newspapers. If only we had a telephone, a fax machine, surveillance cameras, or big data at this time. Alas, my knowledge is limited, and I only grasp the principles to a slight extent." Klein exhaled silently. "Nevertheless, we have managed to locate the whereabouts of that notebook, and this is your merit. Of course, it still requires further confirmation. I have telegraphed the Beckland Parish, requesting them to send someone to escort the sealed item 2-049, which once belonged to the Antigonus family. It may assist us in determining whether Rael Bieber is indeed a descendant of the Antigonus lineage. May the goddess bless us." Klein touched his chest 4 times, drawing a full moon. As Dunn opened the door to his office, he nodded slightly and remarked, "The goddess has always been watching over us, Klein. If you had not chosen the diviner previously, once this matter is confirmed, you would have been eligible to become a formal member and select the sleepless. What a pity. To be frank, I have never understood why you chose diviner. The grave robber is indeed repulsive, but having seen Delhi, you should comprehend the immense power of the medium, and Seeker is also a commendable choice, especially with old Neil as a role model, as the risk of losing control would be considerably low." Klein had been prepared with an answer to this question from the very beginning, yet Dunn had never inquired until now, casually bringing it up. He articulated thoughtfully, "What I contemplate is that seers and scryers are auxiliary extraordinary beings who need not always confront adversaries, as that would be excessively perilous. Furthermore, as you and old Neil have mentioned, in the realms of the arcane and the extraordinary, curiosity and exploration often yield dreadful consequences. The description of scryers evokes a sense of apprehension within me. So, well, you know, until not long ago, I was merely an ordinary university student, and timidity was the sole reason for my choices." Dunn rubbed his temple and let out a soft chuckle, acknowledging the unexpected yet sensible response. He partially turned his body, his deep gray eyes scrutinizing Klein from head to toe. "Very well." Klein realized he no longer needed to grapple with his thoughts. He bid farewell and turned away, silently counting in his mind. 3, 2. "Wait a moment," Dunn called out. "Captain, is there anything else?" Dunn cleared his throat and replied, "Indeed. Even extraordinary assistants must confront adversaries at times. Although the diviner seems to suggest evasion, we cannot afford to be negligent. You must maintain your firearm practice and systematically enhance your strength. This is precisely what I have been striving to accomplish." Klein gestured towards the outside, saying, "I shall take my leave now." "Very well. Hold on a moment." Dunn halted him once more, pondering as he spoke. "Perhaps I should consider hiring a combat instructor for you. Of course, contingent upon your becoming a formal member." Klein nodded cautiously and inquired, Captain, is there nothing else? None at all. Observing Klein's skeptical expression, Dunn shook his head with a faint smile, reiterating, really? There is nothing more. Only then did Klein exit the partition, bidding farewell to Roshan, Mrs. Oleana, and others. He first went to the shooting club to practice, then meandered for a full hour, diligently completing the tasks assigned by the captain. After all this, he arrived at the divination club, where the lovely Miss Angelica was leisurely engrossed in a magazine. Family. Klein silently recited the title, grasping his cane, and approached her, smiling as he greeted. Good afternoon, Miss Angelica. Good afternoon, Mr. Moretti. Angelica nonchalantly set down her magazine and stood up, saying, Not long after you departed yesterday, Mr. Gracchi's arrived. He has just recovered from a severe illness. Klein breathed a sigh of relief, his face lighting up with a smile. That is truly delightful news. Upon hearing this, Angelica, who had been quietly observing him, could not help but lower her voice in curiosity. Mr. Gracchi's mentioned that you are an exceptionally marvelous doctor. Is that true? What? Klein stared in astonishment at the lady before him, doubting his own hearing. How could it be discerned that I am a doctor? I am unaware of it myself. Chapter 54. The first seeker of divination. Seeing Klein's bewildered expression, Angelica hesitated slightly. Is it not so? Mr. Gracchi said you could tell, just by observation, that his lungs harbored an ailment. She spoke increasingly softly, ultimately falling silent. Observation? A darkening brow? Klein suddenly realized, shaking his head with a chuckle. I believe Mr. Gracchi has misunderstood. He initially intended to respond dismissively, but suddenly recalled that no one sought his divination services the previous afternoon, which rendered his role as a fortune-teller rather ineffective. Thus, he quickly devised a slight explanation. This is, in fact, a form of divination. Divination? But Mr. Gracchi's only mentioned that you observed his facial features. Is that truly considered divination? Angelica questioned, a mix of surprise and confusion evident in her voice. Klein replied with an air of composure, as a member of the divination club, you must be familiar with palmistry, correct? The art of palm reading is not solely a privilege of the gluttonous empire. Even on Earth, both India and old Europe have developed their own theories. Not to mention that we currently inhabit a world brimming with extraordinary powers. Indeed, but it seems you did not show him his palm, did you? Were you perhaps observing him secretly? Angelica inquired with curiosity. I was examining his physiognomy, Klein fabricated, asserting that the principle was not fundamentally different from palmistry. Is that so? Skepticism danced in Angelica's eyes. In pursuit of advancing his career as a diviner, Klein chuckled lightly, feigning deep contemplation as he gently tapped his forehead twice. Peering intently, he discerned Angelica's aura. Her head emanated a purple hue, her hands and feet glowed red, and her throat appeared blue. Her health posed no concerns, though the colors appeared somewhat muted, indicative of a typical state of fatigue. Upon further scrutiny of her emotions, Klein observed an orange hue interspersed with hints of red and blue, suggesting warmth mingled with a touch of excitement and contemplation. Fortunately, discovering this unremarkable state, Klein intended to close his spiritual sight. Just then, he noticed a profound grayness hidden within the depths of Angelica's emotional spectrum, coupled with a lack of white, an absence of positivity. Klein nodded thoughtfully. Mr. Moretti, are you examining my physiognomy? Noticing the young gentleman clad in black formal attire suddenly fall silent and scrutinize her earnestly, Angelica perceptively sensed a shift, prompting her to ask with a blend of curiosity and concern. As Angelica felt a twinge of unease, he gently spoke. Lady Angelica, some sorrow and pain should not be confined within your heart. Angelica's eyes widened, her mouth opened slightly, yet words eluded her. She gazed at Klein, who sported a half-height top hat and bore an unmistakable scholarly demeanor, as he spoke in a deep, soothing voice that radiated warmth. You require a mountain climb, a tennis match, or perhaps a poignant play, something to exhaust your body through physical exertion, allowing your tears to flow freely, so that you may weep and scream, releasing those emotions completely. This will greatly benefit your physical health. His words flowed like a gentle melody, leaving Angelica statue still, as if frozen in time. She blinked rapidly, her heart racing, and lowered her gaze, murmuring, Thank you for your advice. It seems there are quite a few members today. Klein refrained from speaking further, as if he had not engaged in any divination moments before, and turned to gaze towards the conference room at the end of the corridor. On Sunday afternoon, at least 50 members. Angelica's voice was still somewhat husky, and her description consisted of merely a few keywords. She paused for a moment, her speech gradually returning to its normal pace. Would you prefer black tea or coffee? It was not until he vanished at the door that Angelica let out a slow breath. The Divination Club's conference room was exceedingly spacious, nearly double the size of Klein's high school classroom. Typically, only 5 or 6 members occupied this space, rendering it quite empty. However, at this moment, dozens of diviners were scattered in small clusters throughout the room, filling most of the available space. Sunlight streamed in through several bay windows, illuminating the scene where members either engaged in hushed discussions, gathered around Haina's Vincent Seeking Council, practiced their divination skills, or quietly sipped coffee while perusing newspapers. He cast a glance around, failing to spot his acquaintances Gracious and Edward. Thus, he casually picked up a communal divination textbook and settled into a corner, leisurely perusing its pages. Before long, Angelica entered, bearing a cup of red tea, which she placed upon the table before Klein. Just as she was about to depart quietly, she suddenly noticed Mr. Moretti deftly unfastening a uniquely designed silver chain from his left sleeve, from which dangled a pristine yellow crystal. What is he intending to do? Unbeknownst to herself, Angelica gradually slowed her pace, gazing intently at Klein. Klein, with his left hand gripping the silver chain, let the yellow crystal dangle just above the surface of the cup of Siberian black tea, poised to make contact with the liquid below. He calmly half-closed his eyes, and the atmosphere around him instantly turned serene. The pristine yellow crystal began to move gently, rotating clockwise on its uniquely crafted silver chain. Witnessing this scene, Angelica felt an extraordinary air of mystery surrounding Mr. Moretti. Your black tea is quite delightful, Klein remarked, opening his eyes with a gentle smile. His recent actions were deliberately performed, intended specifically for Angelica's observation. To ensure that clients would seek his divination services promptly, Angelica, who was responsible for reception and recommendations, played a crucial role. Embracing his role as a fortune teller without hesitation, Klein fully immersed himself in this identity. Indeed, Mr. Vannas is quite particular about the quality of black tea, Angelica remarked, momentarily taken aback. It was not until a sudden knock at the door startled her that she turned her gaze towards the entrance, where a young lady in a light blue gown appeared. She removed her gauzy hat adorned with a powder blue ribbon, her expression calm yet melancholic. Good afternoon, esteemed lady. Are you here to join the club, or to seek a divination? Angelica greeted her with familiarity. I wish to have my fortune told, the young lady replied, her beautiful eyes concealing a sense of sorrow as she bit her lip. Angelica invited her to sit on the sofa and proceeded to explain the details of the membership's divination services. She retrieved a catalog and handed it to her, saying, You may choose any one of them. The despondent young lady leafed through the catalog intently, overwhelmed by the multitude of members available for selection that day, which left her feeling quite flustered. Could you recommend someone from these pages? She asked, gesturing towards the middle section of the catalog. Omitting those who charged above 2 souls or below 4 pennies. I recommend this gentleman, Angelica replied, noting the name Klein Moretti. Mr. Moretti has just joined the club. Is his skill trustworthy? She inquired with a hint of apprehension. Angelica nodded reassuringly. Both a member and I can attest to Mr. Moretti being an exceptional diviner. If he weren't new to the club, he wouldn't charge such a modest fee. I understand, the melancholic lady nodded. Then I shall request Mr. Moretti for my reading. Very well, please wait a moment, Angelica said, taking the catalog and rising to head towards the meeting room. She approached Klein, lowering her voice. Mr. Moretti, someone has requested your divination. Which room would you like to use? Quite promising. My first client has arrived, Klein replied calmly, placing his teacup down. The citron room. Understood, Angelica said, leading the way and opening the wooden door to the citron room. Klein settled himself behind a table laden with various divination tools, waiting for several moments until the young lady in the light blue gown entered, her demeanor still somber. Seizing the opportunity as she turned to close the door, he gently tapped his forehead twice. The yellow hue within him appeared somewhat dim. The shadows of her emotions were heavy, predominantly marked by worry and unease. Klein observed closely, leaning back slightly and raising his hand to close his spiritual sight. Hello, Mr. Moretti, the young woman in the light blue gown said as she took her seat. As a master of the keyboard, he is well aware that many individuals are reluctant to use their real names when engaging in divination. The ocean that separates the northern continent from the southern continent is known as the tempestuous sea, renowned for its numerous natural disasters and treacherous currents. Were it not for the efforts of Emperor Russell to discover several relatively safe routes, the nations of the northern continent might not have embarked on the colonial era even to this day, let alone lay down undersea cables to establish a framework for wired telegraphy. Klein gazed at his first true client in his divination career and cautiously inquired, "Which method of divination would you prefer to use?"